Chapter 1: A Dream of 100 Years. Am I the immortal of leisure? No, I am Chun Haoyu. In a high-end ward of Kangen Hospital, Chun Haoyu slowly opened his eyes, his mind a whirlwind. Just moments ago, he had a very long dream. In this dream, Chun Haoyu transformed into a Taoist heavenly master named the Immortal of Leisure from the late Song Dynasty to the early Yuan Dynasty, living for a full 122 years, to the point where he could hardly distinguish whether he was Chun Haoyu or the Immortal of Leisure, if it were fake. The experiences of a century and a wealth of knowledge about magical arts were deeply entrenched in his mind, and he could even sense a powerful flow of energy surging within him. Clearly, the magical power cultivated by the Immortal of Leisure in the dream. If it were real, Chun Haoyu could vividly remember that he had been struck by a car while trying to save a little girl, and now he lay on a hospital bed. Damn, what is going on? Chun Haoyu closed his eyes, silently reciting the Clear Heart Sutra to calm his emotions completely. After about 5 minutes, he touched the beads that he had worn around his neck for years and found that they had completely lost their former luster, suddenly realizing what had happened. In the dream, the Immortal of Leisure was an unparalleled talent in cultivation, achieving the position of Heavenly Master of Longhum Mountain at the age of 42. In order to ascend to immortality, the Immortal of Leisure practiced diligently for another 80 years and finally cultivated the legendary primordial spirit. He had thought that he only needed an opportunity to fulfill his wish, but little did he know that there was no immortal realm in this world. Becoming an immortal or a saint was merely a lie propagated by Taoism to promote its own principles. The Immortal of Leisure's mindset completely collapsed, and, during a bout of cultivation, he went into a frenzy. Before dying, he merged his primordial spirit into a bead, which, by chance, fell into Chun Haoyu's hands. After Chun Haoyu was struck by the car, a mouthful of blood sprayed onto the bead, causing the Immortal of Leisure's primordial spirit to fly out and merge into Chun Haoyu's consciousness. It could be said that Chun Haoyu had now completely transformed into a Taoist heavenly master with the magical powers of the Immortal of Leisure. This Immortal of Leisure is really foolish, believing in becoming an immortal. Now it all benefits me. Chun Haoyu sat up straight, circulating the magical power in his dantian, letting it cycle through his body. With a series of crisp sounds, Chun Haoyu felt an indescribable comfort from the inside out. You've finally woken up. A gentle and cool female voice entered Chun Haoyu's ears. Chun Haoyu opened his eyes and turned to look at the speaker, momentarily stunned. The woman was a doctor in her 20s, about 1.7 meters tall. Even in a white coat, she couldn't hide her sexy and hot figure. Yet her demeanor was that of a typical cold and aloof queen, coupled with a face that could be described as stunningly beautiful. Damn, if this woman were in ancient times, she would definitely be the kind to make a king neglect his morning court. Even the so-called courtesans in his dream couldn't compare to her in looks and demeanor. Chun Haoyu came back to his senses and asked, "Who are you? Where's this place?" The beauty walked to his bedside and said, "My name is Su Yuyao, and I am an internal medicine doctor at Kangen Hospital. Mr. Chun, I am very sorry I was the one who hit you with my car, causing you to be in a coma for a full 100 days. What? 100 days? Chun Haoyu couldn't help but exclaim. He had thought he had only been unconscious for a day or two. He never expected it to be so long. Could this be the legendary 100 days of foundation building? Su Yuyao said, "Yes, exactly 100 days." Su Yuyao felt very grateful to Chun Haoyu that if he hadn't risked his life to save that 6-year-old girl in the rain, she might have become a murderer and never found peace in her life. Chun Haoyu looked at Su Yuyao and revealed a playful smile, saying, "Dr. Su, it seems I saved a little girl for you. Shouldn't you thank me properly?" Su Yuyao nodded and said, "Of course. Mr. Chun, what do you want?" Chun Haoyu extended 2 fingers and said without hesitation, "At least give me this amount. In this vast world, food is of utmost importance. You hit me with your car, so you need to compensate me. That's only right. Not to mention, I saved a little girl." Chun Haoyu was now broke and had a plan for his future living expenses. Su Yuyao asked, 200,000? Chun Haoyu was taken aback and then said, "Yes. You will cover my medical expenses for these 100 days, and then give me another 200,000. His 2 fingers had represented 20,000, but Su Yuyao completely misunderstood his meaning. This Kangen Hospital truly lived up to its reputation as the top private hospital in Yanhai. The doctors were really quite wealthy. Seeing Chun Haoyu making such a bold demand, Su Yuyao frowned, and her impression of him plummeted. "Mr. Chun, you're in a luxury ward, and the daily fee is 1,200 yuan. Even if you were to be discharged today, I would still need to pay 120,000. Chun Haoyu asked in confusion. "So what?" Su Yuyao replied, "I even borrowed the 120,000 from a friend. Do you think I can come up with 200,000? Chen Haoyu was dumbfounded and said, "Aren't you the attending physician? How can you not even come up with 200,000? Su Yuyao explained, "I only started working 2 years ago. My monthly mortgage and car loan add up to over 20,000. Being able to come up with 80,000 is already very difficult. However, Mr. Chun, I can give you an IOU. As soon as I have money, I will definitely pay you back." Chun Haoyu, with a long face, said, "I'm so broke that I can't even afford a bond. After being hospitalized for 100 days, my rent has also expired. By the time you make money, I might have starved to death on the street." Su Yao asked, "What about your family?" Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, "I'm an orphan. Otherwise, with such a long time past, there wouldn't even be anyone to visit me." Su Yao quickly said, "I'm sorry." Chen Haoyu replied, "There's no need to apologize. Since I have no money for food and no place to stay, I can only remain in this ward." You. Su Yao was at a loss for words. She was now 100% certain that the hero who risked his life to save the little girl was just a rogue. If she had known this would happen, she might as well have just found a random ward to settle him in. Now, this was a big problem. Chun Haoyu crossed his left leg over his right and looked at Su Yuyao with a smug expression, completely unconcerned with her disdainful gaze. However, to be fair, this woman was extraordinarily beautiful. Even when angry, she gave off an astonishing vibe that if it weren't for Chun Haoyu, a heavenly master of Longhu Mountain with over 100 years of Taoist heart, anyone else would have probably fallen at Su Yuyao's feet, let alone ask her for money. Chapter 2, He is Still Alive. Just as Su Yuyao and Chun Haoyu were at a standstill, a piercing cry suddenly echoed in the corridor. "Dad, why did you have to die? What kind of damn hospital is this? Claiming to be the best in Yanhai. My dad died less than 5 minutes after entering the emergency room. You're playing with human lives." Hearing the noise outside, Su Yuyao couldn't care less about Chen Haoyu and turned to walk out. "Wait for me." Chen Haoyu got off the hospital bed, put on his slippers, and followed Su Yuyao outside. There were already quite a few people standing in the corridor, most of them patients. A female doctor in a white coat and 2 nurses were talking to a middle-aged man in his 40s who had a pot belly. Next to the middle-aged man sat an old man with a thin frame, eyes closed, sitting motionless in a wheelchair. Chun Haoyu exclaimed softly, feeling that the old man's condition was a bit off. He immediately activated his magical power, gathering it at his brow to open the legendary Heavenly Eye. In mythology, the Heavenly Eye is a skill that only top immortals possess, the most famous being Erlang Shun. His Heavenly Eye can not only see through the 6 realms of reincarnation and the essence of all things, but can also perform physical attacks. Of course, all of this is made up by novelists. In reality, the Heavenly Eye only has one function: to help sorcerers see the vital energy, death energy, auspicious energy, and evil energy of the world. Various sects have their methods of opening the Heavenly Eye, but it requires extremely profound magical power. In today's world, spiritual energy has dissipated, and turbid energy is everywhere. There are very few Taoist masters who can cultivate magical power, let alone open the Heavenly Eye. It's possible that Chun Haoyu is the only person in this world who has opened the Heavenly Eye. This old man is indeed not dead. Through the observation of the Heavenly Eye, Chun Haoyu discovered that the old man still had vital energy. His body was merely in a state of apparent death. As long as he removed the foreign object from his throat and stimulated his heart, he should be able to save him. As for the middle-aged man, it was obvious he was a newly rich person, currently short on cash. If Chun Haoyu saved this old man, wouldn't he be able to make some money? With this thought in mind, a glimmer flashed in Chun Haoyu's eyes. "Qingjia, what's going on?" Su Yuyao asked. The female doctor named Qin Qingqing was Su Yuyao's colleague and close friend. This old man was already without breath when he was brought in. "I performed emergency rescue, but still couldn't save him," Qin Qingqing said. "Nonsense." The middle-aged man was furious and said, "My father was still breathing when he came to the hospital. Just before going to the emergency room, he was still talking to me." Qin Qingqing retorted angrily, "Nonsense. The old man has been in a coma for 15 minutes. How could he possibly talk to you?" The middle-aged man pointed at Qin Qingqing and said, "You're shirking responsibility. I tell you, you must give me an explanation today, or I will sue you." Su Yuyao stepped forward to check the old man's eyes, tested his breathing, and listened to his heartbeat with a stethoscope. She shook her head helplessly and said, "Qingjia, report to the director." "Wait." Before Su Yuyao could finish, Chen Haoyu stepped forward and interrupted her, saying, "Excuse me, sir, what is your surname?" The middle-aged man replied, "My name is Dong Hua." "And you are?" Chun Haoyu straightened his back and said, "I am Chun Haoyu, the world's #1 divine doctor." Dong Hua was furious and said, "You should go back to the neurology department and treat your mental illness properly." Although everyone knew it wasn't the right time to laugh, they couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Haoyu paid no attention to Dong Hua's rudeness and calmly said, "Your father is not dead." Dong Hua was taken aback and asked, "What did you say?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I said your father is not dead. As long as I take action, I can bring him back from the gates of hell in a minute." Su Yao scolded, "Chen Haoyu, the old man has no breath and heartbeat. Don't speak recklessly." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, "Dr.Su, no breath and heartbeat do not mean that a person has lost all vitality. Mr. Dong, let me ask you, if I save the old man, how much will you give me?" Dong Hua said without hesitation, "Whatever you want, I'll give you." Chen Haoyu held up one finger and said, "This much." Dong Hua replied, 1 million? No problem. Damn. Chen Haoyu almost bit his tongue. This nouveau riche was even more generous than Su Yao. He had just mentioned 10,000, and this guy directly raised it 100-fold. It was as if he didn't take money seriously. Deal. Chen Haoyu naturally wouldn't let such a good opportunity to make money slip away, but he agreed and quickly walked to the old man's side. Su Yao asked, "What are you going to do?" Of course, I'm saving a life and making some money. As Chen Haoyu spoke, he extended 2 fingers of his left hand and pressed them on the old man's heart area. A stream of magical power flowed into the old man's meridians. At the same time, his right hand was also busy, forcefully patting the old man's back. Wow. About 10 seconds later, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. In the black blood was a round object, resembling a Tangyuan glutinous rice ball. "I was almost choked to death," the old man exclaimed, then began to breathe heavily. "What the? Is this for real? Someone who had no breath and heartbeat was actually revived. This is unbelievable. A living dead, flesh and bone. Could this young man really be a divine doctor?" The onlookers among the patients all exclaimed in surprise. Qin Qingqing looked at Chen Haoyu with an expression of disbelief. As the old man's attending physician, no one knew his condition better than her. It could be said that the old man had been dead for at least 5 minutes. How could he possibly be revived? Su Yao also felt shocked. She had just checked the old man and indeed found no signs of life. But the old man before her was indeed alive. She was very curious about how Chen Haoyu managed to do this. And why could he tell at a glance that the old man was not dead? At that moment, Su Yao, who had originally defined Chen Haoyu as a scoundrel, was filled with curiosity about him. Dong Hua was overjoyed and said, "Great. Dad, you're back to life." The old man replied, "What are you talking about? I was just choked by a Tangyuan. How could I possibly go see Yin Wang, the king of hell?" Dong Hua kept nodding, saying, "Yes, you're right." Chen Haoyu cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Dong, when will you give me the 1 million you promised?" 1 million? Dong Hua showed a puzzled expression and asked, "What 1 million? Chapter 3 Dare to owe money to a mage. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and looked at Dong Hua's face. With narrow eyes, a hooked nose, and downturned mouth corners. It was clear that this guy was not very clever and extremely greedy. Dong Hua's father was just like him. "Mr. Dong, what do you mean?" Chen Haoyu asked. Dong Hua said, "Brother, one shouldn't be too greedy. You saved my father, and I am very grateful. But 1 million is too much. I can't come up with that." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Then why did you say you would give me 1 million before? Just bragging?" Dong Hua replied, "I never said I would give you 1 million. Don't wrongfully accuse me." The crowd was in an uproar. This guy was trying to play tricks. Damn, I thought he was a big shot, but it turns out he's a shameless jerk. The most annoying people are those who burn bridges after crossing them. Qin Qingqing was very grateful to Chen Haoyu for solving her problem, so she said, "I heard you say that as long as this gentleman can save your father, you would agree to give him 1 million. Dong Hua shouted, "What does that have to do with you? I haven't even bothered you yet. My dad is clearly alive. And you say he's dead. If I listened to you, would he have been pushed into the crematorium while still alive? You must give me an explanation for this." In this matter, Qin Qingqing was indeed in the wrong and was left speechless by Dong Hua's words. "All right," Chen Haoyu said lightly, "I won't take the money. And you don't need to pursue Dr. Qin's mistake either. Mr. Dong, what do you think?" Dong Hua grinned and said, "Agreed. Brother, your medical skills are really impressive. I admire you." Chen Haoyu also smiled, gave him a thumbs up, and said, "Mr. Dong, you are something. Chen Haoyu, admit that my skin is already thick enough. But compared to you, I'm still lacking too much. What does it mean that there are always stronger people? Today I've learned my lesson." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's mockery of Dong Hua, everyone present burst into laughter. Even the usually aloof Su Yao couldn't help but laugh. Dong Hua's expression darkened as he said, "Are you looking for trouble?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "No. I just think we have a lot in common. Mr. Dong, it's fate that we met today, and I want to give you a piece of advice." Dong Hua asked, "What advice?" Chen Haoyu said, "Your heart has a serious problem. It's likely to act up in about an hour. Western medicine probably can't save you. Only traditional Chinese medicine can. Fortunately, I can treat this special kind of heart disease. Dong Hua disdainfully said, "Are you trying to ask for money?" Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "Yes. I'm not asking for much. You give me 100,000, and I'll save your life." From Dong Hua's face, it was clear that his recent financial luck was terrible, almost losing money on everything he did. Forget about 1 million. Even asking for 100,000 could cost him half his life. If this guy had said something nice, Chen Haoyu might not have asked for that much money. But since he dared to play tricks on Chen Haoyu naturally wouldn't let him off easily. You see, since ancient times, mages have always been a very special existence. Regardless of whether you are a commoner or a wealthy person, once you offend a mage, there is almost no good ending. Especially for mages who have achieved a certain level of cultivation, they only need to walk around your ancestral grave, and you are done for. Who would dare to offend such people? Dong Hua snorted and said, "Fine, I'll wait an hour and see how my heart disease acts up." Chen Haoyu sneered and said, "Then I advise you to get the money ready. If I don't see the money this time, I absolutely won't treat you." After saying that, Chen Haoyu turned and left. No one noticed a talisman made of magical energy entering Dong Hua's body at an almost invisible speed. This is the legendary heart-eating talisman, one of the advanced talismans. As the name suggests, anyone who is cursed with this talisman will feel their heart being painfully torn apart like by ants. Generally, it takes an ordinary mage at least a month or longer to successfully draw a heart-eating talisman. But because Chen Haoyu had fused with the primordial spirit of the carefree real person, his magical power was extraordinarily pure and strong, having already reached the realm of talisman condensation. Therefore, with just a flick of his finger, Chen Haoyu could complete the heart-eating talisman. The only drawback is that the durability of talismans condensed with magical power is far lower than that of normal talismans. Even the carefree real person could only maintain it for 3 days at most. Chen Haoyu could only maintain it for 1 day at most. Even so, it was enough to deal with the Dong Hua. As for Chen Haoyu's words, not only Dong Hua, but others also did not believe them. "Brother Zhang, do you think this young man is really that magical?" "Impossible. He probably said that to save face." "I think so too. He can tell someone has a heart disease just by looking at them, and it will act up in an hour. Even a movie scriptwriter wouldn't dare write that." Who can argue with that? Amidst the crowd's discussions, Chen Haoyu returned to the ward. "Damn it, what is this thing? Dare to play tricks with me?" Chen Haoyu cursed a couple of times, and then sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate. Over 100 years of life and dreams had greatly changed Chen Haoyu's character and habits. He used to be an orphan, although he was ambitious. He always carried some insecurity in his personality. In the past, facing a goddess like Su Yuyao, Chen Haoyu would have blushed and wouldn't even dare to look her in the eye. But now he could communicate with her normally and even tease her without reservations, which shows how much Chen Haoyu has changed. On the other side, Qin Qingqing and Su Yuyao returned to the office. "Yuyao, when did Chen Haoyu wake up?" "Just half an hour ago." "That's great. Once he wakes up and does a checkup, you will have an easy time." "It's actually more troublesome. This person is a rogue." "Can a rogue bring the dead back to life?" "Don't joke about it. I still have to properly thank him. You better not get too close to him." Seeing that Qin Qingqing didn't believe her, Su Yuyao briefly explained how Chen Haoyu had asked her for money. Qin Qingqing laughed and said, "This person is quite interesting." "Yuyao, how do you think Chen Haoyu figured out that the old man wasn't dead?" Su Yuyao's beautiful eyes twinkled as she pondered. Perhaps the old man was in a state of apparent death at that time. His breathing and heartbeat were so weak that we couldn't capture them with instruments. And it was only under Chen Haoyu's strong stimulation that he woke up. As for how he discovered the old man's apparent death, I'll ask him after I'm done. Qin Qingqing checked the time and said, "It's almost lunchtime. I'll go buy him a meal as a thank you." Su Yuyao nodded and said, "Okay, let's go together." Chapter 4 Bed Agreement. An hour later, Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing walked into Chen Haoyu's ward with a sumptuous meal. At this time, Chen Haoyu was still in a state of meditation. He had his eyes slightly closed, a smile on his lips, sitting cross-legged on the hospital bed, with both hands resting on his thighs and his thumbs lightly touching each other. He looked incredibly relaxed and comfortable, exuding a mysterious and grand aura. Su Yuyao felt that at this moment, Chen Haoyu resembled the Taiji statue in the Qingping Mountain Taoist temple in the suburbs of Yanhai City. It seemed that the sound of 2 people pushing the door startled Chen Haoyu awake. He slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. This was a phenomenon of mana overflow, which he couldn't completely control. Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing saw that fleeting golden light and thought they were seeing things. Is this my lunch? Chen Haoyu asked with a smile. This smile instantly collapsed his imposing demeanor. Su Yuyao placed the food on the table and said, "This is what Sister Qing bought for you." Qin Qingqing said, "Mr. Chun, thank you very much for saving that old man. Otherwise, I would have made a big mistake." Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "You don't need to thank me. I'm here to make money, not to help you." Qin Qingqing laughed. "Even if it was just a casual act, I still have to acknowledge this favor." Chen Haoyu opened the lunchbox, eating while saying, "You're more humane than this doctor." Su, she bumped into me and even wanted to avoid paying. What a joke. Su Yuyao frowned slightly and said, "I never said I wouldn't pay. I just owe it for now." Chen Haoyu took a mouthful of rice and said, "If you don't pay me, I can't rent a place, can't eat." "What do you think I should do about that?" Su Yuyao retorted, "If you had no money, how have you survived until today?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I begged for food when I was young, and when I grew up, I told fortunes for people. As a result, I was caught by the police more than 10 times for supposedly promoting feudal superstition. Damn it. Our Xianmen fortune-telling has a history of thousands of years. Which dynasty didn't have an imperial astronomical bureau? How did it become feudal superstition now? It's simply ridiculous." Su Yuyao said, "It seems you are quite a frequent visitor to the police." Chen Haoyu proudly said, "Of course. I know all the police stations, big and small, in Yanhai City." Su Yuyao asked, "And then?" Chen Haoyu said, "Later, since fortune-telling didn't work out, I opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Because my medical skills were too high, I cut off a lot of clinic's income, and I got caught by the police again." Su Yuyao became interested and asked, "On what basis did they catch you?" Chen Haoyu said, "They said I didn't have a Chinese medicine practitioner qualification certificate. There was nothing I could do. It took me 2 years to obtain both the Chinese medicine qualification certificate and the psychology qualification certificate. Just as I got those 2 certificates, before I could show my talent, you crashed into me. Sigh, what a stroke of bad luck." Su Yuyao said with annoyance, "I'm the one with bad luck. That day, a patient urgently needed surgery, so I rushed a bit, and I didn't expect to run into this." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "My master once said that I am fated to encounter peach blossoms this year. You bumped into me, which means we have a connection. Who knows, we might. You understand?" Su Yuyao coldly laughed and said, "Dream on." Qin Qingqing said, "Mr. Chun, I advise you not to have any ideas about Yuyao. Do you know how many people are pursuing Yuyao outside? At least enough to line up from Qingshi Street to Hongda Square." Su Yuyao gently nudged Qin Qingqing and said, "Sister Qing, what are you talking about?" Chen Haoyu took a sip of water, swallowed the rice in his mouth, and said, "So I want money." Qin Qingqing said, "You are really quite realistic. Mr. Chun, I have a question to ask you. How did you know that old man wasn't dead?" Chen Haoyu said, "When a person dies, it's like a light going out. What does a light going out look like? Lifeless. But I saw a bit of ruddy energy in that old man's pale complexion, which is why I dared to determine he wasn't dead. He certainly couldn't talk about something as mysterious as opening the heavenly eye. Even if he did, no one would believe him. So, Chen Haoyu simply explained using traditional Chinese medicine theory." Su Yuyao asked, "Then what method did you use to save him?" Chen Haoyu said, "Stimulate his heart a bit, and then deal with that rice ball in his throat, and everything will be fine, right?" Su Yuyao said, "You have quite the nerve." Chen Haoyu proudly said, "If I didn't have nerve, how could I practice traditional Chinese medicine?" Su Yuyao coldly laughed and said, "Unfortunately, you miscalculated and still couldn't get money out of his pocket." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "You underestimate me too much. As a renowned celestial master, if I can't handle a small nouveau riche, how can I walk the world in the future?" Su Yuyao asked, "Are you saying his heart really has a problem?" Chen Haoyu said, "Some heart diseases can't be treated by Western medicine. They can only be handled by us in traditional Chinese medicine." Su Yuyao coldly laughed and said, "You're dreaming." Chen Haoyu's heart moved, and he said, "How about a bet? If this guy named Dong Hua really asks me to treat him, you temporarily take me in and let me stay at your place for 3 months without paying any rent. I guarantee that after 3 months, whether I make money or not, I will definitely move out. As for that 200,000, just pay me back within 3 years." Su Yuyao asked, "What if he doesn't come?" Chen Haoyu said without hesitation, "Then I will check out tomorrow at noon. Your bumping into me will be written off." Su Yuyao said, "Fine. But words are not enough." Chen Haoyu said, "Then let's write it down as evidence." Soon, Su Yuyao wrote up a contract and signed her name. To completely resolve Chen Haoyu's issue, She even found some ink and pressed her handprint. Chun Haoyu carefully looked over the contract and, confirming there were no issues, signed his name and pressed his handprint. The agreement was reached. Each of them kept a copy of the contract, and for the first time, a radiant smile appeared on Su Yuyao's face. This smile was as beautiful as a blooming rhododendron, making Chun Haoyu mesmerized. Damn, she really is a femme fatale. Seeing Chun Haoyu's expression, Su Yuyao put away her smile and coldly said, "What are you looking at?" Chun Haoyu said confidently, "If you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you? Besides, you're so beautiful. Aren't you meant to be looked at? I was just admiring you." Su Yuyao snorted and said, "Thick-skinned." Chun Haoyu said, "Wrong. Compared to that Dong Hua who talks nonsense, my skin is still far from thick." Uffed. Qin Qingqing, who had been watching the fun, couldn't help but laugh. This Chun Haoyu is really too interesting. Chapter 5. Dong Hua is honest. Just after Chun Haoyu finished eating, a scream echoed in the corridor. Qin Qingqing lightly exclaimed, "That voice sounds a bit familiar. It seems to be Dong Hua." Su Yuyao looked at Chun Haoyu. Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, "I knew you had your eye on me. That's why you made this agreement to live with me. Sigh, you really are a reserved woman." Su Yuyao rolled her eyes in anger and said, "Even if it's Dong Hua, it doesn't mean he came to find you for treatment." Chun Haoyu laughed. "Let's wait and see." After a while, Dong Hua, supported by two nurses, walked into Chun Haoyu's ward. At this moment, his face was pale, his forehead covered in cold sweat, one hand clutching his heart, wincing in pain. Many onlookers stood outside the door. Damn, it wouldn't really be heart disease, would it? This is too accurate, exactly an hour. Could it be that this young man is a divine doctor? The crowd whispered. Qin Qingqing asked, "Mr. Dong, what's wrong with you?" "My chest hurts. It's like something is gnawing at me," Dong Hua said, his voice much hoarser. With every word he spoke, the flesh on his face trembled rhythmically. Qin Qingqing looked at Chun Haoyu in shock and continued to ask, "Do you have a history of angina or any other heart disease?" Dong Hua replied, "Never." Qin Qingqing said, "Then let's go get an examination first." "No." Dong Hua struggled to lift his head and looked at Chun Haoyu, pleading, "Please, help me treat this." Chun Haoyu casually replied, "I think you should go get an x-ray and let a Western doctor treat you. Maybe it won't even cost 20,000 yuan to cure your heart disease. If you want me to treat you, that's 100,000. After saying this, Chun Haoyu moved his fingers a couple of times. "Ah!" Dong Hua screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Su Yuyao wanted to say something, but when she saw Chun Haoyu's cold gaze and proud expression, she swallowed the words back down. What exactly does this Chun Haoyu do? How can his aura be stronger than my dad's? Su Yuyao was secretly shocked. Dong Hua was almost crying and said in a deep voice, "Please save me." Chun Haoyu asked, "Do you have the 100,000 ready?" Dong Hua quickly replied, "I have it on my phone." Chun Haoyu looked around and asked Su Yuyao, "Where's my phone?" Su Yuyao took out a phone from the drawer and said, "Your phone was broken, so I bought you a new one." Chun Haoyu said, "Oh." Opened the phone, found his payment code, walked over to Dong Hua, and smiled. "First transfer the money, then I'll treat you." Dong Hua struggled to scan Chun Haoyu's payment code with his phone and transferred him 100,000 yuan. Chun Haoyu whistled, raised his eyebrows at Su Yuyao, and said, "I won." Su Yuyao pursed her lips and said, "You should treat him first." Chun Haoyu asked, "Do you see a needle bag?" "I need it." Su Yuyao replied, "Is it that black bag?" Chun Haoyu nodded, "That's right." Su Yuyao pointed to the drawer below and said, "It's in there." Chun Haoyu opened the drawer and took out a black cloth bag, which was embroidered with a vividly depicted dragon. Inside the bag, there were neatly arranged golden needles. The fine needles had some strange patterns engraved on them, clearly not ordinary items. The most eye-catching were the 9 golden needles at the top of the needle bag. They were of different lengths, but each needle's end had a vividly crafted dragon, exquisite to the extreme. Qin Qingqing's eyes sparkled as she said, "So beautiful." Su Yuyao nodded and said, "These golden needles must have been crafted by a master." Chun Haoyu had the nurse help Dong Hua to a chair, then rolled up his t-shirt, exposing his plump chest. "Wow, that's really fat," Chun Haoyu commented. Then took out an 8-centimeter-long golden needle from the needle bag and stabbed it into Dong Hua's heart area. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and the golden needle trembled as if it were alive. Originally in unbearable pain, Dong Hua suddenly felt a warm current flow around his heart, greatly alleviating the pain. And he couldn't help but let out a comfortable sound. In fact, Chun Haoyu could dispel the talisman with just a thought. The reason for using the golden needle for acupuncture was merely to align it with traditional Chinese medicine, as talismans belonged to feudal superstition. And Chun Haoyu didn't want to get into trouble again. At the same time, he wanted to show everyone that he put in a lot of effort to resolve this issue. If it were resolved simply, everyone would think Dong Hua's 100,000 yuan was not worth it, which Chun Haoyu did not want. Mr. Dong, you can speak now. How do you feel? Chun Haoyu asked. Dong Hua replied, I've never felt this comfortable before. Chun Haoyu said, besides the heart problem, there's also cold energy in your body. To justify this 100,000 yuan, I'll help you deal with it. Dong Hua quickly replied, okay, thank you. Chun Haoyu flicked the golden needle that was about to stop trembling, and it started to vibrate again, sending a warm current slowly circulating through Dong Hua's body. After about 2 minutes, Chun Haoyu pulled out the golden needle and said, go to the toilet immediately to expel the cold energy from your body. Upon hearing this, Dong Hua didn't dare to delay and rushed into the bathroom in the ward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 loud sounds echoed from the bathroom. After a while, Dong Hua came out looking refreshed. Chun Haoyu, with his legs crossed, asked, how was it? Do you feel lighter? Dong Hua eagerly nodded and said, I feel like I've aged 10 years younger. Mr. Chun, you're amazing, truly the #1 divine doctor. Chun Haoyu replied nonchalantly, after all, it's 100,000 yuan. I can't let you lose out, can I? After you go back, make sure to exercise properly and lose at least 30 to 40 pounds. If you continue to gain weight, your heart will struggle to maintain normal blood flow. Dong Hua agreed. Yes, I will definitely lose weight. Chun Haoyu handed him the trash bag containing the takeout box and said, throw this away for me. You can leave now. Dong Hua quickly took the bag, bowed respectfully to Chun Haoyu, and said, thank you, Mr. Chun. After that, Dong Hua left feeling refreshed. Wow, this is incredible. Are these two performing a duet? His dad almost died. How could they be acting? Is this young man really a divine doctor? Are divine doctors supposed to be young? Chapter 6. The goddess breaks down after everyone left. Chun Haoyu closed the ward door and looked at Su Yuyao with a smile, saying, it seems I won. Su Yuyao replied lightly, you earned 100,000 yuan and made him leave happily. Chun Haoyu, you are truly impressive. Chun Haoyu's eyes flickered as he asked, what do you mean? Su Yuyao said, was his heart really sick? Don't treat everyone like fools. Su Yuyao had also had some exposure to traditional Chinese medicine, but she had never heard of anyone resolving heart problems and cold energy in under 5 minutes with a single golden needle, not even the great doctors in Yindu. Su Yuyao suspected that Chun Haoyu might have used some unknown method to cause Dong Hua's heart problem, and then he fixed it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Come on, isn't it said that beautiful women are big-breasted and brainless? This woman is not small either. How is she so smart? Chun Haoyu secretly cursed in his heart. But a proud smile appeared on his face as he said, Dr. Su, no matter what, you lost. Starting tomorrow, we will live together. According to the typical plot of online novels, we should have all kinds of conflicts at first, then you discover many of my good qualities. Fall in love with me completely, and finally we will be together, living an unrestrained life. Haha, this is simply the standard for male and female leads. Su Yuyao scoffed. Even if all the men in the world died, I wouldn't like you. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, those female protagonists in online novels always say that at first. Su Yuyao huffed, Qingjia, this is just a rogue, let's go. Seeing that the two were really about to leave, Chun Haoyu quickly called out, wait, I want to be discharged. Su Yuyao stopped and said, no. This afternoon, I will arrange a physical examination for you. You can only be discharged after confirming that you have no issues. Chun Haoyu responded with an O, chuckling as he said, I knew you cared about me. Get lost. Su Yuyao snapped, completely losing her composure as she slammed the door of the ward shut. Back in the office, Su Yuyao, still seething with anger, gritted her teeth and said, running into such a jerk really makes me furious. Qin Qingqing laughed and said, I actually think this person is quite interesting and matches you well. Su Yuyao could hardly believe her ears and exclaimed, Sister Qing, you must be mistaken. Qin Qingqing replied, Yuyo, ever since you came to our hospital 2 years ago, you've given off a high cold vibe. No matter who or what you faced, you remained excessively calm. But today, in front of Chun Haoyu, you showed strong emotional fluctuations and even got really angry. This makes me feel that you are not as aloof as you appear. Su Yuyao said, I just didn't expect him to be so shameless. Qin Qingqing responded, but you can't deny that this person's medical skills are quite impressive. Just the fact that he easily inserted a fine gold needle into Dong Hua's body is not something an ordinary traditional Chinese medicine practitioner can do. Su Yuyao fell silent for a moment, then nodded, saying, I admit he does have some skills. Up until now, Su Yuyao still couldn't figure out how Chun Haoyu caused Dong Hua's heart to have problems in just an hour. Qin Qingqing asked, what do you plan to do next? Are you really going to take him in? Su Yuyao gave a wry smile and said, I don't know what to do anymore. Qin Qingqing thought for a moment and suggested, how about you rent him a place? Su Yuyao replied, do you think he would agree? Qin Qingqing said, no. If I had the chance to live with a goddess like you, I definitely wouldn't agree either. Su Yuyao sighed and said, let's take it one step at a time. A full-body examination is a very cumbersome process. Even with Su Yuyao, an insider, assisting, Chun Haoyu didn't finish all the tests until 8 in the evening. Looking at the vegetable and tofu soup in front of him, Chun Haoyu helplessly said, most of my test results are normal. I'm very healthy right now. Dr. Su, can you get me some meat? Su Yuyao replied, you're also a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. You should know that eating light is good for you. What benefits? Chun Haoyu threw down his chopsticks angrily and said, I want to go out and have a big meal right now. Su Yuyao stated, I am your attending physician. If you don't listen to me, then the medical expenses for these 100 days will be your responsibility. Upon hearing this, Chun Haoyu's expression instantly brightened, and he said, for us Taoists, vegetable and tofu is the best food. I love eating it. Su Yuyao glanced at him and said, then take your time eating. I'm on night duty today and need to do my rounds. Chun Haoyu said, thank you, Dr. Su. Once Su Yuyao left, Chun Haoyu dumped all the vegetable and tofu into the trash can, then took out his phone and ordered KFC delivery. 15 minutes later, Chun Haoyu sneaked out of the ward, finished eating KFC outside, and disposed of the evidence before heading back. Ouch! Just as he exited the elevator, Chun Haoyu heard a frail voice coming from behind. Turning around, he saw an elderly man with white hair who seemed to have twisted his foot, leaning against the wall and slowly sitting down on the ground. Chun Haoyu hurried over and asked, are you okay, old man? The elderly man's age was considerable, but his gaze was still sharp, exuding an aura of a fierce old tiger, clearly a military background. I just came out to get some fresh air and take a walk, but I didn't expect to twist my foot. Looks like I can't be stubborn about getting old. The old man said with a wry smile. Chun Haoyu helped him up and chuckled, your physiological age may be old, but your mental age must stay young. The old man gave a thumbs up and said, well said. Chun Haoyu asked, old man, which ward are you in? I can take you there. The old man replied, room 2106. Chun Haoyu was taken aback and said, wow, what a coincidence. I'm in 2015. The old man asked, are you the young man who fainted for over 3 months to save a little girl? Chun Haoyu couldn't help but smile. Hearing you say that makes me feel quite great. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed heartily. Self-sacrifice to save others deserves the term great. Chun Haoyu said, then thank you for your praise. Supporting the old man into room 2106, Chun Haoyu settled him down and said, old man, I'll help you find a doctor. No need. This little twist isn't a big deal. I can hardly feel the pain anymore. Not feeling pain doesn't mean everything is fine. How about this, if you trust me? I'll take a look for you. Young man, are you also a doctor? Sort of. Chapter 7. Physiognomy is not a scam. The old man couldn't help but laugh and said, what do you mean sort of? Chun Haoyu replied, I'm actually a Taoist and know a bit of medicine. The old man asked, a Taoist? The kind that can calculate and predict? Chun Haoyu modestly said, I can do a bit of fortune telling. The old man frowned and said, young man, it's better to be grounded in reality. In the old man's eyes, fortune telling equates to deception. He initially had a good impression of Chun Haoyu, but upon hearing that he could tell fortunes, his impression dropped sharply. Chun Haoyu looked at the nameplate at the old man's bedside, which read Su Jiangwo, and said, Old Su, let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Haoyu, and I'm not here to deceive you under the guise of fortune telling. Forget it. Since you don't trust me, I'll take my leave. Wait. Su Jiangwo scrutinized Chun Haoyu and said, today I heard a young patient revived an old man who was declared dead by the doctors. It wouldn't be you, would it? Chun Haoyu smiled and replied, what a coincidence, it is me. Su Jiangwo said, since you have such good medical skills, why bother with fortune telling? Chun Haoyu became somewhat displeased and replied seriously, Old Su, our Taoist lineage has been passed down for thousands of years and naturally has its reasons for existence. Yes, I admit that many people use fortune telling to deceive others, but they are not from our Taoist lineage. Fortune telling does not equate to deception. I hope you can understand this. Su Jiangwo seemed surprised that Chun Haoyu dared to argue back. First taken aback and then somewhat irritated, he said, Since you say fortune-telling does not equal deception, then do you dare to tell me how many children I have? Chen Haoyu seriously examined Su Jiangwo's facial features. He had a high and bright forehead, a straight nose, and thick, regular eyebrows, clearly showing signs of having many children and grandchildren. The only issue was that the dimples were not full enough, with two distinct lines in the middle, indicating that he had lost 2 children. You originally had 3 sons and 2 daughters, but unfortunately, your eldest son and eldest daughter couldn't be preserved, so now you have 2 sons and 1 daughter. Hula! Su Jiangwo was shocked and stood up directly, saying, "How do you know?" Back then, his first child was a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, which made Su Jiangwo very happy. However, unexpected events occurred. Just as the due date approached, Su Jiangwo's wife suddenly had a massive hemorrhage. By the time they reached the hospital, it was already too late. Su Jiangwo only managed to save his wife, but both children were lost. This was a lifelong regret for the Su couple, which is why they had never mentioned it to their 3 children. To think that Chen Haoyu knew about it was simply unbelievable. Chen Haoyu did not answer but took out his phone, opened the payment QR code, and said, 2,000. Although Su Jiangwo was somewhat older, he usually paid with his phone when going out. He picked up his phone, scanned Chen Haoyu's QR code, and sent him 2,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu stood up and smiled. "I'm short on money lately. Thank you for the 2,000. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." Su Jiangwo glanced at him and said, "Don't try to use the tactic of feigning retreat. Let's continue." Damn, this old man is really smart. Chen Haoyu sat back down and said, "Then let's continue." Su Jiangwo said in a deep voice, "What do my 2 sons and 1 daughter do?" Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, "Your eldest son is steady and should have gone into politics. It seems he holds a significant position. Your second son is more carefree and caused you trouble when he was young. He should now be a businessman with a net worth around a small target. Your daughter should be a researcher who has made considerable contributions to the country's technological development. The Su family truly has 3 outstanding talents. It's clear that you educated them well." Su Jiangwo looked incredulous and said, "You didn't investigate me beforehand, did you?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I was in a coma for over 100 days. I woke up this morning, had an examination in the afternoon, and finished at 8 tonight. When would I have time to investigate you? Besides, could I even find out about a great scientist like your daughter?" Su Jiangwo said, "That's true." Chen Haoyu pointed at his phone and said, "Pay up." Su Jiangwo immediately sent Chen Haoyu 2,000 and said, "Third question." "Wait," Chen Haoyu said, "I only do 3 readings a day. You'd better think carefully before asking." Su Jiangwo waved his hand and said, "Stop the nonsense. Calculate how many grandchildren I have." Chen Haoyu opened his mouth and said, "That's too easy. Your eldest son has given you a grandson and a granddaughter, and your second son has given you 2 grandsons." "Ha ha." Su Jiangwo laughed heartily and said, "You're wrong." Chen Haoyu raised his eyebrows and said, "How am I wrong?" Su Jiangwo said, "My second son only has 1 grandson. Hurry and return my money." At this point, Su Yuyao understood that the 2 were betting. Chen Haoyu read Su Jiangwo's fortune, and if he was right, Su Jiangwo would give him 2,000. If he was wrong, Chen Haoyu would give Su Jiangwo 2,000. Clearly, Chen Haoyu had been right in the first 2 readings. But the third one was wrong. Earlier, when Chen Haoyu said he had been caught by the police several times for fortune-telling, Su Yuyao thought he was just talking nonsense. Now it seemed that he really could tell fortunes, just that his skills were somewhat lacking. Chen Haoyu showed a strange expression and said, "Su Lao, I've already said that your second son is carefree and a billionaire. Do you really think he only has 1 son?" Su Jiangwo's smile vanished, and he looked at Chen Haoyu with piercing eyes, saying, "Are you implying he has an illegitimate child?" Chen Haoyu said, from the face reading, "That child should be 5 years old." Su Jiangwo frowned and said, "Why should I believe you?" Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Put it on speaker, call him, and test him. Won't the truth be revealed?" Su Jiangwo did not hesitate at all and immediately called his second son, Su Hai. "Hello, Dad, what's wrong?" "I'm fine. Can you talk now?" "Sure, I'm alone." "You scoundrel, how dare you mess around outside and even have a child? You've completely embarrassed me." Su Jiangwo started to scold him. Chen Haoyu gave him a thumbs up. This old man really knows how to act. "Dad, what are you talking about? Stop talking nonsense. The child is already 5 years old, and I'm just finding out as a grandfather. What have you done? I ask you, how will you explain this to your wife and child in the future?" Su Hai was silent for a moment and said, "Dad, how did you find out?" "Damn." Su Jiangwo cursed and angrily hung up the phone. Chapter 8. There are no ghosts in this world. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Su Lao, the 3 readings are done. You lost. Su Jiangwo transferred the money to him and asked, does fortune-telling really exist? Chen Haoyu put away his phone and smiled. If it doesn't exist, then why is the Book of Changes called the source of the great way among the classics of the Xia country? Su Lao, everything in the world has its eternal and unchanging rules behind it. As long as you grasp these rules, you are a god. Su Jiangwo asked, do you grasp them? Su Yuyao, who had not spoken until now, said, Su Lao, do you think a person who understands the rules of everything can be so poor that they can't even afford to eat? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes in anger and said, Su, beautiful lady, I'm just staying at your place for a couple of days. Is it necessary to target me like this? Su Jiangwo glanced at Chen Haoyu, then at Su Yuyao, and chuckled, youth is truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao immediately realized that Su Jiangwo misunderstood her relationship with Chen Haoyu. Just as she was about to explain, Chen Haoyu laughed and said, Su Lao, you truly have an eye for detail. Love is indeed very peculiar. Some people can spend a lifetime together but never like each other. Others, just upon first meeting, know that the other person is the one they have been looking for. And Yuyao and I are of the latter kind. Su Yuyao's eyes widened in disbelief and said, Chen Haoyu, do you still have any shame? Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, for love, what is shame? Su Lao, I still have things to do. So I'll take my leave. After speaking, Chen Haoyu raised his eyebrows at Su Yuyao, turned, and walked out, making Su Yuyao so angry that she wished she could kick him. Su Jiangwo said quietly, this little Chen is mysterious and extraordinary. Su Yuyao said, Su Lao, let's go check your ankle. Su Jiangwo lifted his foot, moved it a couple of times, and couldn't help but grunt, we really should take a look. The 2 nurses accompanied Su Jiangwo to the surgery, while Su Yuyao walked into Chen Haoyu's hospital room. Do you know who Su Lao is? Chen Haoyu, who was playing a game, looked up at her and said, a retired major general from the Yin Navy district. Su Yuyao was taken aback and said, since you know, why do you dare to take his money? Chen Haoyu put down his phone and said displeasedly, you're using the wrong words. I read fortunes, and he paid. Can it be described as taking advantage? Besides, what's so great about a major general? Since the founding of the country, there have been at least 2,000 generals above the rank of major general. And I, Chen Haoyu, a Grand Master of the Xianmen, have only a few like Zhang Sanfeng and Lu Bowen to compare with me over the past 1,000 years. In comparison, my identity is even more noble. Su Yuyao laughed and said, this master, can you catch a ghost for me to see? Chen Haoyu clicked his tongue and said, the so-called ghosts and gods are merely tricks created by ancient Taoist masters to elevate their status and position in front of ordinary people. Su Yuyao immediately became interested and curiously asked, are you saying there are no ghosts in the world? Chen Haoyu said, of course. If there were really ghosts, the world would have been in chaos long ago. The ghosts mentioned by ancient people are actually the energy of yin and sha. The human body has both yin and yang energies, and when they are balanced, a person will be healthy and live long. Once the energy of yin and sha enters the body and breaks this balance, various problems will arise. Of course, excessive yang energy can also cause similar issues. Su Yuyao asked, then why do so many people online claim to have seen ghosts? Chen Haoyu pointed to his head and replied, when the sha energy invades the brain, it can manifest the images of the evil spirits they usually imagine. Those with mental issues may even experience hallucinations. Su Yuyao nodded and said, I see. Chen Haoyu continued, in the eyes of us practitioners who have achieved mastery, there is no distinction between nobles and commoners, because they are all mortals, while we have transcended the mundane. Su Yuyao suddenly pointed to the ground and asked in surprise, hey, whose 1,000 yuan is this? Where? Chen Haoyu immediately looked down to search. Uft. Su Yuyao burst into laughter and said, Chen Haoyu, you really are transcended from the mundane. Chen Haoyu pursed his lips and forced an explanation. As Taoist practitioners, we need to have 4 elements: wealth, law, land, and partner. I earn money for the sake of cultivation. Su Yuyao suddenly found this rogue quite cute and said, got it. You rest well, and I will arrange for your discharge tomorrow. The next morning, Su Yuyao and a group of doctors came to check on the patients. Chen Haoyu, who was meditating, heard the noise and opened his eyes. Looking at the time, he was surprised to find it was already 7 in the morning. He couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, time flies when one is cultivating. He felt as if he had only meditated for a short while, but it had actually been 8 hours. This shows just how powerful the cultivation method created by the Immortal of Leisure the Leisure Sutra, is. An old professor in his 60s looked at Chun Haoyu's medical examination results from the previous day and said in surprise, "You were in a coma for 100 days. And after waking up, your physical condition is surprisingly much stronger than that of an ordinary person. This is quite strange. Young man, have you practiced martial arts?" Chun Haoyu straightened his back and said, "In terms of martial arts, I should be invincible in the world." He's bragging again. Su Yuyao was speechless. The old professor smiled and said, "It seems you are a fan of martial arts." Chun Haoyu replied, "Men who don't like martial arts usually lack guts. However, I'm not bragging. I really am invincible." The immortal of leisure lived for over 120 years, not only possessing great magical power, but also being a top martial arts master. There's basically no martial art he doesn't know. Of course, what is referred to as martial arts here is not as impressive as what is described in martial arts novels. And there is no such thing as true energy or inner strength. The flying and wall running in movies, or being able to kill someone with a palm strike from 20 meters away, simply do not exist in this world. Ancient martial arts and national arts are practiced through vital energy and strength, but the levels are not as finely divided as in national arts. When Chun Haoyu claims to be an invincible martial arts master, it is not nonsense. He has inherited the teachings of the immortal of leisure and possesses magical power, which is equivalent to having another grandmaster like Zhang Sanfeng in the world. Even the top masters who have refined their martial arts to the peak of strength may not be able to withstand 3 of his moves. There's no way around it. Magical power is a higher level of existence than strength. If Chun Haoyu admits to being second, no one would dare claim to be first. The old professor thought Chun Haoyu was joking and said, "All right, this world's #1 master, congratulations, you can be discharged today." Chun Haoyu cupped his fists and said, "Thank you very much." The old professor returned the gesture and said, "No need to be polite." Ha. Seeing the old man and the young man mimicking characters from martial arts films, the doctors couldn't help but laugh. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at Chun Haoyu. This guy is really a show-off. Chapter 9. A fortune for 200,000. After the rounds were finished, Su Jiangwo walked in with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, around 40, stood about 1.8 meters tall, with neatly combed hair and somewhat resembling Su Jiangwo, but with less composure and more casualness. It goes without saying that this man was Su Jiangwo's illegitimate son, Su Hai. "Old Su, I'm about to be discharged. What do you need from me?" "Xiao Chun. This is my second son, Su Hai. I want to ask you to read his fortune." Su Jiangwo said. "Old Su, didn't you say you don't believe in these things?" Su Jiangwo replied, "I'm not that stubborn. Yesterday, you won 6,000 from me, which shows you have real skills. My son is already over 40, but still can't make me worry. I'm afraid he might have problems, so I asked you to take a look at him." Chun Haoyu looked at Su Hai and found that he was also looking at him, his eyes filled with distrust. "Kid, you can fool my dad, but you can't fool me. Tell me, how did you know I have a son?" Su Hai said coldly. Su Jiangwo kicked Su Hai in the butt and said sternly, "Shut up." Su Hai, with a wronged expression, said, "Dad, this kid is only in his 20s. How can he be as amazing as you say? You must have been fooled by him." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Why would I need to deceive the old man? Just for 6,000? You really underestimate me." Su Hai snorted and said, 6,000 is just the beginning. Once my dad completely trusts you, it probably won't just be 6,000. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, "You're right. If you want me to read your fortune, at least give me 100,000. Su Hai was so angry he laughed, pointing at Chun Haoyu and saying to Su Jiangwo, "Dad, did you hear that? This kid admits it." "Shut up." Su Jiangwo scolded Su Hai and turned to Chun Haoyu, saying, "Xiao Chun, why is that?" Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Old Su, a person's fate is changing every moment, and no one can predict it accurately. I can only give a rough estimate. However, for such an obvious calamity as Mr. Su's, I can see it clearly. If you trust me, give me 100,000. If you don't, just consider me talking nonsense." Su Hai said, "What if you take the money and run?" Chun Haoyu replied, "That would only mean your judgment is flawed." Hee. Su Hai mocked, "I've lived this long, and it's my first time meeting someone like you." Chun Haoyu said, "It's also my first time meeting a businessman who has been in the business world for 20 years and is still so frivolous and impatient." Su Hai said fiercely, "Do you believe I can kill you?" Chun Haoyu shook his head disdainfully and said, "With you? Mr. Su, you really overestimate yourself." Su Jiangwo frowned and said, "Su Hai, you have no say here. Xiao Chun, I'll pay the 100,000. Chun Haoyu said, "Now it's changed. I want 200,000. You bastard." Su Hai exploded in anger. Chen Haoyu turned to Su Jiangwo and calmly said, "Old Su, I don't like your son. 200,000 is the last chance. Will you give it or not?" Seeing the depth and coldness in Chen Haoyu's eyes, Su Jiangwo gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, Dad." Su Hai was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Jiangwo's stern voice. "Give the money." Su Hai dared not defy him and could only glare at Chen Haoyu with resentment as he transferred 200,000 to him. Chen Haoyu put away his phone and said lightly, "Mr. Su, don't feel like you've been cheated. If it weren't for old Su's face, even if you offered me 20 million, I wouldn't bother with you." Su Jiangwo took over the conversation and said, "Xiao Chun, there's no need to beat around the bush. Just tell us, what disaster is he facing?" Chen Haoyu said, "If I'm not mistaken, Su Zong should have taken on a municipal project, right?" Su Jiangwo looked at Su Hai, who nodded and said, "It's the Longmen Bridge in Yanhai. It will be completed in half a month." "Completed?" Chen Haoyu sneered and said, "You think a shoddy project like yours can be completed? What a joke." Su Jiangwo's face changed dramatically, and he said, "Are you implying there are problems with the construction of the Longmen Bridge? For a construction company, public welfare projects absolutely cannot go wrong. Once there is a problem, not only the Su family, but even families 10 times more powerful than the Su family would be unable to cope. If the Longmen Bridge is indeed a shoddy project and it gets exposed, the entire Su family would be doomed." Su Hai frowned and said, "Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. That's impossible. Although I may have my faults, I would never cut corners on a public welfare project." Chen Haoyu replied, "You wouldn't do it. But does that mean others wouldn't? Not everyone can hold their ground in the face of profit." Su Hai said, "The person in charge of constructing the Longmen Bridge is Xiao Hui's older brother. He doesn't lack money at all." Su Jiangwo asked, "Xiao Hui is the mistress you are keeping outside?" Su Hai paused and said, "Dad, don't say it so harshly. She is the mother of your grandson." Chen Haoyu found Su Hai's foolishness amusing and said, "Su Zong, you should immediately find a few reliable third parties to inspect the Longmen Bridge. They can determine within 2 hours whether the bridge meets the standards." Su Hai said, "What if the results prove you are talking nonsense?" Chen Haoyu replied, "If so, not only will I return the 200,000, but I'll also give you an additional 100,000. Conversely, if the results are as I predicted, then I would appreciate it if you could give me another 100,000. Su Hai said, "No problem." The two exchanged contact information, and Su Hai hurriedly left. Su Jiangwo asked anxiously, "Xiao Chun, how confident are you?" Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, "Of course, it's 100%. Su Zong's brother-in-law is deeply in debt. He has taken at least 20 million from the project through his position." Su Jiangwo exclaimed, "You can even calculate that?" Chen Haoyu said, "That's just the beginning. Su Zong is just a piece on the chessboard. There are greater powers behind the whole incident. Haha, Su Lao, don't forget. Your eldest son is the core of the Su family." Boom. Upon hearing that last sentence, Su Jiangwo felt as if his brain was exploding. Everyone knows that the heir to the Su family is his eldest son, Su Jiang, who holds a prominent leadership position in a city in another province. At this moment, Su Jiang is at a critical juncture in his rise. If it suddenly gets exposed that Su Hai was involved in a shoddy project, the outcome is unimaginable. The other party is clearly out for blood against the Su family. Thinking of this, a strong murderous intent surged within Su Jiangwo, and he said, "Xiao Chun, can you figure out who it is?" Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, "Su Lao, I'm not a deity. How could I know? Su Zhang's opponent is no ordinary person, and I wouldn't do something that puts me in danger. This is also the first lesson of the mysterious door. Never place oneself in a dangerous situation. If it comes to a last resort, then crush the danger in its infancy." Chapter 10. Taking Advantage of the Goddess. Su Jiangwo had completely believed Chen Haoyu and said, "No matter what, the Su family owes you a big favor." "No need." Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "I read your son's fortune, and your son gave me money. We are even now, and there is no debt between us. As long as you think this money is worth it, that is good enough." Su Jiangwo looked deeply at Chen Haoyu and said, "All right, then thank you." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "You're welcome." An hour later, Chen Haoyu completed the discharge procedures and left with Su Yuyao. In the elevator, Chen Haoyu admired Su Yuyao and couldn't help but exclaim, "How did you get so beautiful?" Su Yuyao, dressed in a white coat, was already stunning, and in a light blue dress, she was even more breathtaking, especially her figure. With curves in all the right places, combined with her elegant and noble temperament, would leave anyone, even a celestial being, utterly enchanted. Su Yuyao said lightly, "Your compliments are quite unique." Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "Sorry, I never went to school when I was young." Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and ignored him. As they exited the hospital building, they saw a luxurious sports car filled with roses parked in front of the building. A handsome man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and exuding charm, stood there holding flowers, smiling. Chen Haoyu could guess with his back to the wall that this guy was one of Su Yuyao's suitors. To avoid any misunderstanding, Chen Haoyu immediately took a step back. Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed him. "Where are you going?" Su Yuyao smiled at Chen Haoyu. "Damn, this woman wants to use me as a shield." Chen Haoyu almost instantly understood the smile in Su Yuyao's eyes and said, "I suddenly feel a bit urgent. I need to go to the bathroom." Too late. Su Yuyao directly linked her arm with Chen Haoyu's, saying, "Since you're staying at my place, you must help me fend off these annoying people. Otherwise, we can go our separate ways. Anyway, you're fine now, and even if we go to court, I'm not afraid." Chen Haoyu cursed, "Damn, Su Yuyao, you're ruthless." This was the first time Su Yuyao had been cursed at. Instead of getting angry, she felt quite intrigued, and her smile grew wider as she said, "The most venomous woman's heart. Haven't you heard?" Chen Haoyu snorted and said, "Aren't you afraid of burying yourself?" Many romance novels have this kind of plot, where the female lead casually grabs a man to act as a fake boyfriend, and in the end, they become real. Su Yuyao said, "If you have the charm to make me fall in love with you, I wouldn't mind turning a fake into a real thing." Chen Haoyu's heart stirred and said, "In that case, don't blame me for collecting some interest first." "What do you mean?" Before Su Yuyao could understand Chen Haoyu's words, Chen Haoyu had already wrapped his arm around her slim waist. The distance between them grew even closer. Su Yuyao shivered, feeling both shy and angry. This bastard actually dared to take advantage of me. Chen Haoyu squeezed Su Yuyao's waist and whispered, "This feels really good." The two spoke softly and were very close, both wearing smiles on their faces. Anyone who saw this would think they were a couple. The handsome man was no exception. At this moment, his smile had completely vanished, replaced by a chilling coldness. Who is this person? Why is Su Yuyao, who usually treats men coldly, so close to him? The handsome man's eyes were fixed on Chen Haoyu. If looks could kill, Chen Haoyu would have already turned into a porcupine. "Yuyao, long time no see." Seeing Su Yuyao walk over, the handsome man immediately approached, and his face turned as warm as spring. Su Yuyao frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Shun, I've told you many times, don't call me Yuyao. I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand." The handsome man turned to Chen Haoyu and said, "I am Shundong from Shin Group. May I ask your surname, sir?" Chen Haoyu replied, "My surname is Chen Haoyu." Shundong asked, "Yuyuan has always said she has a boyfriend. I thought it was just an excuse, but it turns out to be true." Chen Haoyu's next response was crucial, and Su Yuyuan beside him gently squeezed his arm, signaling him to answer properly. "What boyfriend?" "Mr. Shun, I think you misunderstood," Chen Haoyu said. Su Yuyuan's expression froze, and her two fingers dug into the tender flesh on Chen Haoyu's arm, making him wince in pain. "Haoyu, what are you saying?" Su Yuyuan said discontentedly. Chen Haoyu sighed and said, "Yuyuan, I know you like me, but please give me some time because I really can't determine what my feelings for you are." Uft. Hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Shindong almost broke down. What does that mean? Su Yuyuan is pursuing him, and he still isn't willing? Damn, even a TV drama script wouldn't dare to write this. Su Yuyuan also didn't expect Chen Haoyu to pull this stunt, so she could only brace herself and continue the act, saying, "No matter what, I'm committed to you for life." Chen Haoyu replied, "Yuan, I'm just a scumbag. I can't give up an entire forest for you." Su Yuyuan said without hesitation, "As long as you can be by my side, I don't mind anything. You can stay at my place for now." Chen Haoyu sighed and said, "I have no money and no power. I really don't know what you see in me." Su Yuyuan replied, "I don't care if you have money. I just like you as a person." Chen Haoyu smiled bitterly and said, "All right, then let's live together for a while. If it doesn't work out, we'll break up." Su Yuyuan happily nodded and said, "Okay." Shindong was stunned. The high cold goddess in his heart was actually willing to get close to this man in a cheap t-shirt, which was beyond his imagination. "Yuyuan, are you really going to live with him?" Shindong asked incredulously. Su Yuyuan replied, "Of course. Mr. Shun, thank you very much for your kindness, but we really aren't suited for each other. Haoyu, let's go." "Okay," Chen Haoyu agreed, wrapping his arm around Su Yuyuan as they walked toward the parking lot. Shindong stood dumbfounded for a while before taking out his phone and dialing a number. Check on Shun Haoyu. I want all his information. At that moment, Shindong's expression turned extremely ugly. When they reached the parking lot, Su Yiyuan coldly said, "How long are you going to keep holding me?" Shun Haoyu didn't let go. Instead, he tightened his hold and said affectionately, "Until the end of time." "You should say that to other women," Su Yiyuan said, stepping on Shun Haoyu's shoe. "Ouch!" Shun Haoyu grimaced in pain, covering his foot and hopping around. "Yiyuan, you're too ruthless. Thanks for the compliment," Su Yiyuan said with a proud smile. Chapter 11. Just a sharp angle, no big deal. Chapter 12. You can call me a culinary god. Shun Haoyu took Su Yiyuan's car to the house he had rented before. That annoying landlord had cleared out his things after being unable to contact him. The house had also been rented out to a couple of university students 2 months ago. To avoid trouble with Shun Haoyu, she hadn't thrown his things away but had stored them in the basement. Shun Haoyu packed his clothes, laptop, and some old Taoist texts into a travel bag, discarding everything else as junk. Once in the car, Shun Haoyu saw the landlord still cursing from the rearview mirror and gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn, it's like a dragon swimming in shallow water being bullied by shrimp. Or a tiger falling in the plains being humiliated by dogs. How can a dignified celestial master like me be insulted like this? It's simply outrageous." Su Yiyuan smirked slightly and said, "Aren't you very powerful? Why not use the same methods you used on Donghua to deal with her?" Shun Haoyu rolled his eyes and said, "Although this landlord speaks harshly and is unreasonable, she did provide me with a place to stay. Plus, even if I went missing for 100 days, she didn't touch my things. A man of honor knows how to distinguish between gratitude and resentment. I certainly can't deal with her." At this point, Shun Haoyu suddenly realized something was off and quickly added, "Besides, Donghua had heart problems. That has nothing to do with me." Su Yiyuan gave him a meaningful look and said, "Is that so?" Shun Haoyu replied, "Of course." Su Yiyuan said, "If you say so, then it must be true." Shun Haoyu felt a toothache coming on. "Damn, this woman is too clever. She managed to trick me this way without me noticing. It seems I need to be more careful in the future." Half an hour later, the car turned into a high-end community called Longtingju. Shun Haoyu checked and found that this community was less than 7 kilometers from Kangen Hospital, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. If he had known Su Yiyuan had to take such a long detour, he wouldn't have let her drive him. The environment of Longtingju was excellent, with separated pedestrian and vehicle areas and a greenery coverage of 50%. Even in Yanhai, a first-tier city, it was a well-known place. Su Yiyuan rented room 801, Unit 1, Building 12, which was 208 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms. Very spacious and luxuriously decorated. Shun Haoyu took a look around and couldn't help but praise, "This is really nice." "Su, it must cost a lot for your rent this month." Su Yiyuan replied, 20,000. Shun Haoyu gave her a thumbs up and said, "You women are really tough on yourselves." A car worth over 200,000 plus a 200 square meter apartment would cost Su Yiyuan at least 35,000 a month just for these 2 items. Although Kangen Hospital is the best private hospital in Yanhai, with the attending doctors' monthly salaries generally over 50,000, it still couldn't keep up with Su Yiyuan's expenses. Su Yiyuan said, "What I value is the privacy and security of Longtingju." Shun Haoyu nodded and said, "You're so beautiful. You do need better security." Su Yiyuan said, "Now that a rogue has moved in with me, no amount of security at Longtingju will help." Shun Haoyu pointed at himself and said, "Are you talking about me?" Su Yiyuan asked, "Who else?" Shun Haoyu indignantly said, "You're insulting me." Su Yiyuan said indifferently, "If you can't stand it, you can leave." Shun Haoyu chuckled. "Want me to leave? No way. 3 months, 90 days, I won't leave a single day early." Su Yiyuan pointed to a nearby bedroom and said, "That one is yours. The bathroom and shower, we each have one. No problem. You can't enter my room without my permission. Don't worry, I definitely won't go in. You'd better buy a washing machine. I don't want to share." "No need to buy. I like hand washing. I don't like using a washing machine." "You can't bring anyone here." "Of course." Su Yiyuan laid out a long list, and Shun Haoyu kept nodding. Finally, unable to take it anymore, Shun Haoyu helplessly said, "How about this? When you have time, just print out a co-renting agreement. You're saying too much at once. I can't remember it all." Su Yiyuan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, you go tidy up your room." Shun Haoyu said, "There's nothing to tidy up. My clothes have grown moldy in the basement. I'll go buy new ones this afternoon." "Su Yiyuan, I also need to set some rules." Su Yuyao said, "Speak." Shun Haoyu replied, "You can come into my bedroom anytime, but you absolutely cannot touch my books. Su Yuyao curiously asked, are your books very valuable? Chen Haoyu said, of course. These books are Taoist classics with annotations from many past Taoist masters. To outsiders, they might be worthless, but for us practitioners, they are crucial. Su Yuyao nodded and said, okay, I remember. Chen Haoyu extended his hand and smiled. Then let's enjoy living together. Su Yuyao ignored his hand and coldly replied, you'll leave. And I'll be much happier. After saying that, Su Yuyao returned to her bedroom, took a change of clothes, and went into the bathroom. She had worked a night shift and felt uncomfortable all over. She couldn't take it anymore. You really are at ease with me. Chen Haoyu shrugged and placed his suitcase in his bedroom. After tidying up a bit, Chen Haoyu felt a bit hungry. Looking at the time, it was already 12:30. Chen Haoyu walked into the kitchen and saw fish, meat, and vegetables in the fridge, so he started to get busy. In his dreams, the carefree immortal was a well-known foodie. He had eaten everywhere, from the royal palace to the streets, and had learned everything. By the age of 40, his cooking skills had reached their peak. Even the top royal chefs could not compare to him. Chen Haoyu inherited the carefree immortal's legacy, which naturally included his cooking skills. Originally average at cooking, the moment he picked up the knife, he immediately felt inspired. In just half an hour, he produced a dish of Westlake vinegar fish, a stir-fried tomato and egg dish, and a cabbage vermicelli soup, all freshly made. After Su Yuyao finished her shower and came out of the bathroom, she was surprised to see 2 dishes and a soup on the dining table. You can cook? She exclaimed. Chen Haoyu put down the rice and proudly said, of course. Let me reintroduce myself. Standing in front of you is the world's greatest chef. You can call me Chef God. Su Yuyao was already immune to Chen Haoyu's boasting. She rolled her eyes and ignored him. Chen Haoyu, feeling mischievous, pretended to be silly and said, wow, Su Yuyao, you're not wearing a bra. Su Yuyao screamed and immediately covered her chest. The goddess's cool demeanor disappeared entirely. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily and said, just kidding. Su Yuyao gritted her teeth in anger but had no way to deal with him. Chapter 13. The amazing notice after a while. Su Yuyao dried her hair and came to the dining room to eat. Seeing Chen Haoyu sitting still, Su Yuyao said, not bad. I guess you still have a bit of gentlemanly demeanor. Chen Haoyu picked up his bowl and took a bite of rice, saying, of course. With a beauty like you, I have to wait for you. After all, beauty is worth savoring. If it were an ugly woman, I wouldn't eat with her even if you beat me to death. Su Yuyao sighed and said, Chen Haoyu, sometimes I really want to sew your mouth shut. Chen Haoyu replied, sew it shut after we finish eating. In this world, we cannot neglect beautiful people and delicious food. Su Yuyao picked up her chopsticks and said, then I'll see if what you made is really delicious. She picked up a piece of fish, dipped it in the soup, and put it in her mouth. Su Yuyao's eyes lit up. She felt the deliciousness of the fish perfectly blended with the sweet and sour soup in her mouth, creating a unique flavor that was unforgettable. After tasting the tomato and egg dish and sipping the cabbage vermicelli soup, she exclaimed, your cooking is at a 5-star chef level. Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, don't scold me, okay? Those 5-star chefs can at most be my apprentices. I'm not bragging. If the spices in your kitchen were of a higher quality, the dishes I made would taste at least twice as good. Su Yuyao said, I believe you. Then I'll leave the cooking for the next 3 months to you. Not asking for confirmation, Chen Haoyu realized, you flatter me and expect me to cook. Su Yuyao, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Su Yuyao replied, then let's take turns, 1 day each. But I must remind you, I'm much worse at cooking than you. Chen Haoyu said, even if it's dark cuisine, I'll eat it without hesitation. Su Yuyao said while serving soup, all right. After finishing their meal, Su Yuyao watched some TV before going to catch up on sleep. Chen Haoyu borrowed the car keys from Su Yuyao, drove the Range Rover, and went to the administrative hall to apply for the clinic's business license. I must say, the efficiency of government departments nowadays is remarkable. After the information was verified, the documents would be ready by tomorrow morning. After sorting out the documents, Chen Haoyu went to the antique street in the southern suburbs of Yanhai. There were quite a few talisman shops here, and Chen Haoyu needed to buy some brushes, cinnabar, yellow paper, jade, and other items to make talismans. In the past, without any magical power, the talismans he made were completely useless, pure deception. He wouldn't be wronged if he ended up in jail for that. Now it was different. Having received the carefree immortal's inheritance, Chen Haoyu was fully capable of making various types of talismans. Half an hour later, he had bought everything he needed, and he drove to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic he had just rented. After closing the door, Chen Haoyu picked up a piece of low-quality Hetian jade and began to carve it. The tools used for carving here weren't knives, but magical powers. Talismans generally fall into two types. One is the ordinary talisman made with cinnabar and yellow paper, and the other is the jade talisman drawn with various gemstones. The former only requires magical power, while the latter requires profound magical ability. The soul of the carefree immortal was a crystallization formed after more than 100 years of magical cultivation, and after merging with Chen Haoyu, it allowed his magical powers to be nearly on par with those ancient Taoist masters. Drawing a jade talisman was naturally a piece of cake. In just half an hour, Chen Haoyu completed several jade talismans with different functions and more than 10 ordinary talismans. He placed one of the Dispel Evil Jade Talisman on the inner side of the door frame, easily resolving the sharp corner evil emanating from the hotel across the street. Buying a piece of drawing paper from a nearby shop, Chen Haoyu wrote several lines on it with a brush. This clinic specializes in difficult and complicated diseases, except for terminal illnesses. 3 patients per day, registration fee 3,000 yuan, consultation fee 10,000 yuan. Consultation times are Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. If unable to cure, full refund. After reading it, Chen Haoyu was very satisfied and directly posted the notice at the entrance. The shop owner next door, named Zhang Nan, was a middle-aged fat man weighing at least 200 pounds. Seeing Chen Haoyu's notice, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother, a registration fee of 3,000 yuan and a consultation fee of 10,000 yuan. Your price is much higher than those nationally renowned medical experts. In terms of medical skills, I'm leagues ahead of those experts. Their registration fees are over 1,000 yuan. Why should mine be lower? Ha ha ha, that's bold. But what does the limit of 3 patients mean? It means just what it says. I only accept 3 patients a day. 3 patients for 9,000 yuan. 5 days a week, that's 45,000. After a month, that's 180000, which is about my yearly income. However, I feel that it's very unlikely anyone will come here. If no one comes, then so be it. I'm not counting on this to make a living. After chatting with Zhang Nan for a while, Chen Haoyu took his leave. Watching his back, Zhang Nan shook his head and murmured, "This young man is crazy about money." On the way, he bought a few hairy crabs and returned to Longtingju community. Su Yuyao was already awake, sitting on the sofa reading a book. She was wearing a collared t-shirt that showcased her perfect figure, paired with denim shorts that revealed her slender, straight legs. If previously Su Yuyao gave Chen Haoyu an impression of elegance and aloofness, now she appeared sexy and alluring. Chen Haoyu put down the bag and said, "Beauty Su, I'd like to discuss something with you." Su Yuyao didn't lift her head and replied, "Speak." Chen Haoyu said, "Could you wear slightly more conservative clothes in the future?" Su Yuyao frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I'm a vigorous young man, and you're a stunning beauty. If you wear too little, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself, and that would be too awkward." Su Yuyao looked up at Chen Haoyu and playfully said, "Do you have the guts to do that?" Chen Haoyu responded, "Of course, I just can't do that." Su Yuyao teased, "Afraid of going to jail?" Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, "I'm from the Xianmen. What restrains me is not the law, but the heavenly way." Chen Haoyu, do you know what makes you the most annoying? Without waiting for Chen Haoyu to answer, Su Yuyao continued, "It's bragging." Chen Haoyu sighed and said, "I finally understand what it means to have a soulmate hard to find and a confidant hard to seek." Su Yuyao said lightly, "Your soulmate and confidant might be in a mental hospital." Chen Haoyu replied, "No matter where they are, having one is enough. My traditional Chinese medicine clinic opens tomorrow, and I want to celebrate with hairy crabs this afternoon. Dr. Su, I wonder if you would honor me with your presence?" Su Yuyao, who loved hairy crabs the most, said nonchalantly, "That would be an honor." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "All right." Seeing Chen Haoyu carrying the hairy crabs into the kitchen, Su Yuyao revealed a radiant smile. She realized having such a humorous and interesting guy at home wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 14. How did you do it? 1 hairy crab and 3 side dishes later, Su Yuyao took out a bottle of red wine, and the two began to drink. After a satisfying meal, Su Yuyao said, "I'm going for a walk in the community. Do you want to join?" Chen Haoyu gestured with his hand and said, "Of course. I need to familiarize myself with the environment." They each changed into a pair of sneakers and started walking around the community. Longtingju community was very large, with 16 buildings. All spacious apartments over 200 square meters, and behind them were 20 standalone villas, each valued at around 300 million, which was astonishingly expensive. As they walked into the villa area, Chun Haoyu looked around and smiled. The feng shui here is quite good. It seems it received guidance from a master. Su Yao asked, how so? Chun Haoyu explained. In feng shui, the ideal residence is close to mountains and water, guarded by the green dragon and white tiger on either side. Su Yao asked in confusion, but this is the city. Where are the mountains and water? Chun Haoyu laughed and said, if there are no mountains and water, then we create them. Look, every villa here has a swimming pool in front and an artificial hill behind, with a few big trees on either side. This way, the villas form a situation of being surrounded by mountains and water. Although it can't compare to naturally formed excellent feng shui, it's already impressive to create such a feng shui layout in the city center. Su Yao looked at Chun Haoyu in surprise and said, you really understand these things? Chun Haoyu proudly replied, of course. The 5 arts of metaphysics, mountains, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. These are all things I need to learn. Medical and feng shui arts are just 2 branches of it. Su Yao remarked, since you're so capable, why are you still struggling? Chun Haoyu rolled his eyes in frustration. Su Yao, you really have a sharp tongue. Su Yao smiled slightly and said, thanks for the compliment. After walking for more than half an hour, just as they were about to head back, they suddenly saw 4 or 5 people gathered in a small park ahead, where an elderly man in a white lab coat was lying on the ground. Su Yao's expression changed, and she said while running, something happened. Chun Haoyu quickly followed her. When they reached the small park, Su Yao saw that the old man's face was red, and he had already fainted. A young man in his early 20s with dyed yellow hair was anxiously making a phone call. Su Yao called out, I'm a doctor. Please step back and do not obstruct the airflow. Upon hearing this, the onlookers quickly stepped back 10 meters. After finishing his call, the yellow-haired young man, upon hearing that Su Yao was a doctor, hurriedly said, my grandfather has high blood pressure and heart disease. He suddenly fainted when he got up. Doctor, you must save him. Su Yao checked the old man's eyelids and felt his pulse, which was very weak, and said, where's the fast-acting rescue heart pill? The young man panicked. I didn't bring it. Give me 5 minutes. I'll go home and get it. Su Yao shouted, hurry. The young man turned and ran towards the villa area as fast as he could. At that moment, the old man's face and limbs began to convulse, and his already pale face turned even whiter. Su Yao's face changed drastically. She quickly unbuttoned the old man's collar to ensure he could breathe easily, then clenched her fist and struck the old man's chest with force. This was a first aid method used for cardiac arrest when there was no defibrillator, a last resort. Just as Su Yao's fist made contact with the old man's chest, Chun Haoyu grabbed her wrist. Su Yao exclaimed, what are you doing? Chun Haoyu's gaze was calm as he gently said, let me do it. Su Yao frowned and said, don't mess around. Chun Haoyu insisted, I'm confident. How confident are you? Su Yao was taken aback and immediately stepped back 3 paces, saying, you do it. As expected of the chief physician at Kangen Hospital, she was decisive. Chun Haoyu praised her in his heart, then immediately crouched down, using 2 fingers to press on a crucial acupoint on the old man's chest. A trickle of spiritual energy flowed from his fingers into the old man's heart meridian, swirling around before Chun Haoyu lifted his hand and tapped the old man's heart. The old man sat up as if resurrected. Good. Seeing that the old man was fine, everyone cheered. Su Yao looked at Chun Haoyu in disbelief and asked, how did you do that? Without any tools, he saved an elderly man who had suffered cardiac arrest in under 15 seconds with just 2 fingers, which made Su Yao, known as the most beautiful medical genius at Yindu Medical College, feel it was quite unbelievable. Little did she know that Chun Haoyu's spiritual energy was the essence of gathered spiritual qi, the best elixir in the world, far surpassing any fast-acting rescue heart pill. Chun Haoyu took the old man's hand and checked his pulse, smiling. Old man, you're fine now. Let's go to the pavilion and rest for a while. The old man nodded and said, young man, thank you. Chun Haoyu helped him up and said, you weren't just saved by me alone. The old man looked at Su Yao, and she said, I didn't manage to help, so I can't take credit. The old man replied, as long as you have the compassion to save me, I should be grateful. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, enough of that. Let us go sit in the pavilion for a bit. The old man agreed, okay. Chun Haoyu and Su Yao helped the elderly man into the pavilion and sat down. Through some conversation, they learned about the old man's situation. His name was Cheng Guangyao, 72 years old, and one of the most famous antique collectors in Yanhai, running an antique shop, and was indeed a wealthy person. The young man who ran home to get emergency heart medicine Huang Mao, was Cheng Guangyao's only grandson, Cheng Qinghe. Due to his parents' pampering, this young man was not learning well at a young age, spending all day hanging out with a group of friends, which greatly angered Cheng Guangyao. Chen Haoyu said, "Old Cheng, your illness this time was completely caused by anger. You are older now, and your health is not good. It's best to adjust your mindset and not get angry easily." Cheng Guangyao pointed to the distant Cheng Qinghe, saying, "I was infuriated by this kid." Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Your grandson may be a bit willful, but he is very filial to you." "Filial?" Cheng Guangyao said angrily. "If it weren't for you two young people, I would have been angered to death by him." Hearing the term young couple, Chen Haoyu playfully looked at Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and turned her head away. "Grandpa, are you okay now?" Cheng Qinghe gasped for breath, his face filled with joy. Cheng Guangyao snorted and said, "It would be better if you had made me die." Cheng Qinghe quickly pleaded, "Grandpa, this is my fault. Please don't be angry with me." Cheng Guangyao asked, "Are you still going racing tonight?" It turned out the old man was angry because Cheng Qinghe wanted to go racing on Pancha Road with a group of rich second-generation kids. Cheng Qinghe straightened his back and immediately promised, "I absolutely won't go." Chapter 15. Falling out with the Cheng family, you better keep your word, Cheng Guangyao said, then pointed at Chun Haoyu and Su Yuyao. "This time I survived thanks to these two. You must thank them properly." "No problem. Thank you both for saving me." Midway through his sentence, Cheng Qinghe stopped, his eyes staring dreamily at Su Yuyao. Previously, due to nervousness, he only thought Su Yuyao was somewhat beautiful and didn't pay much attention. Now seeing Su Yuyao, he was instantly captivated by her stunning beauty and elegant demeanor. So beautiful. Cheng Qinghe vowed that in his 20-plus years of life, he had seen many beauties, but none could compare to Su Yuyao. Even the so-called most beautiful diva in the entertainment industry, Luo Beer, fell short in charm. Su Yuyao had seen enough of Cheng Qinghe's infatuated expression and felt disgusted, a hint of dissatisfaction flashing in her beautiful eyes. Cheng Guangyao kicked Cheng Qinghe and scolded, "What are you being foolish for?" Cheng Qinghe came to his senses and quickly said, "Sorry, I just didn't expect Miss Su to be so beautiful." Chen Haoyu said lightly, "Whether Miss Su is beautiful or not is not important. What's important is that you are in serious trouble." Cheng Qinghe was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Haoyu looked at him deeply and said, "You have a dark aura, your eyes are murky, and you are in deep misfortune. This is a sign of bloodshed." A typical ominous sign. Su Yuyao's expression changed, and she quickly nudged him, saying, "Chen Haoyu, don't talk nonsense." Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, "I'm just speaking the truth." Cheng Qinghe became furious and pointed at Chen Haoyu, saying, "Do you dare to curse me?" Chen Haoyu's words were too harsh. Even Cheng Guangyao showed a look of discontent. Chen Haoyu smiled and said to Cheng Qinghe, "My fortune-telling skills are much better than my medical skills. If you don't believe me, then forget it." "Forget it?" Cheng Qinghe insisted, "There's no way things are that simple in this world. You should apologize to me." Cheng Guangyao said sternly, "Qinghe, Mr. Chun is my lifesaver." He only mentioned saving lives, but did not say that Chun Haoyu should not apologize, indicating that Cheng Guangyao was still quite angry with Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu's smile faded, and he said lightly, "Old Cheng, I'm sorry for meddling. After all, I saved your life. Shouldn't you thank me?" Cheng Guangyao replied, "Yes. How do you want me to thank you?" Chen Haoyu extended a finger and said, 100,000. Su Yuyao angrily said, "Chen Haoyu, are you obsessed with money?" Using a life-saving favor to exchange for compensation was something that truly crossed Su Yuyao's bottom line. This made her impression of Chen Haoyu plummet to the bottom. Chen Haoyu looked indifferent and said to Su Yuyao, "The Xianmen talks about cause and effect. I don't want to be entangled in the Cheng family's affairs. Using money to settle it is the most appropriate." "Fine." Cheng Guangyao was also a bit angry and said without hesitation, "Using 100,000 to settle this cause and effect, I profit. Qinghe, pay up." Chen Haoyu placed his phone on the stone table and opened the payment code. Cheng Qinghe glared at him and transferred 100,000, disdainfully saying, "Is that enough?" Chen Haoyu smiled slightly, took out a talisman he had just made that afternoon, and said, 200,000, to help you avoid this crisis. Do you want to buy it? Cheng Qinghe burst out laughing, pointing at the talisman in Chen Haoyu's hand, and said, "Do you think I'm that stupid to buy this for protection?" Chen Haoyu simply hummed and ignored him, turning to Cheng Guangyao and asking, 200,000, buy your grandson a little life. "Old Cheng, are you buying?" "I'm not." Cheng Guangyao was about to refuse when he suddenly saw the warm and deep eyes of Chen Haoyu, and he paused slightly. Having been in the antique business for a lifetime, Cheng Guangyao had heard of some unknown secrets. He knew that there were indeed some powerful fortune-tellers in this world. However, most were overseas, revered as distinguished guests by the upper class, particularly popular in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. Could this young man before him also have such abilities? With a mindset of better to believe than not to believe, Cheng Guangyao swallowed the words he was about to say and said, "I'll buy it." Cheng Qinghe exclaimed, "Grandpa, don't be fooled by him." Cheng Guangyao coldly said, "Let's talk, buy it." Chen Haoyu pointed at the phone on the stone table and smiled at Cheng Qinghe. "Transfer the money." Cheng Qinghe's face turned dark with anger, gritting his teeth and saying, "You wait. This matter is not over between us." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "First transfer the money, then we'll talk." With no choice, Cheng Qinghe could only reluctantly transfer another 200,000 to Chen Haoyu. Only then did Chen Haoyu happily put away his phone and hand the talisman to Cheng Guangyao, saying solemnly, "If you don't want to send white-haired people to black-haired people, let him wear it for 24 hours. If he doesn't wear it and something happens, I won't take any responsibility." Cheng Guangyao nodded and said, "I understand." Knowing that the two of them didn't like him very much, he said, "Then I'll take my leave." Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and stood up to leave. Su Yuyao nodded at Cheng Guangyao and immediately followed him. The way back was silent. Once home, Su Yuyao coldly said, "In 10 minutes, you made 300,000. Chen Haoyu, you really are good at making money." Chen Haoyu retorted, "Why don't you say that in these 10 minutes, I saved 2 lives?" Su Yuyao replied, "Yes. I admit you saved the old man, but what about Cheng Qinghe?" Chen Haoyu pointed at his own eyes and said, "My fortune-telling won't be wrong." Su Yuyao said, "Even if Cheng Qinghe really has a blood disaster, that's not a reason for you to make money like this. Selling a talisman for 200,000. Doesn't that involve illegal activities?" Chen Haoyu replied, "I'm not selling the talisman to you. Why are you getting angry at me? Besides, why do people buy talismans? It's to save lives and to prevent problems before they occur. A talisman can protect Cheng Qinghe's life. Do you think 200,000 is expensive? If I sell it to those wealthy people, they would pay 2 million without hesitation." Su Yuyao sneered, "They wouldn't fall for it. By the way, you just got out of the hospital this morning. Where did you get the talisman?" Chen Haoyu proudly said, "I made it this afternoon." "You really are something." Su Yuyao angrily returned to her bedroom. Chen Haoyu didn't care about Su Yuyao's anger. He whistled, glanced at the 300,000 in his phone, and felt quite pleased. Chapter 16. Something happened to Cheng Qinghe after taking a hot shower. Chen Haoyu returned to his bedroom and picked up a book on the I Ching to read. He was an orphan and had lived in the Sunshine Orphanage in Yanhai since he could remember. At the age of 9, Chen Haoyu was kidnapped by human traffickers, but fortunately, he met his master, the Wuhui Taoist. After saving Chen Haoyu, Wuhui Taoist took him as his disciple. This was a bit like the male protagonist template in a martial arts novel. Unfortunately, Wuhui Taoist was not a transcendent master. He knew a bit of martial arts, but his level was only enough to defeat 2 or 3 small thugs. His skills in fortune-telling and medicine were mediocre, yet he always regarded himself as a member of the mystical sect. Sometimes he claimed to be a disciple of Wudong, and at other times he said he was from Longhushan. Even now, Chen Haoyu still didn't know where this old man actually came from. They lived together for 7 years, during which Chen Haoyu learned a lot of random things from Wuhui Taoist. When Chen Haoyu was 16, Wuhui Taoist fell seriously ill. Even after Chen Haoyu spent all their savings of 23,000 yuan, he couldn't save Wuhui Taoist. He didn't even have money to handle the funeral. Helpless, he sought help from Mama Wu, the head of the Sunshine Orphanage. Without any hesitation, Mama Wu helped Chen Haoyu arrange Wuhui Taoist's funeral. Seeing that Chen Haoyu had nowhere to live, she brought him back to the orphanage. Wuhui Taoist left Chen Haoyu with 2 things: more than 10 Taoist texts and a bead hanging around his neck that contained the essence of the carefree real man. He often said that those Taoist texts were unique copies, annotated by ancestors of various generations. Chen Haoyu, being naive, actually believed it. After Wuhui Taoist passed away, in order to raise money for the funeral, he even took one of the books to an antique shop to sell it, only to be kicked out immediately. Later, after checking online, Chen Haoyu realized that these books were printed in the 1970s and were pirated. Although they weren't worth anything and were in terrible condition, Chen Haoyu still couldn't bear to throw them away and kept them by his side, occasionally flipping through them. He always felt that reading these books was like seeing the wrinkled face of Wuhui Taoist. Very ugly, but very warm. After reading the I Ching for an hour, Chen Haoyu rubbed his eyes and stood up. With the complete inheritance from the carefree real man, his understanding of the I Ching had greatly changed compared to before. If he hadn't even entered the door of the I Ching in the past, now he had already stepped inside. What made Chun Haoyu happiest was that he seemed to have developed an extraordinary ability of photographic memory. The annotations in the I Ching were all imprinted in his mind after just a glance. Even the punctuation marks were remembered clearly. To test his ability, Chun Haoyu took out a medical book, Compendium of Materia Medica, that the carefree real man hadn't read, and started reading it. 5 minutes later, Chun Haoyu closed the book and silently recited it, discovering that the descriptions of the 12 medicinal materials were word-for-word accurate. Chun Haoyu was both surprised and delighted. He felt he had become incredibly powerful. Long Tingju Villa number 16 late at night, taking advantage of Cheng Guangyao's deep sleep. Cheng Qinghe sneaked out and drove his 3 million yuan Lamborghini at full speed to Panchir Mountain on the outskirts of Yanhai. Panchir Mountain was the favorite spot for racing enthusiasts. The government had built a Panchir road here, stretching 16 kilometers, winding and twisting. From time to time, the wealthy second generation of Yanhai would hold car races here. Today, a group of reckless individuals from the neighboring Lingnan city came to challenge Yanhai. For the wealthy second generation, they could lose their heads and bleed, but they absolutely could not lose face. Cheng Qinghe's racing skills were among the best among Yanhai's wealthy second generation, and upon hearing about this event, he agreed without hesitation. This was also why he insisted on coming to Panchir Mountain. Utilizing his skilled techniques, Cheng Qinghe easily defeated the challengers from Lingnan, winning 3 million in gambling money. After partying at the bar for more than 2 hours amidst everyone's compliments, Cheng Qinghe left the bar with a brother, Zhang Quan, who lived in the same community. On the way, while driving, Cheng Qinghe took out the talisman Chun Haoyu sold him and said, "Zhang Quan, do you know what this is?" Zhang Quan observed it seriously, laughed, and said, "Isn't this a talisman? Chenggu, you still believe in this stuff?" Cheng Qinghe angrily replied, "Don't mention it. Last night, my old man was fooled into spending 200,000 on this damn talisman, saying that I had some blood disaster. Damn, it almost made me die of anger." Zhang Quan exclaimed, "Is that true? Chenggu, can you still find that guy? Let's go teach him a lesson together." Cheng Qinghe patted his thigh and said, "That's exactly what I want to hear. His name is Chun Haoyu, and he lives in Long Tingju. Get a few brothers to come over at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I want him to eat this talisman." Zhang Quan replied, "No problem. Damn it, daring to fool my old man. This Chin whatever is simply asking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, a delivery van coming from the opposite direction suddenly swerved for some reason, broke through the guardrail in the middle of the road, and crashed hard into the side of Cheng Qinghe's Lamborghini. Bang! The Lamborghini was flipped over, rolling 3 times before finally coming to a stop. Cheng Qinghe and Zhang Quan were covered in blood and passed out. Just before losing consciousness, Cheng Qinghe vaguely saw the talisman glowing faintly. What? Qinghe had a car accident. Cheng Guangyao was awakened by a call from Yanhai First People's Hospital and hurried to Cheng Qinghe's room, only to find it empty, his face instantly turning pale. The first thing that came to his mind was the mysterious face of Chun Haoyu. Blood disaster. A bad omen. It all came true. Is my grandson all right? Cheng Guangyao's voice trembled slightly. Besides a broken arm and facial abrasions, Mr. Cheng is mostly fine. However, the young man who was in the same car died on the spot. "Doctor, thank you. I'll be there right away." Half an hour later, Cheng Guangyao arrived at Yanhai First People's Hospital and saw Cheng Qinghe, who was receiving in 4 drip. At this moment, Cheng Qinghe had completely lost his former elegance. Half of his face was wrapped in bandages, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed, looking like a mummy. Seeing Cheng Guangyao and Cheng Qinghe's lifeless eyes finally revealed a glimmer of light, he struggled to raise his right hand, revealing the talisman he had tightly clutched. Cheng Guangyao quickly took it, opened it, and saw that a third of the talisman had been burned away, and the mysterious symbols written in vermilion were all gone. At this moment, Cheng Guangyao's heart was filled with gratitude towards Chun Haoyu. He knew he had encountered a true master of the mystical arts. Spending 300,000 to buy the lives of the 2 generations was an enormous profit for the Cheng family this time. Chapter 17, Wajikwan as the sun rose. Chun Haoyu slowly awakened from his meditation. Last night, he had read the Compendium of Materia Medica until 2 in the morning, finishing the entire book. This was not to say that Chun Haoyu was exceptionally talented, but that the immortal master had an in-depth understanding of more than 90% of the herbs in the book. The remaining 10%, Chun Haoyu only needed to read once to clearly remember their appearance, characteristics, and effects. The most frightening part was that after reading, he could draw inferences and create numerous prescriptions using these herbs, which was simply incredible. Chen Haoyu picked up his phone and checked the time. It was now 5 in the morning. This meant that Chen Haoyu had only meditated for 3 hours. However, these 3 hours were more effective than the 10 hours of sleep he used to get. He even felt like he was becoming a Superman. After changing into a t-shirt, sports shorts, and sneakers, Chen Haoyu opened the door and went outside to exercise. A minute later, Su Yuyao walked out of her bedroom. She was also dressed in sportswear. Her black hair casually tied in a ponytail, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Quietly approaching Chen Haoyu's bedroom, Su Yuyao glanced at the compendium of Materia Medica and I Ching on the table, muttering, "This guy is quite studious." Not finding any prohibited items, Su Yuyao felt relieved. Chen Haoyu did not go for a run, but headed to the small square where he had been the previous night. There were already more than a dozen elderly people exercising in the square, each with a rosy complexion and an extraordinary demeanor, clearly from affluent families. This made sense, as those who were not wealthy could not afford to buy houses here. Chen Haoyu walked to a corner where no one was around, stretched his body, then closed his eyes, spreading his legs apart and wrapping his arms around as if hugging a large ball. This was the starting posture of Wujikwan. The immortal master was an unrivaled magician and also an unmatched martial arts expert. He integrated all the martial arts he had collected and, based on his magical power, created a unique set of Wujikwan, which signifies the limitless nature of the universe. Wujikwan is a martial art that cultivates both internal and external strength. It not only enhances vital energy and trains muscles and bones like traditional Chinese martial arts, but also possesses immense lethality, being far more intense than styles like Bajikwan or Xingyiquan. 1,000 years ago, the immortal master had used this set of martial arts to dominate the entire martial world and had participated in the anti-Yuan war. Unfortunately, the court at that time was weak and incompetent, and the immortal master knew it was futile. So he had to retreat into the mountains to contemplate the path to immortality. Similar to Tai Chi, Wujikwan is divided into static and dynamic forms. The former has 12 postures, while the latter has 36. Chen Haoyu spent more than half an hour practicing the static forms. To outsiders, his static form looked like he was holding a pose, remaining motionless for 2 to 3 minutes, which seemed somewhat silly. Some elderly people could not help but curiously watch him. "Old Joe, what's that young man doing? It looks like he's practicing static forms." They say practicing martial arts without the static form is a waste of time. The static form refers to the foundational practice. I heard that some traditional martial arts masters practice static forms every day. So you mean this young man is a master? Looking at his silly appearance, he might just be a beginner. While everyone was discussing, Chen Haoyu finally moved. Every movement he made was very expansive, but the speed was heavier and slower than Tai Chi, giving the impression that he was punching while carrying a mountain, lacking any aesthetic appeal. After seeing a few moves of Chen Haoyu's Wujikwan, the elderly people turned their gazes away in disappointment. They had thought he was a master of traditional martial arts, but it turned out he was just a novice. They had no idea that Wujikwan, like Tai Chi, becomes more flexible when practiced and more powerful when executed. Each of Chen Haoyu's movements infused powerful energy. The slower the speed, the greater the force. Unfortunately, there were too few people in the world who could recognize this. To discern the secrets of Chen Haoyu's Wujikwan, one would have to be at least a master of internal strength. After practicing Wujikwan 3 times, Chen Haoyu pressed his hands down and exhaled a long breath. This breath was incredibly long, taking a full 3 minutes to expel completely. Upon returning home, Su Yuyao, who had already finished her run, was in the kitchen making breakfast. Chen Haoyu walked in and directly asked, "Is there any for me?" Su Yuyao placed 2 fried eggs on a plate and said lightly, "Eat up." Chen Haoyu chuckled, "Thanks, but you'd better make me a bowl of noodles. This isn't enough to fill me." Su Yuyao replied, "There's bread and milk on the table." Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers and said, "All right." After changing clothes and washing his hands, Chen Haoyu sat down to eat across from Su Yuyao. Neither of them spoke. After finishing breakfast, Chen Haoyu suddenly laughed and said, "Su Yuyao, don't you think we resemble a couple that has had an argument?" Su Yuyao frowned slightly and said, "I don't like you making jokes like that." Chen Haoyu replied, "Then don't use me as your shield. I really dislike the nonsense that happened at the hospital yesterday." Su Yuyao stood up and said, "We'll see." Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, "Then I'll also see." "Damn it, do you really think being pretty means you can do whatever you want?" Dream on. I want to indulge this flaw of yours. Looking at the time, it was already 8 in the morning. Chun Haoyu coughed and chuckled. Su, the beautiful lady. Are you driving out today? Su Yuyao said. Not in the morning. I have to go in the afternoon. If you want to use the car, then you'll have to wash all the dishes today. As soon as Chun Haoyu heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said, no problem. I'll go wash the dishes right now. I'll definitely return the car before noon. After finishing up in the kitchen, Chun Haoyu drove the Range Rover to the government service hall. After waiting in line for half an hour, he obtained the business license. On the way back to the clinic, he stopped by the bank and deposited 300,000 into the Sunshine Orphanage's account. After the death of the monk, Chun Haoyu had stayed at the orphanage for 2 years. It wasn't until he turned 18 that he went out to work. Mainly, the Sunshine Orphanage had over 30 children, and the money donated by society and the government was only enough for food. Chun Haoyu wanted to earn money to provide those little ones with a better life. Unfortunately, money was not easy to make. Chun Haoyu had no education, no capital, and his skills in martial arts, fortune-telling, and medicine were all at a half-baked level. He could be said to have no practical skills. Helpless, Chun Haoyu could only do some unskilled jobs. Chun Haoyu has worked over 20 different jobs throughout the years, including roles as an extra, construction worker, security guard, delivery person, salesperson, and fortune teller. At one point, he even juggled 3 part-time jobs. No matter how tough things got, he always transferred 5,000 yuan to the Sunshine Orphanage's account each month. Now that he has money and is unlikely to run out in the future, he naturally wants to ensure that Mama Wu and those little ones have a better life. Chapter 18. Hypnosis? No, it's enchantment. Upon arriving at the clinic, Chun Haoyu received a call from Mama Wu. Xiaoyu, what have you done? How come you have so much money? Mama Wu's voice sounded anxious. Chun Haoyu chuckled, Mom. I've struck it rich. That 300,000 was just a small matter. From now on, I'll send 50,000 to the orphanage every month, so you can make more delicious food for the kids. Mama Wu replied, you need to clarify things for me. What have you been doing all this time? Why is your phone always off when I call? When I went to your place, you weren't there. I thought you had been arrested again. Chun Haoyu's mind raced, and he said, Mom, I went with a group of people to the mountains in Vietnam to dig for agarwood. Agarwood? That very expensive wood? Yes. We were very lucky and found a piece of top-grade agarwood, which sold for over 20 million. I got 1.5 million. Is that true? You're not lying to me, are you? How could I? I just came back to the country yesterday, and the first thing I did was spend 300,000 to rent a clinic to practice traditional Chinese medicine. I'm at the clinic right now. If you don't believe me, we can video call. No need, I believe you. But you're not young anymore. It's best to save money to get married instead of always thinking about the orphanage. We're doing much better than before. Don't worry. I definitely want to lack money in the future. Oh, Mom, I have to go. Someone else here at the clinic. Once I finish this busy period, I'll come and see you and the kids. All right, you get busy. After hanging up the phone, Chun Haoyu sighed in relief. Besides the Taoist priest he respected, the person he feared most was Mama Wu. This wasn't because Mama Wu was particularly powerful, but because she genuinely cared for Chun Haoyu. Having navigated through society, he had developed a thick skin against the disdain, blame, and insults from outsiders. Only the people who treated him well were what he truly cared about. Therefore, he has always placed immense importance on Mama Wu's words. In his heart, she was like a mother to him. Excuse me, are you the doctor at this clinic? A distinguished middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, walked in and asked. Chun Haoyu nodded, yes. The man continued. I saw the notice outside that says you specialize in difficult and complicated cases, and the registration fee is 3,000 yuan. I'm very curious about who the attending physician is. Chun Haoyu was taken aback and replied, this clinic is mine, and I'm the only doctor here. The middle-aged man looked greatly disappointed and said, I'm sorry to disturb you. Wait. Chun Haoyu glanced at the BMW parked outside and said calmly, Sir, you must have just come from Kangen Hospital, right? If those so-called experts could solve your problem, you probably wouldn't have come to my clinic, would you? The man replied, you're right. Chun Haoyu continued, don't you think it's a pity to give up a chance that might solve your problem just because I look young? The middle-aged man fell silent for a moment and said, my daughter, 15 years old, has severe depression. Chun Haoyu said without hesitation, bring the child in. The man asked in surprise, can you really treat her? Chun Haoyu replied, a doctor doesn't close the door on patients. If you trust me, come in. If not, you can leave. The man felt that this young person was articulate and exuded a calmness and confidence typically found in upper-class individuals, igniting a glimmer of hope in his heart. Please wait a moment. The man quickly left. A while later, he returned with a charming middle-aged woman and a beautiful girl in her teens. The girl's complexion was very poor, with red eyes and a pale face, clearly having not rested well for a long time. It was obvious that these two were his wife and daughter. Upon seeing Chun Haoyu, the middle-aged woman furrowed her brows slightly, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Chun Haoyu inquired about the situation. It turned out that this couple, Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing, were college classmates who married after graduation and had a daughter, Yi Han, 3 years later. Yi Ziyuan owned 3 five-star hotels in Yanhai and had been living a good life. However, 6 months ago, their usually cheerful daughter suddenly became silent, and her academic performance plummeted. Since Yi Han attended a private school and only returned home once a week, Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing couldn't detect the problem in time. After realizing their daughter's condition was worsening, they panicked and took her to the hospital, only to find out she had moderate depression. After 4 months of treatment in the psychiatric department at Kangen Hospital, not only did her condition not improve, but it also worsened. With no other options, Yi Ziyuan had to take his daughter out of the hospital. Passing by Chun Haoyu's clinic, Wang Jing inadvertently saw the notice outside, which sounded promising, so she urged her husband to come in and see, leading to the earlier conversation. After hearing Yi Ziyuan's account, a glint of insight flashed in Chun Haoyu's eyes as he said, "Every mental illness has its cause. You mentioned that your daughter suddenly developed depression. Do you know what the cause is?" Yi Ziyuan looked bitter and said, "We asked her before, but she didn't answer. Only cried continuously. So we inquired with her teachers and classmates at school, but nothing like bullying occurred. For the past 2 months, she hasn't spoken a word." Wang Jing asked, "Dr. Chun, can you treat her?" Chun Haoyu stood up and said, "Let us take a look. Come to the consultation room." Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances and hurriedly brought their daughter to consultation room 1. Chun Haoyu instructed Yi Han to sit at the edge of the bed, leaning against Wang Jing, and said, "Xiao Han, look into my eyes." Yi Han looked up at Chun Haoyu and was momentarily stunned. She felt as if there was a vortex deep within his eyes ready to pull her soul in. Chun Haoyu gently said, "Xiao Han, you're tired. Take a nap. When you wake up, everything will be fine." Yi Ziyuan was astonished to see his daughter, who had always struggled to sleep, actually close her eyes and fall asleep after hearing Chun Haoyu's words. "This is hypnosis," Yi Ziyuan couldn't help but exclaim. Since his daughter had trouble sleeping, he had previously consulted a psychiatrist at Kangen Hospital about hypnosis. That expert had said that anyone who understood hypnosis was invariably a master of the mind, and there were probably fewer than 20 such individuals, mostly serving the wealthy. Yi Ziyuan never expected this young man before him could perform hypnosis, filling him with infinite hope. Wang Jing's eyes also sparkled with anticipation. Chun Haoyu glanced at Yi Ziyuan and said, "It's just a simple hypnosis. Is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? In fact, this is not hypnosis at all, but a soul-confusing technique from the mystical school. Compared to the two, it's like comparing heaven and earth." Yi Ziyuan said, "I'm sorry, I got a bit excited just now." Chun Haoyu said, "Let the child lie flat on the bed. I have something to ask her." "Okay." Wang Jing responded and carefully placed the child on the bed. Chapter 19. It's just killing a beast. What's the big deal? Just as Chun Haoyu was about to ask, he suddenly thought of something very important and said, "Did you pay?" Yi Ziyuan was taken aback and asked, "How much?" Chun Haoyu took out his phone, opened the payment code, and said, "Registration fee plus hypnosis fee. Let's start with 20,000. Yi Ziyuan immediately scanned it and transferred 50,000 to Chun Haoyu, saying, "Dr. Chen, thank you for your trouble." Chun Haoyu smiled at the amount and said, "You want me to work hard, huh?" Yi Ziyuan sincerely said, "Your successful hypnosis has given me hope." Chun Haoyu replied, "I don't know if I can completely resolve severe depression, but I am 100% confident that I can significantly alleviate the child's condition, at least reducing it from severe to moderate or even mild." Yi Ziyuan happily said, "If that's the case, that would be great." Chun Haoyu said, "Now the two of you go to the back. No matter what I say to the child, you must not speak, understood?" "Understood." Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing nodded quickly and retreated behind Chun Haoyu. To avoid outside disturbances, Yi Ziyuan also went out to close the door of the consultation room. Chun Haoyu sat next to Yi Han, gently tapping her forehead with his right index finger, and softly asked, "Xiao Han, can you hear me?" Yi Han's eyebrows twitched twice, and she asked, "Who are you?" I am your guardian angel. Really? Are you a night spirit? Yes, I am your night spirit. Seeing her daughter, who hadn't spoken for 2 months, finally speak, Wang Jing's tears flowed out, and she quickly covered her mouth, afraid of crying out loud. Night spirit, can you take me to heaven? Why? Isn't the human world good? The human world is not good at all. Xiaohan, I am your guardian angel. Tell me, what person or thing makes you feel bad? I can help you. Yihan was silent for a long time and said, my English teacher, Katter, is a bad guy. Boom. As soon as this sentence came out, both Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing trembled all over. Chen Haoyu frowned and continued to ask, what did Katter do that was bad? He often asks me to go to his dormitory and takes off my clothes to take pictures of me. Snap. Chen Haoyu turned to look and saw that Yi Ziyuan's eyes were about to burst into flames. His fists were clenched, veins bulging, clearly furious. However, this was understandable. Anyone who heard that their daughter was molested by a scoundrel would probably find it unbearable. Yi Ziyuan did not explode on the spot. His self-control was already very strong. Giving Yi Ziyuan a warning look, Chen Haoyu said, Xiaohan, when did this start? This February. How many times in total? Once a week, sometimes twice. Why didn't you tell your mom and dad about this? He took my pictures and said if I told anyone else, he would post them online for everyone to see. I was scared. It's okay now. Xiaohan, I am your night spirit. You have to believe me. I will definitely help you eliminate this bad guy. Thank you. Night spirit. After asking the questions, Chen Haoyu stood up and led the already tearful Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing out of the consultation room. Scoundrel, I want his life. Yi Ziyuan punched the table, his face filled with murderous intent. Chen Haoyu sat down in a chair and said, saying harsh words is useless. So-called heart diseases need heart medicine. If you can't deal with that scoundrel, your daughter's depression will never get better. Yi Ziyuan gritted his teeth and said, 3 days. Give me 3 days, and I will definitely deal with Katter. Being able to open 3 5-star hotels in Yanhai, Yi Ziyuan's background is absolutely extraordinary. At least capable of operating in both the legal and illegal realms. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive in the high-end hotel sector. Moreover, Chen Haoyu noticed that Yi Ziyuan seemed to have some skills. One punch had actually left a small dent in his table. If placed in the era of the carefree master, he would barely have the level of an ordinary disciple of a small sect. Wang Jing pulled on Yi Ziyuan's sleeve, seemingly reminding him not to speak recklessly. Yi Ziyuan took a long breath and said, Dr. Chen, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, it's human nature. If it were me, I would have taken care of that foreign guy tonight. Wang Jing quickly said, Dr. Chen, you are joking. We live in a society governed by law now. Chen Haoyu said, that's right. We do live in a society governed by law. What does a law-governed society emphasize? Evidence. As long as the police can't find evidence, you could kill 100 people, and it wouldn't matter. Don't worry. I have professional ethics and will definitely keep it confidential. Hee, it's just killing a beast. What's the big deal? The carefree master despised evil and didn't know how many scoundrels he had killed. If he encountered someone like Katter, he would certainly end up with no complete corpse. Having experienced everything that the carefree master did in his dreams, Chen Haoyu naturally didn't take killing to heart. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances and showed surprised expressions. This young doctor seemed to be no ordinary person. However, upon reflection, it made sense. How could a master hypnotist be an ordinary person? Wang Jing asked, Dr. Chen, if that scoundrel receives the punishment he deserves, will my daughter get better? Of course not. My treatment plan has 2 options, one more radical and one more conservative. The former costs a bit more, but saves time. It should be done in about a month. The latter costs less, but takes at least a year. Can both cure her? As long as you help the child eliminate the root of the illness. I am 100% confident that I can reduce her from severe depression to mild depression. As for whether she can be completely cured, it depends on the child's ability to withstand pressure. I have at most 70% confidence. Dr. Chen, can you explain these 2 treatment plans? Chen Haoyu hesitated for a moment and said, before I talk about the treatment plans, I have a question to ask you. Do you believe in Taoism? Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances, nodded simultaneously, and said, we believe. Chen Haoyu said, then it's easy. The radical treatment is that I draw a clearing heart talisman to help Xiaohan significantly eliminate negative emotions such as anxiety, irritability, and restlessness. Then she comes to me once a week, and I will recite the clearing heart incantation for her. It will be done in about 4 weeks. The conservative treatment is reciting the clearing heart incantation once a week, gradually eliminating those negative emotions, which will take about a year. Chapter 20. 200,000 for the Clearing Heart Talisman. Clearing Heart Talisman? Clearing Heart Incantation? If it weren't for Chun Haoyu already proving himself to be a very capable doctor with facts, the couple might have thought they encountered a fraud. Yi Ziyuan asked in surprise, Dr. Chun, are you sure you're not joking? Chun Haoyu had already guessed that the two would have such expressions and said, to be honest with you, I don't know any hypnosis at all. That thing is from the West and isn't really respectable. I just used the soul captivation technique from the Xinmen sect, which is far more effective than hypnosis. As for the heart-cleansing talisman and heart-cleansing incantation, they truly exist. This couple owns a 5-star hotel, has extensive connections, and most of their acquaintances are wealthy and powerful people. Chun Haoyu revealed these Xinmen techniques just to completely impress them. The goal is simple, to establish the reputation of his clinic. Yi Ziyuan suddenly realized and said, no wonder Xiaohan fell asleep. You could still ask her questions? It turns out that there are really such magical spells in the world. Honey, let's choose the radical treatment. Wang Jing nodded and said, okay. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, the heart-cleansing talisman costs 200,000 each, and the heart-cleansing incantation is 5,000 per treatment. Yi Ziyuan said, no problem. Compared to the over $1 million spent at Kangen Hospital Psychiatry Department, this 200,000 is really nothing. After receiving the payment, Chun Haoyu took out the heart-cleansing talisman he drew yesterday from the drawer and said, then let's start the treatment now. Wang Jing asked, can we watch? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, of course. The heart-cleansing talisman treatment can be completed quickly. Returning to the consultation room, Chun Haoyu walked to the child's ward and firmly pressed the heart-cleansing talisman against the child's forehead. In fact, the talisman can activate itself when encountering evil spirits. However, to achieve the most perfect and shocking visual effect, Chun Haoyu deliberately used his magical power to activate the heart-cleansing talisman. Immediately, the talisman emitted a shimmering light, flowing into the child's mind like a fine stream. My goodness! Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing were greatly shocked, both displaying expressions of disbelief. They knew they had encountered a true master of the Xianmen sect. The light flickered for almost a minute before dimming. Yi Han seemed to feel something, and a slight smile appeared on her little face. Chun Haoyu softly said, the child hasn't slept well for a long time, leading to her extreme lethargy. I've put her into a deep sleep, which is equivalent to replenishing her lost spirit and energy. It's best to let her wake up naturally. Yi Ziyuan excitedly said, okay. Dr. Chun, your great kindness is beyond words. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, my wife and I will definitely help you. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, no need for that. You pay me. I treat the illness, and we owe each other nothing. By the way, the treatment method I used. Please don't spread it around. This falls under feudal superstition, and if it becomes widely known, I might end up in trouble. Yi Ziyuan nodded and said, understood. Chun Haoyu continued. Also, clean up the garbage as soon as possible and subtly let Yi Han know. Once the root cause is gone, combined with the effect of the heart-cleansing incantation, the chances of Yi Han fully recovering will greatly increase. A cold light flashed in Yi Ziyuan's eyes. I will. Chun Haoyu also prescribed a formula for revitalizing the mind and nourishing the brain, instructing Wang Jing to prepare it for the child to drink every night. Yi Ziyuan and his wife were very grateful and exchanged contact information with Chun Haoyu. Before leaving, Yi Ziyuan gave him a diamond card for the Brilliant Hotel, stating that the holder of this card could enjoy the highest level of service at the hotel. At the same time, Cheng Guangyao arrived at Su Yuyao's door with gifts and rang the doorbell. Who is it? Dr. Su. Hello, I'm Cheng Guangyao. Click. Su Yuyao opened the door, looked at Cheng Guangyao in surprise, and said, Old Cheng, what brings you here? Please, come in. Cheng Guangyao walked into the living room, placed the gifts on the coffee table, looked around, and asked, Dr. Su, is Dr. Chen not home? Su Yuyao replied, he should be at the clinic right now. Old Cheng, do you need to see him? Cheng Guangyao said, I came to thank him. Su Yuyao, being sharp-witted, immediately thought of Cheng Qinghe and asked, did the amulet from Dr. Chen work? Cheng Guangyao sighed and said, last night, Qinghe secretly went out to race cars. On the way back, he collided with an out-of-control van. A friend who was in the same car died on the spot, but Qinghe narrowly escaped. Su Yuyao said, but that doesn't prove it was the effect of the amulet, right? Cheng Guangyao took out the half-burned amulet and said, Qinghe said that when the accident happened, he saw the amulet's light. After going to the hospital, the amulet ended up like this. Su Yuyao picked up the amulet examined it carefully, and murmured, "Could he really be able to draw talismans? How is that possible?" Cheng Guangyao said, "Dr. Su, Dr. Chun is a true master of the Xianmen sect. I misjudged him due to my old eyes. I shouldn't have. I came here to apologize, to thank him, and to request another amulet." Su Yuyao put down the amulet and said, "Old Cheng, Dr. Chen's clinic isn't far from the community. If you want to see him, I can take you there." Cheng Guangyao said happily, "That would be great." 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Chun Haoyu's clinic. Seeing the notice outside, Cheng Guangyao praised, "Indeed, extraordinary people do extraordinary things." Su Yuyao showed a strange expression and quietly said, "I really admire this old six." Pushing open the clinic door, they saw Chun Haoyu sitting in a rocking chair reading a book. For some reason, as soon as Su Yuyao saw Chun Haoyu's bored appearance, she felt a little angry and said, "Chun Haoyu, how dare you charge a registration fee of 3,000? Aren't you afraid of the health department coming to check on you?" Chun Haoyu stood up from the rocking chair and said, "There are hundreds of traditional Chinese medicine clinics in Yanhai. If I don't do something unusual, who would come to see me?" Su Yuyao asked, "Did any patients come today?" Chun Haoyu held up a finger and smiled. "To disappoint you, there really was one. I sold him a heart-cleansing talisman and made over 200,000. Su Yuyao pursed her lips and said, "What a profiteer." Chun Haoyu replied, "If I were a profiteer, you two probably wouldn't have come to find me." "Old Cheng, don't you agree?" Cheng Guangyao said, "Dr. Chun, I apologize for my rudeness to you last night." Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "You gave me money. I saved your grandson's life. We are even now." Su Yuyao asked in surprise, "You know what happened to Qing Xiao?" Chun Haoyu clicked his tongue and said, "Of course. He must have gone out last night to race cars and had a car accident on the way home, resulting in 1 dead and 2 injured. Am I right?" Chapter 21. Cheng Guangyao's shocked. Cheng Guangyao was completely stunned by Chun Haoyu's deductions and asked, "Dr. Chen, did you figure all this out? Does it matter?" Chun Haoyu retorted, then continued, "What matters is whether your precious grandson can learn from this lesson. If he doesn't, even 100 amulets won't save his life." Cheng Guangyao nodded and said, "You're right. Dr. Chun, I'd like to buy another amulet from you." Chun Haoyu looked at him deeply and said, "The amulet has a time limit. Its effectiveness lasts at most half a month. After half a month, it will become ineffective." Cheng Guangyao was taken aback and asked, "Is there an amulet with a longer duration?" Chun Haoyu replied, "The one with a longer duration is the jade talisman. The higher the quality of the jade, the more spiritual energy it contains, and the longer it lasts, but it won't exceed 2 years. The most powerful is the protective magical tool, which can last for decades. Unfortunately, the conditions for its formation are extremely harsh, and it's rare." Su Yuyao asked, "Are you saying that those masters selling magical tools in tourist areas are all fake?" Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "A magical tool is as important to a sorcerer as the Rui Jinggu Bang is to Sun Wukong. Do you think Sun Wukong would sell his Rui Jinggu Bang for a few hundred or a few $1,000s? What a joke. As for those so-called masters in the scenic spots you mentioned, whether they are masters of trickery or masters of the mystical arts, you can think for yourself." Cheng Guangyao sighed. "Hearing your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Mr. Chun, can you create top-grade jade talismans?" Chun Haoyu laughed and said, "Old Cheng, you should give up. Only a celestial master-level expert can create top-grade jade talismans, and there have only been about 20 or 30 such people in nearly 1,000 years. Even if there really are divine beings like Zhang Sanfeng or Zhang Daoling who could create such jade talismans, do you think you could afford them? They are items that can save lives. Once they hit the market, even if they only have a 2-year validity period, the price will not be less than $100 million. In fact, Chun Haoyu, who possesses the inheritance of the Immortal of Freedom, could create a top-grade jade talisman if he were willing to expend his magical energy. However, there are 3 difficulties. First, finding top-grade jade filled with spiritual energy is too difficult. Second, it requires a tremendous amount of Chun Haoyu's energy and spirit, which he wouldn't be able to replenish in less than 6 months. Third, such jade talismans are too precious, and once they spread, not only would he be in trouble, but it would also endanger the owner of the talisman. It would be better to find some inferior jade, make a few more talismans, and have a better cost-performance ratio." Hearing Chun Haoyu's words, Cheng Guangyao nodded and said, "You are right. I was greedy." Chun Haoyu said, "Old Cheng, whether it's talismans or magical tools, they all have their limits. For example, that protective talisman from last night couldn't withstand knives or guns. If a knife were to stab a vital point, Even if the talisman's effectiveness were increased tenfold, it would still be certain death. So, if you want peace and joy, people are the key. Cheng Guangyao sighed and said with a wry smile, I know this principle, but alas, I used to spoil Qinghe too much, which has led to his unruly behavior now. I hope this lesson will help him restrain himself. Chen Haoyu laughed and said, you might as well send him to the army for 2 years of training. Cheng Guangyao's eyes lit up and said, that's a good idea. The army is a great melting pot. Everyone who goes in can be tempered, no matter how arrogant they are. After Cheng Guangyao left, Su Yuyao said, you're really bad for giving old Cheng such a terrible idea. If Cheng Qinghe finds out, he will definitely come after you. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said proudly, that kid Cheng Qinghe was rude to me last night. I'm just giving him a little lesson. Su Yuyao said, you really are petty. Chen Haoyu scoffed, if I were petty, Cheng Qinghe would have been dead by now. Su Yuyao asked, did you really predict that Cheng Qinghe would have a blood disaster? Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, Cheng Qinghe's fate is already dark and foreboding. If I couldn't see that, I'd be too incompetent. Su Yuyao asked, so what method did you use to save old Cheng last night? Chen Haoyu said with a playful tone, have you been wanting to ask me this question for a long time? Su Yuyao frowned slightly and said, you can choose to say it or not. Chen Haoyu said, it's getting late. If you treat me to a nice meal, I'll tell you how I did it. Su Yuyao immediately said, it's a deal. After closing the clinic's door, Su Yuyao drove Chen Haoyu to a Western restaurant. Chen Haoyu picked up the menu and took a look. It was all in English. It's really ridiculous to have an English menu on the land of Xia country. Chen Haoyu put down the menu and said indignantly. He hadn't even graduated from elementary school, so he naturally knew nothing about English. Su Yuyao appreciated Chen Haoyu's honesty and said, let me translate for you. Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, no need. Just double whatever you order for yourself. By the way, if it's steak, I want it well done. Okay, I got it, Su Yuyao replied and communicated fluently in English with the nearby waiter. After the waiter noted the dishes, he nodded at her. When leaving, he looked at Chen Haoyu with disdain, which made Chen Haoyu very angry. After a while, pizza, steak, foie gras, caviar, vegetable salad, and juice were all served. Su Yuyao said, I didn't order 2 portions for you. Only the pizza is ordered separately for you. So you want to be hungry. Chen Haoyu picked up his knife and fork, cutting the steak, while saying, although I'm not very fond of your presumptuousness, I still have to thank you. Su Yuyao said lightly, should I also thank you for your generosity? Chen Haoyu said, no need to be polite. Beautiful women always deserve special treatment. After saying that, he placed the freshly cut steak in front of Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao looked at the steak Chen Haoyu cut and said, do you often eat steak? You're quite professional. Chen Haoyu picked up her steak and started cutting again. To be honest, this is my first time eating in a Western restaurant. I used to be so poor that I was just trying to fill my stomach. I could never afford to come here. As for cutting steak, for someone like me who has slaughtered dozens of cows, it's really nothing. Su Yuyao asked in surprise. You've really killed cows? Chen Haoyu said proudly, of course. I've done many jobs, and the slaughterhouse is just one of them. Su Yuyao said, you really are a jack of all trades. Just then, a soft voice suddenly came from behind Chen Haoyu. Yugu, it's really you. Chen Haoyu trembled and turned to look, seeing a beautiful girl in a white dress standing there. A handsome guy was beside her. Chapter 22. Chen Haoyu's first love. Qian Qian, long time no see. How have you been? Chen Haoyu stood up and greeted her with a smile. So serious. Su Yuyao noticed Chen Haoyu's demeanor and immediately became interested. She felt that Chen Haoyu and this beautiful girl must have some special relationship. Otherwise, Chen Haoyu wouldn't be in this state. Su Yuyao guessed correctly. The girl's name was Jiang Qian, and she was once a student at Yanhai University. When Chen Haoyu was delivering takeout, he helped her avoid a gang's harassment. Later, the two became involved. One was a top student, and the other hadn't even finished middle school, so the result was predictable. Jiang Qian said, I'm doing well. The handsome guy beside her sensed something was off and quickly said, Qian Qian, who is this gentleman? I've never heard you mention him before. Chen Haoyu extended his hand and said, I'm Chen Haoyu. Are you Qian Qian's boyfriend? The handsome guy shook his hand and said, Zhang Ming, Qian Qian's fiancé. We're getting married next week. Chen Haoyu laughed and said, congratulations. Jiang Qian looked at Su Yuyao and said, this sister is so beautiful. Yugu, is she your girlfriend? Oh, she. Chen Haoyu was about to explain when Su Yuyao stood up and said, I'm Haoyu's girlfriend, Su Yuyao. A hint of sadness flashed in Jiang Qian's eyes as she said, hello, Miss Su. Su Yuyao said, Since we all know each other, why don't we have a meal together? Jiang Qin shook her head and said, no, we just finished eating. You go. Miss Su, goodbye. Chen Haoyu looked at her deeply and said, goodbye. After Zhang Ming and Jiang Qin left, Su Yuyao looked curiously at Chen Haoyu, who was engrossed in eating. Chen Haoyu, of course, sensed Su Yuyao's gaze and looked up to ask, why are you looking at me like that? Su Yuyao elegantly picked up her juice and replied, what do you think? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and said straightforwardly, Qian was my first love. We dated for half a year and got along well. Unfortunately, the gap in our families was too big, and it ended without any real reason. Was that detailed enough? Su Yuyao nodded and said, you have good taste. I can see that she is a very pure and good girl. Chen Haoyu proudly said, of course. I generally don't misjudge people. Su Yuyao remarked. You give me the feeling that you have completely moved on. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, your looks, figure, and temperament are all better than Qian's. With a girlfriend like you, how could I possibly dwell on my ex? Su Yuyao retorted. Chen Haoyu, I was just trying to help you, okay? Chen Haoyu shrugged and replied, we're even now. Su Yuyao snorted and said, your mouth really doesn't hold back. No wonder Jiang Qin left you. As soon as the words left her lips, Su Yuyao felt a pang of regret and quickly glanced at Chen Haoyu. A hint of loneliness flashed in Chen Haoyu's eyes as he sighed and said, you're right. Someone like me shouldn't even be looking for a girlfriend. Su Yuyao hurriedly explained. Chen Haoyu, that's not what I meant. In fact, you are very outstanding and have surpassed most of your peers. Chen Haoyu looked at Su Yuyao and asked, do you really think so? Su Yuyao nodded, of course. A brilliant smile broke out on Chen Haoyu's face as he said, I think so too. How about you consider me as your real boyfriend? Su Yuyao was taken aback and immediately realized she'd fallen into his trap, saying, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to comfort someone like you, who is so carefree. Chen Haoyu laughed and said, I've gone through countless setbacks and hardships since I was young. I've long reached a state where nothing weighs on my mind. A mere breakup could never affect my resolve. Su Yuyao looked at Chen Haoyu intently and said, your smile is very fake. Chen Haoyu took a big bite of pizza and calmly replied, better than crying. At that moment, Su Yuyao suddenly wanted to understand more about Chen Haoyu's past life. Humorous, passionate, talented, and mysterious. These adjectives could all describe Chen Haoyu. However, she could keenly feel that none of this was the true Chen Haoyu. Behind his smile, there must be something else hidden. For the first time in many years, Su Yuyao found herself deeply interested in a man. After finishing their meal, the two walked out of the restaurant. Su Yuyao asked, can you now tell me how you cured old Chen? Chen Haoyu had long thought of an answer and replied, Qigong. Su Yuyao became a bit angry and said, Chen Haoyu, if you don't want to talk about it, then just leave it. Stop bringing up Qigong. It's true. I know a bit of Taoist Qigong. Using it to stimulate old Cheng's heart can act like a defibrillator. Did you also use Qigong to save old Dong in the hospital? Smart. Can I learn it? Of course. I'll teach you when we get back tonight. The Immortal of Leisure knows martial arts from around the world and has knowledge of many Taoist breathing techniques. But few can master them. Even if mastered, they only serve to nourish the organs and strengthen the body. It's completely different from the Qi in martial arts novels and certainly can't be transferred to others. Chen Haoyu figured Su Yuyao could never master it.
So he lied about it being Qigong. Aren't you going back now? No, I want to go to the mall to buy clothes. Since I have nothing to do,
I'll be your advisor. Forget it. I don't want to go with you. Why not? You're too beautiful. I'm afraid those wolves will look at me unfavorably and team up to beat me up. Nonsense. Hurry up and come with me. I'll take you to the mall. The thing that men fear the most in the world is probably accompanying women to the mall. Women who used to complain about being tired after a few steps can walk all day in high heels without feeling exhausted once they start shopping. The high-cold beauty, Su Yuyao, was no exception. She seemed to treat Chen Haoyu like a model, taking him to more than 10 clothing stores and trying on over 30 outfits, almost driving him crazy. Suda Beauty, I've had enough clothes, thank you. Chen Haoyu said, carrying more than 10 bags. There's a high-end clothing store over there with some really nice styles. Let's go take a look. I'm just a broke guy with no power. And I don't usually need to appear in high-end places, so I don't need to buy such good clothes. Will you accompany me to buy them? As long as you promise this is the last store, I'll pay for your clothes. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao's face lit up with a radiant smile. Then thank you. Mr. Chen. Chen Haoyu suddenly felt like he might be in trouble. Why did he agree to buy her clothes? Would this woman try to take advantage of him? Chapter 23. She has that kind of not-so-clean virus. Entering the store, Chun Haoyu casually glanced at the price tags of a few dresses and was left dumbfounded. Damn, a dress costs over 3,000. Is this selling clothes or robbing people? Mr. Chun, you can back out, Su Yuyao said, shaking a purple long dress in her hand with a smile. Chun Haoyu patted his chest and said, it's just a few tens of thousands, no big deal. You go ahead and buy, Su Yuyao said, then I won't hold back. Taking 7 or 8 pieces of clothing, Su Yuyao entered the fitting room. After a while, she came out wearing a purple long dress. Wow, so beautiful, the female attendant exclaimed, covering her mouth in admiration. Chun Haoyu was also taken aback. If Su Yuyao's previous label was high cold, then this purple long dress gave her an air of dignity and elegance. Damn, why does a woman have to be this beautiful? How is it? Su Yuyao asked. Chun Haoyu gave a thumbs up and said, Su Yuyao, you might have chosen the wrong profession. You should be a star or a model instead of wielding a scalpel. Su Yuyao laughed. Is that a compliment? Chun Haoyu replied, to quote a line from a movie. Even in the eyes of your enemies, you're still a beauty, even more beautiful than she's sure. The salesgirl chimed in, Miss, your boyfriend is right. I don't know how beautiful she sure was, but no matter how beautiful she was, she couldn't compare to you. Su Yuyao said, thank you. I'm going to try on other clothes. What is the standard of a true beauty? Chun Haoyu wasn't very clear before, but now seeing Su Yuyao, he understood. It means that no matter what style or color of clothing she wears, it releases a breathtaking beauty. It's not the person who complements the clothes. It's the clothes that complement the person. Su Yuyao really enjoyed seeing the astonished look in Chun Haoyu's eyes. It brought her a great sense of satisfaction. Su Yuyao? A crisp voice came from behind. Su Yuyao turned to see a stunning woman in her 20s with an attractive figure. Of course, this beauty is only relative to ordinary people. Compared to Su Yuyao, she is still far behind. The most disgusting thing is that she is holding the arm of a greasy middle-aged man in his 40s. This middle-aged man has a big belly, looking like a pregnant woman, and his small eyes are fixed on Su Yuyao, revealing a lecherous gaze. Upon seeing the woman and the middle-aged fat man beside her, Su Yuyue's good mood immediately vanished without a trace. Han Suilan, long time no see, Su Yuyue said. Han Suilan was Su Yuyue's college classmate, but their relationship was at its worst. Throughout 4 years of college, Su Yuyue was recognized as a beauty with both looks and talent. This filled the self-important Han Suilan with jealousy, especially since the campus heartthrob she liked not only ignored her, but pursued Su Yuyue for 4 years, which drove Han Suilan to madness with envy. Su Yuyue had a calm personality and disliked socializing, so she naturally would not engage in false pleasantries with Han Suilan. Therefore, their relationship had always been very tense. Su Yuyue, is this your boyfriend? Han Suilan scrutinized Chun Haoyu, focusing on his attire and the clothing bag in his hand, which were all items worth less than 500 yuan, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Su Yuyue glanced at Chun Haoyu, neither confirming nor denying, and said, his name is Chun Haoyu. Han Suilan extended her hand to Chun Haoyu and said, Chun Haoyu, hello, I am Su Yuyue's college classmate Han Suilan. And this is my husband, the president of Ruifeng Building, Zhang Kuan. Chun Haoyu's expression changed, and he quickly took a step back as if avoiding a snake or scorpion, saying hello. Damn it, a woman with syphilis wants to shake my hand. What is she thinking? Han Suilan frowned slightly, angrily retracting her hand. Seeing his woman wronged, Zhang Kuan said with displeasure, so you are Chun Haoyu? You don't seem very gentlemanly. Chun Haoyu pointed at Su Yuyue and said, she is strict and has a bit of a cleanliness obsession, not allowing me to have close contact with unclear women. Upon hearing this, a smile curved at the corners of Su Yuyue's mouth. This guy, despite having many flaws, is quite powerful when confronting others. Han Suilan angrily said, who are you talking about is unclear. Chun Haoyu responded, sorry, I misspoke. Mainly, we didn't know each other before, so it's best not to get too close to avoid making Yuyue suspicious. Zhang Kuan sneered, just a poor guy wearing clothes worth 200 or 300 yuan. What's he pretending to be? Chun Haoyu replied, I'm a bit poor, but I'm very clean. Uffed. Su Yuyue nearly burst out laughing. The female attendant nearby quickly lowered her head, biting her lip to suppress her laughter so as not to offend the customers. Zhang Kuan trembled with anger, pointing at Chun Haoyu and sternly saying, who the hell are you calling unclean? Chun Haoyu quickly waved his hand, saying, Mr. Zhang, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. Han Suilan sneered, Mr. Chun, looking at you, it seems you treat Su Yuyue as a goddess. Haha. It seems she hasn't told you about some things in college. Damn, this woman has some dirt to spill. Chen Haoyu immediately became interested. He glanced at the cold-faced Su Yue and asked, "What do you mean?" Han Suilon continued, "Let me tell you. Your goddess had a romantic relationship with a junior from the countryside in her junior year, shocking the entire school. Haha, she's long been unclean." Su Yue coldly said. Han Suilon, if you're dirty yourself, that's one thing, but to splash dirt on others is truly shameless. Han Suilon retorted, "What is done is done, so what? Afraid of others talking?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "I thought it was something serious? Isn't it just a first love? I have one too. Miss Han, may I ask what your relationship with Mr. Zhang is?" Han Suilon proudly said, "He is my husband." Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked in surprise, "You two are married?" Han Suilon touched her belly and said, "I'm pregnant. We are getting married next month." Zhang Kuen's eyes flickered slightly as he said, "All right, Suan, pick some clothes. There's nothing to talk about with this poor guy." Chen Haoyu touched his nose and said, "Miss Han, I advise you to confirm whether Mr. Zhang is divorced. Mr. Zhang, I suggest you take Miss Han to the hospital for a checkup, not only to confirm whether there is a child, but more importantly, to check for any unpleasant viruses." Zhang Kuen was still pondering the meaning of Chun Haoyu's words when Han Suilon had already understood everything. Pointing at Chun Haoyu and angrily cursing, "Dare to splash dirt on me, I will sue you for defamation." Chun Haoyu pulled Su Yue back a couple of steps and hurriedly said, "Miss Han, please don't be impulsive. You should be in the early stages. It's very easy to treat." Su Yue asked in confusion, "What's wrong with her?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Syphilis." Chapter 24. Su Yue's First Love Crash. The two attendants at the clothing store immediately moved 5 meters away from Han Suilon. Zhang Kuen's face changed dramatically as he silently shifted 3 steps to the left. Han Suilon was about to go crazy, saying, "Chen Haoyu, I will sue you for defamation." "Husband, why are you staying so far away from me? Do you believe what he said?" Zhang Kuen hurriedly replied, "Of course I don't believe it. But still, it's better to be cautious." Chen Haoyu looked deeply at Zhang Kuen and interjected, "You two are quite interesting. One pretends to be pregnant, while the other has hung on to several men, one of whom is a foreigner with syphilis. The other pretends to be divorced, yet has numerous wives and concubines outside, but is afraid to leave because of a fierce wife at home. Haha, I advise you two to be careful, don't play with fire. Otherwise, it could cost you your life." Hearing Chun Haoyu's words, the onlooking attendants and several customers nearby looked at them with amused expressions. Zhang Kuen felt embarrassed and exploded in anger, saying, "You're talking nonsense." Chun Haoyu suddenly shouted, "Your wife is here." "Where?" Zhang Kuen was so frightened that he quickly hid behind a clothing rack. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Just kidding. I don't even know your wife." Uffed. Ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Han Suilon stomped her foot in anger and turned to leave. "You wait for me." Zhang Kuen left a harsh remark and hurried after her. Chun Haoyu shouted, "Mr. Zhang, watch out for syphilis. Don't get infected. Otherwise, your wife might just cook you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuen's steps slowed significantly. Ha. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily. "What a couple of fools." Su Yue laughed and said, "You never draft when you deceive people, do you? How do you know I'm deceiving? Is Han Suilon really infected with syphilis?" "She is. Otherwise, why would I stay 3 feet away from her?" "How did you see that?" Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Some people can be diagnosed with just a glance. Also, your female classmate has a protruding, and her gaze is wandering. This is a typical sign of bad luck with relationships, and not just one. It's normal to contract syphilis while dating so many men. Is it serious? Not serious. It's just in the early stages. If she listens to me and goes to the hospital for a checkup, it can be easily resolved. So, she should thank you. Forget it. This woman has bad intentions, and I don't want to have any entanglements with her. You'd better keep your distance from her too." "I understand." At that moment, the waitress came over and asked, "Ma'am, would you like to continue trying on clothes?" Su Yuyao replied, "No more trying. I'll take that purple one." The waitress pursed her lips and said to Chun Haoyu, "Sir, I think those clothes would look heavenly on your girlfriend. Would you like to buy her a few more?" Chun Haoyu laughed and said, "You're quite the smooth talker. All right, please wrap up the few pieces she tried on." Su Yuyao nudged him and said, "Are you crazy? So many clothes. How can I wear them all?" Chun Haoyu saw her signaling him and knew it was about the money, so he smiled and said, "Consider it my gratitude for you taking me in." After saying that, Chun Haoyu followed the waitress to the counter. Su Yuyao bit her lip and murmured, "Such a prideful person, suffering for it. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried on so many clothes. The 7 pieces of clothing cost Chun Haoyu a total of 26,000 yuan. Compared to those top brand clothes, this was already quite cheap. On the way home, Chun Haoyu chuckled. I ran into my first love. You ran into a classmate. What a coincidence today. Su Yuyao snorted and said, if you want to ask about my first love, you can just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Chun Haoyu gave her a thumbs up and said, smart. I just want to know, why did you break up with him? Su Yuyao replied, he broke up with me. Chun Haoyu curled his lips and said, if you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Su Yuyao glanced at him and said, you don't believe me? Chun Haoyu said, with your looks, how could any man be willing to break up with you? If I say this, probably not many would believe it, unless he were blind. Su Yuyao calmly said, he was from the countryside, very handsome, and had a good temperament. Through his hard work, he got into Yindu Medical College. During our time together, I found out that he had an improper relationship with a rich woman. Later, after investigating, I learned that his tuition and living expenses came from that rich woman. So, I returned all his gifts and broke up with him. After listening to Su Yuyao's account, Chun Haoyu said, oh, without commenting further. Su Yuyao originally thought Chun Haoyu would scold that man like others did, standing up for her. Unexpectedly, he didn't say a word, which surprised Su Yuyao. She asked, what do you think of my first love? Chun Haoyu sighed and said, a helpless choice. Su Yuyao asked, why do you say that? A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Chun Haoyu's eyes as he said, your boyfriend's family must be very poor, and he must have encountered an insurmountable obstacle, which is why he had to submit to that rich woman. Su Yuyao's expression changed, and she asked, why do you think so? Chun Haoyu said, he is a rural kid who managed to get into Yindu Medical College through hard work, which shows he has a strong character and his own principles. The only explanation for why someone like him would willingly become a kept man is that he needs money. And the most likely reason for that money is to help a relative who is extremely important to him. If it were just for himself, I believe he wouldn't have done that. Su Yuyao looked at Chun Haoyu, who was leaning against the passenger seat, incredulously asking, did you calculate that, or just guess? What Chun Haoyu just said matched the facts perfectly. After the breakup, Su Yuyao learned that his mother had fallen seriously ill and needed surgery, which cost over $1 million. For a college student who had to rely on part-time work to pay tuition, that over $1 million was an astronomical figure. In desperation, he had to sell himself to that rich woman. Chun Haoyu laughed and said, is that even something to calculate? As long as you've gone through a similar painful choice, you can feel his helplessness back then. Su Yuyao was silent for a long time and asked, if it were you, would you do that? Chun Haoyu answered without hesitation, no. Su Yuyao said lightly, if you don't do that, your relative will die. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, I would go out and rob money. Save the person first. A man should not be a kept man. Su Yuyao asked, what if you get caught? Chun Haoyu proudly said, anyway, the money would be spent. The person would have had surgery if I get caught afterwards.
Then I'll go to prison. I'm very familiar with the detention center. Go to jail is no different from going home. And besides,
I can eat and live there for free. Ha! Chapter 25. Elder Cheng's generous gift. Su Yuyao was not amused by Chun Haoyu's joke. She seemed to feel the helplessness conveyed in those humorous words. After spending 2 days together, Su Yuyao had a deep understanding of Chun Haoyu's character. Besides having a sharp tongue, he was quite a decent person. However, she always felt that there was a thin layer of mist surrounding Chun Haoyu, completely shrouding him and making it hard to see his true self. If he was smart, sometimes he could be incredibly foolish, willing to do anything for money. If he was foolish, at times he was also extremely astute, even wise, and he had a very far-sighted perspective on issues. For example, regarding Su Yuyao's first love, anyone who knew about that situation would undoubtedly curse the man. Only Chun Haoyu could empathize with the man's perspective and analyze the problem objectively. It would be normal if Chun Haoyu were an old man, but given his young age, he could see things so clearly. That was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Su Yuyao felt that this guy must have a story. In a standalone villa in Yanhai, Yi Ziyuan finished a phone call on the balcony and returned to the living room. Has Xiaohan woken up? He asked softly upon seeing Wang Jing come out of their daughter's room. No, she's sleeping soundly. That's a good thing. It means Dr. Chen's treatment is very effective. Before, even when Xiaohan was asleep, she would furrow her brow tightly. Now her expression is very calm. Honey, how do you plan to deal with Cadel? Yi Ziyuan's expression changed, and a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes as he said, don't worry about this matter. I will not let him off. Wang Jing frowned and said, if something happens to Cadel, Dr. Chun will definitely know it was you. I'm a bit worried. Yi Ziyuan asked, what do you think of Dr. Chun? Wang Jing pondered for a moment and said, profound and inscrutable, definitely not an ordinary person. Yi Ziyuan continued, do you think he would be detrimental to us? Wang Jing shook her head and said, since Dr. Chun can draw talismans like the Qingxin talisman, he can also draw aggressive talismans. If he wanted to deal with us, it wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, I can feel that after learning about Cadel's actions towards Xiaohan, he seemed very angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have encouraged you to take care of him. Yi Ziyuan said, I think the same. This person is full of mystery and strangeness. He can only be a friend, not an enemy. Moreover, our daughter's future treatment will still rely on him. Honey, if anything happens, I will take responsibility myself. You take good care of our daughter. Wang Jing's eyes instantly turned red. She tightly hugged Yi Ziyuan and said, promise me. You can't get into trouble. Yi Ziyuan gently stroked his wife's hair and said, don't worry. At that moment, a soft voice came from the bedroom. Mom. Wang Jing trembled and asked, honey, did you hear that? Yi Ziyuan was filled with surprise and said, it seems like Xiaohan is calling you. The two hurried into their daughter's bedroom. Yihan had already woken up, sitting on the bed, looking at Wang Jing with dreamy eyes, and said, Mom, I'm hungry. Hearing her daughter actively asking for food for the first time in half a year, Wang Jing was instantly in tears and said, I'll go make you something right now. Yi Ziyuan sat at the foot of the bed, hugged Yihan, and asked, sweetheart, did you sleep well? Yihan nodded and said, I slept really well. Dad, I had a dream. I dreamed of my guardian spirit, the night elf. He looked so handsome and was going to help me fight bad guys. Yi Ziyuan was shocked. Could it be that Chun Haoyu entered Yihan's dream? This was simply unbelievable. Sweetheart, do you have any discomfort? I feel a coolness in my head, but it's very comfortable and clear. Yi Ziyuan knew this was the effect of the Qingxin talisman and said, that's great. Let's go wash our hands and eat soon. Yihan replied, okay. After half a year, the three of them finally had a comforting meal. Yihan not only didn't show the previous signs of depression, but also told a little joke at the dinner table, making Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing laugh heartily. In that moment, both of them felt immense gratitude towards Chun Haoyu. Su Yuyao's cooking was quite good, although it couldn't compare with Chun Haoyu's. It was still commendable for a beautiful woman to reach this level. After dinner, Su Yuyao pointed to a gift and said, this is a thank you gift from old Cheng. Chun Haoyu asked, what is it? Su Yuyao shook her head and said, I didn't look. Chun Haoyu opened the tote bag, which contained two boxes, one red and one blue. Inside the red box was a pair of light red jade earrings, translucent and very beautiful. The blue box contained a sandalwood bracelet, which, judging by its color, texture, and luster, could be considered top-notch. A top-grade sandalwood bracelet is rare in the market and definitely worth over 200,000. Chun Haoyu frowned and said, this gift from old Cheng is quite valuable. Su Yuyao picked up the jade earrings and looked at them, saying, Swarovski brand, ice-type red jade. Priced between 150,000 to 200,000. Chun Haoyu was taken aback and asked, you know a lot about jade? Su Yuyao replied, my aunt is the CEO of a jewelry company, and my part-time job is as a jewelry designer. Chun Haoyu said, since your aunt is the company CEO, why are you still so poor? Can't she help you out? Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and said, I have hands and feet. Why do I need someone else's charity? Chun Haoyu gave her a thumbs up and said, I admire that. Su Yuyao asked, these two gifts are worth at least 300,000 in the market. Are you just accepting them like this? Chun Haoyu said without hesitation, of course not. I already mentioned that I have no debts with the Cheng family. This expensive gift is publicly a thank you, but in reality, it's just an attempt to establish a relationship with me. To put it bluntly, it's for my talisman. Su Yuyao frowned slightly and said, what will you do then? If you return the gift, it would be a slap in old Cheng's face. If you don't return it, and the Cheng family needs something from you in the future, it will be hard for you to stay out of it. Chun Haoyu thought for a moment and said, isn't this old man supposed to have heart disease? I'll send him a jade talisman tomorrow. Su Yuyao said, didn't you say only those top masters of the mystical sect can make jade talismans? Chun Haoyu replied, that's for top-grade jade talismans. What I'm sending is a health talisman made from inferior Hetian jade. The spiritual power of this health talisman isn't very strong, but it's good for the body and keeps warm in winter and cool in summer. Its shelf life is about 6 months. If I sell it at my clinic, it would be worth at least 500,000. Damn, this old guy is making a big profit. Su Yuyao questioned. Does this health jade talisman really have such good effects? You're not just bragging, are you? Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, believe it or not. Su Yuyao asked, can I feel it first? Chapter 26. The goddess practices Qi Gong. Wait for me a moment. Chen Haoyu returned to the bedroom, took a jade talisman from the drawer, and handed it to Su Yuyao, saying, this is the health talisman I made. You should be able to feel a coolness when you hold it in your palms. Su Yuyao placed the talisman in her palms, closed her eyes, and seriously tried to sense it, saying, I didn't feel anything. Chen Haoyu slapped his forehead and said, I forgot an important thing. The jade talisman is different from ordinary talismans. It needs to be activated. Taking the talisman back from Su Yuyao, he spread it in his left palm, then used his right index finger to output a bit of magical energy and gently tapped the talisman. The talisman suddenly emitted a dazzling light, which then slowly dissipated. Su Yuyao covered her mouth and exclaimed, this is not scientific. Chen Haoyu handed the talisman back to her and said, Miss Su, haven't you heard the saying? The end of science is mysticism. Try it again. Okay. Su Yuyao eagerly placed the talisman between her hands, and this time she indeed felt a wisp of coolness, not strong, like a gentle breeze. Chen Haoyu, you really are a master of the mystical sect. The fact was in front of her, making Su Yuyao have to believe in the existence of magic. Chen Haoyu took back the talisman and placed it in the blue box, then said, the so-called mystical sect is not as magical as you imagine. If masters like Liu Bowen or Zhang Sanfeng were to travel to modern times, no matter how amazing they were, they would just be a few bullets away. Therefore, you can completely categorize talismans and fortune-telling as alternative science. Su Yuyao smiled and said, didn't you say you were a celestial master of the mystical sect? Why are you suddenly so humble? Are you afraid of being sliced up for research? Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, I'm mainly worried that you will fall in love with me. Su Yuyao scoffed, go dream your spring and autumn dream. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily and said, I'll go dream tonight. Here, this earring is a gift for you. Su Yuyao shook her head and said, it's too valuable. I don't want it. Chen Haoyu said, if you don't want it, then forget it. This little thing really doesn't match you. When you become my girlfriend, I'll give you a pair of imperial green jade earrings. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and said, aren't you done yet? Chen Haoyu quickly said, I'm done. Su Yuyao said, you said you would teach me Qigong. Is that still valid? Chen Haoyu stood up and said, of course it is. I'll print out the key points for practicing Qigong for you. If you're interested, you can practice. But I must warn you, there's 1 in 10,000 who can actually learn Qigong, so you'd better not get too obsessed. Su Yuyao said, I understand. 10 minutes later, a 1,500-word Qigong manual was produced. Su Yuyao looked at it for a long time and found that the Qigong principles were too profound. This medical genius couldn't even understand 1% of it. Chen Haoyu explained for more than an hour, leaving Su Yuyao even more confused. Chen Haoyu, are you messing with me? If I were messing with you, may the heavens strike me, and may I be erased from the 3 realms. No, I believe you. Just don't make such oaths. There are 2 ways to practice Qigong. One is from the outside to the inside, and the other is from the inside to the outside. For example, the 3 major internal martial arts, Xingyi, Baguazhang, and Tai Chi, belong to the former. They generate hidden strength by promoting Qi and blood, making it relatively easy to get started. This Qigong secret belongs to the latter, where one must first sense the Qi feeling before proceeding with the practice, making it extremely difficult to begin. How does one sense the Qi feeling? This is something that can only be understood intuitively. No one can explain it clearly. One person teaches, and another practices, which inevitably involves physical contact. This made Chen Haoyu feel secretly pleased. Of course, the final result was no result. Su Yuyao completely extinguished the thought of practicing Qigong. However, after this incident, the 2 became much closer. At the very least, the usually aloof Su Yuyao could no longer maintain her cold demeanor in front of Chen Haoyu. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Cadel stumbled out of the bar, drunk. Just as he was about to get into his car, a motorcycle suddenly charged towards him. The rider abruptly stopped in front of Cadel, waved his right hand, and a gleaming dagger gently grazed his neck. After finishing the job, the motorcycle quickly left. Cadel clutched his neck and collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from between his fingers. The whole process took less than half a minute, indicating that the assailant was experienced. An hour later, the police arrived at the scene. Upon realizing that the victim was a foreigner, they were instantly overwhelmed. The next morning, Chun Haoyu was practicing his martial arts in the park. He overheard a group of elderly people talking about an English teacher who was murdered outside a bar. Chun Haoyu quickly took out his phone to check and found out that the victim was Cadel, which made him curse inwardly. Damn, this Yi Ziyuan must have lost his mind. No matter what, Cadel was a foreigner. Causing a car accident would be better than such an open and notorious murder. The police are known for solving homicide cases, and if Yi Ziyuan didn't do it cleanly enough, then trouble would surely follow. After finishing breakfast, Chun Haoyu hitched a ride with Su Yuyao to the clinic. Just as he brewed a pot of tea, Yi Ziyuan walked in, looking heavy-hearted. Good morning, Dr. Chun. Mr. Yi, last night's incident wasn't your doing, was it? Seeing the pallor on Yi Ziyuan's face, Chun Haoyu couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Yi Ziyuan was even more surprised and asked, "How did you know?" Chun Haoyu replied, "I have some knowledge of physiognomy." Yi Ziyuan sighed in admiration. Dr. Chun, you are truly remarkable. To be honest, I also hired someone. The original plan was to stage an accident, but who knew that before we even got started, Cadel would be brutally killed outside the bar. Chun Haoyu said, good riddance. For scum like him, 1,000 cuts would be too light. Yi Ziyuan gritted his teeth and said, that's right. This way of dying is too easy for him. Have a seat. Chun Haoyu invited Yi Ziyuan to sit down and poured him a cup of tea, saying, regardless, the root of the problem is gone, which is a good thing for the child. After your daughter woke up yesterday, has she shown any improvement? Yi Ziyuan excitedly replied, yes, she has improved significantly. I feel like she has returned to normal, becoming as cheerful and optimistic as before. During dinner, Shaoan even told us a joke. Dr. Chun, your Qingxin talisman is simply amazing. Chun Haoyu was sure that the Qingxin talisman was effective for depression, but he wasn't entirely clear about the extent of its effectiveness. I thought I would still need to use the Qingxin chant for treatment, but it seems that's not necessary now. No, I'll bring her over in a few days. Please take another look. Mr. Yi, I suggest you take the child to the hospital for a checkup first. Although I don't have a high opinion of Western medicine, I must admit that it does have its strengths in certain aspects. Okay. Yi Ziyuan then took out a check from his pocket and handed it to Chun Haoyu, saying, Doctor, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, I only charge for treatment, not for gratitude. That's the clinic's rule. Yi Ziyuan could tell that Chun Haoyu was not being polite, so he awkwardly took back the check and said, all right then. Dr. Chun, when you have time, my wife and I would like to invite you to dinner. Chun Haoyu replied, let's talk about it after the child fully recovers. Chapter 27. The child has lost her soul. Yi Ziyuan thanked Chun Haoyu once again before leaving the clinic. Shortly after he left, a young couple walked in, holding a crying child. The child was only 2 or 3 years old, and Chun Haoyu could immediately tell that the little one was suffering from a loss of soul. In layman's terms, it meant the soul was lost. Doctor, could you please take a look at what's wrong with the child? The woman's face was filled with anxiety. Chun Haoyu approached the child, pointed at his forehead, and released some spiritual energy to disperse part of the evil energy. The child's crying stopped instantly. This operation stunned the young couple. For a week, the child had been crying and fussing during the day and couldn't sleep soundly at night, often having nightmares. The couple had visited several hospitals, and all the doctors prescribed calming medications, but none of them worked. Seeing the sign outside Chun Haoyu's clinic that claimed to specialize in difficult and complicated cases, they decided to give it a try despite the high registration fee. Chun Haoyu asked, what is your surname? The young man replied, my name is Chu Hong, and this is my wife, Gong Huihui. Dr. Chun, what is going on? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, just a little trick. Mr. Chu, think carefully. Have you taken the child to any unclean places recently? Chu Hong pondered and said, we went to the countryside last week to pay respects to our ancestors. Chun Haoyu was taken aback and asked, did you take the child with you? Chu Hong nodded. Yes. Gong Huihui asked, Dr. Chun, is there a direct connection between paying respects to ancestors and the child's crying? Chun Haoyu explained, the child is small, with a weak constitution and insufficient yang energy. The place for ancestor worship has heavy yin energy and rampant evil energy. If it invades the child's body, it will immediately lead to an imbalance of yin and yang. Gong Huihui pursed her lips and asked, isn't this what some mysterious and suspenseful online novels refer to as losing one's soul? Chun Haoyu replied, exactly. Bang. Gong Huihui punched Chu Hong hard, crying, I told you not to take her. For your sake, you insisted on going. Now look, she's lost her soul, and you're happy about it? Chu Hong looked regretful and said, I thought losing one's soul was a form of feudal superstition. I didn't expect it to be true. Dr. Chun, since you can see that the child has lost her soul, you should be able to summon it back, right? Chen Haoyu laughed and said, You've read too many novels, haven't you? There's no such thing as soul-summoning techniques in this world. Chu Heng anxiously asked, What should we do? Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, Don't panic, let me finish. Taoists say that the two souls of heaven and earth are always outside. Only the life soul resides within the body. The so-called loss of soul is just a term used in Taoism. In reality, it means that evil energy has entered the body and harmed the life soul. Scientifically speaking, it means psychological damage. As long as we eliminate the evil energy and take some calming medications, everything will be fine. Chu Heng asked, How do we eliminate the evil energy? Chen Haoyu replied, I have my own methods. Mr. Chu, shall we discuss the fee? Chu Heng quickly nodded and said, I'm sorry, I forgot to pay. How much is the fee? Chen Haoyu said, The registration fee is 3,000, the treatment fee is 2,000, a total of 5,000. No problem. Chu Heng immediately took out his phone, scanned the payment code that Chen Haoyu had posted on the table, and transferred 5,000 yuan. After receiving the money, Chen Haoyu took out a talisman from the drawer and brought Chu Heng and Gong Hui Hui to the consultation room, saying, You can lay the child flat on the bed. Okay, Gong Hui Hui replied, carefully placing the child on the bed. The little one cried again after leaving his mother's embrace. Chen Haoyu stepped forward, smiling, and said, Little one, stop for a moment. Crying again, one T looked pretty. Whether or not the little one understood Chen Haoyu's words, he not only stopped crying, but also smiled at Chen Haoyu. Chu Heng and Gong Hui Hui exchanged surprised glances. They had no idea that Chen Haoyu had just used a calming spell. The so-called calming spell is not some strange incantation, but a magical force combined with a special and gentle tone that enters a person's ears, achieving the effect of calming the mind. The younger the child, the less resistance they have to the calming spell. Chen Haoyu shook the talisman in his hand in front of the little one, then pressed it against his forehead. Magical energy surged out, and the talisman emitted a faint glow. If Chu Heng and Gong Hui Hui had the ability to see spirits, they would definitely see strands of black energy being absorbed into the talisman. With each bit of black energy absorbed, the brightness of the talisman dimmed a little, until the black energy completely disappeared. The glow of the talisman in Chen Haoyu's hand also completely extinguished, with 1/3 of its surface already turned black, as if it had been burned by fire. Gulp. Chu Heng swallowed hard and whispered, Hui Hui, did you see anything? Gong Hui Hui looked shocked and said, The talisman technique from the movies. Chen Haoyu casually threw the talisman, which had lost its magical power, into the trash can, turned around, and said to the two, The child should be fine now. After you go back, just give him some calming medicine. Chu Heng had already determined that the doctor in front of him was an extraordinary person, and quickly said, Dr. Chen, could you prescribe some traditional Chinese medicine? Chen Haoyu replied, Traditional Chinese medicine is too bitter. This big child can't drink it. Better to take Western medicine. Chu Heng nodded and said, Understood. Thank you, Dr. Chu. The two picked up the child and left the clinic, expressing their gratitude. Shop owner Zhang Nan saw the family of three and curiously walked into the clinic, saying, Brother, there really are people coming to see a doctor. Chen Haoyu switched to boastful mode, saying, Boss Zhang, running a clinic is just like doing business. The key is the gimmick. Look at my notice, isn't the gimmick sufficient? Zhang Nan said, The gimmick is indeed enough, but the key is whether it can cure diseases. Chen Haoyu proudly said, Coincidentally, standing in front of you is a miracle doctor who can cure all ailments. Zhang Ning gave a thumbs up and said, Brother, you're impressive. Chen Haoyu chuckled, Just SOSO, third best in the world. Boss Zhang, come in as a guest, sit down and have a cup of tea. I just bought this tea yesterday, it's really nice. Zhang Nan said, Then I'll be polite and accept your offer. Chapter 28. Live streaming to expose fraud. While Chen Haoyu and Zhang Nan were chatting over tea in the clinic, not far away, a young man was live streaming. This man, named He Jiahong, with the online nickname Brother Hong, was known for his good looks and sharp tongue. He was one of the most famous internet celebrity hosts at a network company in Yanhai, with over 6 million fans. At this moment, He Jiahong had his assistant Huzi point the phone camera at the notice outside Chen Haoyu's clinic. About 30,000 fans were watching the live stream. He Jiahong said, Registration fee 3,000, consultation fee 10,000, treating 3 patients a day. If not cured, money back. What does everyone think this is? The comments in the live stream flooded in. Typical gimmick. Now even clinics for treating diseases are doing this. How has the world changed like this? Such a big claim. I dare say, no hospital in the whole of Xia country would dare to say such a thing. 3,000 for registration, 10,000 for consultation. And this doesn't even include the treatment fee. Good heavens, no wonder they limit it to 3 patients. If it were me, treating just 1 a day could make me a millionaire. Brother Hong, hurry in and expose him. This is too infuriating. He Jiahong said with righteous indignation. Clinics are places for treating illnesses, not for making money. I'm going to meet this overly confident miracle doctor and completely expose his false facade. Please everyone, support me with rockets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of rockets shot out in the live stream. Ha ha, everyone is so supportive. Now let us go live to expose the fraud. After saying that, He Jiahong and Huzi strode into Chun Haoyu's clinic. Who is the doctor? He Jiahong shouted. Huzi aimed the phone camera at the interior of the clinic, taking a sweep but deliberately skipping over Chun Haoyu and Zhang Nan, who were drinking tea. Live streaming without consent is an infringement of others' rights. And He Jiahong didn't want to get sued for that. Chun Haoyu stood up, surprised, and asked, Who are you? Is this a live stream? He Jiahong replied bluntly, Yes. Please let the doctor here come out. Chun Haoyu said, I am the only doctor in this clinic. He Jiahong laughed and said, You're the doctor? Ha ha ha, don't joke around. This is a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, looking at your age. You seem to be a few years younger than me, right? What is going on? Brother Hong is under 30. Is this traditional Chinese medicine doctor only in his 20s? Hearing the other party's voice, he indeed sounded very young. It's a pity I can't capture his face. Otherwise, I'd really like to see what he looks like. In modern society, there are all kinds of people. Even traditional Chinese medicine is being impersonated. The comments in the live stream flooded in again. Chun Haoyu frowned and said, My age has nothing to do with my medical skills. Also, are you here to see a doctor or to live stream? If it's for live streaming, then please leave. He Jiahong raised an eyebrow and said, I'm seeing a doctor and live streaming at the same time. Chun Haoyu suddenly understood and said, I see. You're trying to profit off me. Meanwhile, Zhang Nan sensed that the situation was getting awkward and quickly said, Brother, you carry on. I'll take my leave first. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, All right, Boss Zhang, take care. Zhang Nan, afraid to be caught on camera, covered his face as he left. He Jiahong said, Dr. Chun, right? May I ask if you are willing to join my live stream? Chun Haoyu bluntly replied, No. He Jiahong chuckled and said, That's fine. I've been feeling unwell lately. Could you please take a look at me? Chun Haoyu looked at He Jiahong deeply and said, You're here to expose fraud, aren't you? He Jiahong explained. If you really have the ability, then it's not exposing fraud, but promoting your medical skills. If you don't have the ability, then you shouldn't be in this line of work. I think it's best for you to close the clinic to avoid harming others and yourself in the future. Well said. Support Brother Hong. Just talking is useless. Rocket support. I'll send 10 rockets. The fans in the live stream became lively again. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, Understood. The question is, who judges the truth? I say you're sick. You say you're fine. It's all just empty words. Who will be the referee? He Jiahong said. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and pulse-taking. When I first started the live broadcast, I had already mentioned my situation. You can help me take my pulse. As long as what you say is similar to my condition, I'll consider you impressive. Chun Haoyu pointed to the payment code on the table and said, Then please pay 3,000 yuan. He Jiahong was taken aback and said, You want money before even treating me? Chun Haoyu retorted, Which hospital charges a consultation fee only after the treatment? He Jiahong was amused and said, All right, that's ruthless. Taking out his personal phone, He Jiahong transferred 3,000 yuan to Chun Haoyu. Damn, what kind of person is this? So despicable. Asking for 3,000 yuan before even seeing a doctor is simply outrageous. I am from Yanhai. Once I expose this person's true nature, I will smash his clinic. The fans were very angry about Chun Haoyu's actions. Chun Haoyu asked He Jiahong to sit down while taking his pulse and asked, What is your surname? He Jiahong replied, My surname is He. No need for formality. Fans call me Brother Hong. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, Please extend your other hand. He Jiahong complied. After taking his pulse, Chun Haoyu smiled and said, Your spleen and stomach are very weak, caused by drinking a few days ago. You should have had a few bouts of diarrhea this morning. It's tough on you, still insisting on coming here to expose the fraud under these circumstances. He Jiahong stood up in shock and exclaimed, You are my fan? Chen Haoyu calmly said, I don't know any of you internet celebrities. How could I be your fan? Hee, judging by your reaction, I must have passed your test, right? He Jiahong pursed his lips and said, You're right. Wow, this guy is impressive. Brother Hong just started the live stream and mentioned his situation, which is exactly the same as what this doctor said. If I didn't know Brother Hong's character, I would think they were in cahoots. It seems this young traditional Chinese medicine practitioner has some skills. At least he can take a pulse. The fans in the live stream were very surprised by the test results. Chen Haoyu said to He Jiahong, Your issue isn't serious. Just take some medicine and you'll be fine. But your assistant has a big problem. He Jiahong's expression changed, and he quickly asked, What's wrong with Huzi? Huzi was not only his assistant, but also his cousin from his mother's side. Having grown up together in their childhood, He Jiahong felt a bit anxious upon hearing there was an issue with Huzi's health. Huzi frowned and said, I just had a physical checkup a month ago, and all the indicators were normal. Chen Haoyu calmly replied, Just because it was normal a month ago doesn't mean it's normal now. Chapter 29. The one who is sick is your assistant. He Jiahong didn't hesitate and transferred another 3,000 yuan to the payment code on the table, saying, Please check Huzi's pulse. After saying that, He Jiahong stood up to grab Huzi's live streaming phone. Chen Haoyu said, No need to check. His complexion already says it all. You should go to Kangen Hospital immediately for a stomach examination. If I'm not mistaken, he likely has stomach cancer. Fortunately, it's in the early stages. A surgery to remove it should solve the problem. He Jiahong couldn't believe it and said, You can tell Huzi has stomach cancer just by looking at him. And it's in the early stages. Dr. Chen, are you sure you're not joking? Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, If I'm wrong, I'll return you 12,000. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged like bamboo shoots after the rain. Can someone really determine cancer just by looking? It seems this doctor is quite confident. I can't believe this is real. If it's true, we can just go to the hospital for a checkup, right? Yes, Brother Hong, hurry and take Huzi for an examination. He Jiahong didn't need to look at the comments to guess the fans' reactions and said, Dr. Chen, we will go for the examination right away. If you are correct, it would be like saving Huzi's life, and I will definitely repay you handsomely. Chen Haoyu calmly replied, There's no need for a hefty reward. You pay me, and I treat you. There's no need for thanks. After He Jiahong left, Chen Haoyu tidied up a bit and directly closed the clinic's door. Zhang Nan peeked out and asked, Bro, what's going on? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, All set. I made 6,000 yuan in consultation fees. Today, the 3 slots are filled, so I'm closing. Zhang Nan originally thought Chen Haoyu was going to fail, but was surprised that he made 6,000 yuan, saying, You really know how to treat patients? Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, Didn't I say? I'm the #1 divine doctor in the world. Boss Zhang, goodbye. Watching Chen Haoyu's back, Zhang Nan muttered, Are people really that easy to fool nowadays? He Jiahong hurriedly took Huzi to Kangen Hospital. The internal medicine outpatient building was already packed with people. He Jiahong immediately picked up his phone and made a call. Ching, help. I'm at the outpatient department. It's really busy. If you have something to say, hurry up. Let me skip the line. Not possible. Everyone is waiting in line. What do you think skipping the line is? It will only take you a minute. I just want to get a scan of Huzi's stomach. What's wrong? A doctor at a clinic said he has stomach cancer. Is that true? Hurry and bring Huzi to room 206. I'll get you a list right away. After hanging up the phone, He Jiahong and Huzi quickly arrived at room 206 and met Qin Qingqing. Qin Qingqing apologized to the patient and handed the list she prepared to He Jiahong, saying, Go to the first floor hall to pay, and then head straight to the room. You'll get the results around noon. Just call me directly when you have them. He Jiahong nodded and said, Okay. At critical moments, my wife is reliable. It turns out He Jiahong and Qin Qingqing are in a romantic relationship. They have been dating for 3 years and are at the stage of discussing marriage. Qin Qingqing rolled her eyes at him and said, Less talk. Hurry and take Huzi. Just as He Jiahong and Huzi were going for the scan, Chen Haoyu also arrived at Kangen Hospital. This morning, he learned from Su Yuing that Cheng Guangyao had arranged for Cheng Qinghe to be transferred to Kangen Hospital. So, Chen Haoyu bought a basket of fruits on the way to visit Cheng Qinghe and also planned to give a health talisman to Cheng Guangyao. Following the room number given by Su Yuing, Chen Haoyu quickly found Cheng Guangyao and Cheng Qinghe. Mr. Cheng, what brings you here? Cheng Guangyao said in surprise. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, I came to visit young Master Cheng. Seeing Chen Haoyu, Cheng Qinghe had completely lost his previous arrogance and said, Mr. Chen, thank you for saving my life. I, Cheng Qinghe, am very clear about my debts and favors. If you need anything in the future, just let me know, and I will do my best." Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "What could a clinic doctor like me need?" "Young Master Cheng, after this ordeal, what are your thoughts?" Cheng Qinghe replied, "Life is only one. I will never engage in dangerous activities again. Once I recover, I will help out at the antique shop." Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. It's good that you can think this way. It shows you are living up to the second chance given to you by fate." Cheng Guangyao added, "The one who gave him a second chance is not fate, but you." Chen Haoyu replied, "Mr. Cheng, I've already said that I have no debts with your Qing family. That protective talisman was bought by you for 200,000. It has nothing to do with me. Why do you need to give me gifts?" As soon as Cheng Guangyao heard this, he immediately understood the reason for Chen Haoyu's visit and said, "Mr. Chen, that was just my heartfelt gesture." Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "People from the Xinmen do not like to get involved in karma. Originally, I wanted to return the item to you, but Su Yuyao said that would be too impersonal. So I can only give you a return gift." Before Cheng Guangyao could refuse, Chen Haoyu took out a blue box and placed it on the table, saying, "Inside is a health talisman. Your heart isn't in great shape. Wear it, and within 6 months, you shouldn't have any more issues." Cheng Guangyao asked in surprise, "Mr. Chen, didn't you say the effectiveness of talismans is very short?" Chen Haoyu replied, "This is a jade talisman I specially made for you with my spiritual energy, using Hetian jade. Although the spiritual power isn't strong, it's enough to keep your body in a healthy state. Old Cheng, take good care of Cheng Xiao. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." After saying this, Chen Haoyu turned and walked out. Cheng Guangyao hurriedly followed him, seeing him off to the elevator before returning. After closing the door, Cheng Guangyao opened the box and saw a piece of jade quietly lying inside. As a veteran in the antique industry, Cheng Guangyao naturally had an extraordinary eye and could tell at a glance that the quality of this Hetian jade was not very high. However, when Cheng Guangyao picked it up, he felt a warm flow of energy entering his body from the jade. The flow was not large, but it was genuinely present. "What a miraculous jade talisman!" Cheng Guangyao couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Cheng Qinghe asked, "Grandpa, what does Mr. Chen mean by this?" Cheng Guangyao sighed and said, "I gave him a generous gift with the intention of befriending him. Unfortunately, we were ultimately reaching too high." Cheng Qinghe said, "Grandpa, I think you might be a bit too hasty. Making friends should be gradual and sincere, especially with someone like this mysterious figure from the Xianmen." Cheng Guangyao was taken aback, nodded, and said, "You're right. Qinghe, it seems you're not without merit." Cheng Qinghe helplessly replied, "Thank you for the compliment." "Ha ha." Cheng Guangyao laughed heartily. Chapter 30. This world is too small. At noon, Su Yuyao and Dong Qingqing were having lunch in the staff cafeteria. There were considerably more patients today than usual, leaving both of them feeling somewhat fatigued. "Qingqing, the Xiezi scan results have come out. Where are you?" Dong Qingqing received a call from He Jiahong. "Bring the scan to the 6th floor staff cafeteria." "Okay, I'll be right there." After hanging up, Dong Qingqing stood up and said, "Yuyao, I'm going to meet someone at the door." Su Yuyao asked, "Are you picking up Hongge? What's he doing?" The two were close friends, and Su Yuyao was naturally familiar with Dong Qingqing's boyfriend, He Jiahong. Dong Qingqing said, "You might not believe it. A clinic doctor determined that my husband's cousin has stomach cancer without any instruments, which scared my husband into bringing him for a scan. Now that the results are out, I'm helping him take a look." Su Yuyao said, "Then let them both come in and have a meal together." Dong Qingqing quietly said, "That's what I was thinking. You eat first, I'll be back soon." A few minutes later, Dong Qingqing returned with He Jiahong. He Jiahong greeted Su Yuyao and then looked at Dong Qingqing, who had a serious expression. He knew his girlfriend well and could tell from her face that something was not right. "Yuyao, take a look. I'm a bit unsure." Dong Qingqing handed the scan to Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao took the scan, examined it carefully in the sunlight, and said, "I feel there's a high probability of early-stage stomach cancer, but the cancerous area is very small." Dong Qingqing nodded and said, "I think so too." Su Yuyao continued, "As long as the cancerous part is removed as soon as possible, there's over a 90% chance of complete recovery. After all, this is just the beginning of the cancer. It's even earlier than typical early-stage stomach cancer." He Jiahong breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We really have to thank that clinic doctor. If we had waited any longer, the problem would have been much worse." Dong Qingqing curiously asked, "Which clinic doctor are you talking about? What method did he use?" He Jiahong replied, "It's a young doctor named Chun, younger than me, but his medical skills are astonishing. I saw the notice he posted stating the registration fee was 3,000 yuan, which is harsher than those well-known experts in the country. So I went in to check it out. I didn't expect him to be so skilled. He didn't even take my pulse. Just glanced a few times and said that Xiezi had stomach cancer. Of course, we didn't believe it, so we came to check. Dong Qingqing exclaimed. He is really impressive. He could tell it was stomach cancer. Su Yuyao showed a strange expression and said, Is that clinic doctor named Chen? It's about 3 kilometers from our Kangon hospital. He Jiahong nodded. That's right. Su doctor, do you know this clinic? Su Yuyao looked at Dong Qingqing and said, It's Chun Haoyu. Dong Qingqing displayed an incredulous expression and said, This guy is quite hidden. Yuyao, are you still living with him? Su Yuyao said lightly. He is just a nuisance. I can't shake him off. He Jiahong was surprised. So you two know each other? Dong Qingqing said, Didn't I tell you before? Yuyao accidentally hit someone while driving. He Jiahong said, The person who was in a coma for 100 days and then woke up is Dr. Chen? Wow, this world is really too small. Dong Qingqing nudged Su Yuyao and said, Let us invite Chun Haoyu out for dinner tonight. He Jiahong agreed. Qingqing is right. I must treat him to this meal. I want to thank him properly. Su Yuyao thought for a moment and said, I'll give him a call. Picking up her phone, Su Yuyao dialed Chen Haoyu. Haha, it's only been a morning, and you already miss me. Sudame, are you falling in love with me? Huffed. Hearing Chun Haoyu's words, Dong Qingqing burst into laughter. Su Yuyao shot her a glare and said, Chen Haoyu, stop being so full of yourself. I ask you, did you treat someone this morning? Did you say they had early-stage stomach cancer? To be precise, it's early stage among the early stages. As long as that little assistant does a minimally invasive surgery to remove the cancerous part, everything will be fine. Hee. It's just because I'm kind-hearted and virtuous, repaying kindness with kindness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told them. Darn it. Coming to my clinic to challenge me is simply outrageous. Honggu is Dong Qingqing's boyfriend, and they will soon be getting married. Wow, this world is really small. You should let Dr. Dong wear glasses. I suspect there is something wrong with her eyes. She is right beside Honggu. Otherwise, would you tell them? Ha ha ha, no need. Just joking. How did you figure out that Xiezi had stomach cancer? This is the experience we have as traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Small illnesses are harder to notice. But for serious illnesses, especially terminal ones, we can usually tell at a glance. You're impressive. Tonight, Honggu and Qingjia want to treat you to dinner. Are you free? Up to you. If you go, I'll go. If you don't go, I won't go either. That is called following the lead of the wife. Su Yuyao did not reply, directly hanging up the phone. Dong Qingqing looked at her with interest and asked, Yuyao, what is going on between you two? Is he pursuing you? Su Yuyao said irritably, This Chen Haoyu is just a rogue. Dong Qingqing said, Yuyao, we've known each other for 2 years, and I've never seen you speak to another man in that special tone you just used. Su Yuyao replied, I was just annoyed with him. Dong Qingqing showed a motherly smile and said, Then the problem is even bigger. You are a born internist, calm and composed in the face of anything. Chun Haoyu can make you angry in just a few words, which fully shows that he occupies a special place in your heart. Su Yuyao glared at Dong Qingqing and said, We're eating, stop grossing me out. Dong Qingqing said to He Jiahong, Honey, I'll go get you a meal. He Jiahong waved his hand and said, No need. I'll take Huzi to eat his favorite fried sauce noodles to comfort him. I'll send you the hotel location this afternoon. At that time, you and Dr. Su can go together. Dong Qingqing said, Okay. Honey, tell Huzi not to worry, it's nothing serious. He Jiahong made a gesture and said, Got it. After a busy afternoon, after work, Su Yuyao drove Dong Qingqing to her community. Chen Haoyu had been waiting at the entrance of the community. Seeing that the passenger seat was empty, Chen Haoyu directly opened the car door and sat down. Chapter 31 Martial Arts Master Dr. Dong. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you seem to have become more beautiful, Chun Haoyu said with a playful smile as he turned to Dong Qingqing. Dong Qingqing raised her eyebrows and said, Chun Haoyu, how long have you been living with our Yuyao? And you can talk like this already? Chun Haoyu said, It's mainly because the beautiful Su has trained me well. Su Yuyao said lightly, If you two don't want to sit in my car, you can get out. Chun Haoyu raised both hands and said, All right, no more talking. The steering wheel is in your hands, you're the boss. Dong Qingqing smiled and said, Now I understand why the usually calm Yuyao would be so angry with you. With that mouth of yours, anyone would find it unbearable. Chen Haoyu proudly said, This is called eloquence. Ha ha. Dong Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. Chen Haoyu asked, Dr. Dong, how do you know He Jiahong? This internet celebrity? Dong Qingqing replied. We're neighbors. After graduating from university, we both worked in Yanhai, and then we got together. What's wrong? Does he have any issues? I heard you can tell fortunes. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, fate is never fixed. For example, if Yu Yao hadn't met me, her future life would have had great turmoil, and she might never find happiness. But now that she knows me, her fate has changed, and she will definitely be happy for a lifetime. Dong Qingqing laughed and said, so you think you're Yu Yao's benefactor? Chen Haoyu said, that's not comprehensive. I'm not just her benefactor, but also someone who will accompany her for a lifetime. Dong Qingqing immediately laughed so hard that she couldn't catch her breath, saying, Chen Haoyu, you really have thick skin. Su Yuyao echoed, that's not thick-skinned, that's shameless. An hour later, the car stopped at the entrance of a 5-star hotel. Chen Haoyu got out of the car and, seeing the word brilliant, couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Isn't this Yi Ziyuan's hotel? While Dong Qingqing was calling He Jiahong, Su Yuyao quietly asked, is there something wrong with Qingjia's marriage? Chen Haoyu's eyes flickered as he asked, what do you mean? Su Yuyao said, Qingjia has asked you several times about her and He Jiahong, and you always dodge the question. If it were a good marriage, you could just say so, no need to be so evasive. Chen Haoyu gave her a thumbs up and said, your observation is really sharp, but I would rather destroy 10 temples than break one marriage. I don't want to be the bad guy. Su Yuyao stared at Chen Haoyu with her beautiful eyes and said, I want to know if it will harm Qingjia. Chen Haoyu was silent for a moment and said, I can only say it's a difficult choice. Just as Su Yuyao was about to ask further, Dong Qingqing's voice came through. What are you two whispering about? Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, since it's a whisper, I definitely can't tell you. Dong Qingqing scoffed and said, let us go. My husband booked a spot at the Westlake Hall on the 6th floor. The three entered the lobby, and Su Yuyao suddenly linked her arm with Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and asked, what's wrong? Su Yuyao said, Shindong is in front. Chen Haoyu looked up and saw Shindong waiting for the elevator with several young men and women. From their attire, it was clear they were a group of wealthy second-generation rich kids. However, among them, the leader was not Shindong, but a dark-skinned man with sharp eyes. A martial arts master. Chen Haoyu made a quick judgment about the leading man with just one glance. As if sensing Chen Haoyu's gaze, the man turned to look at him. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly at him. The man stared at Chen Haoyu for a moment and nodded. Yuyao. Shindong finally saw Su Yuyao, and his face lit up with joy. But seeing her link arms with Chen Haoyu, the joy on his face instantly disappeared. The others turned to look, all showing expressions of amazement. So beautiful. Who is this woman? So stunning. What a pity she's wasted on a piece of trash. Su Yuyao said, hello, Mr. Shun. If one were to describe Su Yuyao's tone in one sentence, it would be as if keeping others at a distance of 1,000 miles. The rich second-generation kids all showed playful expressions, looking at Shindong in unison. Shindong walked up to Su Yuyao, pointed at Chen Haoyu, and said, Yuyao, I've investigated this Chen Haoyu. He is definitely not your boyfriend. A penny saved is a penny earned. Chen Haoyu chuckled and directly kissed Su Yuyao on the cheek, proudly saying, Mr. Shun, since you've already investigated, you should know we are living together. Let me put it this way, we fell in love at first sight. Su Yuyao was caught off guard by Chen Haoyu's kiss. Her expression stiffened for a moment, then instantly turned red. She gently hit Chen Haoyu and said, everyone's watching. Chen Haoyu wrapped his arm around Su Yuyao's slim waist and said, I just wanted Mr. Shun to know to back off. Shindong looked at Su Yuyao's shy expression in disbelief, feeling utterly defeated. The leading man said, Shindong, let's go. Shindong glared at Chen Haoyu and said to Su Yuyao, Yuyao, I will not give up pursuing you. Chen Haoyu's expression turned cold, and he said, listen up, Shun. Yuyao is my woman. If you dare to disturb her again, I want to be polite. Although Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao were not in a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, in everyone's eyes, they were already a couple. Shindong's continued pursuit of Su Yuyao was openly undermining Chen Haoyu. Any man would find this intolerable. Shindong smiled mockingly and said, Chen Haoyu, you're just a little outpatient doctor living off a woman, and you dare to be rude to me? Do you have the guts? Do you have the ability? Chen Haoyu replied, Yao likes me to live off her. What is it to you? Mr. Shun, with your looks, temperament, and capabilities in that area, you probably won't be able to live off anyone in your life. I advise you to work out more in your spare time to avoid being weak all the time. Fuck. Shindong was furious and kicked toward Chen Haoyu's chest. Three-legged cat. Just as Chen Haoyu was about to make a move, The leading man had already pulled Shin Dong back. This is the brilliant hotel. Don't cause trouble here. Shin Dong pointed at Chun Haoyu, gritting his teeth, and said, You wait, this matter is not over. You really overestimate yourself. Chun Haoyu glanced disdainfully at Shin Dong and turned to the leading man, asking, What is your surname? The man replied, Chao Chung. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, Mr. Chao? It's quite impressive that you can practice martial arts to the realm of Mingjin in this age of entertainment. Chao Cheng's expression changed. You can tell? Chun Haoyu replied, I also know a bit of martial arts. We should have a chance to spar. All masters of traditional Chinese martial arts who have reached a certain level possess very keen senses. From the first moment he saw Chun Haoyu, Chao Chung felt a sense of mystery and strength emanating from him. But how strong exactly? Chao Chung was unsure. He took out a postcard from his pocket and said, Mr. Chun, I am the owner of the Shengtian Fitness Center, and I look forward to your visit. Chapter 32. Chao Cheng's shock seeing Chao Cheng's attitude towards Chun Haoyu. The group of rich second-generation heirs was greatly surprised. As the eldest son of Chao Lishue, the richest man in Yanhai City, Chao Cheng is undoubtedly a prominent figure in the circle. Ordinary people, and even some young masters from wealthy families, are usually beneath his notice. Some say that others' arrogance is merely superficial, while Chao Cheng's arrogance runs deep to the bone. Yet, such an arrogant person would place such importance on a clinic doctor, which left those familiar with Chao Cheng puzzled. Shin Haoyu took the business card and smiled. All right, I will definitely come. Both sides entered their respective elevators. Qin Qingqing patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. You scared me just now. Chun Haoyu laughed. What is there to be afraid of? Qin Qingqing pointed at the business card in Chun Haoyu's hand. Do you know who Chao Cheng is? Before Chun Haoyu could speak, Qin Qingqing continued. His father is the president of the Chao Group, with assets exceeding hundreds of billions, and he is also the second largest shareholder of our Kangen Hospital. Fortunately, you didn't get into a conflict with him. Otherwise, both Yu Yao and I would be in big trouble. Chun Haoyu smiled. This Chao Cheng is not an ordinary rich second generation. With his temperament, he wouldn't cause trouble for you. Everyone knows that practicing martial arts is extremely arduous. Chao Cheng, with such good living conditions, still chooses to cultivate traditional Chinese martial arts. This shows much more perseverance and self-discipline than those who practice martial arts out of necessity. Qin Qingqing glanced at him. How do you know? Chun Haoyu replied, My eyes can see through people. When it comes to understanding others, there is no one better. Qin Qingqing pointed to herself. Then what do you see my future as? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, With a friend like Yu Yao, your future will definitely be smooth sailing. Just as he finished speaking, the elevator stopped. With the service staff leading the way, the three entered the Shihu Hall. He Jiahong immediately stood up and extended his hand to Chun Haoyu. Dr. Chun, I didn't expect you to know Qingqing. I apologize for what happened this morning. It was my fault. Chun Haoyu shook his hand and smiled. No need to apologize. You even helped me earn $6,000. I didn't suffer any loss. He Jiahong handed his phone to Chun Haoyu, saying, I did a 10-minute live stream this afternoon, revealing the diagnosis of Huzi, and the fans were all very shocked. Mr. Chun, how did you figure it out? 2 words, experience. Chun Haoyu took the phone, watched the live stream replay, and comments. Wow, it's really early-stage gastric cancer. Hong Gu confirmed, this person is a miracle doctor. A miracle doctor in his 20s is simply incredible. If it were someone else, I would definitely think they had colluded beforehand. My cousin has anorexia and is almost as thin as a stick. I'll take her to this clinic tomorrow. It's a pity I didn't see what this miracle doctor looks like. The live stream comments exceeded 200,000, indicating how popular He Jiahong was in online broadcasting. Dr. Chun, do you want me to help promote you? He Jiahong asked with a smile. Chun Haoyu returned the phone to He Jiahong, saying, 5 days a week. Working 2 hours a day, only seeing 3 patients. This is the rule I set for myself. With so many of your fans, if they all come to me for treatment, I would be overwhelmed. He Jiahong said, You just don't want to tie yourself down with work. Chun Haoyu nodded, exactly. Dong Qingqing pulled Su Yu Yao to sit down, saying, Are you two done talking? How long are you going to stand there? Chun Haoyu said discontentedly, Dr. Dong, shouldn't you be sitting with your husband? Dong Qingqing wrapped her arm around Su Yu Yao's shoulder and kissed her cheek, saying, Husbands can't compare to our Yu Yao. Chun Haoyu shrugged and sat down opposite Su Yu Yao. All right, I admit that. Above the Shihu Hall is the Huiguang Hall, which is the legendary Emperor Hall of the Huiguang Hotel. Shin Dong slammed the table, gritting his teeth, and said, This bastard, I will make him pay. Chao Cheng glanced at him and said lightly, Shandong, I advise you not to cause trouble for him. Shandong was taken aback, recalling Chao Cheng's attitude towards Chun Haoyu, and said, Chingu, I have investigated this Chun Haoyu. He is just an orphan. He has been in detention several times. I don't understand why you look at such a rogue in a different light. Chao Cheng said, Did you notice Chun Haoyu's eyes? Shandong shook his head. What's wrong with his eyes? Chao Cheng took a sip of tea and said, Calm, mysterious, deep. This is the feeling his eyes give me. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. I absolutely do not believe he is the kind of worthless rogue you describe. A rich second generation said, Chenggu, are you overestimating him? Chao Cheng replied, I have never misjudged anyone when it comes to understanding people. In fact, there was something Chao Cheng did not say, which was that he sensed a strong smell of blood from Chun Haoyu. This is the kind of blood smell that comes from having killed dozens or even hundreds of people. Chao Cheng's keen instincts told him that Chun Haoyu is an extremely dangerous person who absolutely cannot be offended. The main reason he valued Chun Haoyu so much and handed over his business card was that he wanted to befriend him. Chao Cheng is currently very interested in Chun Haoyu. Shandong said indignantly, Chenggu, no matter what, I must avenge the grievance of being robbed of my wife. Chao Cheng smiled. I'm just reminding you not to underestimate Chun Haoyu. I'm not protecting him. Your personal grievances should be resolved by yourselves. Chao Cheng, who else have you offended? Yi Ziyuan walked in smiling. Chao Cheng stood up and said, It's just a small matter with Shandong. Yuan Gu, you look quite well. Has Xiao Han's condition improved? It turns out that Yi Ziyuan's father is the famous Xingyi Quan master Yi Tsong in Yanhai, a towering figure in the martial arts community. Yi Ziyuan has never been interested in martial arts since childhood, so he only learned a bit of the basics, which disappointed Yi Tsong greatly. He thought his Xingyi Quan would be lost, but unexpectedly, his old friend Chao Lishua brought the sickly Chao Cheng to Yi Tsong and made him his disciple. Chao Cheng's talent, comprehension, and hard work in Xingyi Quan were exceptional, and he was accepted as a close disciple by Yi Tsong. Therefore, Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan are very close. Yi Ziyuan chuckled. What do you mean by improvement? It should be a significant improvement. I can no longer feel that Xiao Han is a patient with depression. Chapter 33. A sorcerer can save lives, but also take them. Really? Chao Cheng was delighted and said, That's great. A week ago, I went to see my master, and he was sighing and worrying about Xiao Han's depression. I was planning to invite a psychological expert from abroad for Xiao Han. I didn't expect that in less than a week, Xiao Han is already better. Which miraculous doctor did you find? Yi Ziyuan shook his head and said, There are too many miraculous doctors in Xia country. This title doesn't suit him at all. Chao Cheng was quite surprised and asked, Who are you talking about? He's so impressive. He knew that his senior brother appeared very easygoing, but in reality, he was as proud as himself. To receive such high praise from him showed how extraordinary that doctor was. Yi Ziyuan's heart stirred, and he said, I can introduce you to him. At that time, you can have him take a look at Uncle Chao's leg. The richest man in Yanhai, Chao Lishua, had gone to Southeast Asia to do business when he was young and was captured by a local criminal gang, leading to his suffering from chronic leg pain. Over the past 30 years, Chao Lishua had consulted countless traditional and Western medicine practitioners, but had never been able to cure it. Now, he could no longer stand and had to sit in a wheelchair, often enduring pain that ordinary people could hardly bear. Chao Cheng's eyes lit up, excitedly asking, Can he cure my dad's chronic leg pain? Yi Ziyuan replied, If he can't cure Uncle Chao, then probably no one in this world can. Chao Cheng couldn't wait and said, Brother Yuan, let's go find him tomorrow. Yi Ziyuan smiled and said, No problem. Chao Cheng, you take care of your friends and enjoy yourselves. I'll entertain some other guests. Okay, I'll see you off. Chao Cheng escorted Yi Ziyuan out of the brilliant hall, and the two confirmed the time to find the miraculous doctor. Just as Yi Ziyuan was about to leave, he suddenly heard an angry voice from inside. Damn it, brothers. I've decided to smash Chun Haoyu's clinic tomorrow. Who's going with me? Yi Ziyuan's expression changed, and he immediately stopped. Xiao Cheng, who was just speaking. Shandong. This guy has taken a liking to a female doctor from Kangen Hospital and got upset because a doctor from a clinic got there first. He wants to cause trouble for them. Is that doctor called Chun Haoyu? Yes. We even saw him at the elevator door when we were going upstairs. That Chun Haoyu gave me a feeling that he is not simple. I haven't offended him, but Shandong almost got into a fight with him. Brother Yuan. Do you know him? Of course I know him. Chun Haoyu is the miraculous doctor I want to introduce you to. What? Chao Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. How old is he? How can he have such amazing medical skills? Yi Ziyuan said, "Do you know how long it took Dr. Chen to cure Xiao Han's severe depression? Let me tell you, it took less than 10 minutes in total. With such medical skills, how can you say he is not amazing?" Xiao Cheng said solemnly, "I will warn Shindong not to cause trouble for Dr. Chen." Yi Ziyuan said, "It's best to resolve it once and for all. You can clearly tell him that if he dares to go against Dr. Chen, he should be prepared for the entire Shin family to be destroyed." Seeing Xiao Cheng about to say something, Yi Ziyuan waved his hand and said, "I'm not trying to scare him. Dr. Chen definitely has that capability." Every time, Yi Ziyuan thought of the mysterious methods Dr. Chen had shown when treating his daughter, he felt a deep sense of fear. A master who could cure illnesses with talismans wouldn't he lack the means to kill, right? Don't joke. How could he not? If the Shun family opposed him, Dr. Chen might use some strange secret techniques to bring the Shun family to ruin. There's a saying in the martial arts world, you can offend anyone but not a miraculous doctor or sorcerer, because a miraculous doctor can heal, while a sorcerer can kill an entire family. Chao Qing nodded and said, "I understand." Learning that Chun Haoyu was dining at the brilliant hotel, Yi Ziyuan immediately asked Wang Jing to bring their daughter over. After finding out from a waiter that Chun Haoyu was in the Shihu Hall, Yi Ziyuan took a bottle of top-quality red wine and walked in with his wife and daughter. "Dr. Chun, why didn't you let me know you were coming for dinner? I could have arranged a special table for you with the kitchen specialties," Yi Ziyuan said with a smile. Chun Haoyu stood up and pointed to He Jiahong, saying, "The one treating today is Mr. He. I only found out he booked the brilliant hotel after I arrived." He Jiahong asked, "Dr. Chun, who is this gentleman?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Yi Ziyuan, the owner of the brilliant hotel. The other two are Mr. Ye's wife, Mrs. Wang Jing, and his daughter, Yi Han." Upon learning that Yi Ziyuan was the hotel owner, Su Yuyao, Dong Qingqing, and He Jiahong were all quite surprised. The brilliant hotel was well known throughout Yanhai, and as the owner, Yi Ziyuan's net worth was at least over 30 billion. A wealthy man like him actually brought his wife and child to toast Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen must have quite a reputation. After everyone got acquainted, Yi Ziyuan and his family of three sat down. In front of this billionaire, Su Yuyao remained calm and composed as usual, while He Jiahong and Dong Qingqing were a bit more reserved. Even though Yi Ziyuan had been very approachable, they still felt a bit uneasy. Chun Haoyu could naturally guess the purpose of Yi Ziyuan bringing his wife and child over. He looked at Yi Han, who was gazing at him intently, and couldn't help but smile. "Xiao Han, why are you looking at Uncle like that? Is it because Uncle is very handsome?" Yi Han said, "I think Uncle looks a lot like my guardian night elf." Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing exchanged glances, both showing signs of nervousness. Chun Haoyu laughed heartily and said, "Then tell Uncle, how did the night elf protect you?" Yi Han said, "The night elf helped me eliminate the bad guys." Chun Haoyu looked at Yi Ziyuan, who gently nodded, meaning the child already knew about Kater's death. "Really? That's impressive. Are you still afraid of bad guys?" "Not afraid. I want to learn martial arts from Grandpa, and when I grow up, I'll fight the bad guys." "Good, that's ambitious. But just learning martial arts isn't enough. You also need to go to school, because martial arts can make your body strong, while going to school to learn knowledge can strengthen your mind, making you smarter and wiser. I also want to go, but my parents won't let me." "Oh, that's their mistake." Hearing their conversation, Wang Jing couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Chun, do you think Xiao Han can go to school?" Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Xiao Han is so smart. I think she can go to school next week." Hee. I must say, Xiao Han is really brave and strong, even more than I imagined. Yi Ziyuan and Wang Jing could naturally hear the implications in Chun Haoyu's words and were immediately very excited. Su Yuyao glanced at Yi Han, deep in thought. "You all continue eating. I need to go to the restroom." Chun Haoyu stood up and gave Yi Ziyuan a knowing look. Yi Ziyuan understood immediately and said, "I'll go too." After leaving the Shihu Hall, the two went to a secluded corner. Chun Haoyu said, "There's no need to go to my place anymore. Just eat and go to school. Xiao Han is already a normal child." Yi Ziyuan firmly grasped Chun Haoyu's hand and said, "Dr. Chun, I can't thank you enough. If you ever need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "The treatment effect is so good mainly because Xiao Han is stronger than ordinary children. If it were a weaker child, it would be hard to recover to this extent. All right, Mr. Yi, focus on your business. If the child has any issues, you can contact me directly." Yi Ziyuan chuckled and said, "With your words, I can rest assured. Dr. Chun, I have an elder who has been paralyzed due to old cold legs. Can you treat this condition?" Chun Haoyu replied, Everyone is different. And so are their illnesses. Whether it can be treated depends on the situation. Yi Ziyuan cautiously said, my elder is Chao Lixue, the founder of the Chao Group. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and smiled. So you came for Chao Cheng? Yi Ziyuan replied, not exactly. My father and Chao Lixue have been friends for decades. Later, Chao Cheng learned Xingyi from my father. Seeing that he had good talent and practiced diligently, my father accepted him as his closed-door disciple, so our families are very close. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, all right. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., I will go to the Chao family with you. Haha, the consultation fee is 10,000 yuan. I will earn another sum this time. Yi Ziyuan smiled and said, Dr. Chen, if you want money, it should be easy for you, right? Chen Haoyu said, a gentleman loves wealth but acquires it through proper means. I only take what belongs to me. Chapter 34. Accidentally creating a medical miracle after a hearty meal. Yi Ziyuan personally escorted Chen Haoyu and the others downstairs. Just outside the hotel, Chao Qing immediately approached them. He had already learned from Yi Ziyuan that Chen Haoyu agreed to treat his father's old cold legs, so he had been waiting downstairs for 10 minutes. Dr. Chen, I will trouble you tomorrow. No need to be polite. I will do my best. As for whether it can be cured, I cannot guarantee. My father's old cold legs have been a problem for many years. If it can be cured, that would be great. If not, we can accept it. I have already warned Shindong. I believe he won't bother you and Dr. Su anymore. Haha, then thank you, young Master Chao. He Jiahong and Dong Qingqing exchanged glances, both showing shocked expressions. A billionaire and the son of the richest man actually showed such respect for Chen Haoyu. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. On the way back, Su Yuyao occasionally glanced at Chen Haoyu, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Chen Haoyu yawned and said, I know I'm handsome, but you don't need to sneak glances at me repeatedly. If you really want to look, I can undress at home and let you see enough. Su Yuyao had become somewhat immune to Chen Haoyu's flirtatious remarks and didn't take them to heart. Chen Haoyu, how do you know Yi Ziyuan? Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, his daughter suffered from severe depression, and I cured her. It's that simple. This statement left Su Yuyao in shock. The cheerful and enthusiastic Yi Han at the dinner table 2 days ago was actually a severe depression patient. She couldn't believe it. Su Yuyao stared at Chen Haoyu and asked in disbelief, you were discharged only 3 days ago, and you cured that girl's severe depression? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and said, to be precise, it was 1 day. No, it should be 10 minutes. Depression is a mental issue. As long as you find the root cause, everything will be fine. There's nothing to be surprised about. Su Yuyao said, last year, a professional department conducted a statistic showing that the global cure rate for severe depression is less than 3. Chen Haoyu, you curing severe depression in 10 minutes is equivalent to creating a miracle in medical history. Even someone as aloof as Su Yuyao spoke with a trembling voice at this moment. If Chen Haoyu's case were made public, it would surely cause a strong shock in the world medical community. Chen Haoyu scoffed, oh please. If creating miracles were that easy, it wouldn't be a miracle. Su Yuyao, I think you should take some time to care about your best friend. Su Yuyao's expression changed. I was just about to ask you. What exactly did you see from Qing's face? Chen Haoyu uttered 4 words. Emotional turbulence. Whose problem? He Jiahong. He has a daughter. What? You can't be serious. Su Yuyao suddenly turned a corner and parked the car by the roadside. I managed to calculate that Su Hai has an illegitimate child. Do you think I would make a mistake? He Jiahong is such a scoundrel. How could he do such a thing? This isn't just him being a scoundrel. It's fate playing tricks on him, as he doesn't even know he has such a daughter. Chen Haoyu, you need to clarify this. Su, I'm not a deity. Just figuring out that he Jiahong has a daughter is pretty impressive. I don't have the ability to deduce the entire story. You said earlier that Qing would face a difficult choice. That choice is whether to give up on he Jiahong? If it were that simple, I advise you not to tell Dong Qingqing for now. Revealing the secret in advance is not good for her. I understand. Chen Haoyu, I sincerely hope you are wrong. Whether I'm right or wrong will be evident in 3 days. Su Yuyao glared at Chen Haoyu and said, Chen Haoyu, listen to me. Even if we pretend to be a couple in the future, you cannot go too far. If you dare to kiss me again, I will not let you off. Chen Haoyu chuckled. What a kiss. It once cost me a piece of flesh. Besides, I offended Shindong for you. You should at least give me some sweet rewards. Su Yuyao angrily replied, Chen Haoyu, I'm not joking with you. Chen Haoyu had a thought and said, as long as you agree to one condition, I promise not to kiss you again, and I can become your full-time boyfriend, available on call. Su Yuyao looked at him suspiciously. Are you really this good? What is the condition? Chun Haoyu said, I have an elder who treats me very well. The only problem is that they often urge me to marry. In a few days, I hope you can pretend to be my girlfriend and help me deal with this matter. Su Yuyao thought for a moment and said, okay. In the future, when my family pressures me to marry, you have to do the same. Chun Haoyu made a gesture and smiled, deal. Back at home, Chun Haoyu freshened up and went straight into his bedroom. He took out a piece of low-quality Hitian jade from the drawer and drew a talisman in the air to create a cold-expelling charm. The cold-expelling charm, as the name suggests, is used to remove cold energy from the patient's body. This was prepared for Chao Lishua's old cold legs. He is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. If Chun Haoyu cannot earn a few million from him, it would be disrespectful to this tycoon. As for treating the old cold legs, Chun Haoyu was very confident. At the very least, he was sure he could alleviate the piercing pain in Chao Lishua's legs. At the Huiguang Hotel, Chao Cheng warned Shindong again and left. Shindong's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why Chun Haoyu had gained such importance from Chao Cheng, even to the point of offending him. Donggu, what should we do now that Qinggu doesn't agree to deal with Chun Haoyu? Just because Chao Cheng doesn't allow it, we won't do it? I, Shindong, am not his dog. Why should I listen to him? Zhang Yuan, gather more than 10 members of the Tiger Gang tomorrow morning, and we will go smash Chun Haoyu's clinic. The Tiger Gang is one of the underground forces in Yanhai. Although they are not prominent, they can handle ordinary people without problem. Finding a few people from the Tiger Gang is not a problem, but the key is how to explain it to Qinggu. After we teach Chun Haoyu a lesson, I will report to Qinggu. Anyway, the deed is done. I don't believe Qinggu will fall out completely with me over this. Understood. The next morning, Su Yuyao and Chun Haoyu finished breakfast and went downstairs to work. Seeing Chun Haoyu push out a brand new motorcycle, Su Yuyao asked in surprise, when did you buy this? Chun Haoyu proudly replied, I bought it yesterday afternoon for over 80,000. What do you think? Cool, right? Su Yuyao said, whether it's cool or not mainly depends on who rides it. With your looks and temperament, it's just average. Chun Haoyu retorted angrily, Su Yuyao, how can you still say I'm sharp-tongued? You're way worse than me. Su Yuyao got into the car, rolled down the window, and said to Chun Haoyu, thanks for the compliment. After saying that, she drove off. Through the rearview mirror, seeing Chun Haoyu standing there helplessly, Su Yuyao couldn't help but smile. Chapter 35. Treating anorexia. The next day, Chun Haoyu put on his helmet, rode his new motorcycle, and arrived at his clinic. At the entrance of the clinic stood a man in his 30s, looking quite handsome in a white shirt and black pants. Likely a white-collar worker. He was holding a 5- or 6-year-old girl in his arms. The little girl looked somewhat pale, short, and as thin as a piece of paper. If it weren't for the man holding her, a gust of wind might have blown her away. Are you Dr. Chen? Yes, I am Chun Haoyu. Hello, Dr. Chun. My name is Wang Zedong, and this is my daughter, Wang Miao. Yesterday, a relative of mine watched Hong Ji's live stream and learned that you are a very talented traditional Chinese medicine doctor, so I brought my child here for treatment. Let's go inside and talk. Opening the clinic door, the three of them walked in. Wang Miao seemed very shy, clinging tightly to her father and not daring to look at Chun Haoyu. Chun Haoyu asked, Mr. Wang, what is the situation with the child? Wang Zedong replied, Miao developed anorexia 2 years ago and hasn't eaten anything. I've been to major hospitals across the country and consulted countless experts, but none could cure her. Due to not being able to eat, Miao is malnourished. At 9 years old, she looks like she's only 5 or 6. I really feel heartbroken. At this point, Wang Zedong's eyes were filled with tears, and he choked up, unable to continue. Wang Miao gently wiped her father's tears and said, Daddy, don't cry. Miao will be very good. Wang Zedong kissed her and smiled slightly. Seeing the interaction between the father and daughter, Chun Haoyu felt a surge of emotion and envy. If he had a daughter, he would do everything possible to get her the stars from the sky. Miao, can I hold your hand? Chun Haoyu smiled and extended his hand. Wang Miao looked a bit scared and glanced at Wang Zedong. Wang Zedong gently nodded. Okay. Wang Miao reached out her thin, bony little hand and held Chun Haoyu's. Taking the opportunity, Chun Haoyu checked her pulse and couldn't help but frown. So weak, possibly due to long-term anorexia. Wang Miao's physical condition was extremely poor. Even her pulse was so weak it was almost undetectable. If this continued, her internal organs would definitely have major problems. Chun Haoyu withdrew his hand and said, Miao, look into my eyes. Wang Miao looked up at Chun Haoyu, feeling that his eyes were incredibly deep, like a black hole in the universe. pulling her soul in. 10 seconds later, Wang Miao Miao closed her eyes and fell asleep. Wang Zedong asked in surprise, "What's wrong with Miao Miao?" Chen Haoyu explained, "I just used a bit of hypnosis." Hypnosis? Wang Zedong was even more surprised. Chen Haoyu said, "Mr. Wang, lay the child on the bed inside. There's a breakfast stall on the left side of the clinic. Please buy 3 eggs and a bowl of millet porridge." Wang Zedong replied, "Dr. Chen, Miao Miao never eats eggs or porridge." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "If her anorexia is cured, will she eat?" Wang Zedong immediately understood Chen Haoyu's meaning and asked excitedly, "Dr. Chen, are you confident you can cure Miao Miao's anorexia?" Chen Haoyu replied lightly, "If you delay any longer, I won't treat her." "Okay, I'll go right away." Wang Zedong hurriedly placed Miao Miao on the bed in the consultation room and rushed out to buy eggs and millet porridge. Chen Haoyu approached Miao Miao, extended his right hand, and drew an invisible calming talisman. The talisman slowly landed on Miao Miao's forehead, emitting a faint glow. The light spread like ripples in water, almost like a miracle. In Western medicine, anorexia is considered a mental eating disorder. The calming talisman is the most reliable method to eliminate mental illnesses. The glow lasted for about 3 minutes before slowly fading away. When Wang Zedong returned with the eggs and millet porridge, Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers to wake Wang Miao Miao. "Daddy, I'm so hungry." Wang Miao Miao looked at the eggs and millet porridge with eyes shining green. Wang Zedong could hardly believe his ears and excitedly asked, "Miao Miao, what did you just say?" Wang Miao Miao replied, "Daddy, I want to eat eggs and drink porridge." Wang Zedong was almost in tears, saying, "Okay, let's eat right now." In just 5 minutes, Wang Miao Miao finished the porridge and all 3 eggs. Chen Haoyu instructed, "Mr. Wang, Miao Miao's stomach is too small. She must start with easily digestible foods and cannot eat too much at once. It must be small meals more frequently, understand?" Wang Zedong nodded, "I understand. Dr. Chen, thank you so much. How much is the treatment fee? I'll pay you right away." Chen Haoyu held up one finger and said, "1 yuan." "1 yuan?" Wang Zedong was taken aback and said, "Dr. Chen, your registration fee is 3,000. Chen Haoyu smiled, "I like this child. So consider the 2009 and the treatment fee as a gift for her. I only have one condition. In 6 months, bring Miao Miao back to me. I hope to see a plump little girl." Although Wang Zedong was dressed like a white-collar worker, his appearance suggested that his family was not wealthy. He probably spent all his savings on his child's treatment. Chen Haoyu appreciated such a loving father and naturally didn't want to make his life any harder. Wang Zedong understood Chen Haoyu's meaning and his eyes turned red. He stood up, bowed to Chen Haoyu, and said, "Dr. Chen, thank you." Wang Miao Miao shyly added, "Thank you." Chen Haoyu patted Wang Miao Miao's somewhat yellowish hair and said, "You're welcome. Go home with your dad." After Wang Zedong and Wang Miao Miao left, a bright smile appeared on Chen Haoyu's face. He suddenly understood why the carefree immortal often descended the mountain to treat the poor during his cultivation. It was for a sense of inner satisfaction. Seeing Wang Zedong's joyful expression made Chen Haoyu feel happier than making tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, money still needed to be earned. If necessary, he could rob the rich to help the poor. Just then, a group of thugs wearing various colorful shirts walked in. Behind the thugs were Shen Dong and a few rich second-generation kids, all standing with their arms crossed, watching the fun. Chen Haoyu's eyes flashed, realizing that the reputation of that wealthy heir, Chao Cheng, wasn't as impressive as it seemed. Chapter 36. The Function of Ghost Talisman's Kid. Are you Chen Haoyu? A man with a rugged face and a strong build slammed his hand on the table and said in a deep voice, "Listen carefully. I am Gu Meng, the leader of the Tiger Gang. If you want to open a shop in my territory, you must pay me a security fee." Chen Haoyu replied calmly, "I see. And who are you?" Gu Meng's sharp gaze bore down on Chen Haoyu as he continued, "It's 20,000 a month. You need to pay me for a year in advance." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Leader Gu, even the gangsters in Hong Kong movies wouldn't collect protection fees from a clinic, right?" Gu Meng coldly replied, "They are them, and I am me." Chen Haoyu asked, "How much?" Gu Meng held up 2 fingers and said, 200,000 a month. Pay me for a year. Then there's nothing to discuss." Chen Haoyu said, stepping away from the counter while drawing a ghost symbol in the palm of his left hand, and called out to Shen Dong, "Shen Xiao, is this amusing?" Shen Dong smugly replied, "We're just here to watch the show, not to cause you trouble." Chen Haoyu responded, "I thought Chao Cheng was out of the picture. Turns out he still has some deterrent power." Shen Dong coldly retorted, "Don't use Chao Xiao to scare me. Although he is Chao Lishua's eldest son, Whether he can become the heir is still uncertain. Chen Haoyu, the Tiger Gang is not to be trifled with. You'd better be careful, or you might get killed. Chen Haoyu walked out from behind the counter and smiled. Xin Shao, it seems you know this leader Gu. Since we are acquaintances, could you help me plead for leniency? Shindong replied. Do you think that is possible? The woman I like, you dare to touch? You're just asking for death. Chen Haoyu nodded. Suddenly slapped Gu Meng on the forehead and said, what a big mosquito. Gu Meng shivered, then became furious, shouting, you're asking for death. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Meng clenched his fist, the size of a sandbag, and swung it fiercely at Chen Haoyu. Damn it! Chen Haoyu feigned panic, quickly retreating 3 steps. He then turned around and hid behind the counter. Ha! Seeing Chen Haoyu in such a predicament, everyone burst into laughter. Shindong spat disdainfully. He was so calm earlier. I thought he was someone formidable, but it turns out he's just a coward. A rich second generation said. This weakling dares to compete with Xin Shao for women? He really overestimates himself. Others joined in with mocking remarks. The only one who remained silent was Gu Meng. No one noticed that his eyes had turned bloodshot, and he stood there as if frozen. A lackey approached Gu Meng and flattered, Boss, you take a break. We'll handle this guy. He originally wanted to say handle him, but before he could finish, he was frightened by Gu Meng's terrifying red eyes. Boss, you bang. Gu Meng punched the lackey, knocking him unconscious. Instantly, all laughter stopped, and everyone was dumbfounded. Shindong shouted, Gu Meng, are you crazy? Gu Meng turned his head, his eyes completely red, looking at everyone with a chilling, murderous intent. Damn it! What happened? The boss's eyes are terrifying. Everyone showed expressions of shock. You demons and monsters. All of you go to hell. Gu Meng charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks on his own lackeys and several rich second-generation youths, making them scream for their parents. Gu Meng, what are you doing? Stop it! Shindong shouted repeatedly as he dodged. But Gu Meng seemed to not hear, continuing his assault. Even those already on the ground, crying out in pain, were not spared from his punches and kicks. Shindong realized the situation was dire and attempted to flee the clinic, but it was too late, as Gu Meng kicked him in the back. Shindong flew out like a broken sack, landing heavily on the ground. Gu Meng did not let up and charged at him again. In Gu Meng's eyes, Shindong was the biggest demon king. Just as Shindong managed to get up, he was once again kicked down by Gu Meng. When Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan entered, they were both stunned. They saw Chen Haoyu lounging on the counter eating seeds and watching the commotion, while a group of beaten-up people lay on the ground, crying out in pain. A strong man was relentlessly kicking Shindong, who was covering his head, bloodied and wailing on the ground. The entire scene was quite entertaining. Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan exchanged glances, both showing expressions of shock. They were not fools and quickly deduced the reason for Shindong's presence there. However, they were puzzled as to why this strong man was beating Shindong. Soon, they understood. It seemed that Gu Meng sensed the presence of strangers and finally stopped kicking Shindong, looking up at the two of them. I'm going to kill you, Gu Meng shouted as he charged at them. Chao Cheng furrowed his brows, took 2 steps forward, and stood in front of Yi Ziyuan. When Gu Meng reached him, Chao Cheng lifted his left foot, took half a step forward, and threw a punch, causing the air to explode with powerful force. Using the famous Xingyi half-step burst fist. Bang! Gu Meng's body jolted, and he stumbled back over 10 steps before stabilizing himself. Chen Haoyu's eyes lit up as he clapped and cheered. Nice one. Just as Chao Cheng was about to speak, Gu Meng roared and attacked again. This guy is not right. Seeing Gu Meng's beast-like eyes, Chao Cheng thought to himself. Quickly employing his best Xingyi snake steps, he instantly moved to Gu Meng's side. 2 fingers bent, striking him at the back of the head. Chapter 37. Chao Cheng's shock with a thud, Gu Meng's vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. However, he quickly began to rise again. Chao Cheng was taken aback. That strike should have knocked out an ordinary strong man like Gu Meng for at least half an hour. Yet he woke up in less than 10 seconds. This was simply unbelievable. Just as Chao Cheng prepared to strike again, Chen Haoyu called out, Disperse. Gu Meng's body stiffened. The redness in his eyes quickly faded, and he soon regained clarity. His injuries were a bit severe, and without the support of the ghost talisman, he could no longer hold on. With his eyes closed, Gu Meng fainted on the ground. Chao Cheng witnessed Gu Meng's condition firsthand and displayed an expression of disbelief. Dr. Chen, what's wrong with him? Looking at Chen Haoyu's smiling face, Chao Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. To turn a person into a demon who attacks anyone on sight, such methods were truly terrifying. almost beyond Chao Cheng's comprehension. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "This guy is the leader of the Tiger Gang, named Gu Meng. He was invited by young Master Shun to trouble me. Who would have thought he suddenly went berserk, attacking everyone like a madman? It scared me quite a bit, so I quickly hid behind the counter. What are you afraid of? You're just sitting there eating melon seeds and watching the fun." Chao Cheng silently cursed in his heart, but his face remained composed as he said, "Dr. Chun, you're just joking. Your methods have truly opened my eyes." Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "Just a little trick. Chao Xiao, your warning seems to have little effect." Chao Cheng's face darkened as he turned to look at Shun Dong, who was barely alive after being beaten, and coldly said, "Maybe it's because my father hasn't established me as the heir, so they don't take my word seriously." Yi Ziyuan asked, "Dr. Chun, what do you think we should do?" Chen Haoyu replied, "They've been beaten to this state by that righteous hero. What else there to handle?" Yi Ziyuan couldn't help but laugh. This guy does indeed have a sense of justice. Chao Cheng kicked the nearby second-generation wealthy kid, saying, "Stop playing dead and hurry up and take them away." Upon hearing this, the rich kid quickly got up. Soon, everyone helped each other leave. Chao Cheng said, "Mr. Shun, I'm very sorry. I didn't expect Shen Dong to do this." Chen Haoyu waved his hand, saying, "Yes, just a clown." Yi Ziyuan curiously asked, "Dr. Chun, what exactly happened to Gu Meng? Why did he seem like he was insane?" Chen Haoyu did not hide anything, saying, "He is possessed. In Gu Meng's eyes, everyone is a fierce ghost. Naturally, he has to fight them to the death to save his life." Instantly, a storm surged in Chao Cheng and Yi Ziyuan's hearts. Of course, they wouldn't think that Gu Meng's possession was a coincidence. It must have been caused by Chen Haoyu. To turn a strong man into such a frenzied state, one can imagine how powerful Chen Haoyu was. Chen Haoyu glanced at the two, very satisfied with their shocked expressions. He said this to completely intimidate them. Otherwise, how could he maintain a dominant position in future interactions? Compared to Chao Cheng, Yi Ziyuan, who had witnessed Chen Haoyu use talismans to treat his daughter's depression, could more easily accept this supernatural event. He calmed down first and said, "Dr. Chun, can we go see Uncle Chao's leg now?" Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "Of course," taking his golden needles and cold-repelling talismans. Chen Haoyu got into Chao Cheng's car and headed straight for the Chao family. Where is the most luxurious villa in Yanhai? Anyone who knows Yanhai would say that the Pingdingshan Villa area is the place. The Pingdingshan Villa area has a total of 36 villas, with the cheapest one costing over $1 billion. It can be said to be extremely valuable. To live there, not only does one need money, but more importantly, status and identity. As Yanhai's richest man, Chao Lishua lives in Villa number 1 of the Pingdingshan Villa area. On the way up the mountain, Chen Haoyu looked through the car window at the individual villas and couldn't help but nod secretly. Nestled among the mountains and rivers, with lush trees and beautiful surroundings. It's no wonder the Pingdingshan Villa area has such a great reputation. It's indeed a top-notch place to live, a typical feng shui treasure land. Although Su Yuyao's upscale community is also nice, it pales in comparison to the Pingdingshan Villa area. The car stopped at the entrance of Villa number 1. On either side of the gate stood a stone lion, looking imposing. Once inside, there was a huge yard, with a pool and fountain at the center, very beautiful. Chen Haoyu knew that the layout here must have been guided by a feng shui master. As the three walked into the living room, Chen Haoyu met the famous rich man of Yanhai, Chao Lishua. Chao Lishua was 62 years old, with a square face and high nose. His hair half white and half black, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, leisurely sitting in a wheelchair. From his demeanor, Chao Lishua didn't seem like a businessman, but more like a university professor. However, when he looked up at Chen Haoyu, his sharp eyes and unmatched aura immediately displayed the dominance of the top figure in the Yanhai business world. Of course, this little dominance was nothing in Chen Haoyu's eyes. The immortal in his dreams had met several emperors. Compared to that, Chao Lishua really wasn't much. In the living room, besides Chao Lishua, there was also a middle-aged woman in her 40s with a hot figure and a handsome young man in his 20s. During the journey, Chen Haoyu had already heard Chao Qing introduce their family situation. Chao Lishua had 3 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest is Chao Cheng, whose mother passed away due to illness when he was 16. Chao Lishua then married his secretary, Zhang Yaji, and had the second son, Chao Hai. 6 years ago, Zhang Yaji gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, named Chao Chuan and Chao Xiaowei. It goes without saying that the middle-aged woman must be Chao Cheng's stepmother, Zhang Yaji, while the young man should be Chao Hai, who was eager to compete with Chao Cheng for the family fortune. The mother and son both looked at Chun Haoyu with a hint of disdain. However, Zhang Yaji was quite deep-minded and did not show it too overtly. Chao Hai, on the other hand, could not hide his contempt. Chun Haoyu glanced at Chao Hai and then at Chao Lixue, a hint of unusual color flashing in his eyes. Wow, impressive. Someone actually dared to put a green hat on Yinhai's richest man. Huaichuan, how is the girl doing? Chao Lixue withdrew his gaze from Chun Haoyu and asked Yi Huaichuan. Yi Huaichuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Chao. She has already recovered. In the next couple of days, I'll take the girl to Kangen Hospital for a checkup. It should be fine." Chao Lixue nodded and said, "That's great. Old Yi must be very happy, right?" Yi Huaichuan said, "Yesterday at noon, we went back for a while, and my dad got himself drunk." Chapter 38. Fury against the rich second generation, ha ha ha. Chao Lixue laughed heartily. This old guy has a big drinking problem, but his capacity is getting worse and worse. Xiao Cheng, in a few days, you represent me to invite your master to have a drink. I just got a bottle of 30-year-old Mao Tai, just tried to share with him. Chao Cheng said, "No problem. Dad, let me introduce you. This is the miracle Dr. Chun Haoyu who cured the girl." Chao Lixue smiled and greeted, "Dr. Chun, thank you for your trouble." Unlike Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, Chao Lixue did not show any contempt for Chun Haoyu's age. But Chun Haoyu could still clearly see the hint of disappointment that flashed in Chao Lixue's eyes. After all, he was a remarkable figure who had navigated the business world for decades, and his control over emotions was absolutely top-notch. Chun Haoyu said, neither humble nor arrogant, "Mr. Chao, no need to be polite. May I take a look at your leg?" Of course. As soon as Chao Lixue finished speaking, Chao Hai suddenly interjected, "Dad, this doctor that Big Brother found is too young. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he is at most an apprentice. I think it's really unnecessary to waste this time." Chao Cheng frowned and said, "Chao Hai, are you deliberately trying to trouble Dr. Chun? Or are you trying to find a reason to trouble me?" Zhang Yaji immediately replied, "Xiao Cheng, Xiao Hai doesn't mean to go against you. He just thinks you may have been deceived by others." Yi Huayuan said, "Auntie, don't be fooled by Mr. Chen's youth. His medical skills are extraordinary. My daughter has seen countless experts for her depression, and Mr. Chen cured her in just 10 minutes. One can imagine how impressive his skills are." Chao Hai disdainfully said, "Brother Yi, he's just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Even without him, your daughter's depression would definitely get better." Chun Haoyu stood still, merely watching the performance of the mother and son with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. He knew very well that this mother-son duo was not genuinely trying to stop him from examining Chao Lixue's leg. Rather, they were looking for reasons to undermine Chao Cheng. If Chao Cheng insisted on having him look at it, and he couldn't handle Chao Lixue's leg, the two would surely mock Chao Cheng harshly in front of Chao Lixue, leading to Chao Lixue's disappointment in Chao Cheng. Zhang Yaji certainly knew that such matters wouldn't have much of an impact on Chao Cheng, but with more disappointment piled up, coupled with a little whispering, the effects would be significantly different. Cough cough. Chun Haoyu coughed twice and said, "Have you finished your nonsense?" Chao Hai was taken aback, seemingly not expecting Chun Haoyu to be so rude, and angrily asked, "What do you mean?" Chun Haoyu extended a finger and said, "I only need 1 minute to determine whether Mr. Chao's leg can be treated. If you hadn't interrupted just now, I would have already finished my examination. Are your words not nonsense? What use are they besides wasting time?" Chao Hai's face turned red with anger as he said sternly, "Who knows if you have ulterior motives?" Yi Huayuan frowned and said, "Uncle Chao, Dr. Chun is someone I introduced. I never intended to harm you." Smart. Chun Haoyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Yi Huayuan in his heart, not confronting Chao Hai directly, but expressing his dissatisfaction to the key person. It was no wonder Yi Huayuan could make the brilliant hotel grow strong. His emotional intelligence and intellect were truly impressive. Chao Lixue, a person of great stature, almost immediately saw through everyone's thoughts and said apologetically, "Huayuan, Dr. Chun, Xiao Hai is just being immature and speaking without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Indeed, those who can thrive in the business world are all exceptionally clever individuals. The kind of foolish big shots found in web novels about divine doctors simply do not exist in reality. Those with low emotional and intellectual intelligence cannot reach such positions and statuses. Chao Hai, on the other hand, resembled a typical antagonist who gets severely slapped in the face by the male protagonist. As for Zhang Yaji, she was much stronger than her son Chao Hai. At least she had some depth, but her vision was too narrow, and her intentions were easily seen through. In a palace drama, Someone with Zhang Yaji's intelligence would not survive more than 3 episodes. Chun Haoyu smiled slightly and said, Mr. Chao. Chao Air Xiao's thoughts are all written on his face. Everyone understands. You don't need to explain. I just want to ask, do you want me to examine your leg or not? Chao Lishua rolled up his pant leg and said without hesitation, of course. Dr. Chun, I trouble you. Chun Haoyu walked to Chao Lishua's wheelchair, squatted down, and carefully observed. He found that his leg showed no visible abnormalities. If it were an ordinary person who had been paralyzed for over 5 years, their muscles would have atrophied long ago. Clearly, Chao Lishua had hired many massage masters to work on his legs to achieve this result. Chun Haoyu extended 2 fingers and pressed them on the Tai Chi acupoint on Chao Lishua's calf. And a weak stream of energy rapidly flowed through the Tai Chi acupoint into Chao Lishua's meridians. Chao Lishua seemed to feel this warmth, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could this be the legendary True Qi? Originally just treating it as a last-ditch effort, Chao Lishua couldn't help but gain a bit of confidence in Chun Haoyu. After examining the meridians in Chao Lishua's leg, Chun Haoyu retracted his hand and stood up. Seeing him frown and remain silent, Chao Hai disdainfully said, I told you, it's a waste of time. Chao Lishua sternly said, Shut up. Zhang Yaji tugged at Chao Hai, who lowered his head and dared not speak further, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Chao Chung asked, Dr. Chun, can my dad's leg be treated? Chun Haoyu pondered for a moment and uttered 2 words, very difficult. Chao Hai sneered, I knew it would be this result. But Chao Cheng's eyes lit up and said, Dr. Chun, you said it's difficult to treat, but that doesn't mean it can't be treated, right? Chun Haoyu nodded and said, Correct. Chao Dasha, your IQ is much higher than your brother's. Yi Huayuan chuckled and thought to himself that this Dr. Chun is indeed not someone to be trifled with. But thinking about his unpredictable methods, Yi Huayuan felt it was only natural. A high and mighty dragon would never allow a mud loach on the ground to provoke it. Chao Hai pointed at Chun Haoyu and angrily shouted, Say that again. Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, Sorry, I take back what I just said. Not only is your IQ low, but your emotional intelligence is low too. I already said I can treat your father's leg. Yet you're still being arrogant in front of me. Do you have a brain, or did a donkey kick it? Zhang Yaji pulled Chao Hai and said, Dr. Chun, can you really treat my husband's leg? Chun Haoyu did not answer, but instead asked with interest, Ms. Zhang, do you want me to treat Mr. Chao's leg? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaji replied without hesitation, Of course, I want to. Chun Haoyu looked deeply at her and said, Then please take Chao Air Xiao out of the living room. He is really annoying. Chao Hai said, You're looking for a beating. Chao Ching sternly said, You keep questioning Dr. Chen's medical skills just because I brought him here, right? Now that there's finally hope for Dad's leg to recover, you're still here making a fuss. What exactly do you want? His angry reprimand rolled like thunder, making everyone's ears buzz. Chao Cheng's sharp gaze and powerful aura instantly made the air in the entire hall feel heavy. Chapter 39. Chun Haoyu's tricks when a martial artist gets angry. Blood splatters 5 steps. As a master of Ming Jin, Chao Cheng was not a good-natured person. Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai had been stirring up trouble in front of Chao Lishua, engaging in petty tricks, and Chao Cheng was not unaware. He just disdained to engage in conflict with them. Now they had gone too far, not even sparing the doctor he invited, which was simply outrageous. Chao Hai was just a fool. Seeing the murderous intent and rage in Chao Cheng's eyes, his face instantly turned pale, and he was frightened back 3 steps. Sitting down on the sofa, Chun Haoyu curled his lips, his eyes filled with disdain. With such a character, he still wanted to compete for the Chao family's inheritance. It was truly laughable. Zhang Yaji, seeing her son's disgraceful appearance, was extremely angry, but she said, Xiao Cheng, we are all family. Let's not give others a chance to laugh at us. Chao Cheng's anger subsided slightly as he said calmly, Then please, Aunt Zhang, manage Xiao Hai properly. The most important thing now is to treat Dad's old cold leg, not to play other tricks. Chao Lishua glanced at Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Chao Cheng was a martial artist with a pure heart, although he was not good at expressing himself. He could clearly feel his eldest son's concern for him. Chao Hai is not capable, his eyes only on the property of the Chao group. Yet he is ambitious but incompetent, like mud that cannot be used to support a wall. In comparison, whether in character or skill, he is indeed far behind. Chao Lishua said, Dr. Chun, Yinji is my wife, and Xiao Hai is my son. Even if my old cold legs can't be treated, I cannot drive them away. I hope you can understand this. Chun Haoyu smiled slightly and said, I was just joking earlier. Mainly because I was annoyed by your son's repeated doubts about my medical skills. Mr. Chow, let's be petty first and noble later. If I cure your old cold legs, allowing you to stand up like a normal person without enduring that inhumane pain, how much can you give me? Chow Lishue replied without hesitation. Whatever you ask for, I will give. Chao Cheng said. Dr. Chen, please name your price. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, I've heard that the Chow family is the second largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital, right? Chao Cheng nodded and said, That's right. We hold 22 of the shares of Kangen Hospital. Chun Haoyu said, I want to be your equity agent. For 3 years. I will have the final say at Kangen Hospital. After 3 years, I will return the shares to you. Of course, the dividends will still belong to you. I won't take a cent. Yi Huayuan immediately understood Chun Haoyu's intention and smiled. Mr. Chun, you proposed such a condition for Dr. Su Yuyao, right? Chun Haoyu touched his nose and said, A graceful lady is a gentleman's good match. Mr. Yi, don't speak so directly, it's a bit embarrassing. Chao Lishua laughed heartily and said, I see. Dr. Chun, I agree to this condition. Xiao Cheng, go to Kangen Hospital to handle the paperwork. Chao Cheng said, No problem. Dr. Yi, are there any other conditions? The second condition is regarding the treatment fee. Chun Haoyu raised a finger, feeling no embarrassment at all, and said, I want this amount. Chao Cheng's expression changed and said, 100 million? Chao Hai cursed. Have you gone crazy from being poor? Chao Lishua frowned as well, somewhat dissatisfied with Chun Haoyu's exorbitant demand. He is wealthy, but not a fool. 100 million for treatment is simply too frightening. Chun Haoyu retorted at Chao Hai. What I just referred to was not 100 million, but 10 million. I'm poor, but not to the point of madness. Mr. Chao's cold poison has already invaded the meridians and bone marrow, and to extract it requires some unique methods. Only I can do it in the whole world. What's wrong? Do you think 10 million is too much? Chao Hai was immediately left speechless. Chao Cheng looked at Chao Lishua, and Chao Lishua smiled. It turns out to be a misunderstanding. 10 million is fine. If there are any other conditions, please state them all. Chun Haoyu shook his head and said, No more. Chao Lishua asked, So when do we start treatment? Chun Haoyu said now. Young Chao, push Mr. Chao to a quiet bedroom. No one is allowed in except you. Chao Cheng happily said, Okay. The three of them went to the bedroom. And Chao Cheng pulled the curtains and locked the door. Chun Haoyu let Chao Lishua sit on the edge of the bed and rolled up his pants, revealing his legs. Chao Cheng asked, Dr. Chen, how can I help? Chun Haoyu took out the cold-expelling talisman he made and said, Just hold your father and don't let him move. Chao Cheng immediately sat next to Chao Lishua and hugged his shoulder. Chao Lishua saw the jade talisman and asked in surprise, Dr. Chun, what is that jade in your hand? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, Have you heard of using talismans to treat diseases? Chao Cheng's eyes brightened and said, Zhiyu technique? He had heard his master mention that there are indeed some people in the rivers and lakes who can use talismans to treat diseases. This method is called the Zhiyu technique. Chun Haoyu said, That's somewhat correct. This jade talisman is called the cold-expelling talisman, which, as the name suggests, is for expelling cold from the body. I spent a lot of effort making it last night. No matter what happens later, you must not tell anyone outside about the talisman. I don't want to attract trouble. Both Chao Lishua and Chao Cheng nodded and said, Understood. All right, I'm starting the treatment now. Chun Haoyu activated his magical power, and the cold-expelling talisman flew out of his hand. The jade talisman emitted a faint glow while spinning, hovering about 5 centimeters above Chao Lishua's left leg. Watching this incredible scene, both father and son were immensely shocked. They knew they had encountered a true master of this era. This 10 million was worth it. In fact, Chun Haoyu didn't need to expend magical power to make the scene so extravagant. However, in order to thoroughly impress the two, he chose the treatment method with the best visual effect. Now it seemed that his choice was correct. Where the light of the cold-expelling talisman shone, Chao Lishua felt an incredible warmth, but soon felt a chill that made him shiver slightly. Sensing his father's tremor, Chao Cheng hugged him tighter. After a full 10 minutes, the cold-expelling talisman finally stopped. At this point, the jade talisman had just completed a full rotation, and Chao Lishua's leg was already covered in water, which was caused by the cold energy expelled from his body. Crack! The cold-expelling talisman returned to Chun Haoyu's hand, breaking into 2 pieces, completely losing its effect. Chapter 40. The green hat of the richest man. Chun Haoyu casually tossed the cold-expelling talisman into the trash can and asked, Mr. Chao, how do you feel? Chao Lishua said, I've never felt so comfortable. Chao Cheng wiped his father's leg and said, Dr. Chun, you must be from the mystical sect, right? Chun Haoyu nodded and smiled. That's right. How did you hear about our mystical sect? Chao Cheng said, my master has met several remarkable masters from the mystical sect. Unfortunately, due to the promotion of science in the mainland, these strange arts have been classified as feudal superstitions, causing all these masters to go abroad. I didn't expect to meet you today. We father and son are truly fortunate. Chen Haoyu said, did Mr. Yi not tell you that I also treated Xiaohan with talismans? Chao Cheng said, Yuan Ge only mentioned that you solved Xiaohan's severe depression in 10 minutes, but didn't say what method you used. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Mr. Yi is indeed quite trustworthy. Chao Cheng asked, Dr. Chun, what's the situation with my dad's leg? Chen Haoyu said, the cold expelling talisman has already extracted most of the cold poison. To completely resolve it, 2 more treatments will be needed. I'll come back next week. Chao Cheng happily said, great, thank you, Dr. Chen. Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, I'm just charging for treatment. In fact, Chen Haoyu could have resolved Chao Lishua's old cold legs today. However, doing so would be too simple and would not earn the gratitude of the Chao family. There's no way around it. Human nature is like this. Achieving something effortlessly feels completely different from achieving it through great difficulties, and clearly, the latter is more touching. Chao Lishua lifted his leg and was immediately overjoyed, saying, I feel like I can control my leg now. Chen Haoyu said, the massage therapists are very skilled, and your muscles haven't atrophied, which is very beneficial for your recovery. I'll prescribe a remedy. You should soak in a bathtub every day. Next week, I believe you should be able to walk normally. Chao Lishua nodded and said, Dr. Chun, I won't say thank you for your great kindness. In the future, if you need anything from the Chao family, just let me know. Chen Haoyu said, then thank you, Mr. Chao. As soon as Zhang Yaji walked out of the bedroom, Chao Hai and Yi Huayuan immediately came up to her. Chao Hai eagerly asked, Dad, how do you feel? Chao Lishua pointed to his own face and laughed heartily. Look at my rosy complexion, you should know the result. Chao Cheng said, at most, within a week, Dad will be able to stand up again. Zhang Yaji smiled brightly and said happily, that's great. Dr. Chen, I'm really sorry, we shouldn't have doubted your medical skills. Chao Hai, hurry up and apologize to Dr. Chen. Chao Hai bit his lip and said to Chen Haoyu, I'm sorry. Chen Haoyu replied, Chao Xiao, I don't like insincere apologies. Chao Hai was almost furious. Zhang Yaji tugged at his sleeve and said, honey, I'll go tell the kitchen to prepare 2 more dishes so we can properly thank Dr. Chen. Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, thank you for your kindness, but I'm sorry, I have things to do at noon, so I won't stay for lunch. Chao Cheng said, Dr. Chen, I'll see you off. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, no need. Mr. Yi, could you please give me a ride? Yi Huayuan said, sure. Before leaving, Chao Cheng handed a check for 10 million to Chen Haoyu, saying, the shareholding agency agreement for Kangen Hospital, I'll bring it to you tomorrow morning. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, that would be troublesome. On the way back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan praised. Uncle Chao has consulted countless experts both domestically and internationally for this old cold leg problem, but none could cure it. Yet, with your hands, it has improved so quickly. Dr. Chun, I dare say your medical skills are absolutely the best in the world. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, I can't claim to be the best in medical skills, but I can take credit for being the best in physiognomy. Yi Huayuan, being very perceptive, asked, Dr. Chun, did you see something? Chen Haoyu uttered 4 words, disaster from within. Yi Huayuan's expression changed. Uncle Chao is very wise and insightful. He shouldn't let this happen, right? Chen Haoyu showed a strange expression and said, heroes often cannot withstand the allure of gentle surroundings. That Zhang Yaji is not an ordinary woman. The Chao family might be ruined by her. Yi Huayuan frowned and asked, what about Chao Cheng? What will he do? Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, you'll have to ask him yourself. And here's another secret. Chao Hai's physiognomy is vastly different from that of the Chao father and son. What? Yi Huayuan was immediately stunned. Dr. Chen, are you sure you're not joking? I can tell at a glance whether they are biological father and son. Why don't you also say so? If you were to say this in the Chao family, you'd probably still be stuck there now. If you want to know the result, it's easy. Just have Chao Cheng bring their hair to a more discreet hospital for a test. I'll mention it to Chao Cheng. As for whether he believes it, that's his business. After all, this is a family matter for the Chao family. It's better for us outsiders to keep our distance. Clever. After sending Chen Haoyu back to the clinic, Yi Huayuan left with a heavy heart. Closing the clinic door, Chen Haoyu rode his motorcycle to the bank. looking at the extra 10 million in his account. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. Hello, young Master Chow. Is there something you need? At 4 in the afternoon, Chun Haoyu's phone rang. Upon checking, it was a call from Chao Chung. Dr. Chun, I would like to meet with you. Then come to my clinic. Okay, thank you. When he arrived at the clinic, Chun Haoyu saw Chao Chung at the door. His face looked extremely grim. Chun Haoyu guessed that this guy must have already conducted tests on Chao Lixue and Chao Hai. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the clinic, Chao Chung handed a test report to Chun Haoyu and said, Dr. Chun, you were right. Chao Hai is indeed not my father's son. Chun Haoyu glanced at the report and asked, what are you planning to do? Chao Chung said solemnly, to be honest, I'm a mess right now and don't know what to do. Chun Haoyu pondered for a moment and said, your second brother is not your biological brother, but your 6-year-old brother and sister are. If you get rid of Zhang Yaji, it would be too cruel for those 2 little kids. Chao Chung said, I'm worried about this too. Dr. Chun, there's one thing I don't understand. The reason my father married Zhang Yaji was that she was pregnant with Chao Hai. After Chao Hai was born, my father did a paternity test, and there were no issues at all. How did it turn out like this now? Chapter 41. Su Yuyao's situation. Chun Haoyu said without thinking, there are 2 methods. One is to obtain your hair or blood to do a paternity test with your father, and the other is to directly alter the results. Other than that, there shouldn't be a third way. Chao Cheng's expression changed. Are you suggesting that Zhang Yaji's lover might very well be someone around my dad? Chun Haoyu said, that possibility is very high. In any case, the first thing is to make Mr. Chao believe that Chao Hai is not his son. Otherwise, you won't be able to do anything. Chao Cheng said, I plan to bring my dad to your clinic tomorrow, under the pretext that you want to give him acupuncture for a quicker recovery. What do you think? Chun Haoyu made a gesture as if counting money and said, as long as this thing is in place, I'm fine with it. Chao Chung forced a smile and said, Dr. Chun, you've saved our Chao family. Once the matter is settled, I will definitely repay you. By the way, this is the shareholding agency agreement for Kangen Hospital. As long as you sign it, for the next 3 years, you will be the representative of the Chao Group at Kangen Hospital. You're quick. Chun Haoyu complimented him, took the pen, and signed his name on the agreement. The agreement was in duplicate. After they each took one, Chao Chung hurriedly left. Chun Haoyu didn't take the Chao family's troubles to heart at all. He went to the market to buy some vegetables, preparing to cook a meal himself to celebrate with Su Yuyao for making 10 million today. However, after the food was ready, Su Yuyao still hadn't returned. Seeing that it was already 7 o'clock, Chun Haoyu called her. He called 3 times in a row, but Su Yuyao didn't answer. Feeling something was off, he called Qin Qingqing. Upon learning that Su Yuyao had been in the operating room since 3 in the afternoon and would be on night shift that evening, Chun Haoyu put the food into a thermal container and rode his motorcycle to Kangen Hospital. Dr. Qin, is Yuyao still not out? Chun Haoyu asked. Qin Qingqing said, this surgery is very difficult. If all goes well, she should be out soon. Chun Haoyu asked in confusion, after 4.5 hours of surgery. A person would be exhausted. Why does she still have to work the night shift? The more difficult the surgery, the more focused the doctor needs to be. After several hours, not to mention a female doctor like Su Yuyao, even a strong male doctor would be exhausted. In this situation, the hospital is still scheduling her for night shifts. It's simply working her to death. Qin Qingqing closed the office door and said softly, this is arranged by the internal medicine director, Huang Guiyan. We attending doctors don't need to work night shifts, but Yu Yao is an exception. Chun Haoyu's eyes flickered. Why? Qin Qingqing sighed and said, Huang Guiyan is an old lecher. From the first day Yu Yao entered the hospital, he had his eyes on her. He has repeatedly tried to set up hidden rules with Yu Yao, but naturally, she wouldn't agree. Last year at the department gathering, Huang Guiyan wanted to get Su Yuyo to drink, but she slapped him hard, leaving him embarrassed. From that day on, Huang Guiyan often made things difficult for Su Yuyo, even arranging her night shifts. Chun Haoyu frowned and asked, did Su Yuyo not object? Qin Qingqing replied, this silly girl actually likes working night shifts. She says it frees up time during the day to do things she enjoys. Sigh, I'm really at a loss. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, I understand. I will help her deal with Huang Guiyan. Qin Qingqing hurriedly said, you mustn't get Su Yuyo into trouble. Huang Guiyan's brother-in-law is Ma Ruliang, the deputy director of our Kangen Hospital. If you provoke Huang Guiyan and it brings Ma Ruliang into it, Su Yuyo will have big problems. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Just then, the office door was pushed open. A weary-looking Su Yuyo walked in, clearly exhausted. Qin Qingqing quickly poured her a glass of water and asked, Yiyo, are you okay? Su Yiyo took a sip of water and smiled. Everything is going smoothly. Chen Haoyu, what brings you here? Chen Haoyu pointed to the thermos and said, I brought you lunch. Su Yiyo immediately felt warmth and said, thank you. Qin Qingqing glanced at the touched Su Yiyo and said, I originally wanted to take you out for hot pot, but it seems that's unnecessary now. Su Yiyo replied, didn't I already say? You don't have to wait for me. Qin Qingqing laughed. How was I to know your knight in shining armor would come? From now on, if you ask me to wait, I won't wait anymore. Ladies, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye. Su Yiyo waved her hand and said, goodbye. After Qin Qingqing left, Chen Haoyu put the food on the table and handed her a pair of chopsticks, saying, you must be starving. Eat while it's hot. Su Yiyo took the chopsticks and asked suspiciously, why are you being so nice to me today? Do you have some ulterior motive? Chen Haoyu laughed. If wanting to marry you counts as an ulterior motive, then I admit it. Su Yiyo rolled her eyes at him and said, here you go again. Chen Haoyu said, if you don't want to hear it, then stop talking and eat. Su Yiyo took a bite of sweet and sour pork, and the sweet and sour flavor immediately captivated her taste buds, while a hint of sweetness filled her heart. Since falling out with her family, Su Yiyo had not felt concern from others for a long time. Although many men pursued her, she could tell at a glance that they were not sincere. But Chen Haoyu was different. The care hidden in his eyes was genuine. Seeing Su Yiyo enjoying her meal made Chen Haoyu very happy. After she finished eating, while tidying up, he proudly said, as the saying goes, to conquer a person, you must first conquer their stomach. Suda Beauty, do you think my cooking has conquered you? Su Yiyo replied, the soup was a bit salty, try harder next time. Chen Haoyu pouted and said, your biggest flaw is being insincere. Su Yiyo smiled, the cooking level is average, but your actions are still very touching. Chen Haoyu instantly perked up and said, so you mean you were touched? Su Yiyo replied, persistence is key in anything. If you bring me lunch like this every day, one day I will definitely be moved. Chen Haoyu scoffed, stop dreaming. You can use that line on others, but it won't work on me. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Su Yiyo's expression immediately turned grim. Su Yiyo, who is he? The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Haoyu and frowned. Su Yiyo replied coldly, my boyfriend, Chen Haoyu. Is there a problem? The middle-aged man said, of course there is a problem. This is a hospital, not a place for romance. Chapter 42. Big trouble arrives. Chen Haoyu sized him up and asked, who are you? The middle-aged man replied, Huang Guiyin, head of the internal medicine department at Kangen Hospital. Oh, Chen Haoyu showed an exaggerated expression, immediately stepped forward to shake Huang Guiyin's hand, excitedly saying, so you are the famous director Huang. My goodness, finally meeting my idol. Su Yiyo knew that Chen Haoyu was definitely up to some mischief again, so she quietly watched the scene unfold. Huang Guiyin was completely thrown off by Chen Haoyu's antics and asked, what do you mean? Chen Haoyu replied, Director Huang, don't you know? The whole Yanhai is talking about you, saying their SA Director Huang at Kangen Hospital, who is greedy and lustful. As long as you pay, he'll do any immoral thing. If you don't pay, then don't even think about having surgery with him. Otherwise, the scissors might end up in your belly. Uft. Su Yiyo couldn't help but laugh. Huang Guiyin realized that Chen Haoyu was deliberately mocking him and immediately exploded with rage, saying, Chen Haoyu, do you even know who you're talking to? Chen Haoyu still had a smile on his face and said, then please tell me, who am I talking to? With each word he spoke, he tightened his grip on Huang Guiyin's hand. By the end, Huang Guiyin's face turned blue from the pain, and he bent over, urgently saying, let go of me, let go of me. What's wrong? Chen Haoyu asked, confused, and twisted his hand to the right. Ouch! With a thud, Huang Guiyin screamed and fell to the ground. Chen Haoyu quickly released his hand and asked in surprise, Director Huang, what happened? It's our first meeting. No need for such big gestures. Huang Guiyin covered his hand, got up from the floor, and said sternly, Chen Haoyu, Su Yiyo, you're dead. Chen Haoyu smiled and directly slapped him, saying, since you're dead, I might as well enjoy myself first. Su Yiyo was afraid he would cause trouble and quickly grabbed his arm, saying, don't make trouble. Chen Haoyu laughed, don't worry, I'm experienced in fighting. I'll just make him hurt, I definitely want to injure him. A smart man doesn't suffer immediate losses. Huang Guiyin retreated outside the office, pointing at Chen Haoyu and Su Yiyo, gritting his teeth and saying, you two wait, I will make you pay the price. Chen Haoyu, now the second largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital, wouldn't he take his words seriously and disdainfully said, That depends on whether you have the ability. After Huang Guiyan left in a huff, Su Yuyo sighed and said, my troubles are coming again. Chen Haoyu replied, wrong. It's his troubles that are coming. Su Yuyo, since it's already like this, do you dare to skip work and go home with me? Su Yuyo shook her head and said, I need to be responsible for my patients. Chen Haoyu laughed. I heard from Qin Qingqing that doctors of your level don't even need to work night shifts. You are just being targeted by Huang Guiyan. Su Yuyo suddenly realized. No wonder you're treating Huang Guiyan like this. It turns out Qingqing told you. Chen Haoyu looked at Su Yuyo with burning eyes and asked, do you trust me? Su Yuyo didn't answer and said bluntly, let us go home. Chen Haoyu's face broke into a radiant smile. Su Yuyo, you're not only beautiful, but your personality is also so charming. Su Yuyo gave him a playful eye roll and went to change clothes. When the furious Huang Guiyan returned with security, the two had already left Kangen Hospital. The next morning, just as Chen Haoyu was about to go to the clinic, he received a call from Qin Qingqing. Last night, did Su Yuyao not go to the night shift and come home with you? Yes, I even gave that Huang Guiyan a good scolding. You've caused a big mess for Su Yuyao. This morning, Huang Guiyan reported Su Yuyao's absence from work to the hospital, and the hospital is preparing to deal with her. In an hour, Ma Ruliang will bring people to our department for a meeting. Don't worry, I'll handle this properly. Just after hanging up the phone, Chen Haoyu saw Su Yuyao come out of the bedroom. The surgery yesterday had exhausted her, and she had slept until now. Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you off work today? The hospital has something going on. I need to go. What is it? Are they going to deal with you? How could that be? Maybe there's an important surgery. The hospital is about to hold a criticism meeting, yet she still hides it from herself. This woman is really cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. If it were someone else, they would have complained long ago. Chen Haoyu looked at Su Yuyao with gentle eyes and said, breakfast is on the table. Eat before you go. Su Yuyao replied, there's not enough time. Chen Haoyu said assertively, even if there's not enough time, you have to eat breakfast. Your stomach isn't good, don't think I don't know. Su Yuyao was taken aback and asked, you noticed? Chen Haoyu replied, yes. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and feeling, especially with issues related to the internal organs. I can see it at a glance. Hurry up, eat. Su Yuyao said, all right. After finishing breakfast, Su Yuyao took her bag and left the house. Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment, called Chao Chong, then changed his clothes and went out. Kangen Hospital. When Su Yuyao walked into the internal medicine conference room, all the doctors were already present. Sitting next to Qin Qingqing, Su Yuyao asked, what is going on? Qin Qingqing whispered, Huang Shirun went to get Ma Ruliang. Yuyao, didn't Chen Haoyu come with you? Huang Shirun was the stage name given to Huang Guiyan by everyone. What is he doing here? He told me he would take care of your situation. Did you call him? I called him this morning. Oh. Hearing that Chen Haoyu knew she was going to be criticized but didn't come with her to face it, Su Yuyao felt a bit disappointed. After a while, Ma Ruliang entered the conference room with Huang Guiyan and 3 or 4 senior hospital officials. Ma Ruliang was 55 years old, with eyebrows like swords, rugged features, and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. On the surface, he looked like a serious teacher, but inside he was a jerk. However, unlike Huang Guiyan, he was only greedy for money and not lustful. After glancing at Su Yuyao, Huang Guiyan's lips curled into a smug smile. Once everyone was seated, Ma Ruliang looked around and focused his gaze on Su Yuyao's face. It had to be admitted that Su Yuyao was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Seeing this stunning face, even he felt a bit moved. Dr. Su, where were you last night? Su Yuyao replied calmly, at home. Do you know you were supposed to be on night shift? Yes. Then why did you go back? I had a surgery for over 4 hours. My physical strength and energy couldn't keep up, so I really couldn't work the shift. Did you fill out the leave request? No. Chapter 43. Chen Haoyu arrives. Ma Ruliang laughed and said, Dr. Su, according to hospital regulations, your unexcused absence from the night shift will result in a penalty. You have no objections, right? Su Yuyao replied, it's not an unexcused absence. It's because I was too exhausted from the surgery to work. I hope Vice President Ma can be more rigorous in his statements. Bang. Huang Guiyan slammed the table and shouted, Su Yuyao, watch your attitude. Su Yuyao glanced at him disdainfully and said, you're really disgusting. Uffed. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't he because the statement was particularly funny, but because no one expected the usually aloof Su Yuyao to suddenly say something like that. Huang Guiyan was furious and said, Su Yuyao, clarify your words. Su Yuyao said, Director Huang, have you forgotten why I splashed wine on you? Everyone exchanged knowing looks. Huang Guiyan stammered, I was just drunk. Su Yuyao coldly replied, being drunk gives you the right to act like a scoundrel? Being drunk gives you the right to kill? Qin Qingqing couldn't help but say, in the entire Kangen hospital, no attending physician would work the night shift. After Dr. Su splashed wine on Director Huang, she went to work the night shift the next day. This inevitably raises suspicions that some people are taking personal revenge. At this moment, Qin Qingqing openly sided with Su Yuyao, undoubtedly standing against Huang Guiyan and the Ma Ruliang behind him. This made Su Yuyao feel very grateful towards her best friend. Seeing the situation was not right, Ma Ruliang immediately said, if Dr. Su is unwilling to work the night shift, she can apply in advance, rather than being absent from the entire night shift without notifying or reporting. Su Yuyao asked, Vice President Ma, I want to know what kind of punishment I am facing. Ma Ruliang replied, according to hospital regulations, your salary will be deducted by 10,000 yuan. Su Yuyao nodded and said, okay. Now, in front of all my colleagues in internal medicine, I apply to not work the night shift, and I request Vice President Ma's approval. Nice. Qin Qingqing silently gave her best friend a thumbs up. Ma Ruliang coughed and said, this is an internal matter for your department. Su Yuyao coldly replied, my absence last night is also an internal matter for the department. Ma Ruliang frowned and said, the nature is different. Su Yuyao said, if even internal matters require the vice president to intervene, then what do we need the director for? Just to eat and do nothing? Huang Guiyan's face turned pale with anger and said, Su Yuyao, you are being unreasonable. Su Yuyao asked, Director Huang, what did I say wrong? Is it wrong to accept punishment? Or is it wrong to apply? Huang Guiyan replied, it's your attitude towards the leadership. Su Yuyao retorted, I have always had this attitude. Enough, Ma Ruliang said in a deep voice, Dr. Su, if you don't want to work the night shift, you can submit an application, which will be approved by Director Huang, and then the night shift personnel can be rearranged. I'm here today mainly to emphasize the issue of discipline. As doctors at Kangen Hospital, Just then, his phone rang. Ma Ruliang saw it was a call from the president and quickly walked outside to answer it. Qin Qingqing whispered, Yuyao, your combat power today is really explosive. Su Yuyao said, Qingjia, you shouldn't have stood out. This will definitely put you on Huang Guiyan's radar. Qin Qingqing scoffed, I'm not afraid of him. After a while, Ma Ruliang returned and said loudly, our second largest shareholder at Kangen Hospital is about to arrive for the meeting. Everyone stand up and get ready. Everyone exchanged glances and stood up. 2 minutes later, a young man accompanied by several bodyguards walked in. Clap, clap, clap. The conference room erupted in warm applause. Only Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing did not applaud, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. Because this so-called second largest shareholder was none other than Chen Haoyu, someone they were all too familiar with. Unlike his previous carefree demeanor, today Chen Haoyu was dressed in a white shirt and black pants, wearing a pair of leather shoes, and his previously messy hair was neatly styled, looking very spirited. The funniest part was that he wore glasses on his nose, his gaze sharp and serious, looking just like a domineering CEO. Qin Qingqing said softly, Dear, what's going on? Su Yuyao shook her head and replied, I don't know either. Qin Qingqing remarked, Don't say that. He looks quite handsome in this outfit. After Chen Haoyu entered, Ma Ruliang's old face broke into a bright smile, saying, Welcome, Mr. Chen, to inspect our work. I am Ma Ruliang, the vice president of Kangen Hospital. Chen Haoyu shook hands with Ma Ruliang, saying, So you are vice president, Ma? I've heard a lot about you. Ma Ruliang seemed not to catch the sarcasm in Chen Haoyu's tone and said, It's just an empty title, Mr. Chen, you're too kind. Chen Haoyu looked at the visibly changed expression of Huang Guiyan and extended his hand, smiling. Director Huang, nice to see you again. Huang Guiyan's hand trembled as he shook Chen Haoyu's hand, forcing a smile and saying, Mr. Chen, I apologize, I didn't know it was you before. Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said generously, It's just a small misunderstanding, no need to worry. All right, everyone, please take a seat. Everyone settled down, and Chen Haoyu unreservedly took the main seat. Vice President Ma, has your meeting concluded? Ma Ruliang replied, Yes, it has. Chen Haoyu said, Then may I say a few words? Ma Ruliang quickly responded, Of course. Chen Haoyu spoke loudly. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Haoyu, and I am a new shareholder who has recently joined the Kangen Hospital family. I am very pleased to meet everyone. After saying that, Chen Haoyu stood up and bowed to everyone. Clap, clap, clap. His sharp and stern face, composed demeanor, an unmatched aura immediately garnered enthusiastic applause from the audience. Chun Haoyu continued, "Last night around 7 o'clock, I came to our department for a brief survey and happened to run into Dr. Qin Qingqing. After a bit of casual conversation, I learned that she finishes work at 5:30 but was still busy at 7, which really moved me. Later, she mentioned that it's almost a norm for the entire internal medicine department to work overtime, and what's rare is that everyone has no complaints whatsoever. This dedication and spirit of sacrifice is something I, Chun Haoyu, deeply admire. Therefore, my main purpose for attending today's internal medicine meeting is to express my respect for everyone present. I propose we all applaud, not for anyone else, but for ourselves." The applause grew even louder than before. "Well said. Thank you, Mr. Chun." Hearing Chun Haoyu's praise, everyone felt very happy and cheered. Chapter 44. Handling Huang Shirin while applauding. Qin Qingqing whispered to Su Yuyao, "Yuyo, your man is really good at stirring emotions. I'm a bit moved." Su Yuyao, seeing such a serious Chun Haoyu for the first time, fixed her beautiful eyes on him and said, "This is a typical method of raising expectations only to lower them later. He's probably going to stir things up next." Sure enough, Chun Haoyu's next words took a sharp turn. "Of course, where there are good aspects, there are bad ones. There are many rumors in society that our Kangen Hospital's internal medicine director, Huang Guiyan, has been brazenly accepting red envelopes from patients' families and indulging in some underground rules. Director Huang, can you explain these two issues in front of everyone?" Huang Guiyan immediately stood up, saying, "This is a blatant slander. Mr. Chun, I have absolutely not accepted any red envelopes, nor have I engaged in any underground rules." Chun Haoyu pressed his hands down and said, "Please sit down. Don't be so agitated." Huang Guiyan gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Chun, who the hell said that? I dare to confront him." Chun Haoyu picked up Ma Ruliang's notebook beside him and slammed it into Huang Guiyan's face, saying, "I did." No one expected Chun Haoyu to suddenly be so violent. Everyone was shocked. Qin Qingqing whispered, "Nice." Ma Ruliang frowned and said, "Mr. Chun, no matter what, Huang Guiyan is our hospital's internal medicine director. He may not have achievements, but he has put in effort. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to do this?" Chun Haoyu sneered, "With a bastard like him, what effort is there? Vice President Ma, have you had too much to drink? Someone, bring the things over." A bodyguard wearing sunglasses brought a thick stack of red envelopes to Chun Haoyu. Zhang Xian, 5,000 yuan. Luo Zhijing, 8,000 yuan. Qiu Mingyang, 6,000 yuan. Zheng Yak, 8,800 yuan. Chun Haoyu casually read a few names on the red envelopes, looking at the pale-faced Huang Guiyan and coldly said, "Director Huang, don't these names sound familiar? Still slandering and wanting to confront others. How can you even say that?" The scene was in an uproar. "Luo Zhijing is my patient. I remember Zhang Xian is a heart disease patient assigned to me by Director Huang. Indeed, where there's smoke, there's fire. Director Huang is in big trouble this time. This isn't just trouble, it's a crime, and he might end up in jail." Huang Guiyan had a hard time swallowing his saliva and said, This isn't mine." Chun Haoyu said lightly, "If it's not yours, why is it in your office cabinet?" Huang Guiyan sternly said, "What right do you have to enter my office without permission and open my cabinet?" Chun Haoyu replied, "You can go to the police and report me for invading your privacy. Whatever punishment comes, I, Chun Haoyu, will accept it. Now, explain to me what these red envelopes are about." Huang Guiyan said, "These are red envelopes given to me by patients' families. I was just about to return them one by one." Chun Haoyu responded, "Oh, I was planning to handle this internally, but since Director Huang is so noble, I'll have the police help investigate your situation. After all, over 100,000 yuan in red envelopes is not a small amount." After saying that, Chun Haoyu took out his phone and was about to call the police. Huang Guiyan, unable to withstand the investigation, hurriedly said, "Wait." Chun Haoyu sneered, "What? Not daring anymore? Huang Guiyan, have you forgotten that there are a few discs in your cabinet? The discs contain videos of you bullying female doctors and patients' family members. You pervert. Dare to argue here? I see you want to go to jail. Wow, this news is explosive. Huang Shirin is doomed this time." Everyone looked at Huang Guiyan with disdain. Bang! Ma Ruliang slammed his hand on the table and pointed at Huang Guiyan's nose, scolding, "Huang Guiyan, you better explain clearly what's going on." Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the furious Ma Ruliang, showing a half-smile. Huang Guiyan knew he couldn't deny it, and with a mournful face, he said, "I'm sorry, Vice President Ma, I let you down. You bastard." Ma Ruliang kicked Huang Guiyan to the ground. Huang Guiyan fell flat on the ground, lowering his head, silent and not daring to get up. After dealing with Huang Guiyan, Ma Ruliang turned to Chun Haoyu and said, Mr. Chun, I never expected there to be such a rotten apple in Kangen Hospital. This is simply outrageous. Chun Haoyu asked, Vice President Ma, how do you think Huang Guiyan should be dealt with? I heard his sister is your wife. Ma Ruliang replied, It's precisely because he is my brother-in-law that I trusted him so much. I didn't expect this, Mr. Chun. Can we have a word in private? Chun Haoyu said indifferently, There's nothing that can't be said in front of others. We are all colleagues who have worked together for many years. There's no need to avoid anyone. Ma Ruliang said, What I mean is that if the matter regarding Huang Guiyan is reported to the police, it will have a very bad impact on our hospital. It's best if we can handle it internally. How about this? I will report to the hospital director, and we will meet in the hospital conference room in an hour. Chun Haoyu gave him a deep look and said, Okay, you go find the director. Good. Ma Ruliang agreed and hurriedly left. Chun Haoyu lightly tapped the table with his fingers and said, Everyone except Huang Guiyan can go back to work. Qin Qingqing stood up and asked, Mr. Chun, will Huang Guiyan still be the head of our internal medicine department? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, Dr. Qin, what are you thinking? How could someone like him continue to work at our Kangen hospital? There are only two outcomes for him. One is to be obedient, in which case he just needs to refund and be dismissed. The other is to be disobedient, and then he will spend 10 or 20 years in prison. Qin Qingqing said, during the previous meeting, he and Vice President Ma wanted to deduct 10,000 from Dr. Su because she didn't work the night shift last night. Chun Haoyu said, I know about this. Dr. Su performed a 4.5-hour surgery yesterday afternoon and was almost exhausted. Forcing her to work the night shift is no different from murder. She went home with my permission. If money must be deducted, I will have the finance department deduct it from my monthly dividends. Dr. Qin, are you satisfied? Qin Qingqing smiled and said, Satisfied. Chun Haoyu said, I still need to get close to Director Huang. You all can leave now. After everyone left, Chun Haoyu had the bodyguard guard the door and said to Huang Guiyan, who was slumped on the ground, I have your criminal evidence in my hands. Don't think your brother-in-law can save you. Chapter 45. Both Wen and Huang Guiyan had completely lost the demeanor of the head of internal medicine at Kangen Hospital. Pleading, Mr. Chun, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had improper thoughts about Su Yueying. Please, have mercy and let me go. Chun Haoyu sneered. If you don't want to go to prison, you need to show some sincerity. Huang Guiyan raised his head and asked, What sincerity? Chun Haoyu said indifferently, I know your brother-in-law Ma Ruliang has embezzled a lot of money. As long as you can provide me with the evidence, I can guarantee you won't go to prison. Be straightforward in your actions. Dealing with Huang Guiyan alone will only thoroughly anger Ma Ruliang and worsen Su Yueying's situation. Therefore, Chun Haoyu had to take down Ma Ruliang as well. Huang Guiyan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said, You want to deal with my brother-in-law? This response instantly made Chun Haoyu realize that this guy must have evidence of Ma Ruliang's corruption. Otherwise, he would have immediately denied it instead of responding in such a tone. Chun Haoyu took out his phone, coldly looking at Huang Guiyan, and said, I don't want to hear nonsense. You have 1 minute to think. Either hand over the evidence of Ma Ruliang's wrongdoing, or you go to prison. After saying that, Chun Haoyu set the countdown, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes to rest. Huang Guiyan was about to go crazy, with two voices constantly battling in his mind. One voice told him to protect himself, while the other told him to wait for Ma Ruliang to save him. Chun Haoyu seemed to guess Huang Guiyan's thoughts and said, I'm from the Chao group. Don't delude yourself into thinking Ma Ruliang can save you. Upon hearing this, Huang Guiyan fell into despair. 10987 The countdown on the phone sounded like a death knell, incessantly pounding on Huang Guiyan's heart, causing him to sweat profusely. For 3-2 before he could even shout 1. Huang Guiyan finally couldn't hold on any longer and said, There is a transaction video between him and the equipment supplier on my computer. A brilliant smile appeared on Chun Haoyu's face as he said, You made a wise choice. In the internal medicine office of Kangen Hospital, Qin Qingqing pulled Su Yueying to a secluded corner and excitedly said, So cool. Yueying, what is Chun Haoyu's identity? How did he suddenly become a shareholder of our hospital? Su Yueying pondered for a moment and said, Do you remember how Ma Ruliang introduced Chun Haoyu? Qin Qingqing thought for a moment and said, The second largest shareholder. Su Yueying nodded and said, Right. We all know that the second largest shareholder is the Chao Group. Qin Qingqing suddenly realized, I understand. He sought help from the Chow family, that is, Chow Chung, to back you up. Sui Weiing said, that should be it. Qin Qingqing smiled and said, but you have to admit, Chen Haoyu really has that aura of a big shot. Just look at his powerful presence and sharp gaze. He is even more imposing than those government leaders. Sui Weiing thought of Chen Haoyu's earlier performance, which indeed impressed people. If she didn't know his background, she would have thought she was meeting the patriarch of some major family. Qin Qingqing nudged Sui Weiing and said softly, have you thought about developing something with Chen Haoyu? Apart from his background, I think Chen Haoyu is far superior to those so-called rich kids. Sui Weiing remained silent for a long time and said, Qingjia, do you know? It feels like there is a layer of white mist around Chen Haoyu, not allowing anyone to get close. The more I interact with him, the less I can see through him. I feel like his heart is completely closed off. Even his smile seems somewhat fake. Qin Qingqing said, Weiing, your biggest problem is that you are too proud and too calm. Why must you see through someone if you like them? I remember a book said that the essence of love is emotional. If there is still rational thinking, it's not pure enough. If you completely see through someone like Chen Haoyu, then what is the point? Seeing that Sui Weiing didn't speak, Qin Qingqing patted her shoulder and said, be honest with me. Do you enjoy interacting with him? Sui Weiing said, not dislike. Qin Qingqing smiled and said, in the past 2 years, it seems that the only man who has received such an evaluation from you is Chen Haoyu. Weiing, you and Chen Haoyu are alike. Your hearts are also closed off. You should try to see if you can open it up. Sui Weiing nodded, deep in thought. Qin Qingqing didn't continue on this topic. She stretched out her arms and said, finally, it's bright after the dark. With Huang Shuren gone, I feel much more relaxed. Sui Weiing said, don't forget, behind Huang Shuren is an even more formidable Ma Ruliang. Qin Qingqing raised her eyebrows and said, with Chen Haoyu as the major shareholder, how would Ma Ruliang dare to bully us? Just then, the newly joined Luo Jiar rushed in and said, Dr. Su, Dr. Qin, hurry and watch the show. Something big has happened. Qin Qingqing asked, what happened? Luo Jiater said, that Mr. Chen found evidence of Vice President Ma's embezzlement through Huang Guiyin, and now Vice President Ma is also finished. Sui Weiing and Qin Qingqing exchanged shocked expressions. He dismissed us and Ma Ruliang. It turns out it was to interrogate Huang Guiyin. Qin Qingqing vigorously swung her arm and said excitedly, I understand. This guy wants to solve all your problems once and for all. Wow, so cool. As long as these 2 bad guys are gone, we will be in the clear. Sui Weiing murmured, he really is full of schemes. After leaving the office, the 2 happened to see the staff from the hospital's disciplinary department dragging a pale Huang Guiyin and Ma Ruliang away. Chen Haoyu stood next to Director Zhu Jingwu, with his hands in his pockets, coldly watching everything. His gaze was devoid of warmth, extremely indifferent. Zhu Jingwu is 62 years old and is one of the most renowned internal medicine experts in the country. Kangen Hospital was founded by him. Therefore, Zhu Jingwu is both the president and a major shareholder of the hospital. I didn't expect there to be such a parasite in Kangen Hospital. This is my responsibility. Zhu Jingwu said solemnly. Chen Haoyu comforted him, saying, President Zhu, in a big forest, there are all kinds of birds, so you don't need to take it to heart. However, I believe we must learn the necessary lessons. Zhu Jingwu nodded and said, Mr. Chen is right. I am getting old, my energy is not keeping up, and I am not interested in management. Next, I plan to hire a professional manager from outside to manage the hospital. What do you think? To change the management style of the hospital, Zhu Jingwu must obtain the board's approval. Chen Haoyu is currently the 2nd largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital, and as long as he has no objections, the matter can basically be settled. Chapter 46, Chao Lishua's anger. If that is the case, I suggest you find a few more managers to conduct in-depth research in various departments of the hospital and then write a detailed management plan. Whoever's plan is the best, let them be the manager here. That's a good idea. I will hold a board meeting tomorrow to discuss this matter. I hope you can provide your support then. Chen Haoyu pointed to Qin Qingqing and said, I have something to do tomorrow, so let Dr. Qin represent me at the board meeting. Zhu Jingwu smiled and said, Mr. Chen, may I ask what Dr. Qin is to you? Chen Haoyu knew Zhu Jingwu misunderstood their relationship, but he didn't explain and said, a friend. Zhu Jingwu responded, oh, since the internal medicine department is short of a director, I think Dr. Qin can serve as the acting director. What do you think? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, this is an internal matter of the hospital. You can decide. President Zhu, I have other matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Zhu Jingwu said, all right. Accompanied by several bodyguards, Chen Haoyu reached into his pocket and walked toward the elevator. His noble, aloof, and domineering aura was like that of an ancient king. As he passed by Su Yuyao, Chen Haoyu softly said, "I will wait for you at the hospital entrance." Su Yuyao imperceptibly nodded. 10 minutes later, Su Yuyao parked the car at the hospital entrance. Chen Haoyu, who had been waiting there, immediately opened the front passenger door and climbed in. Su Yuyao asked, "Is the Chow family helping you?" Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up and smiled. "Smart. Let me reintroduce myself. Sitting next to you is the newly minted millionaire, Mr. Chen Haoyu, the equity agent of the Chow family at Kangen Hospital. In other words, I am now one of your bosses, Su Yuyao." A hint of surprise flashed in Su Yuyao's eyes as she said, "What did you do to get so much help from the Chow family?" Chen Haoyu proudly replied, "It's simple. I can cure the old cold legs of Chow Lixue, the richest man in Yanhai, and help him stand again." Su Yuyao had heard about Chow Lixue's paralysis and said, "If that's the case, then giving you $1 million is not too much. Chen Haoyu, since you have money now, can you move out of my house?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Dream on. I found out you have a prosperous fate. As long as I live with you, I might become extremely rich. With such a good talisman, I would never let you go." Su Yuyao turned to glance at the laid-back Chen Haoyu, unable to connect him with the cold and domineering president from the hospital just moments ago. "Chen Haoyu, your acting skills are really impressive. If you went into acting, I believe you would definitely win an Oscar. You can forget it. I wasn't a stranger to being an extra before. Suda Beauty, since I helped you deal with those 2 bastard leaders, shouldn't you thank me properly?" "How should I thank you?" "Treat me to lunch. Take me car shopping in the afternoon, and then go somewhere with me tomorrow." "Okay, where to now?" "The clinic. The Chow father and son are probably already there, waiting for me." "Treating legs? That's for next week. I am currently helping Chow Chung compete for the family fortune, and once it works out, I estimate I can make a big profit again." Su Yuyao exclaimed, "Are you crazy? You dare to meddle in such matters?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I am helping the Chow family, not harming them. Once it's done, Chow Lixue will only be grateful to me." Su Yuyao looked deeply at Chen Haoyu and said, "Sometimes, I really want to open your head and see what's inside." It has only been 4 or 5 days since Chen Haoyu was discharged from the hospital, and Su Yuyao had already been surprised by him many times. His cooking skills rivaled those of 5-star chefs, his fortune-telling was uncanny, and his medical skills could bring the dead back to life. Just these 3 aspects were enough to make any peer feel ashamed. Now he had actually connected with the richest man in Yanhai and made $1 million from him. If she didn't know that Chen Haoyu had previously been doing poorly, she would think this guy was deceiving her. After dropping Chen Haoyu off at the clinic, Su Yuyao glanced at a stretched Lincoln parked at the entrance before driving away. Chen Haoyu looked at Chow Chung and smiled. "Young Master Chow, thank you for the matters regarding Kangen Hospital." It turns out that the news of Chen Haoyu becoming the 2nd largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital was conveyed to the hospital by Chow Chung, and those bodyguards were also arranged by him to support Chen Haoyu. Chow Chung said, "I heard about the situation at Kangen Hospital. Mr. Chen, your intervention immediately caught 2 parasites. It's truly impressive. Speaking of which, we shareholders should thank you." After exchanging pleasantries, Chow Chung instructed the bodyguards to carry Chow Lixue out of the car. Chow Lixue looked at the notice posted at the clinic and smiled. "Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Dr. Chen, this notice should attract quite a few patients who have been long suffering from incurable conditions." Chen Haoyu said, "The main reason I set this rule is that I don't want to tire myself too much. Life is only a few decades long. Enjoying it while it lasts is the most important." Chow Lixue nodded and said, "Dr. Chen is quite carefree. If I could go back several decades, I might make the same choice as you." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Mr. Chow, a person's character determines their destiny. You are not the type to be content with mediocrity. If you really went back to 20 years old, you would only work harder than before." Chow Lixue sighed and said, "Perhaps." Entering the clinic, Chow Lixue asked the driver and bodyguards to leave, saying, "Dr. Chen, Xiao Chung, what is it that cannot be discussed at home and must be brought here?" Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "I knew I couldn't hide it from Mr. Chow." Chow Chung took out a paternity test and handed it to Chow Lixue, saying, "Dad, please take a look." Chow Lixue took the test report, and, upon seeing the last line, his expression changed drastically, and a shocking spark flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Whose is it?" Chow Chung replied, "Yours and Xiaohai's." Chow Lixue's face instantly turned pale, and with a sinister gaze, he fixed his eyes on Chow Chung, saying, Why did you suddenly conduct a paternity test between me and Xiao Hai? Chao Cheng looked at Chun Haoyu, and Chun Haoyu said, I asked him to do it. Chao Lishua frowned and said, Dr. Chun, I need a reasonable explanation. Chun Haoyu said lightly, as practitioners of the Xianmen, we not only draw talismans, but also tell fortunes. Yesterday morning, I could see that Xiao Hai is not your son at all. Originally, I didn't want to get involved in your family's affairs. But this guy insisted on causing me trouble, so I told Hua Yuan. Chao Cheng said, when Brother Yuan told me, I didn't believe it. So, I took your and Xiao Hai's hair for an expedited paternity test. Chapter 47. Using trickery on Zhang Yaji. Bitch. Chao Lishua's face turned red with anger, his chest heaving up and down. No normal man can tolerate his wife cheating on him, let alone Chao Lishua, the richest man in Yanhai. However, being someone who has experienced many ups and downs in the business world, Chao Lishua took a long breath and quickly regained his composure. How can I trust you? I previously did a paternity test, and there were no issues, he said. Chao Cheng replied, Dad, who did you send to do the paternity test back then? After a moment of thought, Chao Lishua said, Zhang Chao. Are you suggesting he tampered with it? Chao Cheng continued. Zhang Chao, who now works for the Chao Group, had once made significant contributions to Chao Lishua, even risking his life to save him twice. If there was anyone Chao Lishua trusted the most, it would definitely be Zhang Chao. It shouldn't be Uncle Zhang. He and Xiao Hai don't look alike at all. Besides, if it were him, the Chao Group would have been in danger long ago, Chao Cheng argued. Chun Haoyu interjected, as long as Zhang Yaji speaks up, finding this person isn't difficult. Chao Cheng asked, Dr. Chun, do you have a way? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, isn't it simple? Just give Zhang Yaji a call. Chao Lishua immediately understood Chun Haoyu's intention and said, you want to trick her? Chun Haoyu nodded exactly. Chao Lishua took a deep breath and said, then I'll trouble you. Chun Haoyu took out his phone and dialed the number given by Chao Lishua. Soon, the call connected. Who are you? Zhang Yaji's voice came through. Chun Haoyu cleared his throat and said, is this Ms. Zhang Yaji? Yes, who are you? You don't need to worry about who I am. I just want to tell you that your secret can't be kept any longer. What do you mean? If Chao Lishua finds out that Xiao Hai is not his biological son, do you think he would kill you? What nonsense are you talking about? Ms. Zhang, you should be very clear about what I mean. I haven't told Chao Lishua, only you, in hopes of exchanging this secret for some money. If you don't give me money, I will immediately inform Chao Lishua. It's just a paternity test. The truth can be easily revealed. Zhang Yaji was silent for a long time before saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Chun Haoyu coldly replied, I will only give you 10 seconds to think. After 10 seconds, I will immediately call Chao Lishua. 10, 9, 8, 7. Both Chao Lishua and Chao Cheng showed signs of tension. When Chun Haoyu reached 2, Zhang Yaji finally couldn't bear the pressure any longer and said, how much do you want? Bang. Chao Lishua's face turned dark to the extreme, unable to suppress his anger as he slammed his hand down on the wheelchair. A strong killing intent radiated from him. Zhang Yaji's response undoubtedly confirmed what Chun Haoyu had said, delivering a heavy blow to Chao Lishua. Nothing is more infuriating for a man than such a situation. Chun Haoyu ignored him and continued, a $10 million anonymous check from Citibank. How do I give it to you? Tonight at 10, I will send you a text message with the transaction location. I have no one to help me. What a joke. If you had no one, how did you give birth to Xiao Hai? All right, I understand. After hanging up, Chun Haoyu turned to Chao Lishua and asked, Mr. Chao, what do you plan to do? Chao Lishua gritted his teeth and said, I want to kill that shameless woman. Mr. Chun, since Xiao Hai is not my son, what about Xiaochuan and Xiao Wei? When he mentioned the latter two children, Chao Lishua's voice trembled slightly. Chun Haoyu said, your face tells me you have 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. Chao Lishua let out a long sigh and said, heaven has eyes. Perhaps due to having children later in life, Chao Lishua adored his 2 little ones, Chao Chuan and Chao Xiaowei, to an extreme. If they were not his children, Chao Lishua might even wish to die. Chao Cheng said, Dad, it's precisely because of Xiao Chuan and Xiaowei that I didn't dare to tell you this at home. Chao Lishua looked intently at Chao Cheng and asked, how do you plan to handle it? Chao Cheng shook his head and said, dealing with Zhang Yaji and Xiao Hai is not difficult, but the hard part is how to explain it to Xiaochuan and Xiaowei. They are too young, and suddenly losing their mother worries me about their mental state. Chao Lishua said with appreciation, Xiao Cheng, I'm really glad you can think of your younger siblings. Chun Haoyu coughed and said, you two can discuss how to handle Zhang Yaji and Xiao Hai. I have a beautiful appointment, and the clinic needs to close. Chao Lishua said, Thank you, Dr. Chen. Chun Haoyu rubbed his fingers together and said, The richest man in Yanhai 1T just thanked me verbally, right? Chao Lishua said, Xiao Cheng, give Dr. Chen a bank check for 5 million. Yes. Chao Cheng took out a checkbook and immediately wrote a $5 million check to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu flicked the check and smiled broadly, saying, This is what I like. Chao Lishua looked deeply at Chen Haoyu and said, Dr. Chen, I would like to offer you a 3 million annual salary to hire you as our Chao family's chief advisor. What do you think? Behind every wealthy individual is a think tank that provides strategic advice. Chao Lishua was no exception. The Chao Group's success today is largely due to the 30-plus advisors he hired at high prices. After these two encounters, Chao Lishua had already determined that Chun Haoyu was an extraordinarily powerful figure in the mysterious realm. Perhaps he couldn't help him in business, but in other aspects, he could definitely ensure the safety of himself and the entire Chao family. Chun Haoyu put away the check and confidently said, Mr. Chao, money is just an external object. As long as it's enough, that's fine. I'm not bragging, but if I wanted to make money, there are countless ways to do it. The reason I set up this clinic is merely to experience life. In this world, no one can hire me. 3 million is not enough, nor is 300 billion. Seeing the arrogance in Chun Haoyu's eyes, Chao Lishua knew that this person could not be moved by money, and he quickly said, I'm sorry, I was reckless. Chun Haoyu chuckled, It's okay. You are now my big client. If you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to come to me. As long as it doesn't violate the natural order, I will do my best to help. Chao Cheng was touched and said, Dr. Chun, you are from the mysterious realm. You should have a way to deal with Zhang Yaji and Chao Hai, right? Chun Haoyu certainly understood Chao Cheng's intention and replied, I said, as long as it doesn't violate the natural order. Although Zhang Yaji has moral shortcomings and Chao Hai is blinded by greed, neither has committed any heinous acts, so I cannot agree to your request. The inability to agree doesn't mean it can't be done. Both Chao Lishua and Chao Cheng privately elevated Chun Haoyu's potential danger to the highest level. In the car back to the villa, Chao Lishua said solemnly, Xiao Cheng, Dr. Chun is a real extraordinary person. You should interact with him more in the future, and it would be best if you could become friends. Chao Cheng replied, Dad, don't worry, I know what to do. Chapter 48, Chao Lishua's Ruthlessness. Upon returning to the villa, Zhang Yaji greeted them with a beaming smile. Showing no signs of anything unusual, Chao Lishua calmly said, Yaji, give me your phone. I need to use it. Zhang Yaji instinctively sensed something was off and said, I'll go get it. Chao Lishua pointed to the phone on the coffee table and said, ISNT it right there? Xiao Cheng, help me get it. Okay. Chao Cheng agreed and handed the phone to Chao Lishua. Chao Lishua asked Zhang Yaji to scan her face and unlock the phone. In the call log, Chao Lishua saw Chun Haoyu's number. Above this number was another unfamiliar number, and Chao Lishua immediately dialed it. Zhang Yaji's expression changed drastically, and she asked, Honey, what are you doing? Chao Lishua coldly glanced at her and said nothing. Soon, the call connected. A familiar voice came from the other end. Yaji, didn't I tell you? Don't contact me so frequently, or Chao Zong will find out. Chao Cheng's pupils shrank. He recognized the voice of Liao Boda, the captain of the Chao Group's fleet. Liao Boda had been Chao Lishua's driver for over 10 years and was only transferred to the fleet 2 years ago. Zhang Yaji's face instantly drained of color as she shouted, What are you talking about? Bang! Chao Cheng kicked Zhang Yaji to the ground and cursed, Bitch! You've embarrassed our Chao family. Liao Boda heard Zhang Yaji and Chao Cheng's voices through the phone and immediately hung up. Chao Lishua looked at Zhang Yaji with a deadpan expression and said, The call this morning was made by me. Zhang Yaji opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately said nothing. She knew very well what her fate would be. Chao Lishua said indifferently, I need an explanation. Zhang Yaji realized she could no longer hide it and confessed everything. It turned out that over 20 years ago, before Zhang Yaji married Chao Lishua, she had an affair with Liao Boda. Later, Zhang Yaji became pregnant and gave birth to Chao Hai. Chao Lishua always thought Zhang Yaji was his woman. So he arranged for Liao Boda to conduct a paternity test for him and the child. Liao Boda dared not tell Chao Lishua the truth and had to forge a fake certificate. After confirming that Chao Hai was his son, Chao Lishua married Zhang Yaji. Initially, the two were forced into it, but as Chao Hai grew up, Liao Boda and Zhang Yaji began to scheme for the Chao Group. Thus, Zhang Yaji started to sow discord in front of Chao Lishua and suppress Chao Cheng. Just when they had made some progress, their affair was exposed, leaving Zhang Yaji, who knew Xiao Lishua's methods well, utterly hopeless. Honey, I beg you, for the sake of Xiao Chuan and Xiao Hui, let me and Xiao Hai go. Zhang Yaji knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Xiao Lishua said coldly, if it weren't for these two kids, do you think I would have let you live until now? Xiao Cheng, lock her up. Xiao Cheng replied, yes. Two bodyguards came in and escorted Zhang Yaji away, one on each side. Zhang Yaji cried out, honey, please don't hurt Xiao Hai. You used to like him very much. Xiao Lishua closed his eyes, his face a picture of anger. That night, Xiao Hai was racing with a group of wealthy second-generation kids. He lost control of the steering wheel and fell off a cliff, dying on the spot. On the way to the hospital, Zhang Yaji got into an accident and was hit by a truck, becoming a vegetable. Liao Boda, upon learning that the matter was exposed, immediately fled Yanhai and died in the East Japan a month later. One cannot deny that the reason Xiao Lishua became the richest man in Yanhai was not without cause. Just his decisive nature alone is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Of course, that is a story for another time. After Chun Haoyu left the clinic, he rode his motorcycle home. Su Yuyao had been waiting in the underground parking lot. Once in the car, Su Yuyao asked, did you finish the Chow family's business? Chun Haoyu replied proudly, it's done. Do you want to know how much I made? Su Yuyao straightforwardly said, not interested. Chun Haoyu was momentarily taken aback and said irritably, Su Yuyao, you should thank your mom for giving birth to you so beautifully. Otherwise, with that mouth of yours, you would definitely get beaten up by a lot of people. Su Yuyao's lips curled into a charming arc as she said, you're overestimating me. Chun Haoyu, judging by that smug look on your face, you must have made quite a bit from the Chow family. I want a seafood feast for lunch today. Chun Haoyu said without hesitation, no problem. I have only one requirement, not to choose the best, just the most expensive. Haha, I now have 15 million. A bona fide rich man, I must indulge once. Su Yuyao exclaimed, did you con the Chow family out of 5 million again? Chun Haoyu widened his eyes and said discontentedly, what do you mean con? I'm saving the Chow family. All right, it's okay to tell you this. The second son of the Chow family, Xiao Hai, is an illegitimate child born from Xiao Lishua's wife and someone else. They still want to take over the Chow family's assets. I helped Xiao Lishua solve this issue, and he gave me 5 million. Is that too much? Su Yuyao frowned and asked, how did you know this secret? Chun Haoyu replied proudly, of course, it was through physiognomy. The moment I saw Xiao Lishua and Xiao Hai's appearances, I knew they couldn't be father and son. Su Yuyao said, oh, and didn't say anything more. After these days of getting to know him, she was already familiar with Chun Haoyu's character. As long as she praised him, he would immediately enter boastful mode. So saying nothing was the best way to deal with him. Sure enough, when Chun Haoyu saw Su Yuyao silent, he felt bored and said, Su Yuyao, you're really too boring. Su Yuyao gave a helpless glance at Chun Haoyu, her lips revealing a hint of a smile. During this time, she had lost count of how many times she had laughed. Compared to her previously dull life, Su Yuyao felt good having such a lively person around. The two arrived at the most famous seafood restaurant in Yanhai, spending a whopping 12,000 yuan on a hearty meal. Of course, it was mainly Chun Haoyu eating. Su Yuyao's appetite was less than 1/5 of his. After finishing the seafood, the two drove straight to the Ford dealership at Yanhai Auto City. Su Yuyao was quite speechless about Chun Haoyu's choice of the Ford Raptor 150. She couldn't understand why he would choose a pickup truck. Upon entering the Ford dealership, Chun Haoyu glanced around and noticed that there weren't many people buying cars. Compared to other brands, the sturdy and durable, yet somewhat fuel-consuming Ford cars clearly no longer met the customer's needs. The reason Chun Haoyu chose the Ford Raptor 150 was mainly because it could haul more things. Chapter 49. Going with the flow. Upon seeing Chun Haoyu and Su Yuyao, a young and beautiful female sales representative immediately approached them with a smile and said, hello, I'm Zhang Xiaoxiao. How can I assist you? Without hesitation, Chun Haoyu asked, do you have the Raptor 150? Zhang Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she quickly replied, a week ago, we imported a high-spec Raptor 150 from abroad, but it's a bit pricey. Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, price is not a consideration for me. Performance is the main thing. Zhang Xiaoxiao forcibly suppressed her excitement and said, please follow me. Soon, a brand new blue Raptor 150 appeared before Chun Haoyu. With its imposing exterior, high-tech interior, exceptional performance, and powerful engine, not to mention a towing capacity of up to 3 tons, it was simply Chun Haoyu's best choice. As soon as Zhang Xiaoxiao finished introducing it, Chen Haoyu said directly, I'll take it. How much for full payment? Zhang Xiaoxiao said, I can give you a 10 discount, the price is 1.2 million, which is 40 more expensive than the regular version of the Raptor. Chen Haoyu asked, how long will the related procedures take? Zhang Xiaoxiao replied, at most 2 hours. Chen Haoyu said, invoice please. A bright smile immediately appeared on Zhang Xiaoxiao's face as she said, okay, sir, please wait a moment. For a car costing 1.2 million, the commission alone would be 12,000 yuan, and Zhang Xiaoxiao was so happy she almost jumped up. After paying, Chen Haoyu, having nothing to do, invited Su Yuyao to a nearby coffee shop for a coffee. Su Yuyao said, don't you men especially like to show off wealth? Chen Haoyu nodded and said, of course. Women love vanity, and men care about face. This is a common issue among humans, and no one can cure it. Do you know what I regret the most? Su Yuyao took a sip of coffee and asked what? Chen Haoyu said, there are too few people at Ford store. According to the plot in online novels, when I buy a car, there should be a rich guy mocking me for not being able to afford it. And then when I pay, I slap his face hard. Su Yuyao couldn't help but laugh and said, Chen Haoyu, how old are you? Is that interesting? Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, of course it's interesting. At least it feels good in my heart. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes and suddenly saw a middle-aged man walk in, laughing, our old acquaintance has arrived. Chen Haoyu turned to look and saw that the person was none other than Zhang Kuan, the president of Ruifeng Building. However, beside him was no longer Han Suolan, but a middle-aged woman dressed like a wealthy lady. Zhang Kuan clearly saw Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao, and his expression changed immediately. The middle-aged woman followed Zhang Kuan's gaze, and, upon seeing Su Yuyao's stunningly beautiful face, her expression darkened instantly as she said, have you seen enough? What? Zhang Kuan casually asked, then quickly realized the issue and hurriedly said, I didn't look at her. I swear. What he feared the most was that Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao would reveal the matter about Han Suolan, so he didn't care about admiring Su Yuyao's beauty. The middle-aged woman was Zhang Kuan's wife, named Zhulan. Ruifeng Building was actually her property, and Zhang Kuan only owned 10 of the shares. Zhulan snorted coldly, directly pulling Zhang Kuan to sit at the table next to Chen Haoyu and asking the waiter for 2 cups of unsweetened coffee. Chen Haoyu looked playfully at the sweating Zhang Kuan and said with a smile, President Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Kuan's body visibly trembled, deliberately pretending not to recognize Chen Haoyu, and said, young man, who are you? Chen Haoyu said, President Zhang, you really are forgetful. My name is Chen Haoyu, and I saved your life. What? You've forgotten even your lifesaver? Zhulan cast a cold glance at Zhang Kuan and said, stop pretending. With such a beautiful woman, how could you possibly forget? Mr. Chen, I want to know how you saved my husband. Zhang Kuan showed a pleading expression to Chen Haoyu, who smiled slightly and said, let President Zhang tell it. Clearly, Zhang Kuan was an experienced liar, and without much thought, he said, I remember now. Last time I went to collect a debt, I was cornered, and it was this brother Chen who saved me. But it was too dark at the time, so I didn't see his face clearly. Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao exchanged glances, both showing expressions of admiration. This middle-aged greasy man's reaction was really quick. Zhulan asked suspiciously, really? Chen Haoyu said, not really. I only shouted that the police were coming. How could I have the ability to save President Zhang from 5 or 6 thugs? What left me speechless was that President Zhang promised to give me 50,000 yuan as a thank you fee, but has not given it to me until now. Really quite unrefined. Su Yuyao almost spat her coffee out. Chen Haoyu's tactic was simply masterful. She thought Zhang Kuan's level was already high enough, but compared to Chen Haoyu, he was still lacking too much. Zhang Kuan cursed inwardly, but pretended to put on an embarrassed expression as he said, brother, mainly it was too tense at the time. I forgot to get your contact information. Chen Haoyu said, since we've met now, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Zhang Kuan was nearly furious, stammering, teach this? What do you mean? Zhulan angrily said, is your life not worth even 50,000 yuan? You're getting stingier as you get older. Mr. Chen, I'll pay this money. Thank you for saving my husband. Chen Haoyu immediately took out his phone, found the payment code, and smiled. You're welcome. This lady, I'm sorry for bothering you. I've been a bit tight on cash lately, so I had to shamelessly bring up this 50,000 yuan matter again. Don't worry, once I have money, I'll definitely pay you back. Zhulan transferred the money over and said, you're quite honest. Is this your girlfriend? She is really beautiful. Chen Haoyu said, The proudest thing I've done in my life is to find a heavenly beauty like Yu Yao as my girlfriend. I have no money or power, yet she is always willing to be with me. Don't you think I should cherish and love her for a lifetime? Zhulan nodded heavily and said, absolutely. You two are true love. Seeing how easily Chen Haoyu had charmed Zhulan, Su Yuyao was completely in awe of him. No wonder this guy dared to set up a fortune-telling stall before. With this eloquence, anyone would be fooled by him. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuan was becoming increasingly restless, praying that Chen Haoyu would not mention the matter of Han Sulan to Zhulan, or else it would be disastrous. Next, Chen Haoyu and Zhulan chatted more and more comfortably, as if they had known each other for a long time. Chapter 50. The matter of He Jiahong explodes after finally enduring until Zhulan went to the restroom. Zhang Kuan gritted his teeth and asked, what exactly do you want? Chen Haoyu said lightly, President Zhang, Sister Lan is generous and has a boldness that is no less than that of men. I really like her personality and want to sincerely be friends with her. Zhang Kuan said in a deep voice, stop fucking around. How much do you want to keep this secret for me? Chen Haoyu said, 50,000 yuan is the life-saving money you owe me. I'm not interested in your mess. Su Yuyao couldn't help but say, President Zhang, your wife loves you very much. Don't you think what you're doing is very unfair to her? Zhang Kuan angrily whispered, good to me? Do you know how domineering she is? Do you know how much humiliation I've suffered at home? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, if she is so domineering, and you can find several women in one breath. Then if she were gentler, wouldn't you have 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines? Zhang Kuan said, she can't even give me a son. Why shouldn't I go find women outside? Chen Haoyu's eyes flickered and said, you've found so many women. Besides being lustful, you must also want a child, right? Zhang Kuan's face darkened as he said, yes. The hospital has long issued a diagnosis. Zhulan has no reproductive ability. Chen Haoyu looked deeply at him and said, Zhang Kuan, for more than 10 years, so many women couldn't give you a child. Don't you think the problem lies with you? Zhang Kuan's expression changed as he said, what do you mean? Chen Haoyu said, can't you understand? Not being able to have children is your problem, not hers. Sister Lan knows you dream of having a child, and to avoid hurting you, she had someone help change the diagnosis. How is that possible? Zhang Kuan could hardly believe his ears, suddenly standing up, trembling as he pointed at Chen Haoyu, and said, are you fucking lying to me? Chen Haoyu said, I can tell that Han Sulan has syphilis, and I can also tell who among you has fertility issues. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital for a checkup. Once the results are out, you will understand Sister Lan's good intentions. If at that time you still refuse to change, then you will truly be worse than a pig or a dog. Zhang Kuan's eyes turned red, and he said, I'm going now. Just then, Zhulan returned and noticed that Zhang Kuan's expression was off. She asked, what's wrong? Zhang Kuan replied, going home. Zhulan looked at Chen Haoyu, who smiled and said, Sister Lan, I am very skilled at treating difficult and complicated diseases. If you and President Zhang have any physical issues, you can call me. I believe I can help you get what you want. Zhulan didn't understand Chen Haoyu's meaning, but Zhang Kuan did and couldn't help but ask, can you really? Chen Haoyu rubbed his fingers together and said, as long as the money is in place, I can treat anything except terminal illnesses. Zhang Kuan nodded and said, I will remember that. After the two left, Su Yuyao gently stirred her coffee and said softly, if what you say is true, then Zhang Kuan is truly unworthy of Zhu Lan's deep feelings. Zhang Kuan is infertile. And Zhulan not only didn't remarry, but also worried he might do something foolish, creating a huge lie. This friendship really moved Su Yuyao. Who could say otherwise? Chen Haoyu sighed, recalling the lover of the carefree real person in his dreams, Yu Jinxin. Like Zhulan, Yu Jinxin was also a girl who dared to love and hate. For the carefree real person, she fought with her life, refusing to marry a prince, and ultimately perished. Although later the carefree real person, in a fit of rage, caused the prince's family to be ruined, the beauty was already gone, and he felt helpless. It was precisely because he couldn't forget this precious relationship that the carefree real person remained unmarried for life. Thinking of this, a sense of desolation suddenly surged in Chen Haoyu's heart, and he asked, if it were you, would you do the same? Su Yuyao replied without hesitation, no. Chen Haoyu took a sip of coffee and said lightly, so you will never be Zhulan. You are much calmer and more rational than her. The day you completely lose your calm and rationality for a man will be the day you realize you have fallen in love with him. Su Yuyao looked at Chen Haoyu in surprise, noticing that his eyes were filled with deep sadness and affection, causing her heart to tremble. The deeper the love, the heavier the pain. She really wanted to know who could hurt this heartless guy so deeply. Was it Jiang Qian? Su Yuyao frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Neither of them spoke, each lost in their own thoughts. After a while, Chun Haoyu shook his head, waking from his memories. Damn, I didn't expect the experiences of the carefree real person in my dreams to affect my reality. I need to be more careful in the future. Chun Haoyu thought to himself. Just then, Su Yuyao's phone rang. Hello, Qin Jia, is there something wrong? On the other end came Qin Qingqing's cries. Yuyao, he Jiahong has a daughter. The thing I was worried about these past few days has finally happened. Su Yuyao glared at Chun Haoyu, making him confused. What does he Jiahong having a daughter have to do with me? Is it necessary to glare at me? Qin Jia, are you sure? 100% sure. Where are you now? I'm at the hospital. I'll pick you up for dinner this afternoon, and we can talk properly. After hanging up the phone, Su Yuyao felt a headache coming on and said, You really calculated this well. Chun Haoyu said proudly, If I, a master, can't even predict this little thing, how can I establish myself in the world in the future? Su Yuyao asked, Master Chun, what do you think I should do to help Qin Jia? Chun Haoyu said, Very simple. Just accompany her for a good drink, and everything will be fine tomorrow. Su Yuyao replied irritably, What kind of ridiculous method is that? Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, Some things, outsiders can never help with. It's still that saying, it's up to Dr. Qin's own choice. An hour later, Chun Haoyu drove his newly bought Ford Raptor 150, and he and Su Yuyao returned to the community one after the other. In the afternoon, Su Yuyao went to the hospital to pick up Qin Qingqing for dinner. What? That woman has a terminal illness and is about to die? Hearing Qin Qingqing's words, Su Yuyao's face showed a surprised expression. At this moment, she finally understood why Chun Haoyu said to look at Qin Qingqing's own choice. Because once that woman is gone, the child will definitely follow He Jiahong. If Qin Qingqing still chooses to marry He Jiahong, then she will become the stepmother of the child. This is something that no woman can accept. She is currently lying in our hospital's ward, and it's uncertain if she can last 3 days. What does He Jiahong mean? He has already promised to raise the child at the bedside. In this situation, he has no choice. Yes, I can't complain either. That woman raised the child alone until he was 5 years old and had no choice but to tell Hongge. Hongge felt sorry for me and proposed to break up. Yuyao, what do you think I should do? Su Yuyao didn't know what to say and could only comfort her softly. Chapter 51. The Entanglement of the Rich Second Generation After Dinner. Qin Qingqing asked Su Yuyao to accompany her to a bar for drinks. Su Yuyao didn't like the noisy environment of bars, but seeing her best friend so upset, she could only accompany her. At the royal bar, a young man who looked like a thug pointed at Su Yuyao and exclaimed, Wang Xiao, look, a stunning beauty has arrived. My God, she is so beautiful, even more so than those big stars. The man called Wang Xiao was also in his 20s, tall, with a typical trader hairstyle, a long face, and a high nose, making him a handsome guy, but his temperament and looks didn't quite match, giving off a somewhat sleazy feeling. Following the direction his subordinate pointed, Wang Jianxing immediately spotted Su Yuyao and showed a pig-like grin. Long black hair, exquisite features. A sexy figure, combined with an elegant temperament. Su Yuyao was simply a perfect match for Wang Jianxing. What is a perfect woman? This is it. The so-called beauties he had played with before were simply not on the same level as Su Yuyao. Damn, she is truly the best of the best, Wang Jianxing murmured. A thug said, Wang Xiao, with your charm, it's definitely no problem to win her over. Of course. Wang Jianxing straightened his clothes, raised his glass, and walked over to Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing. At this point, Qin Qingqing was already drunk. Su Yuyao couldn't handle her anymore. So she called Chun Haoyu to come and pick her up. Half an hour had passed, and Chun Haoyu still hadn't arrived, making Su Yuyao anxious. If she kept drinking, Qin Qingqing would really be in trouble. Beautiful lady, I'm Wang Jianxing from Jingshang Real Estate. May I ask how to address you? Wang Jianxing approached Su Yuyao, revealing a smile he thought was charming, and said with a smile, In just 1 hour. Su Yuyao had already rejected 5 men who came to flirt, so naturally, she wouldn't have a good attitude towards Wang Jianxing. Sorry, Mr. Wang. I'm with a friend. Beautiful lady, don't push people away so far, right? I just want to get to know you and be friends. Su Yuyao stood up directly and said coldly, I don't want to know you, and I definitely don't want to be friends with you. Do you understand? Wang Jianxing clutched his heart and said, Beautiful lady, what you said is a bit hurtful. Su Yuyao had no mood to chat with him and supported Qin Qingqing, saying, Sister Qing, let's go. Qin Qingqing's face turned red, shaking her head vigorously. I'm not leaving. I still want to drink. Getting drunk solves all sorrows. Wang Jianqing immediately interjected. That's right. This beautiful lady, I'll drink with you. Cheers. Qin Qingqing opened her hazy eyes and looked at Wang Jianqing, saying, Who are you? Do I know you? I am Jing Shang. Do you know where you're spitting? Before Wang Jianqing could finish his sentence, Qin Qingqing had already vomited all over him. Su Yuyao's expression changed. Thinking, this is bad. I'm definitely going to be entangled by this rich second generation. Sure enough, Wang Jianqing pointed at his clothes and said, Beautiful lady, your friend just vomited all over me. What do you think we should do about it? Su Yuyao replied, Sorry. How much is your clothes? I'll pay you. Wang Jianqing raised an eyebrow and said, 300,000. Su Yuyao, being extremely clever, knew Wang Jianqing was looking for trouble, so she said, Fine. My friend will be here soon, and he will give you the money. Wang Jianqing said, It's not just about the money. You vomited on me. It disgusts me to death. I need some compensation for emotional distress. Su Yuyao remained silent, just coldly watching his performance. Seeing that Su Yuyao wasn't responding, Wang Jianqing continued, I don't want money. I just want your friend to drink a cup with me and apologize. Su Yuyao replied, She can't drink. Wang Jianqing smugly said, Then you'll have to drink for her. After saying that, he waved his hand back. 5 or 6 sycophant thugs came over. One of the thugs handed 2 cups of brandy mixed with some additives to Wang Jianqing. Wang Jianqing handed 1 cup to Su Yuyao, saying, Beautiful lady, if you drink this, we'll forget about your friend. Su Yuyao knew Wang Jianqing had ill intentions and said lightly, What if I don't drink? Wang Jianqing's expression changed. Then I'll just have to make your friend drink it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Qingqing suddenly snatched the wine glass from Wang Jianqing and drank it in one gulp, shouting, Isn't it just wine? I'll drink with you. After saying that, Qin Qingqing directly collapsed onto Su Yuyao. Wang Jianqing, seeing that Qin Qingqing had drunk, was somewhat annoyed and said, Who told you to drink? That doesn't tea count. Su Yuyao asked, Why doesn't tea count? Wang Jianqing stubbornly said, You can drink 1 cup, but she must drink 3. Su Yuyao was furious but had no way to counter him. Wang Jianqing said, If you don't want to drink, you can accompany me to sing for an hour. And this matter will be settled. Su Yuyao snorted, took out her phone, and tried to call Chen Haoyu. A thug suddenly reached out and snatched the phone away. Beautiful lady, our young master Wang is talking to you, and you want to make a call? Isn't that a bit rude? Su Yuyao angrily said, Give me my phone back. Wang Jianqing chuckled and said, See, this is a real beauty. Even when angry, she is so pretty. Just leave this to me. Just when Su Yuyao didn't know how to handle the situation, Chen Haoyu finally appeared beside her. Seeing Chen Haoyu, Su Yuyao immediately felt relieved and complained. Why did you come so late? Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, There was a traffic jam, so I had to ride a shared bike over. Is Sister Qing drunk? Su Yuyao replied. She was fine at first, but after drinking a glass of the brandy he handed over, she passed out. Chen Haoyu said, First help Sister Qing sit up. Give me 5 minutes, I'll handle it. Okay. Perhaps because of the mysterious and powerful demeanor Chen Haoyu had shown in recent days, Su Yuyao felt very reassured about him, believing he could handle the situation well. Wang Jianqing, seeing that Chen Haoyu didn't take him seriously, became furious and said, Kid, who are you? Chen Haoyu pointed at Su Yuyao and said, My woman, can't you tell? Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him, pretending not to hear. Wang Jianqing sneered, Kid, don't come with that. If you want to play the hero saving the beauty, you better have the ability. Chen Haoyu looked at the wine glass in Wang Jianqing's hand and said, Did you put something in it? Wang Jianqing said, Which of your eyes saw me put something in? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, My wife is so beautiful. If you didn't put something in to make her faint, then you're not much of a man, are you? Hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Wang Jianqing was suddenly at a loss for words. Chen Haoyu continued to ask, Which sect are you from? Bajiquan? Xingyi? Taiji? Or Bagua? Wang Jianqing was confused again and said, I'm from Jingshang Real Estate Company. Chen Haoyu was taken aback. You're a businessman? Not from the martial world? A thug mocked, What era is this? Still talking about the martial world? Have you read too many martial arts novels? Not from the martial world. Then it's easy to deal with. Chen Haoyu's hand moved like lightning, snatching the wine from Wang Jianqing's hand. Then pinching his mouth with one hand and directly pouring the spiked brandy into it with the other. The whole process was as quick as lightning, done in one go. Before Wang Jinxing had time to react, Chen Haoyu had completed all the actions. Wang Jinxing was furious and shouted, "You're looking for death. Brothers, beat him up." Looking for death. Chen Haoyu pulled out a handgun from his pocket, pressing the muzzle directly against Wang Jinxing's heart, his eyes filled with killing intent. And he said in a deep voice, "Kid, you dare to have designs on my woman. Are you really not afraid of dying? Damn, he has a gun." Wang Jinxing's little brothers quickly stepped back several paces, each of them turning pale with fear. Other customers in the bar watching the commotion also gasped. Wang Jinxing looked down at Chen Haoyu's gun, his bravado faltering. "Who are you trying to scare with a fake gun?" Chen Haoyu's voice was devoid of warmth. "I'll count to 3, and you apologize to my woman. Otherwise, I'll let you test whether this gun is real with your life. 1, 2. Click. Just as Chen Haoyu was about to shout 3, Wang Jinxing finally couldn't bear the pressure and said, "Beautiful lady, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were this big brother's woman. Please forgive me, don't hold it against me." Su Yuyao didn't believe Chen Haoyu would have a real gun, saying, "Honey, this isn't overseas." Chen Haoyu coldly glanced at Wang Jinxing, patted his face, and said, "Kid, you're lucky. If news of me having a gun reaches the police, I'll take your whole family's lives, understand?" Wang Jinxing broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly nodded, "Understood." Chen Haoyu looked at the group of little brothers behind him, who were scared and stepped back again. "Damn, a bunch of cowards." Chen Haoyu put away the gun, picked up the already sleeping Qin Qingqing, and left the royal bar with Su Yuyao. Wang Jinxing let out a sigh of relief and said, "Check this kid's background thoroughly for me." Before he could finish, the effects of the drug kicked in, and Wang Jinxing swayed a few times before collapsing into one of his little brother's arms. After coming out of the bar, Chen Haoyu helped Qin Qingqing into Su Yuyao's car and asked, "Should we take her home or to our place?" Su Yuyao replied, "Sister Qing is so drunk. I can't leave her alone." Chen Haoyu gestured and said, "All right, I'll drive. You take care of her in the back." Su Yuyao nodded and got into the car. On the way, Su Yuyao asked, "When did you buy that realistic toy gun?" Chen Haoyu, knowing he couldn't hide it from her, replied, "I bought it tonight." "How about it? Am I playing the role of a martial artist well?" Su Yuyao said, "Not even close. Your real identity can be found out by Wang Jinxing with just a little investigation." Chen Haoyu laughed and said, "That depends on whether he catches on. If that kid dares to trouble me, I don't mind showing him why the flowers are so red." Su Yuyao said, "Didn't you say your skills are unrivaled? I thought you would beat them up." Chen Haoyu scoffed, "As a grandmaster, how could I lower myself to fight with a bunch of thugs unless absolutely necessary?" Su Yuyao suspiciously asked, "Are you afraid of getting beaten?" Chen Haoyu replied irritably, "With those kinds of thugs, I could take on 100 by myself." "Su, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but can't you take Sister Qing to a quiet bar for a drink instead of going to the royal bar? Do you know how many people like Wang Jinxing are hunting for prey there?" Su Yuyao said, "It was Sister Qing who took me there. I've never been to a bar before. How would I know about a quiet bar?" Chen Haoyu was speechless and said, "All right, you win." Su Yuyao asked, "Chen Haoyu, aren't you supposed to be able to predict things? What do you think Sister Qing will choose?" Chen Haoyu replied, "A person's fate changes every moment, especially you women. Your thoughts change too quickly. Even a celestial being might not be able to predict it." Su Yuyao huffed and said, "Did you already know that child's mother has a terminal illness? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Chen Haoyu replied, "What could I tell you? It would only add to your worries." Su Yuyao sighed and said, "You're right. I really can't do anything. I can only keep her company." When they got home, Su Yuyao arranged for Qin Qingqing to stay in the guest room. Unexpectedly, not long after lying down, she threw up everywhere. Su Yuyao was busy for over an hour before finally cleaning up. After putting the soiled sheets and clothes into the washing machine, Su Yuyao noticed that Chen Haoyu's bedroom door was wide open, so she curiously went in to take a look. She saw Chen Haoyu engrossed in a book, and she curiously asked, "What are you reading?" Chen Haoyu didn't look up and said, "Lu Bowen's great work, Zhu Ling Qi Jing. Can you understand it?" "Of course I can." She continued, "Legend has it that Lu Bowen severed 99 dragon veins for the Ming dynasty, leaving only the one from Changbai Mountain, which led to the Ming dynasty's fall to the Qing. Is that true?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Of course it's false. Where in the world are there any dragon veins? If there really were 100 dragon veins, wouldn't it mean there would be over 100 dynasties after the Ming? How could that be possible? So, you so-called practitioners aren't as miraculous as legend has it." Chen Haoyu said, "Practitioners just have a bit more knowledge than ordinary people. Like Lu Bowen, he was quite impressive." right? But in the end, he couldn't even retire and live in peace, and he only lived to be in his 60s. Chen Haoyu turned to look at Su Yuyao and was instantly stunned. Su Yuyao was only wearing a thin silk nightgown, which fully revealed her perfect figure. In fact, under the light, Chen Haoyu could vaguely see what was beneath the nightgown. Seeing Chen Haoyu's dumbstruck expression, Su Yuyao realized that she was dressed too sexily and exposed. Let out a sharp scream and hurriedly ran away, her face flushed. Chen Haoyu let out a long breath, calming his heart. What a femme fatale. What man would marry such a woman and not lose 10 years of his life? However, on the other hand, even if he lost 20 years, I'm afraid countless men would still be willing. Chapter 53. I am a true psychological expert. The next day, after finishing his morning exercises, Chen Haoyu was busy making breakfast in the kitchen. Just as he finished, Qin Qingqing and Su Yuyao got up. Seeing the egg pancakes, millet pumpkin porridge, stir-fried vegetables, and pickles on the dining table, Qin Qingqing gave a thumbs up and said, Chen Haoyu, you really are a virtuous wife and good mother. Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and said discontentedly, Dr. Qin, if you can't give a compliment, please don't force it. Qin Qingqing smiled and said, all right. Yuyao told me about last night. Thank you. Chen Haoyu replied, is that all? Just a thank you? That's too insincere. At the very least, you should give a big red envelope. Qin Qingqing shrugged and said, I have no money, just a life. Chen Haoyu scoffed and said, then stop talking nonsense and hurry up to wash up. After breakfast, everyone returns to their own homes. Qin Qingqing laughed and said, are you trying to kick me out? Chen Haoyu confidently said, of course. With such a big light bulb at home, how can Yuyao and I live together? Get lost. Su Yuyao unceremoniously gave Chen Haoyu a single word, causing Qin Qingqing to burst into laughter. While washing up, Qin Qingqing nudged Su Yuyao and whispered, dear. Chen Haoyu is really quite good. Su Yuyao was silent for a moment and said, it depends on fate. Hearing this answer, Qin Qingqing knew there was a chance. Chen Haoyu, Yuyao said you already predicted that Hongge has a daughter, right? Qin Qingqing asked while eating breakfast. Chen Haoyu shot a glare at the silent Su Yuyao and said, some people's confidentiality work is really not done well. Qin Qingqing said, don't blame Yuyao. I forced her to say it. Chen Haoyu, I know you are an extraordinary person. If it were you, what would you do? Chen Haoyu calmly replied, you've already made your decision. Why ask me? Qin Qingqing gazed intently at Chen Haoyu and said, I just want to ask you. Chen Haoyu put down his chopsticks and said seriously, there's a saying that goes well. In life, you must be able to take on responsibilities and also let go. Taking on responsibilities is about being accountable. Letting go is about having a broad perspective. Dr. Qin, ask yourself, what is it that you can't let go of? Qin Qingqing fell silent and said, I don't know. Chen Haoyu continued, did he Jiahong deceive you? No. Did that woman take away your lover? No. The reason you can't think straight, to put it plainly, is just that the little girl stands between you and he Jiahong. Dr. Qin, you need to understand that in this situation, you both have the right to choose, but the one who has no choice is that little girl. She has lost her mother. If her father throws her away for you, after the two of you get married, can you live with a clear conscience for the rest of your lives? Of course, as long as you can truly let go of this relationship. You can choose to step back. Su Yuyao coughed and gave Chen Haoyu a look, saying, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and said, I'm just speaking the truth. Qin Qingqing suddenly laughed and said, Chen Haoyu, I think you have potential to be a relationship expert. Chen Haoyu proudly said, you have good taste. To be honest, I've already passed the qualification for a psychological counselor. Qin Qingqing gave a thumbs up and said, impressive. I've tried to take the exam once, but it was too difficult, and I didn't pass. Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, there's no way around it. You're still a bit behind compared to this genius. Papa? Qin Qingqing and Su Yuyao exchanged glances and laughed together. After finishing breakfast, Chen Haoyu drove his newly bought pickup truck to the market, where he purchased 50 boxes of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, as well as 12 boxes of fruits and snacks, including over 30 watermelons. Once everything was sorted, he returned to the community and called Su Yuyao down. At this time, Qin Qingqing had already left. In the car, Chen Haoyu asked, is Dr. Qin okay? Qingjie is fine. She has decided to marry He Jiahong and raise that child together. She made a wise choice. Chen Haoyu had to admit, I must say, your words are quite touching. Of course, I'm not just a psychologist for nothing. Stop boasting in front of me. I want to ask you, with all this stuff you bought, where are you taking me? To my home, Sunshine Orphanage. Sunshine Orphanage? Su Yuyao was taken aback and looked at Chun Haoyu in surprise. At that moment, she suddenly understood why Chun Haoyu bought a pickup truck, because it could carry more things for the children at the orphanage. Sensing Su Yuyao's gaze, Chun Haoyu chuckled. Could you stop looking at me like that? You're making me shy. Su Yuyao came back to her senses and said, You're thick-skinned. It's not that easy to make you shy. Tell me about the situation at Sunshine Orphanage. Why do you want me to pretend to be your girlfriend? Who are we putting on a show for? Chun Haoyu replied. The head of the orphanage is named Wu. I call her mom. She has no children of her own and treats me like her own son. I hope you can help me win her over. Su Yuyao nodded. Got it. I'll have a good chat with mom and make sure you don't get exposed. Hearing Su Yuyao's address, Chun Haoyu gave her a thumbs up. You're getting into character quickly. Your acting skills are quite good, almost catching up to mine. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes. Thanks for the compliment. Sunshine Orphanage is located on the outskirts of Yanhai. Having been transformed from a private kindergarten over 20 years ago, the head, named Wu Xiaofang, is a person of misfortune. When she was nearing 40, her husband and 2 children died in a car accident, leaving her all alone. Despite losing her ability to bear children, Wu Xiaofang did not give in to life. Instead, she established Sunshine Orphanage, adopting a total of 216 children, with Chun Haoyu being one of them. Now at 67, she still cares for 30 to 40 orphans. In Chun Haoyu's heart, Wu Xiaofang is his mother and the person he respects the most in his life. Parking the car in front of Sunshine Orphanage, Chun Haoyu took out 4 packs of cigarettes and walked to the guardroom, chuckling. Uncle Liang, are your eyes going bad? Still reading? The Uncle Liang Chun Haoyu referred to is named Liang Aigua, 65 years old. A former soldier who has been guarding the entrance since retiring from a clothing factory 5 years ago. Xiaoyu, it's been a while since you've been back. Wow, have you struck it rich? Chun Haoyu raised his eyebrow and proudly said, I've been dealing in agarwood abroad recently, making millions. I'm officially a wealthy man now. Liang Aigua laughed heartily. I knew you would succeed. Chun Haoyu placed the 4 packs of cigarettes on the table. Uncle Liang, this is for you and Uncle Shun. 2 packs each. Is that generous enough? Liang Aigua's eyes sparkled. That's enough. Way too much. Chun Haoyu smiled. Then why aren't you opening the gate? I bought a truckload of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. In this hot weather, if we don't put it in the cold storage soon, it'll be ruined. Chapter 54. Chun Haoyu, your smile is very fake. Liang Aigua stood up and glanced at Chun Haoyu's car, noticing a stunningly beautiful woman sitting in the passenger seat. He asked in surprise, Xiaoyu, have you found a girlfriend? I have. Her name is Su Yuyao, an internal medicine doctor at Kangen Hospital. What do you think? Isn't she pretty? Liang Aigua gave a thumbs up. You really are lucky. Chun Haoyu replied, what can I say? It's mainly because I'm too handsome. And my charm is overwhelming. Get lost. Stop bragging. Liang Aigua laughed and scolded, picking up the remote control and pressing a button. The gate of the orphanage slowly opened. I'll talk to you later. I have to get busy, Chun Haoyu said. Liang Aigua waved his hand. Go ahead. Watching the car enter the orphanage, Liang Aigua smiled slightly. This kid is not bad. He hasn't forgotten his roots. Sunshine Orphanage is not large, consisting of a dilapidated 4-story building and a small playground. The building used to be classrooms for the kindergarten, which were later converted into dormitories for the children. The kitchen and dining hall are located on the 1st floor. 6 years ago, due to stale vegetables, the orphanage experienced a collective diarrhea incident. To prevent similar occurrences, Wu Xiaofang invested heavily in building a cold storage unit of less than 20 square meters next to the playground. Chun Haoyu parked the car in front of the cold storage and got out with Su Yuyao. Several boys playing soccer on the playground saw Chun Haoyu's car and immediately ran over. Brother Yu, where have you been? We almost missed you to death. The leading boy, named Huzi, jumped onto Chun Haoyu and happily exclaimed. The other children surrounded Chun Haoyu, bouncing around joyfully. Chun Haoyu set Huzi down and playfully scolded, cut it out. I bet you all are just eager for treats. Huzi grinned. If you brought delicious food, that would be even better. Hey, you brat, looking for a beating? Chun Haoyu kicked at him. Huzi quickly dodged, sticking out his tongue and making a face. A little boy asked, Brother Yu, who is this big sister? She's so pretty, like a fairy from a painting. Chun Haoyu smiled. This is my girlfriend. You can call her Sister Su. The children chorused, Hello, Sister Su. Looking at this group of adorable kids, Su Yuyao's face broke into a radiant smile. Hello, everyone. Chun Haoyu said, Huzi, I have a task for you. Go and call mom over as fast as you can. I bought a lot of things that need to go into the cold storage. Huzi stomped his right foot. saluted Chun Haoyu, and said, "Yes, brother Yu, I promise to complete the task." After saying that, he dashed out, followed by the other children shouting excitedly. Chun Haoyu chuckled. "These little guys are even naughtier than I was when I was young." Su Yuyao asked, "Do you come back often?" Chun Haoyu replied, "I come back 2 or 3 times almost every month. By the way, if mom asks about our relationship, just say we have been dating for half a year and officially confirmed our relationship last week. And definitely don't mention my hospitalization. Just say I've been digging agarwood in the mountains of Vietnam for the past 3 months. Understood?" Su Yuyao nodded. "Understood." "Chun Haoyu, I want to ask you a question." "What question?" Chun Haoyu asked. Su Yuyao looked at him intently and said, "Don't you think your smile used to be very fake?" Upon hearing this, Chun Haoyu was momentarily confused. "What do you mean?" Su Yuyao explained, "When you see the children, your smile is clean and pure. I can feel that it comes from the heart. But when you face me or others, your smile is completely different. How to say it? It's as if you use your smile as a weapon to hide your true emotions." "Chun Haoyu, are you wary of everyone?" Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Beautiful Su. Do you feel wrong?" Su Yuyao sighed and replied, "Look, your fake smile is back." Chun Haoyu touched his nose and said, "Anyway, I have no guard against you." Su Yuyao said, "You do, I can feel it." Chun Haoyu was speechless and said, "All right, if you say there is, then there is." After a while, an elderly lady in her 60s walked over, surrounded by a large group of children. A brilliant smile appeared on Chun Haoyu's face. "Mom, I missed you so much." Chun Haoyu hugged Wu Xiufang tightly and gave her a big kiss on the cheek. Wu Xiufang struggled out of his embrace, wiped the saliva off her face, and complained, "So dirty." Chun Haoyu clutched his heart and said, "Mom, saying that really hurts my feelings. Go away." Wu Xiufang rolled her eyes at him and turned to Su Yuyao, saying, "Oh my, is this a fairy descending to earth? Xiaoyu, why don't you hurry up and introduce her?" Chun Haoyu immediately stood next to Su Yuyao, wrapped his arm around her shoulder, and proudly said, "This is your future daughter-in-law, Su Yuyao, an internal medicine doctor at Kangen Hospital. Although her medical skills are still a bit lacking compared to mine, she's already quite good. Among her peers, she definitely ranks at the top." Wu Xiufang slapped him lightly and said, "Nonsense. Hello, Auntie, I'm Haoyu's girlfriend, Su Yuyao." Su Yuyao gracefully greeted Wu Xiufang. Wu Xiufang took Su Yuyao's hand and kept looking her up and down, saying, "Girl, how many good deeds did Xiaoyu do in his previous life to be with you?" Chun Haoyu dissatisfiedly said, "Mom, your son is also very outstanding, okay?" Wu Xiufang helplessly said, "Okay, I admit you're very outstanding. Is that enough?" Chun Haoyu laughed and said, "That's more like it. Mom, give me the keys. I've bought a lot of things that need to go into the cold storage." Wu Xiufang handed the keys to Chun Haoyu and said, "You and Huzai unload the things. I'll take you out to my place to cool off." Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "No problem." After Wu Xiufang and Su Yuyao left, Chun Haoyu led the children to move the items. Seeing so much delicious food, the children were overjoyed and worked very hard. After moving everything, Chun Haoyu said, "Huzai, carry up 8 big watermelons to share with everyone." Huzai's eyes lit up and said, "Got it." A child swallowed and pointed at a box of shrimp chips, saying, "Brother Yu, I want to eat shrimp chips." Chun Haoyu said, "No. All snacks can only be eaten after lunch. At that time, Mom will distribute them to you, understood?" The children replied in unison, "Understood." Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Eat watermelon." Yay. Amid cheers, 8 slightly older children each hugged a watermelon and happily followed Chun Haoyu towards the dormitory building. Chapter 55. The real side of Chun Haoyu soon. All the children gathered in the dining hall. Chun Haoyu asked the chef to cut the watermelons and distribute them to the children. He took a few pieces of watermelon and went to Wu Xiufang's office. "Mom, Yuyao, what are you chatting about?" Chun Haoyu placed the watermelon on the table and asked with a smile. Su Yuyao said, "Talking about you." Chun Haoyu took a big bite of watermelon and said, "What is so interesting about me?" Su Yuyao replied, "Mom said you were a quiet person when you were young, very introverted." Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "You don't believe it, do you?" Su Yuyao said, "To be precise, it's hard to believe." Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, "A person's character can change with the environment. Don't look at me now as a chatterbox. I used to be a melancholy young man." Wu Xiufang and Su Yuyao exchanged glances and laughed together. After eating 2 pieces of watermelon, Chun Haoyu said, "You guys eat slowly. I'm going to help Uncle Zhao in the kitchen." "Wait." Wu Xiufang stopped Chun Haoyu and said, "I have something to tell you." Chen Haoyu asked, "What is it?" Wu Xiaofang pulled out a bank card from the drawer and said, "Xiaoyu, you're not alone anymore. You should also consider your and Yu Yao's future. This 300,000 yuan is what you transferred a few days ago. I've withdrawn it. Take it back to buy a house. Make a down payment." Su Yu Yao's heart stirred, and a hint of surprise appeared in her beautiful eyes. A few days ago, Chen Haoyu hadn't known the Chao family, and this 300,000 yuan might be all he had. Even so, he still donated the money to the orphanage, showing that Chen Haoyu was not a greedy person. This was completely opposite to the impression Chen Haoyu usually gave her. At this moment, Su Yu Yao suddenly realized that she seemed to never have truly understood Chen Haoyu. Or perhaps she had only seen his surface. Maybe only at the Sunshine Orphanage could one see the real Chen Haoyu. "Mom, I might need to reintroduce myself to you." Wu Xiaofang was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Haoyu stood up, feigning a cocky expression, and said, "Mom, I'm not the same me anymore. Now I'm a millionaire. That mere 300,000 yuan is nothing to me." Wu Xiaofang exclaimed in surprise, "Is that true? You're not bragging, are you?" Su Yu Yao smiled and said, "Mom, it's true. Haoyu has been treating Mr. Chao Li Shue, the richest man in Yanhai, for his leg, and Mr. Chao gave him 15 million. Chen Haoyu opened his phone and showed Wu Xiaofang his account, saying, "How about that? Am I impressive?" Wu Xiaofang happily said, "Impressive." Chen Haoyu said, "So you can spend this 300,000 yuan freely. Next month, I'll give you another million." Wu Xiaofang playfully hit him and said, "You're acting like a nouveau riche. Now that you have money, you should hurry up and buy a house. Only with a house can you settle down in Yanhai." Chen Haoyu hurriedly said, "Got it. Don't worry, there will be bread, and there will be a house. It's getting late. I need to go help in the kitchen." After saying that, Chen Haoyu quickly slipped away. Wu Xiaofang shook her head and said, "This boy will never grow up." Su Yu Yao said, "Mom, he's only like this in front of you." Wu Xiaofang sighed and said, "Xiaoyu is a good kid. Over the years, he has endured so much for the children in the orphanage. I don't know how much hardship he has suffered outside. Today, he finally sees some hope." Su Yu Yao said, "Haoyu has never told me about his past. Can you tell me?" Wu Xiaofang nodded and said, "Haoyu started working at 18. He was frugal with food and clothing, sending 5,000 yuan to the orphanage every month. Later, I heard that during his toughest times, he had to work 3 jobs alone, without even time to sleep." After hearing Chen Haoyu's story, Su Yu Yao's eyes turned red, filled with shock. She found it hard to imagine that the cheerful, humorous Chen Haoyu had lived so difficultly in the past few years. Yet even so, he still worked hard to help the orphanage operate, striving to ensure the children had a good meal. Such a Chen Haoyu far exceeded Su Yu Yao's imagination, showcasing the brilliance of humanity in the most thorough way. Asking herself, Su Yu Yao absolutely could not do everything that Chen Haoyu had done. After finishing Chen Haoyu's story, Wu Xiaofang suddenly looked at Su Yu Yao and said, "You and Xiaoyu shouldn't be dating, right?" Su Yu Yao was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, "How could that be?" Wu Xiaofang laughed and said, "You can't fool me. Xiaoyu can't stand my nagging. So he asked you to pretend to be his girlfriend to brush me off. Hee hee, this kind of plot has appeared in many movies, but I didn't expect this kid to use it in reality." Su Yu Yao was not someone who would lie, and upon hearing Wu Xiaofang's words, she could no longer maintain the pretense and said, "Mom, I'm sorry, we did deceive you. Chen Haoyu just didn't want you to worry about him, which is why he found me." Wu Xiaofang waved her hand and said, "I understand his thoughts very well. Xiaoyu seems carefree on the surface and appears to not care about anything, but in reality, he is very meticulous and sensitive about emotions. The fact that he brought you to the orphanage shows that he trusts you very much and even has some fondness for you. And the fact that you came here indicates that you don't dislike him either. Therefore, I really hope you two can truly be together." Su Yu Yao's face turned red, and she said, "We've only known each other for less than a week." Wu Xiaofang smiled and said, "No need to rush." At noon, Wu Xiaofang and Su Yu Yao went to the cafeteria. Chen Haoyu was wearing a chef's hat and carrying a large iron bucket, serving dishes to the children spoon by spoon. Today he made braised ribs with cabbage and a cucumber salad with pig ears, making the children drool. Looking at the smiling Chen Haoyu, Su Yu Yao's gaze was filled with warmth. After the meal, the children went for their afternoon nap. Chen Haoyu took out the toys he bought from the supermarket last night and quietly placed them on the children's bedside. The boy received a toy gun, while the girl got a beautiful doll. This was Chen Haoyu's surprise for them. After doing all this, Chen Haoyu said goodbye to Wu Xiaofang with Su Yu Yao. Wu Xiaofeng pulled Chun Haoyu aside and advised, Yu Yao is a good girl with both beauty and intelligence. You must not miss out on her. Chun Haoyu patted his chest and said, Mom, don't worry, we'll be fine. Wu Xiaofeng showed a strange expression and said, I hope so. Chapter 56. Su Yuyao's heart in chaos on the way home. Su Yuyao kept looking at Chun Haoyu as if she was meeting him for the first time. Chun Haoyu sighed and said, Beauty Su, I know I'm quite handsome, but you don't have to look at me like that. Su Yuyao replied, Aunt Wu told me a lot about you, and you are completely different from the impression I had of you. Chun Haoyu asked with interest, What impression did you have of me? Su Yuyao said, Cunning and sly, obsessed with money. To make money, you are eloquent and have no bottom line. In short, for words, not a good person. Chun Haoyu rolled his eyes in anger and said, Beautiful. Your judgment is as sharp as your words, quite ruthless. Su Yuyao smiled and said, But now I have a somewhat different opinion of you. Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, Tell me about it. Su Yuyao said, You have many flaws, but you have your own persistence. Just that point makes you surpass the vast majority of people. Chun Haoyu. Many people have left the orphanage and have their own lives. Only you are willing to work hard for the orphanage, even when your own life is a mess. You still refuse to give up. I really want to know, what exactly are you doing this for? Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, Do you think I'm particularly great? Su Yuyao looked into his eyes and said, I'm asking you very seriously. Chun Haoyu's smile faded, and a hint of sorrow and desolation flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and calmly said, I was picked up by Aunt Wu from a trash can one winter and grew up in Sunshine Orphanage. When I was 9, I was kidnapped by human traffickers and spent a year in inhumane conditions. Later, I wandered around the world with my master, Wu Hui Taoist, before finally returning to Yanhai and settling down. When I was 16, my master fell ill and soon passed away. The sad thing was that at that time, I didn't even have money for food, let alone to handle his funeral. I stayed by his corpse for 3 days without eating or drinking, and finally, I had no choice but to return to Sunshine Orphanage to borrow money from Aunt Wu. Haha, fortunately, it was winter. If it had been summer, my master would have started to smell. I remember the day of the burial. It was snowing heavily, and I knelt in front of my master's tombstone, silently vowing to repay Aunt Wu's great kindness. I know that in her heart, Sunshine Orphanage is her only spiritual support. So when I turned 18, I ran out to work and earn money, trying to make life better for those little ones. If they live well, Aunt Wu will live well too. It counts as my filial duty to her. At this point, Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, Why do you ask me this? It only adds to the sadness. Oh, come on, why are you crying? It's not that serious, is it? Su Yuyao came back to her senses and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, saying, I'm just moved by what you said. Chun Haoyu laughed heartily and said, I'm not as pitiful as you think, and I don't think I'm pitiful. Isn't there a lyric that says, We live like mayflies, yet we must live passionately? Su Yuyao nodded heavily and said, You're right. Chun Haoyu's strength and optimism brought a strong shock to Su Yuyao's heart and significantly improved her impression of him. Hello, who is this? Just as they were about to return to the community, Chun Haoyu's phone rang. Dr. Chun, it's Zhang Kuan. It turned out to be President Zhang. Did your test results come out? Yes, it turns out that I'm the one who is infertile, not Julan. I'm so sorry. After that, Zhang Kuan started crying on the phone. Su Yuyao felt a pang of sympathy, thinking, this person still has hope. As his cries subsided, Chun Haoyu said calmly, on Monday, come to my clinic, and I'll help you resolve the infertility issue. Zhang Kuan was overjoyed and said, Dr. Chun, can you really treat my condition? Chun Haoyu replied, your infertility is due to damage to the Chong meridian among the 8 extraordinary meridians. Traditional Chinese medicine says, blood C refers to the Chong meridian, men store essence, and women connect with the womb. If there is no pregnancy, it is due to an imbalance. And the Chong meridian is sick. As long as we resolve the issue with the Chong meridian, I'll prescribe a remedy for you and Sister Lan, ensuring that you can hold a child next year. Mr. Chun, if I can really have a child, you will be my rebirth parents. Zhang Kuan's voice trembled with excitement. Chun Haoyu coldly said, President Zhang, some things are done by man, and heaven is watching. Sister Lan's feelings for you have moved even me. If I hear again that you have an unclear relationship with another woman, I guarantee you will suffer greatly. Zhang Kuan said, I swear I will treat my wife well from now on. Chun Haoyu said, I hope you can remember your vow. After hanging up the phone, Chun Haoyu cursed. This Zhang Kuan is really not a good person. Su Yuyao asked, then why do you still want to help him? Chun Haoyu shook his head and said, I'm helping Sister Lan. This woman seems generous, but inside she is incredibly foolish. Su Yuyao said yes. If I were her, I definitely wouldn't continue with Zhang Cohen. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, that's your personality. Su Yuyao looked at Chun Haoyu with intense eyes and asked, what about you? Chun Haoyu was taken aback and said, what about me? Su Yuyao asked, would you betray your future wife? Chun Haoyu said without hesitation, no. Su Yuyao sneered, you're answering so decisively, you must be lying. Chun Haoyu replied, I'm a disciple of Taoism, so I definitely need to hold a Taoist wedding. Do you know our wedding vows? Su Yuyao shook her head and said, I don't know, tell me. Chun Haoyu recited, a marriage certificate presented to the heavenly court, reported to the 9 heavens, and echoed in the underworld, announcing to the saints and communicating with the ancestors of the 3 realms as witnesses, heaven and earth as witnesses, sun and moon in harmony. If I betray my beloved, it is to deceive heaven. If my beloved betrays me, it is against heaven's will. To deceive heaven is to die and lose the way, excluded from the 3 realms, forever without reincarnation. This was the first time Su Yuyao heard the vows of a Taoist wedding, and she was instantly shocked beyond measure, exclaiming, that's too harsh. Chun Haoyu's expression was extremely serious as he said, harsh? I don't think so. If I have a wife in the future, I will only love her for my entire life. Even if she dies, I will never remarry. At this point, Chun Haoyu turned to look at Su Yuyao and asked, do you think that woman could be you? A sudden attack from the sky struck towards Su Yuyao. Her heart was in turmoil, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Chapter 57, The Old Trick of Escaping Marriage. Chun Haoyu saw her flustered expression and immediately broke into a radiant smile, saying, no need to say anything, I already know the answer. With Su Yuyao's aloof personality, if she had no feelings for Chun Haoyu, she would have immediately rejected him. But her nervousness and hesitation in answering this question indicated that she had feelings for him, at least a possibility for further development. Su Yuyao, being intelligent, quickly understood the implication and forcefully explained, I was just thinking about how to refuse you without hurting your pride. Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said with a grin, got it. Su Yuyao's face instantly turned crimson, and she reached out to twist his arm hard, causing Chun Haoyu to wince and quickly beg for mercy. Back at the apartment, Su Yuyao took out her keys and was about to open the door when Chun Haoyu suddenly pulled her back and whispered, there's some noise inside. Su Yuyao paused slightly and asked the thief, let's take a look first. Taking the keys, Chun Haoyu pulled Su Yuyao behind him and gently opened the door. Inside stood a girl in her 20s, wearing a white dress and exuding youthful energy, staring at him in surprise. Who are you? Who are you? The girl and Chun Haoyu spoke simultaneously. Su Yuyao felt the voice was very familiar, peeked out, and exclaimed in surprise, Shaoran, when did you come back from abroad? The girl's name was Li Shaoran, and she was Su Yuyao's aunt's daughter. They had a very good relationship, and Li Shaoran would often come to play with Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao handed her one of the keys to the apartment. Li Shaoran said, I came back yesterday. Sister, who is this handsome guy? He can't be your boyfriend, right? Chun Haoyu walked into the room, gave Li Shaoran a thumbs up, and said, Beauty, good eye, I am indeed your sister's future boyfriend. Future boyfriend? Li Shaoran was immediately amused by Chun Haoyu's words and said, so you mean you haven't officially become one yet? Chun Haoyu closed the door, changed his shoes, and said, since you called me handsome, it's only a matter of time before I become official. Ha ha. Li Shaoran burst out laughing. Handsome guy, you're too confident. But I like you. Chun Haoyu replied, but I don't like you. I only like your sister. Uft. Li Shaoran laughed even harder. Su Yuyao gave Chun Haoyu a light punch, saying, stop joking around with my sister. Chun Haoyu shrugged, showing a wronged expression. But Li Shaoran was intrigued. She knew her sister's usually aloof character very well. Actions like that were only done by people who were particularly close. Otherwise, Su Yuyao would never act like that. Also, she had already noticed that there was a man living in the bedroom near the entrance. Li Shaoran originally thought it was a relative of the family, but she didn't expect it to be a handsome guy she had never seen before, which led to thoughts of cohabitation in her mind. Sister, explain what's going on? Li Shaoran asked with her big, curious eyes. Su Yuyao replied, his name is Chun Haoyu. 3 months ago, I hit a pedestrian with my car. That's him. Li Shaoran exclaimed, wow, I thought he would be a vegetable for life, but I didn't expect him to come back to life. Chun Haoyu rubbed his nose and said, I feel like what you said is a bit off. Li Shaoran waved her hand, saying, don't mind those details. What I want to know most is why you are living together. Su Yuyao looked at Chun Haoyu, who explained, "It's simple. I'm broke and have no place to stay. Your sister felt sorry for me and agreed to take me in for 3 months. So, my goal is to make your sister fall in love with me within 3 months. That way, I won't have to move out." Li Shaoran laughed, ambitious. "Brother-in-law, I support you." Chun Haoyu dramatically swung his arm, saying, "That brother-in-law sounds great." The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Su Yuyao helplessly slapped her forehead. With two lively characters together, things were bound to get complicated. Li Shaoran, the quirky beauty, was clearly very interested in Chun Haoyu, and they chatted animatedly. As a result, Chun Haoyu didn't gather much about her information, but he managed to extract details about her family. It turned out that Li Shaoran's father was named Li Jinan, the deputy director of the Yanhai Public Security Bureau. Her mother, Ling Qing, was from Qingyan Jewelry Company. According to government regulations, family members of officials were not allowed to engage in business. However, Qingyan Jewelry Company was established by Li Shaoran's grandfather, Ling Shanlin, before Li Jinan and Ling Qing got married, so it did not count as a violation. Qingyan Jewelry Company primarily dealt in diamonds and jade, with a market value of about 2 billion. Compared to top jewelry companies, it was lacking, but it was still doing well. Chun Haoyu curiously asked, "Shaoran, what do your sister's parents do?" Li Shaoran was taken aback and asked, "Did my sister not tell you?" Chun Haoyu shook his head and replied, "No." Li Shaoran said, "Since she didn't say, then I definitely can't say. However, I can clearly tell you that if you want to become my real brother-in-law, you might have a hard time getting through the Su family." Su Yuyao came out and said, "Li Shaoran, are you itching for trouble?" Li Shaoran stuck out her tongue and replied, "I'm just speaking the truth, not making things up." Chun Haoyu chuckled, "Su, it seems your Su family is quite powerful." Su Yuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled as she asked, "Why? Are you scared?" Chun Haoyu scoffed, disdainfully stating, "There's no such word as fear in my Chun Haoyu's dictionary." Su Yuyao said, "Then do you dare to go with me to get a marriage certificate next week?" Upon hearing this, Chun Haoyu's eyes nearly bulged out. "Are you crazy?" Su Yuyao replied nonchalantly, "If you're scared, just say so." Chun Haoyu laughed, first pretending to be a boyfriend, now you want to pretend to be married. "Su, who are you planning to perform this for?" Su Yuyao sat down on a chair and said, "Guess." Chun Haoyu thought for a moment and said, "Based on the usual writing style of online novel authors, could it be that your family is forcing you to marry into some family? Is it an arranged marriage?" Su Yuyao had not yet spoken when Li Shaoran exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Your guess is so accurate." Wow. Chun Haoyu was directly stunned by Li Shaoran's words. He glanced at Li Shaoran and then turned to Su Yuyao, incredulously saying, "I was just speaking nonsense just now. Please don't tell me this is true." Su Yuyao calmly replied, "I did indeed run away from my wedding to come to Yanhai." Chapter 58. Confirming feelings. Chun Haoyu slapped his forehead and said, "This is way too melodramatic. You want to get a marriage certificate with me to escape your engagement. Because families like that absolutely do not allow their children to marry divorced women, right?" Su Yuyao nodded and said, "That's right." Chun Haoyu continued, "So does that mean that living together with me now puts us in the sight of that family?" Su Yuyao replied, "There is that possibility. However, if you leave now, it's still not too late." Chun Haoyu's heart stirred, and he asked, "Why are you telling me all this? If I continue to live with you, even without getting married, once they hear this news, out of concern for family reputation, they definitely won't marry you off, and your goal can still be achieved." Su Yuyao said, "But it would harm you." Chun Haoyu laughed and said, "Are you concerned about me?" Su Yuyao straightforwardly replied, "Yes." Chun Haoyu, after spending this time together, I admit I have developed feelings for you. If this continues, I might completely fall for you. Today, I'm bringing this up mainly to end things, to avoid making it harder to manage in the future. In the car, Chun Haoyu's sudden move made Su Yuyao realize that she indeed had different feelings for him. Su Yuyao was never indecisive. Once she confirmed this, she began to consider her marriage with the He family's young master. Ultimately, Su Yuyao made a decision, giving the choice to Chun Haoyu. Li Shaoran beside them was stunned. She didn't expect Su Yuyao to be so calm and decisive about her feelings, almost like performing surgery. So impressive, truly her idol. Chun Haoyu gave Su Yuyao a thumbs up and said, "Su Beauty, if this were ancient times, I dare say you would definitely be a figure like Hua Milan." Su Yuyao replied, "I don't want to hear nonsense." Chun Haoyu nodded and said, "Then listen carefully. I will definitely not leave here. Also, starting today, I will officially pursue you, aiming to make you fall in love with me." Su Yuyao said, "You will have big trouble." Chen Haoyu asked, will they send someone to kill me? Su Yuyao replied, that's unlikely. However, on the surface, they will suppress your career in all aspects. Chen Haoyu laughed, saying, the premise is that I have a career. If they want to suppress my small clinic, they can go ahead. At worst, they can shut it down. Su Yuyao was taken aback and said, that's true. Chen Haoyu smiled and asked, so, are we now in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Su Yuyao replied, to be precise, it's the relationship of a pursuer and the pursued. Chen Haoyu said unhappily, did you not say you have feelings for me? Su Yuyao curled her lips into a slight smile and said, I have feelings for many people. Li Shaoran laughed, saying, brother-in-law, you're so pitiful. Chen Haoyu showed a face of indignation and gritted his teeth, saying, Su Yuyao, I, a dignified master, have been played like this by you. It's simply outrageous. Su Yuyao asked, what do you want? Chen Haoyu stood up and said, I don't want to see you right now. After saying that, he returned to his bedroom and slammed the door shut. Li Shaoran said, sister, is brother-in-law really angry? Su Yuyao smiled and replied, he is actually happy. The conversation between Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao just now was actually expressing their feelings. If Su Yuyao didn't tea like Chen Haoyu, how could she give him the opportunity to pursue her? If Chen Haoyu didn't tea like Su Yuyao, why would he risk offending that big family to pursue her? This was a love that was mutually pursued, just expressed a bit subtly. Chen Haoyu returned to his bedroom, but it was merely to give the two sisters space to communicate. Li Shaoran quietly asked, sister, do you really want to be with brother-in-law? Su Yuyao nodded and said, yes. What about aunt and uncle? Grandpa Su probably won't agree, right? Su Yuyao replied, my marriage is my own decision. I don't need anyone else's approval. Sister, I really admire you. I hope brother-in-law can withstand the pressure from the Su and He families. Thinking of Chen Haoyu's mysteriousness and strength, Su Yuyao smiled and said, don't worry. Chen Haoyu is not an ordinary person. He might not even take the Su and He family seriously. Li Shaoran asked suspiciously, is he really that powerful? Su Yuyao replied, more powerful than you think. Li Shaoran chuckled, indeed, love makes one see beauty everywhere. Su Yuyao tapped her forehead and said, first of all, Chen Haoyu is not my lover yet. Secondly, he is not a beauty. So tell me, what do you want to eat this afternoon? What we eat is not important. What matters is having fun. Sister, tonight at 8:30, there will be a jade raw stone auction at the Huiguang Hotel. There are about 45 pieces, all from Myanmar's old pits, and the quality is very good. Let us go see, how about it? Isn't Aunt going? You know she only buys jade, not betting on raw stones. Do you have an invitation? No. If you don't have an invitation, how do we get in? You just need to tell my mom. She will definitely help you get an invitation. I thought you were sincerely here to see me. Turns out you had this in mind. Li Shaoran hugged Su Yuyao's neck and playfully said, sister, of course, I came to see you. The invitation is just a bonus. Su Yuyao huffed and said, I don't believe you. Li Shaoran clutched her heart and said, sister, what you said makes me very sad. Su Yuyao replied, stop with that. By the way, you just said the auction is at Huiguang Hotel? Li Shaoran nodded and said, that's right. Why? Su Yuyao pointed to Chen Haoyu's bedroom and said, he has a very good relationship with the owner of Huiguang Hotel. That's great. Li Shaoran cheered and went to Chen Haoyu's door, knocking and calling, brother-in-law, come out quickly. I need to talk to you. Chen Haoyu opened the door and asked, what is the matter? Li Shaoran brought him to the living room and explained the jade raw stone auction. Chen Haoyu said, as far as I know, jade raw stones don't come cheap. Do you have that much money? Li Shaoran replied, I'm mainly looking to broaden my horizons. Brother-in-law, you wouldn't refuse to help a little, would you? Chen Haoyu said, considering you've been calling me brother-in-law, I'll call you on. If it doesn't work out, don't blame me. Li Shaoran nodded and said, of course. Chapter 59, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Chen Haoyu took out his phone and dialed Yuan. Soon, the call connected. Dr. Chen, what a coincidence. I was just about to call you. What is up? I'm in the underground parking lot of Onkong Hospital. I just took the kids to the psychiatric department for a detailed checkup, and all the indicators are normal. That's great. Congratulations. I have to thank you for that. Hee hee. You don't have to be polite. Mr. Yi, is there a jadeite rough stone auction at the Huiguang Hotel tonight? That's right. Why? Is Dr. Chen interested in gambling stones? A bit. Do you have an invitation? I want to take Yu Yao and her sister to see Dr. Chen. Didn't I give you a diamond card for the Huiguang Hotel before? Just show this card and you can get in. Wow, the diamond card has this function? It's written on the card that for any event organized by our Huiguang Hotel, Diamond members can bring up to 3 people. Got it, thanks. After hanging up the phone, Chun Haoyu made a gesture to Li Xiaoran and said, done. Awesome. Li Xiaoran jumped up in excitement. Su Yuyao asked, did Mr. Yi give you the diamond card for the Huiguang Hotel? Chun Haoyu nodded and said, yes. What's up? Li Xiaoran exclaimed, wow, brother-in-law. Do you know how precious the diamond card for the Huiguang Hotel is? Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, no idea. Li Xiaoran slapped her forehead, looking helpless, and said, I really admire you. The Huiguang Hotel is recognized as the best 5-star hotel in Yanhai. Even with dozens of well-known foreign 5-star hotels opening in the past decade, it has not shaken the status of the Huiguang Hotel at all. This shows how impressive the Huiguang Hotel is. Chun Haoyu said, can we get to the point? What does this have to do with the diamond card? Li Xiaoran said, the Huiguang Hotel has 3 types of cards, from lowest to highest: ordinary membership card, gold membership card, and diamond membership card. It is said that fewer than 10 diamond membership cards have been issued. The holders of this card are all top figures in various industries. It's amazing that you got one. Chun Haoyu didn't expect the diamond card that Yi Ziyuan casually gave him to be so impressive, so he asked, what discount can we get on meals? Uffed. Su Yuyao laughed out loud. That's right, this is the Chun Haoyu I know. Practical. Li Xiaoran looked at Chun Haoyu foolishly, feeling completely defeated by his magical thought process. A diamond card that symbolizes status is actually associated with meal discounts. Li Xiaoran really didn't know what to say. Hey, Chun Haoyu waved his hand in front of Li Xiaoran and said, I'm asking you a question. Is there a meal discount? Li Xiaoran gritted her teeth and said, yes, a 30 discount. Chun Haoyu exclaimed, wow, such a huge discount. Then we won't eat at home tonight. I'll take you to the Huiguang Hotel for a meal. If I had known the diamond card had a 30 discount, I would have gone many times these past few days. Li Xiaoran fell back onto the sofa and said, brother-in-law, I really admire you more than anything else. Ha ha ha. Su Yuyao immediately laughed heartily. At 6 in the evening, Su Yuyao drove Chun Haoyu and Li Xiaoran to the Huiguang Hotel. After showing the diamond card at the front desk, the 3 immediately received the highest courtesy from the Huiguang Hotel. The hotel manager, Xiao Xingrong, personally came out to greet them and took the 3 to a large private room that could accommodate more than 20 people, making Chun Haoyu feel a bit embarrassed. They ordered 6 dishes, and Chun Haoyu handed the menu to Xiao Xingrong, asking, Manager Xiao, which floor is the jadeite rough stone auction held on? After dinner, we want to go see. Xiao Xingrong said, the auction is in the Huiguang exhibition hall on the 12th floor. I can take you and the 2 ladies over at that time. In the afternoon, Yi Ziyuan specifically instructed that Chun Haoyu is his most important guest and must be well taken care of. Xiao Xingrong has been the manager of the Huiguang Hotel for 5 years, and it's the first time he has seen Yi Ziyuan so serious. So he is extremely respectful to Chun Haoyu. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, thank you then. After Xiao Xingrong left, Li Xiaoran exclaimed, brother-in-law, you are amazing. This is my first time experiencing such high courtesy at the Huiguang Hotel. Chun Haoyu sighed and said, high courtesy isn't necessarily a good thing. Li Xiaoran asked in confusion, why? Su Yuyao interjected, with such high courtesy, how will he feel comfortable coming to eat for free in the future? Chun Haoyu gave Su Yuyao a thumbs up and said, Miss Su, you really understand me. Li Xiaoran shook her head and said, brother-in-law, you are truly hopeless. With an hour left until the jadeite rough stone auction, Xiao Xingrong knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Chun, the rough stones have entered the exhibition hall. We can go now. Chun Haoyu was taken aback and asked, didn't they say 8:30? Li Xiaoran explained, brother-in-law, 8:30 is the auction time. We need to enter an hour early to observe the rough stones. Otherwise, how would you know which one to buy? Chun Haoyu suddenly understood and said, all right, let us go then. Following Xiao Xingrong, the 3 arrived at the Huiguang exhibition hall. Wow, this exhibition hall is very large. Chun Haoyu estimated it to be at least over 3,000 square meters, decorated incredibly lavishly. Blocks of jadeite rough stones of various sizes were neatly displayed on tables, with a sign next to each showing the serial number, weight, and starting price. Many people had already arrived in the exhibition hall, seriously observing the semi-gambling rough materials with flashlights. Chun Haoyu looked at rough stone number 45 and was astonished. It was only 83 kilograms. But the starting price had reached 2 million. With one fully gambled rough stone being so expensive, one can imagine how terrifying the prices of other rough stones would be. Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran seemed very professional. They took a flashlight out of their bags and began examining an open rough material that no one was looking at. Chen Haoyu glanced at the sign and gasped. Serial number 6, weight 146 kilograms. Starting price 32 million. 32 million? And that's just the starting price? This jadeite rough stone is so damn expensive. It's really not something an ordinary person can afford. Chen Haoyu had 15 million in savings and thought he was somewhat wealthy, but here, he felt like he was nothing at all. Ladies, can you understand this? Chen Haoyu asked curiously. Su Yuyao replied, as long as we can understand, it's fine. A heavenly being cannot determine a piece of jade. Before the rough stone is opened, no one can be sure it will definitely yield jade. Chen Haoyu exclaimed, oh, I see. You all take your time. I'll just wander around. Chapter 60, Magical Detection. Su Yuyao took a flashlight out of her bag and asked, do you need this? Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, forget it. My understanding of jadeite rough stones is limited to online novels. This is my first time seeing them in real life. Not to mention observing whether there's jade inside. Even if jade comes out, I wouldn't know its value. But still, thank you for preparing this flashlight for me. Hee, I knew you, Miss Su, were the best to me. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and said, if I had known, I wouldn't have prepared it for you. This jadeite rough stone auction is being held on a very large scale, with almost all of the top 10 jewelry companies in Yanhai attending. In recent years, the quantity of jadeite has been decreasing, but the prices have been rising. More than 90 of jewelry companies are facing serious shortages of jadeite. Take Li Xiaoran's Qingyan Jewelry Company, for example. Their inventory is far from meeting consumer demand, especially in high-end and top-grade jadeite jewelry, which is in particularly short supply. Chen Haoyu had no interest in the semi-gambling rough materials at all. The reason is simple. Even if he knows that a certain rough material can yield the highest quality jadeite, Chen Haoyu cannot afford it. Therefore, he focused on those all-in rough materials. When he stood in front of rough material number 38, his spiritual power suddenly stirred. What's going on? Chen Haoyu felt a bit surprised. He tried to channel his spiritual power into rough material number 38 and immediately sensed an incredibly pure aura. Wow, I'm going to get rich. His spiritual power could actually detect the aura of jadeite within the raw stone. Chen Haoyu was astonished. To confirm his guess, he conducted several more experiments, but found nothing. Is it possible that the jadeite aura must be concentrated to a certain degree to trigger a reaction from my spiritual power? With this thought, Chen Haoyu directly walked to the first rough material in front. Rough material number 1 was a semi-gambling piece, weighing an astonishing 62 kilograms. With a starting price of 88 million. The price was so high because everyone could see a rich green color at the cut, and it was basically confirmed that this green was a rare glass-type imperial green jadeite. Everyone was betting on how large this imperial green jadeite would be. A crowd had already gathered around the rough material, each one using magnifying glasses to observe and occasionally discussing it. Chen Haoyu squeezed in next to the rough material, touched it, and finally felt a fluctuation in his spiritual power from his dantian. However, the purity and concentration of the aura inside were lower than that of rough material number 38. A vague suspicion began to form in Chen Haoyu's mind. After examining rough material number 1, he continued to look at rough materials 2 through 10, except for rough material number 3, which had some aura feedback. The other rough materials did not cause any fluctuations in Chen Haoyu's spiritual power. The commonality between rough materials 1 and 3 was that both confirmed the presence of glass-type imperial green jadeite at the cut, while the other 8 semi-gambling rough materials contained jadeite but were not imperial green. This suggests that his spiritual power only reacted to the astonishing aura of imperial green jadeite. Other types of jadeite might not have enough pure aura, which led to his inability to detect them. If that is the case, then does it mean that rough material number 38 contains a larger piece of imperial green jadeite than rough material number 1? With this thought, Chen Haoyu returned to rough material number 38 and looked at the introduction next to it. Serial number 38. Weight 82 kilograms. Starting price 6 million. Chen Haoyu felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had 15 million, so the possibility of acquiring this rough material was very high. So it was you. You bastard. Just as Chen Haoyu was feeling secretly pleased, a gritting voice came from behind him. Chen Haoyu turned to look at the speaker and couldn't help but laugh. The person was none other than Wang Jinxing from Jingshang Real Estate Company, who had been scared by Chen Haoyu with a toy gun last night. After being forcefully fed a glass of brandy mixed with drugs by Chen Haoyu, Wang Jinxing had slept for a full 12 hours. The first thing he did upon waking was to have someone investigate Chen Haoyu. The result revealed that this guy was not a killer at all and had no background. He was just a doctor at a small clinic. Wang Jinxing was so enraged that he almost exploded with anger, secretly swearing to teach Chen Haoyu a good lesson. He didn't expect to run into him here, which made Wang Jinxing feel like he had stumbled upon an opportunity without any effort. Chen Haoyu could naturally guess that Wang Jinxing had already investigated his background, and he smiled and said, "Young Master Wang, did you sleep well last night?" Wang Jinxing's eyes were about to spit fire as he said in a deep voice, "Well, very well. I haven't slept so soundly in many years. All thanks to you." Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "No need to be polite. Helping others is the source of happiness. It's what I should do." Wang Jinxing snorted and sneered. "Chen Haoyu, you are just a clinic doctor. I would like to know how you got in here in such an occasion. Did you sneak in?" Chen Haoyu replied. "Does that have anything to do with you?" Wang Jinxing said, "Of course it does. Who knows if you are a thief?" Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, "If I were a thief, the first thing I would steal is you." Wang Jinxing snorted, grabbed a security guard from the Brilliant Hotel, and pointed at Chen Haoyu, saying, "I suspect he didn't have an invitation and sneaked in to do something bad. Please check." The security guard was taken aback. Sizing up Chen Haoyu and noticing that his attire indeed did not look like that of a wealthy person. His gaze immediately sharpened as he said, "Sir, please show your invitation." Chen Haoyu took out the diamond card that Yi Ziyuan had given him and said, "I am a diamond card member of your Brilliant Hotel. I don't think I need an invitation to attend any events hosted by your hotel." "Diamond card?" Wang Jinxing laughed loudly, deliberately shouting, "You, a mere clinic doctor, can get a diamond card from the Brilliant Hotel? Are you kidding?" Hearing Wang Jinxing's words, everyone turned to look at the two. Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran also noticed that Chen Haoyu was in trouble and hurried over to his side. "Brother-in-law, what's wrong?" Li Xiaoran asked. Chen Haoyu shook the card in his hand and said, "This idiot doesn't believe my card is real and wants the security brother to arrest me." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoran immediately cursed Wang Jinxing. "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Do you really think someone would bring a fake diamond card to fool the Brilliant Hotel? Or do you think the people at the Brilliant Hotel are as stupid as you, unable to tell if a diamond card is real or fake?" Wang Jinxing was furious, pointing at Chen Haoyu and loudly proclaiming, "Everyone, this is Chen Haoyu, a clinic doctor near Kangen Hospital. With such an identity and status, do you think he is qualified to have a diamond card from the Brilliant Hotel? Shouldn't I be suspicious?" Chapter 61. Young Master Wang looking for trouble clinic doctor? Is that true? Looking at this person's attire, it really doesn't seem impressive. The diamond card from Brilliant is so precious. How could a mere doctor get one? This person is indeed suspicious. Everyone began to murmur. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and said, "Wang Jinxing, if you're called stupid, you really are stupid. Whether the diamond card is real or not, can't we just check? Do you need to make such a big fuss? What if it's real? Where will you put your face?" Li Xiaoran echoed, "Exactly. This security brother, we were brought here by manager Xiao Xingrong himself. If you don't believe it, you can call and ask." "Okay." The security guard took out his walkie-talkie and was about to make a call when suddenly a calm voice came through. "What is going on here?" The security guard turned around to see that the speaker was the boss, Yi Ziyuan. Next to him was the hotel manager, Xiao Xingrong. Wang Jinxing was overjoyed and said, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Xiao, this clinic doctor named Chen Haoyu is making a scene at the venue, claiming he has a diamond card from the Brilliant Hotel. I'd appreciate it if you could expose his scam." Xiao Xingrong gently introduced, "Mr. Yi, this is Wang Jinxing, the son of Wang Fenglin, the president of Jingshang Real Estate Company, and he is also a gold member of our hotel." Yi Ziyuan understood Xiao Xingrong's intention, which was to advise him not to offend this young Master Wang. So he smiled and said, "Young Master Wang, you may have misunderstood. This diamond card in Mr. Chen's hand was given to him by me a few days ago." Li Xiaoran immediately became triumphant, saying, "Everyone saw that, right? Some people just have dog eyes and look down on others." Wang Jinxing angrily said, "Who are you talking about?" Li Xiaoran directly confronted him, saying, "Whoever wronged us. That's who I'm talking about." Wang Jinxing's face turned red with anger. Zhou Yichuan, the president of Xin Yuan Jewelry Company, frowned and said, "Mr. Yi, I have been a regular customer at our Brilliant Hotel for over 10 years, spending nearly 30 million. Yet, I am still just a gold member. I want to know how this young man in his 20s can become a diamond member." Wang Jinxing said, "Yes. I am also curious about the criteria for becoming a diamond member of the Brilliant Hotel." Everyone turned to look at Yi Ziyuan. Yi Ziyuan calmly replied, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Wang, thank you both for your continued support of our brilliant hotel. The reason I gave Dr. Chen this diamond card is that he saved my daughter's life. A small favor should be repaid with a great act of kindness. Isn't it reasonable to thank him with a diamond card for such a huge favor? Zhou Yichuan said. I see. Mr. Yi is right. This is how it should be. The others also expressed their agreement. Yi Ziyuan cupped his fists towards Zhou Yichuan and everyone, saying, Thank you all for your understanding. Wang Jinxing curled his lip and said, Who knows if it's true? As soon as this was said, the atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Yi Ziyuan frowned and said, Mr. Wang, do you need me to swear an oath for you to believe me? Although Wang Jinxing was a fool, he wasn't stupid enough to make a big shot like Yi Ziyuan swear in public, quickly saying, Mr. Yi is joking. I believe you. Yi Ziyuan said, Thank you. Thus, the storm was easily resolved by Yi Ziyuan. Su Yuyao quietly said, No wonder, mister. You can make the brilliant hotel the #1 in Yanhai. Just this adeptness in handling matters shows a lot. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, If he couldn't handle such a small matter, the brilliant hotel would have closed down long ago. After everyone left, Yi Ziyuan walked up to Chen Haoyu and said, Doctor Chen, I'm sorry for the trouble you've faced. Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, I underestimated the diamond card you gave me. You handled that very well. Giving the other party face while resolving the matter. Yi Ziyuan said, Dr. Chen, did you offend Wang Jinxing? Chen Haoyu glanced at Su Yuyao, sighed, and said, A beautiful woman brings trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao gave him a hard pinch. Yi Ziyuan smiled and said, Dr. Chen has a beautiful confidant like Miss Su, making many men envious. Something like Wang Jinxing will probably happen again in the future. You'd better get used to it. Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up and said, Your way of complimenting is quite unique. It's just a pity your taste isn't that great. Yi Ziyuan asked curiously why. Chen Haoyu pointed at himself and said, Because with a boyfriend like me, she'll have more rivals in the future. Ha ha. Yi Ziyuan laughed heartily and said, You're right. Li Shaoran said, Brother-in-law, you're really shameless. Su Yuyao shook her head and said, He's always been this narcissistic. Chen Haoyu said, I'm just speaking the truth. Mr. Yi, there are so many guests. You should go greet them and don't need to specifically accompany us. Yi Ziyuan said, All right. Dr. Chen, if you need anything, you can directly find me or Manager Xiao. Chen Haoyu made a gesture and said, Got it. Thanks. After Yi Ziyuan left, Chen Haoyu said, Yu Yao, Shaoran, I found a particularly good raw stone that will definitely yield jadeite. You guys help me analyze it. Li Shaoran asked in surprise, Brother-in-law, didn't you say you don't understand gambling stones? How can you tell that it can yield jadeite? Chen Haoyu said, Who said I figured it out? I just have a feeling. Didn't you say it yourself? Even gods can't tell a small piece of jade, since no one can see it. We can only rely on our feelings. Li Shaoran was speechless and said, Brother-in-law, is your feeling usually accurate? Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, Of course it is. Su Yuyao asked, Which stone are you interested in? Chen Haoyu pointed to the raw stone number 38 beside them and said, That's it. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran walked closer and observed it carefully. After a while, Li Shaoran pursed her lips and said, Brother-in-law, based on my experience, the possibility of this raw stone yielding green is low. Even if it does, the quality won't be that good. Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, Shaoran, how old are you? What experience do you have? Su Yuyao said, Shaoran has been studying gambling stones since she was 16, and so far, she has spent 12 million to uncover over 30 pieces of jadeite worth more than 300 million in total. Chen Haoyu exclaimed, Wow, is that for real? Li Shaoran proudly said, Of course it's real. My mom says I'm a genius in the gambling stone world. It's a pity she doesn't give me money, otherwise, just from gambling stones, our family would have been rich long ago. Chen Haoyu said, I didn't expect you to be so impressive. I'm truly impressed. But why do you think this stone won't yield green? Li Shaoran replied, Although it's true that even gods can't tell a small piece of jade, people can still glean some insights based on experience. This raw stone has silk-like pine flower on the surface, but it's unevenly distributed and in small quantities. The most important thing is that these strands of pine flower are too light if the raw stone has good water quality. These strands of green could make the whole stone look green. Also, the mist and scabs under the skin aren't great either. Overall, I judge that this raw stone won't work. Chapter 62. I feel there's green inside. Chen Haoyu scratched his nose and asked, Shaoran, can your experience be wrong? Li Shaoran laughed and said, Of course it can be wrong. I once missed a piece of ice-type emerald and regretted it deeply. Chun Haoyu straightened his back and said, then I can rest assured. This raw stone gives me a feeling that's different from other stones. I'm still quite optimistic about it. Su Yuyao said, Chun Haoyu, do you know why its number is 38? Without waiting for Chun Haoyu to answer, Su Yuyao directly provided the answer. It's because many experts in the gambling stone world don't think highly of it. Li Xiaoran chimed in, that's right. Brother-in-law, the reason those top-ranked rough stones are often half-gambling or have open windows is that experts have over 90% confidence that those places will yield green. And for fully gambling rough stones, experts can't find a place to cut, so they don't dare to act. Chun Haoyu curled his lip and said, I never believe in what experts say. If they were really that good, they'd be billionaires and wouldn't need to show stones to others. Su Yuyao asked, are you sure you want to buy it? Chun Haoyu said without hesitation, absolutely. If the raw stone that experts don't think highly of can still yield jadeite, wouldn't that highlight my uniqueness even more? Hee hee, I just love slapping others in the face. It gives me a great sense of accomplishment. Su Yuyao said with a frown, I'm worried your face will get swollen. Chun Haoyu's heart stirred. Su, beautiful lady, do you dare to make a bet with me? Su Yuyao asked, what bet? Chun Haoyu said playfully, if this raw stone doesn't yield jadeite, I will unconditionally agree to one of your requests. If it does yield jadeite, my request isn't high. Just give me a 2-minute French kiss. Li Xiaoran, enjoying the drama, excitedly said, sister, agree to him. You will definitely win. Then make him go out naked. Uft. Chun Haoyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood, saying, Li Xiaoran, aren't you being too vicious? Li Xiaoran disdainfully said, what is this? I haven't said anything worse. Chun Haoyu was left speechless, saying, all right, you're impressive. Su Yuyao, give me a straightforward answer, gamble or not. Su Yuyao said, all right, I agree to this gamble. Chun Haoyu extended his hand and gave Su Yuyao a high five, and the bet was established. At 8:30, the auction officially began. A middle-aged auctioneer wearing glasses and exuding a calm demeanor took the stage, first giving a brief self-introduction, then saying, thank you all for attending the jadeite rough stone auction hosted by the Brilliant Hotel. As we all know, due to the over-extraction of raw stones in Myanmar, jadeite in the market has become increasingly scarce. Even last year's public auction in Myanmar only produced a dozen top-quality jadeites. Today, I am pleased to inform you that we have purchased 45 pieces of old pit raw stones from a jade company in Myanmar, each carefully selected by over a dozen experts, with the potential to produce premium jadeites, especially for the first 3 raw stones. It is almost certain that they will yield top-quality jadeites. I believe this auction will not disappoint you. Now I declare the auction open. First up is raw stone number 45, with a starting price of 880,000, with each bid increasing by no less than 10,000. Please bid enthusiastically. The auctioneer's skill was absolutely top-notch, and his passionate demeanor even stirred Chun Haoyu's blood. However, it was frustrating that when the first raw stone entered the auction process, the entire venue fell silent, with not a single person bidding, making the atmosphere extremely awkward. Chun Haoyu leaned closer to Su Yuyao and whispered, what's going on? Su Yuyao couldn't stand Chun Haoyu's closeness. Her ears instantly turned red, but her face remained calm as she said, the uncertainty of gambling on rough stones is too great, and the chances of producing premium jadeites are minuscule. Instead of wasting money on it, you might as well wait until the jadeite is revealed and buy it directly. Chun Haoyu's eyes lit up. If that's the case, then I could get my raw stone number 38 at the starting price? Su Yuyao frowned slightly, turned to look at Chun Haoyu, but found they were too close and quickly distanced herself a bit, saying, that raw stone has a starting price of 3.6 million. Are you really going to buy it? Chun Haoyu replied without hesitation, of course. For that kiss of yours, I have to buy it. Su Yuyao said helplessly, you just got some money, and you're spending it so recklessly. It's simply the behavior of a newly wealthy person. Chun Haoyu chuckled. As the saying goes, spend a fortune and it will return. The only purpose of money is to be spent. Otherwise, it's no different from waste paper. Miss Su, we should be the masters of money, not its slaves. Su Yuyao said, anyway, it's your money. Do as you please. The auctioneer called out several times, but not a single person raised a paddle. The first piece of jadeite rough stone was thus passed over, setting a bad precedent for the auction. It seemed that influenced by the failure of raw stone number 45, raw stones number 44 and 43 were also passed over. It wasn't until raw stone number 42 that 2 companies began to compete. Unfortunately, The final price was not high, under 300,000, and it was bought by one of the companies. Seeing this situation, Yi Ziyuan frowned tightly, feeling very disappointed. The brilliant hotel had prepared for this auction for a full 6 months, and such a result was truly unsatisfactory to Yi Ziyuan. 10 minutes later, it was finally raw stone number 38's turn. After the auctioneer introduced the condition of the raw stone, he loudly announced, starting price 6 million. Each bid must be no less than 50,000, and the bidding begins now. Chen Haoyu raised his paddle without hesitation, shouting, 6 million. The auctioneer's eyes lit up. Good, this young gentleman bids 6 million. Is there a higher bid? For million. A voice came from the back. Chen Haoyu turned to see that the bidder was none other than the wealthy heir Wang Jianxing. Seeing Chen Haoyu, Wang Jianxing flashed a smug smile. Damn, this bastard. Chen Haoyu cursed inwardly and raised his paddle again. 1 million. 2 million. 3 million. 4 million. The two went back and forth, directly competing. Others showed amused expressions, all eager to watch the excitement. Chen Haoyu knew his actions were foolish, but since raw stone number 38 likely contained imperial green, he could only grit his teeth and keep bidding. Chapter 63 Jadeite Rough Stone acquired for 8 million. Wang Jianxing raised his paddle and chuckled. Mr. Chen, let me give you some advice. You're just a small doctor running a clinic, saving money isn't easy. Why must you pretend to be wealthy? If this raw stone doesn't yield jadeite, you might end up on the streets. Chen Haoyu retorted, young Master Wang. Let me give you some advice too. Stop sucking your dad's blood. All my money is earned by myself, and spending it feels justified. How about you? It's all from your dad. Hey, you're not missing any limbs, so why do you have to be a bloodsucker? The most ridiculous part is that you act so confident. I really want to know where your courage comes from. Your face? Ha ha. Hearing Chen Haoyu's mockery, everyone burst into laughter. Wang Jianxing's eloquence couldn't match Chen Haoyu's, and he was so angry that his face turned red and neck thick, saying, what is the use of all this nonsense? If you have the guts, keep bidding. Everyone is waiting. Chen Haoyu raised his paddle without hesitation, saying, 9 million. Young Master Wang, it's your turn. Wang Jianxing threw his paddle down, displaying a smug smile, saying, 9 million for a piece of worthless raw stone. Mr. Chen, you truly are foolish. Chen Haoyu replied nonchalantly, it's just 9 million. I can afford it. Unlike some rich second generation, who talks big but is actually neither good-looking nor useful. Wang Jianxing laughed heartily. I have money, but I'm not as foolish as you. If this raw stone can yield jadeite worth over 9 million, I'll live stream myself eating shit. Chen Haoyu scoffed. If you like eating shit, that's your business. Don't gross everyone out, okay? Aftaraha. The venue erupted in laughter. Li Shaoran laughed the loudest. Sister, brother-in-law is awesome. Even better at cursing than me. Su Yuyao sighed. In this regard, you all are quite good. The auctioneer saw that the situation was getting out of hand and quickly changed the subject, saying, Mr. Chen has bid 9 million. Is there a higher bid? 9 million, first call. 9 million, second call. 9 million sold. Congratulations, Mr. Chen, having bought the raw stone for 3 million above the starting price. Chen Haoyu felt a wave of frustration in his heart. Su Yuyao glanced at him and said, is it worth it, this battle of pride? Chen Haoyu said, if it weren't for our bet, I wouldn't be foolish enough to compete for this worthless raw stone. The matter of using magic to detect the spiritual energy of imperial green jadeite is too scary. Once it's revealed, it will bring Chen Haoyu tremendous trouble. Therefore, Chen Haoyu decided to keep this secret to himself, not telling anyone, including Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao said, boring. Chen Haoyu stared at Su Yuyao's angelic face, smiling and saying, once I reveal the jadeite, it won't be boring anymore. Su Yuyao could naturally hear Chen Haoyu's meaning, feeling both shy and angry, and turned her head to ignore him. 15 minutes later, Wang Jianxing took action again, competing with several jewelry merchants for the jadeite rough stone number 30. This stone was the best performing all gambling rough stone, weighing 192 kilograms, with a starting price of 7 million. After a round of bidding, its price soared to 14 million. Chen Haoyu originally intended to cause some trouble for Wang Jianxing, but as soon as the price broke 10 million, he immediately gave up. Too damn expensive. He simply couldn't afford it. In the end, Wang Jianxing bought the rough stone for 15 million. Auctioneer, I want to cut the stone on site. The spirited Wang Jianxing said loudly. The auctioneer smiled and said, "No problem. The personnel and machines are right next door. As long as Mr. Wang pays, they can start working." Wang Jinxing showed a strange expression and said, "No rush. Mr. Chun, are you brave enough to bet with me?" Upon hearing this, everyone knew Wang Jinxing was looking for trouble, and they all showed expressions of amusement. "Damn it, that's too much." Chun Haoyu felt a bit angry and suddenly stood up, saying, "What do you want?" Wang Jinxing replied, "This is a jade rough stone auction, so of course, we're betting on the stones. We will cut the stones live and see whose jade is worth more." Chun Haoyu snorted and said, "What do you think? Your rough stone is 3 times more expensive than mine. If I agree to this bet, what's the difference between me and you, the idiot?" Ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter at Chun Haoyu's words again. Wang Jinxing snorted and said, "Don't worry, I won't bully you. If the jade I cut is 3 times more valuable than yours, I win. Otherwise, I lose. There are experts from various jewelry companies here, so it's easy to assess the value of the jade. Damn, my stone has imperial green. If you want to bet with me, you're simply looking for death." Chun Haoyu asked calmly, "How do we determine win or lose?" Wang Jinxing said, "The loser not only has to hand over their cut jade to the winner, but also has to compensate the winner with 5 million. You just bid, so I know you have money." Su Yuyao grabbed Chun Haoyu's hand and shook her head at him. Wang Jinxing's rough stone looked much better than Chun Haoyu's on the surface, and there was an 80 chance that Chun Haoyu would lose. Seeing Su Yuyao's action, Wang Jinxing sneered, "Chun Haoyu, your girlfriend seems to have little confidence in you. Hee hee, since you like being a coward, let's forget about this bet." Chun Haoyu gave Su Yuyao a reassuring look and said to Wang Jinxing, "You're good at provoking. I'll bet with you." Wang Jinxing said, "Good. Manager Xiao, please have someone prepare a betting contract for us and have them cut these 2 stones on site." Xiao Xingrong looked at Yi Ziyuan, who cleared his throat and said, "Mr. Wang, cutting the stones on site may not be suitable, as it will affect the auction process and waste everyone's time." Wang Jinxing replied, "Mr. Yi, these 2 rough stones are not too big. They can be cut in half an hour at most. I think everyone should have no objections. Young Master Wang is right. I support cutting the stones on site. Such a good show should be seen in its entirety. It's only half an hour. We can wait." The crowd began to shout. Yi Ziyuan looked at Chun Haoyu, who smiled and said, "Since someone insists on making things difficult, I'll oblige him. Mr. Yi, please." Yi Ziyuan nodded and said, "Since everyone agrees, let's cut the stones as soon as possible." Chapter 64. All betting up, it took only 5 minutes for 2 sets of stone-cutting equipment to be brought to the stage. Xiao Xingrong handed the freshly printed betting agreement to Chun Haoyu and Wang Jinxing. After confirming there were no issues, both signed their names on it. Wang Jinxing proudly said, "Chun Haoyu, let me tell you some unfortunate news. Rough stone number 30 has been recognized by 6 gambling stone experts. That's why I'm willing to bet with you. Hee hee. You're definitely going to lose this time." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "I just hope you won't cry bitterly after you lose." Wang Jinxing said, "Being tough won't help. Let's wait and see." After signing the agreement, the staff pulled the 2 aside to discuss the cutting position for the first cut. Chun Haoyu, not knowing much about this, let the eagerly Shaoran come help. Su Yuyao pulled Chun Haoyu aside, worriedly asking, "Are you confident?" Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "Of course. I took a look at Wang Jinxing's face, and it's a typical sign of leaking wealth, so I'm sure I can win this bet." Su Yuyao pondered for a moment and asked, "Is it possible that the rough stone he bought isn't worth much, so even if he wins against you, it's not worth 15 million, leading to the leaking wealth sign?" Hearing this, Chun Haoyu pretended to be confused and said, "Your imagination is really wild. However, it's not impossible. Because I can calculate the heavens, the earth, and all beings, but I can't calculate myself. So if I also have a sign of leaking wealth, then who wins and who loses is really uncertain." Su Yuyao said angrily, "If you lose, you deserve it." On the stage, Li Shaoran finished discussing with the stone-cutting worker and drew a line on the rough stone. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The machine started, and the worker cut along the line. 1 cut to heaven, 1 cut to hell. For those who play with gambling stones, the most thrilling moment is always when the stone is cut. After Chun Haoyu's stone was cut open, everyone couldn't help but stand up, their eyes glued to the cutting surface. After washing it clean with water, a rich green appeared in the center of the cut surface of the rough stone. "Damn, it's green." The scene erupted in excitement. Li Shaoran and Su Yuyao couldn't wait to go up and observe closely. Li Shaoran exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, this is very likely to be imperial green." Su Yuyao nodded and said, "It should be." The worker who cut the stone was also very excited, saying, "This is the color of imperial green. I've seen it twice before, and I'll never forget it." The words of the three immediately caused a stir in the audience. Imperial green? Is it real? After so many years in the industry, I've never seen anyone cut out imperial green jade. Damn, I'm really seeing things this time. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. This is impossible. Just after drawing the line, Wang Jianxing ran over to Chun Haoyu's side, took a look at the cut surface of the rough stone, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. He was a rich second generation who loved seeking thrills and had been playing with gambling stones for 4 or 5 years, having previously cut out decent jade. However, he had never seen such a rich green before. Damn it, that bastard's luck is just too good. Squeak, squeak, squeak. On the other side, Wang Jianxing's rough stone was also cut open by the worker. Look, it's green. Young Master Wang's rough stone also produced green. Now there would be a good show to watch. The probability of this batch of jade rough stones producing jade was just too high, right? Wouldn't the remaining half of the gambling stones be snatched up crazily? No one expected that after Chun Haoyu, Wang Jianxing's rough stone would also produce green. Ha ha, I haven't lost yet. Wang Jianxing ran back to his rough stone, excitedly dancing. Li Xiaoran said with a blank expression, "This is too dramatic, right?" 2 pieces of jade appeared at once. Su Yuyao was very calm and said, "Next, we need to see the texture and size of the jadeite. As long as it's not imperial green, our chances of winning will reach 90%. Li Xiaoran recited, "Heaven bless us. I hope our imperial green jadeite is of glass quality and large enough to make a bracelet." Su Yuyao let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh as she looked at Chun Haoyu, who was standing there doing nothing. This guy really had the luck of the dog. He knew nothing, yet he managed to cut out an imperial green jadeite. It was simply unbelievable. Squeak, 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 squeak. The 2 machines were running at full power, cutting the raw stone. To allow everyone to clearly see how the jadeite was being extracted, Yi Ziyuan had the entire process projected onto a big screen. This way, everyone could see it clearly. Compared to Wang Jianxing's raw stone, Chun Haoyu's was half the size and was much quicker to process. About 15 minutes later, a fist-sized imperial green jadeite appeared before everyone. Its color was rich, textured delicate, transparent inside, and completely free of impurities, reaching the level of glass quality. Li Xiaoran, who was closest, quickly took the glass-quality imperial green jadeite into her hands. Her face filled with obsession as she said, "Sister, look, it's so beautiful." Su Yuyao patted her head and laughed. "Wipe your drool. Once we get home, you can look at it as long as you want." Li Xiaoran nodded vigorously, saying, "I want to sleep with it tonight." Chun Haoyu walked over and said, "You can sleep with this jadeite all you want. I just want to know, how much is this thing worth? Who won this bet?" Su Yuyao said helplessly, "Chun Haoyu, I really have to admire you now." Li Xiaoran nodded and said, "Brother-in-law, this piece of imperial green jadeite can at least make 2 bracelets, each valued at around 15 million. The other parts can be made into pendants or ring faces, totaling no less than 8 million. Chun Haoyu calculated for a moment and said, "So its total value is 38 million. What about Wang Jianxing? I just heard them say that the ice yang green jadeite he cut is more than twice the size of mine and seems to be worth quite a bit too." Li Xiaoran laughed and said, "Ice yang green jadeite is indeed rare in the market, but compared to glass-quality imperial green jadeite, it falls 2 tiers short. And at most it's worth 30 million. Chun Haoyu's eyes lit up, "So that means I won this bet. Wang Jianxing's ice yang green jadeite is mine now, right?" Li Xiaoran nodded, "That's right. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chun Haoyu complained, folding his arms and striding over to Wang Jianxing's side, deliberately speaking loudly, "Young Master Wang, my jadeite is about to be extracted. You might as well not watch, to avoid getting upset." Chapter 65, A Great Victory. Wang Jianxing was so angry that he was shaking all over, his eyes practically shooting fire. Li Xiaoran finally understood Chun Haoyu's intention and said, "Sister, is brother-in-law's brain problematic? A nearly 40 million imperial green jadeite. If it were someone else, they would be overjoyed. But brother-in-law, he hasn't even given it a proper look and immediately ran to mock the opponent. Is this more important than the jadeite?" Su Yuyao smiled and said, "If you spend more time with him, you'll find out that he really is a unique character. His mind works differently from others." Li Xiaoran praised. Facing a 40 million jadeite, he remains completely unperturbed. Brother-in-law's mental state is definitely not something ordinary people can compare to. No wonder you like him. Su Yuyao shot her a glare and said, "I never said I liked him." Li Xiaoran shrugged. thinking to herself how long she could play it cool. 5 minutes later, Wang Jinxing's ice young green jadeite was also extracted. There were a total of 3 pieces, 2 of which were about the same size as Chun Haoyu's imperial green jadeite, while the other was 1/3 larger. Yi Ziyuan walked onto the stage, looked at the jadeites from both sides, and said, "Young Master Wang, I'm sorry you lost. According to the agreement, your ice young green jadeite belongs to Mr. Chun Haoyu, and you also have to pay him 5 million. Wang Jinxing's face was so gloomy it was about to drip water. He took out a check from his pocket and threw it directly on the ground, saying, "This is a 5 million check. I, Wang Jinxing, accept the loss. We'll meet again." Chun Haoyu bent down to pick up the check, flicked it lightly, and chuckled. "Young Master Wang, please mind your manners. Your father is worth billions. A mere 40 million is just a drop in the bucket for your Wang family. Is it really necessary to be this angry?" Wang Jinxing merely snorted and left without looking back. A jeweler stood up and shouted, "Mr. Chun, are you selling these jadeites? I'll offer 60 million. Zhao, 60 million for imperial green and ice young green jadeite? Don't joke around. I'll offer 70 million. I'll offer 75 million. I'll make a direct offer of 80 million. Everyone started bidding. Chun Haoyu turned to look at Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran. Li Xiaoran tightly held the imperial green jadeite, her face showing a pleading expression. Chun Haoyu immediately understood her meaning, so he cupped his hands to the crowd and said, "Everyone, I'm really sorry. My girlfriend's family runs a jewelry company, so I won't be selling these 2 pieces of jadeite. Also, let's not forget, this is just the rough material from an all-in bet. There are still 29 more pieces of half-bet rough material, and I believe we can definitely extract more imperial green jadeites. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry for delaying your auction." Yi Ziyuan smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, please don't say that. I should be thanking you instead. With the imperial green jadeite as the opening, I believe these remaining jadeite raw stones from the same batch will definitely fetch better prices." Chun Haoyu said, "Then I wish everyone good luck." Back at the bottom, Chun Haoyu asked Yi Ziyuan for a password box and placed the imperial green jadeite and 3 pieces of ice young green jadeite inside. Li Xiaoran saw Chun Haoyu casually placing the box at his feet and immediately became unhappy, quickly hugging it to her chest. Perhaps inspired by Chun Haoyu and Wang Jinxing, the half-bet raw materials were wildly snatched up by everyone. A raw stone with a starting price of 20 million surprisingly fetched 50 million, making Yi Ziyuan a great profit. The most impressive was raw stone number 1, which soared to 2 for billion and was acquired by an old brand jewelry company from Hong Kong, choosing to extract it on the spot. This jadeite raw stone had a similar aura to raw stone number 38. And Chun Haoyu initially thought the other party would suffer a huge loss. Who would have thought that upon extraction, they obtained not only a glass-quality imperial green jadeite, but also 3 pieces of ice-type imperial green jadeite weighing a total of 48 kilograms, along with more than 10 pieces of jadeite of varying sizes. They not only didn't lose money, but made over 100 million, leaving the representative of that jewelry company overjoyed. In addition, Chun Haoyu also learned that his ability could only detect glass-quality imperial green jadeites. He couldn't detect other types or qualities of jadeite at all. However, Chun Haoyu did not feel disappointed. Every morsel and sip is determined by fate. If he were truly like those male protagonists in online novels, able to see through all raw stones, that might not be a good thing for him. On the way back, Li Xiaoran took out the imperial green jadeite from the password box and kept admiring it, saying, "It's so beautiful. If I could have an imperial green bracelet, no, even just an imperial green pendant, I'd be completely satisfied." Chun Haoyu said nonchalantly, "It's just a pendant, right? I'll give it to you." Li Xiaoran's face was filled with surprise as she said, "Brother-in-law, an imperial green pendant is worth 2 to 3 million. Are you really willing to part with it?" Chun Haoyu scoffed. "What's there to be reluctant about? The reason we were able to open jade worth tens of millions this time was also because I won 5 million from that fool Wang Jinxing. All thanks to you bringing me to this jade rough stone auction. You could say that without you, there wouldn't be these jades. A mere imperial green pendant. I feel like I'm shortchanging you." Li Xiaoran exclaimed excitedly, "Brother-in-law, you are so loyal. From today on, you are my only recognized brother-in-law." Chun Haoyu chuckled, "Li Xiaoran, how can you be so likable? In that case, I'll give you a pair of imperial green earrings." "Ah!" Li Xiaoran let out a sharp scream, excitedly shouting, "Brother-in-law, I love you to death." Su Yuyao said lightly, "Xiaoran, don't be too happy too soon. If you want to accept jewelry worth millions, you still need to pass Uncle's approval." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoran's previously excited mood was immediately extinguished. Su Yuyao's uncle is Li Zhenan, the deputy director of the Yanhai Police Department, a deputy ministerial-level official. As his daughter, if Li Xiaoran were to accept such an expensive gift from Chen Haoyu, it would undoubtedly be seen as condoning bribery. If this matter were to be known by someone with ulterior motives, it could be used to attack Li Zhenan, which would be a huge problem. Li Xiaoran sighed. Sister, can't you let me be happy for a while longer? Su Yuyao sighed. Xiaoran, you need to understand that even if you have these jewelry pieces, you can't wear them outside. If they are photographed by netizens and posted online, Uncle will definitely be implicated. Li Xiaoran said with a sad face. I'm so miserable. Chen Haoyu said, this can be easily solved. Just find a rich man to marry, and you can wear whatever jewelry you want. Chapter 66. The bandit strikes. Li Xiaoran huffed. Am I the kind of person who would sell myself for jewelry? Chen Haoyu hurriedly said, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. Su Yuyao asked, Chen Haoyu, how do you plan to handle these jades? Chen Haoyu replied, I haven't thought it through yet. Do you have any suggestions? Su Yuyao turned to glare at him and said, you are just pretending to ask. Chen Haoyu chuckled. Just joking. As long as your aunt is willing to accept, I will definitely sell these jades to her. Li Xiaoran said, that's too expensive. My mom's Qingyan jewelry company can't come up with that much money. Chen Haoyu smiled. This is simple. Just have your mom write me an IOU. Once you sell these jades after turning them into top-notch jewelry, you can pay me back, and everything will be fine. Su Yuyao said solemnly. You need to think this through. If you do that, you'll have to wait at least 6 months to get this money. Chen Haoyu said, don't say 6 months. Even 3 to 5 years would be fine. Li Xiaoran happily said, brother-in-law, you are amazing. Our Qingyan jewelry company desperately lacks top-grade jade. This finally resolves our urgent need. I helped your company with such a big favor. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Just as Chen Haoyu was about to make a joke, he suddenly noticed a car following them in the rearview mirror. He vaguely remembered seeing that license plate number when he came out of the Huiguang Hotel. Su Yuyao noticed something was off with Chen Haoyu's expression and asked, what's wrong? Chen Haoyu replied, it seems like we have a tail. Li Xiaoran exclaimed, what? Don't turn around. Seeing Li Xiaoran about to look back, Chen Haoyu quickly stopped her. Su Yuyao also spotted it in the rearview mirror and said, what should we do? Chen Haoyu chuckled, what else can we do? Of course, we'll play with them. At the next traffic light, we'll switch positions. I'll drive. Su Yuyao took a deep breath and said, okay. Chen Haoyu's calm demeanor helped Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran relax a bit. When they reached the red light, Chen Haoyu immediately switched positions with Su Yuyao. When the green light turned on, the cars beside them moved one by one. Only Chen Haoyu made no move, letting the car behind honk incessantly. When the red light timer reached 3 seconds, Chen Haoyu said, hold on tight. We're off. Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran quickly grabbed the handrails in the car. As soon as the yellow light appeared, Chen Haoyu slammed the gas pedal. The car shot forward like an arrow at the moment the green light turned on. Ha ha ha. Chen Haoyu laughed proudly. How about that? Isn't my driving skill impressive? Su Yuyao said, don't brag yet. They're catching up. Damn. Chen Haoyu glanced in the rearview mirror and said in surprise, they're chasing us even on a red light. It seems this car is really after us. Su Yuyao took out her phone and said, I'll call the police right now. Just as she was about to make the call, the car suddenly rushed up. Clearly, the other party knew that Chen Haoyu had discovered their tailing, so they stopped pretending. The car window rolled down, and a scar-faced man pulled out a gun, aiming it directly at Chen Haoyu. Damn, they have a gun, Chen Haoyu shouted, immediately slamming on the brakes. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet hit the side of the car's bumper. Su Yuyao and Li Xiaoran turned pale with fright. They had never seen anything like this before. Damn! These are 2 desperate criminals. Chen Haoyu quickly assessed the situation, sharply turned the steering wheel to the left, pressed the gas pedal, and crashed into the other car. Su Yuyao's vehicle was a Range Rover, sturdy and safe, while the other car was just a regular one, much lighter than the Range Rover. When the two collided, the Range Rover naturally had the upper hand. The other car's metal body was directly crumpled, and it spun 3 times in the opposite lane before finally stopping. Before Chen Haoyu could feel pleased, his car's rear was violently hit by a van. Damn, they have accomplices. Chen Haoyu shouted, quickly steadied the steering wheel, and accelerated forward. There was a police station 10 kilometers ahead. As long as they got there, the 3 of them would be safe. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. The other party didn't give Chen Haoyu a chance to reach the police station. Bang, 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 bang. Several gunshots rang out, and the tires of the Range Rover were shot out. The car's speed quickly decreased. The other car and the van immediately flanked them. Chen Haoyu didn't give up. Seeing that there was an underground parking lot of a supermarket on the right front, he made a quick decision, sharply turned the steering wheel, floored the gas pedal, and crashed through the right side, speeding into the parking lot. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party had not caught up, Chen Haoyu stopped the car and said, "I'll distract them. You two quickly hide behind that white van." Su Yao asked, "What about you?" Chen Haoyu chuckled. "Without you two burdens, taking care of these little thieves will be a piece of cake. Don't waste time. Hurry up and get out." Su Yao knew that this was a critical moment and that she and Li Xiaoran would only drag Chen Haoyu down, so she decisively said, "Xiaoran, let us get out of the car. Chen Haoyu, be careful." As the door of the car opened, Su Yao and Li Xiaoran stepped out and quickly hid behind a nearby white van. Chen Haoyu turned the car around and drove in another direction. At that moment, the two cars from the opposing side had already caught up. Chen Haoyu led them in circles, and after turning a corner, he blocked the road with his car. He opened the door and immediately ran forward. A loud bang came from behind. Chen Haoyu turned to look and a smile appeared on his face. He saw that the opposing van was unable to dodge and crashed directly into a Land Rover. Taking advantage of their distraction, Chen Haoyu turned right and ran for more than 10 meters, hiding behind a BMW. In less than half a minute, a grim voice came over. "With those two women around, they definitely won't run far. Lao San, Lao Zhang, search the right side. Dahan, you and I will search the left side. Remember, we have no more than 10 minutes. Li Xiaoran must be alive. The other two don't matter. Is that understood?" The other three answered in unison, "Understood." Hearing their conversation, Chen Haoyu finally realized that their target was Li Xiaoran. No, their real target should be Li Xiaoran's father, Li Jinan. This deputy director of the police department oversees the criminal investigation department of Yanhai. And these four must have committed a crime and wanted to capture Li Xiaoran to threaten Li Jinan. Unfortunately for them, their luck was too bad to run into him. Chapter 67. Fierce battle with the thugs. Lao San, he's right here. At that moment, a loud voice reached Chen Haoyu's ears. He peeked out and cursed. A man in his 30s, with a muscular build, was kneeling on the ground, looking at the red van next to him. It was clear that this guy must be Lao Zhang. Damn it, he's quite clever. Chen Haoyu flicked his finger, and a golden needle shot out at an almost invisible speed, piercing Lao Zhang's neck. Lao Zhang let out a cry and fell to the ground. The moment he released the golden needle, Chen Haoyu rushed out. By the time Lao Zhang collapsed, he was already in front of the man, delivering a fierce kick. With Chen Haoyu's immense strength, Lao Zhang's hefty body, weighing at least 180 pounds, flew towards the thug known as Lao San with a whoosh. Bang! Lao San instinctively fired a shot, hitting Lao Zhang's arm. Only after firing did he realize it was his own comrade. Damn it! Lao San, experienced in combat, quickly dodged to the left, aiming his gun directly at Chen Haoyu. With his shooting skills, at a distance of 6 or 7 meters, Chen Haoyu would undoubtedly die. Unfortunately for Lao San, he had missed the best moment to shoot because Chen Haoyu had already reached him and grabbed his hand. Crack! Lao San's hand bones were crushed by Chen Haoyu, and the handgun fell to the ground. Lao San let out a scream and kicked fiercely at Chen Haoyu. Not bad reaction. Chen Haoyu thought to himself, swaying his body to avoid Lao San's kick, then gently slapping his chest with his right palm. Poof! Lao San's face turned pale, and his bones crumbled like noodles, collapsing to the ground. After dealing with Lao San, Chen Haoyu suddenly felt a strong sense of unease and immediately turned left as a bullet whizzed past his eyes. He could even feel the airflow created by the bullet's friction with the air. If it weren't for his senses being dozens of times sharper than ordinary people, Chen Haoyu would have likely been hit by that bullet. It came so fast. The shooter was the scar-faced man he had seen in the car. At that moment, the scar-faced man's eyes were filled with disbelief. At a distance of less than 10 meters, Chen Haoyu could dodge his bullet, which was hard for the usually accurate scar-faced man to accept. Chen Haoyu reacted quickly, lowering his body, and picked up the handgun that Lao Zhang had dropped on the ground. Without hesitation, he fired a shot at the scar-faced man. Unfortunately, his marksmanship was too poor, and he failed to hit the scar-faced man. Bang, bang, bang. The scar-faced man and another thug named Dahan rushed over, firing at Chen Haoyu, forcing him to hide behind a car and not dare to show himself. At that moment, the sound of police sirens rang out. The scar-faced man's expression changed, and he said, "Dahan, don't worry about Lao Zhang and Lao San. You leave first." Dahan replied solemnly, "Big brother, what about you?" The scar-faced man coldly said, "I have my ways to escape. Hearing their conversation, Chun Haoyu's mind stirred. He immediately took off his shirt and shouted, "None of you can leave." After saying that, he threw his shirt to the left and dashed out from the right. The two thugs indeed fell for it and fired a shot at the shirt. By the time they realized it was a trick, it was too late. Bang! Chun Haoyu shot Dahan in the leg. Dahan grunted and fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Chun Haoyu shot at the scar-faced man again, only to find that the gun was out of bullets. Damn it! Chun Haoyu cursed, using the carefree steps of the legendary figure from 1,000 years ago to dart toward the scar-faced man like lightning. The two were only a dozen meters apart, and Chun Haoyu almost reached the scar-faced man in the blink of an eye. "You die?" The scar-faced man roared in anger and aimed his gun at Chun Haoyu. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sudden pain shot through his hand, causing the handgun to drop to the ground. The scar-faced man realized that a fine golden needle had somehow pierced his wrist. Pulling out the golden needle, the scar-faced man understood he was up against a formidable opponent and did not dare to be careless. He unleashed his years of hard practice in Baji Quan, throwing a heavy punch at Chun Haoyu. The wind from the punch surged, and the air crackled with sound. What explosive power! This guy must be a super expert with dark energy. Chun Haoyu immediately assessed the scar-faced man's strength and boldly charged forward. In this era where martial arts had declined, a master of dark energy was considered a great expert in the martial arts world. Even in the Republican era, such a person would be highly regarded. Figures well known to the Chinese, like Hui Yuanjia and Huang Feihong, were merely practitioners of dark energy. What a pity! Such excellent skills wasted on being a thug instead of serving in the military. It truly was a waste of talent. Bang! Chun Haoyu's palm collided with the scar-faced man's fist, producing a shocking sound. The scar-faced man felt as if his punch had vanished without a trace upon contact with Chun Haoyu. Tai Chi. The scar-faced man retreated 3 steps and said in a deep voice, "Wrong, this is Wuji Quan. Come again." Chun Haoyu's figure moved like the wind, his strength surging like the sea, and he struck out with a palm, layering his power against the scar-faced man. In fact, with Chun Haoyu's skills, he only needed one move to deal with the scar-faced man. However, he did not want to end it so quickly. Due to the rarity of encountering martial arts masters in modern society, even if one does, they are unlikely to engage in a life-and-death struggle with you. Thus, the scarred man is a rare practice target for Chun Haoyu. Just now, in that hard clash, Chun Haoyu had only used 1/10 of his strength. Otherwise, the scarred man wouldn't have simply retreated 3 steps. Facing Chun Haoyu's overwhelming palm strength, the scarred man suddenly felt as if his breath was about to stop, and his face changed dramatically. Could it be that this young man has already mastered hidden strength? Otherwise, how could his power be so strong? But he is so young. How could that be possible? The scarred man's thoughts raced, but his actions showed no hesitation. He stomped his right foot, stepped forward, and simultaneously swept his iron elbow, sending a gust of wind towards Chun Haoyu's chest. This was a mutually destructive tactic, betting that Chun Haoyu wouldn't dare to exchange blows with him. Indeed, Chun Haoyu praised him and immediately shifted from offense to defense, blocking his iron elbow. Chapter 68. Practicing moves on the scarred face. The scarred man seized the upper hand, his momentum like a raging storm, and he let out a roar as his iron fists rained down on Chun Haoyu like a torrential downpour. The explosive force of his fists cracked the air like a rapid-fire cannon, creating a whirlwind within 3 feet around him. If an ordinary person faced such an attack, even with 10 lives, they would likely be killed by the scarred man. However, Chun Haoyu remained calm, stepping lightly in a bagua stance, his palms flying as he used the soft power of Wuji Quan to counter the opponent's explosive punches. He had hoped the scarred man would fully unleash Baji Quan, giving him a good fight. The current situation was exactly as he wished. As the saying goes, literature has Taiji to bring peace to the world, while martial arts has Baji to shake the heavens. The power of Baji Quan can reach far and wide, especially since Chun Haoyu was only defending and not attacking, which allowed the scarred man to let loose completely. His muscles bulged, and his arms coiled like snakes, unleashing 8 elbows, 6 legs, and 12 punches towards Chun Haoyu in less than a minute. Yet, no matter how strong the scarred man's momentum, how fast his speed, or how fierce his strength, all his force was easily neutralized by Chun Haoyu's palms upon reaching him. The most terrifying part was that Chun Haoyu did not retreat, but kept rotating in a small circle, as if drawing the scarred man into his attacks. He is using me to practice his moves. The scarred man finally realized Chun Haoyu's intention, and a fierce anger appeared on his face. A martial artist can be killed but cannot be humiliated. Chun Haoyu's actions made him feel a deep sense of shame. "You will die?" the scarred man roared, executing the Iron Mountain leaning technique, charging at Chun Haoyu like an enraged elephant. Chun Haoyu sensed the scarred man's fury and heard the sound of police sirens getting closer. So he dodged this attack and said, "Sorry, you are a martial artist. I will let you die under my fists." After saying that, Chun Haoyu concentrated 3/10 of his power in his right palm and pushed it out. Where the palm's strength passed, the airflow surged wildly, causing the scarred man's clothes to flutter. In his ears, it seemed he could hear a wailing sound. What a fierce palm strength! The scarred man was shocked to the core, knowing he could not dodge this time. So he gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength to throw a punch. When the fists met, the scarred man's bones shattered. A pair of flesh palms broke through his defense and struck his chest. Bang! The scarred man's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. What kind of fist? The scarred man spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs and asked his last question in life. Chun Haoyu solemnly replied, "Wuji Quan." The scarred man smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth and closed his eyes. What a pity. Chun Haoyu sighed again. "Chun Haoyu, where are you?" Hearing Su Yuyao's urgent call, Chun Haoyu snapped back to reality and quickly leaned against a car. He closed his eyes and remained motionless, as if dead. After being dropped off by Chun Haoyu, Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran immediately called the police. The police had already received reports from passers-by about 3 cars colliding violently on the road, resembling a Hollywood blockbuster, with even gunfire reported. After receiving the call, the police rushed over. Leading the team was Li Shaoran's father, Li Jinan. The deputy director of the Yanhai police had not gone home for several days due to a gang shooting case. After finally locking onto the suspect, he was escaped during a chase the night before, resulting in the deaths of 2 police officers and injuries to 6 others. The entire Yanhai Police Department was scolded severely by superiors. Li Jinan, as the direct leader, was even more overwhelmed. At this critical moment, a gunfight suddenly broke out outside, and Li Jinan's first thought was of the gangsters who had stolen police guns. Clearly, his guess was correct. The gunfire indeed came from those gangsters. However, he did not expect that the people involved would be his daughter and niece. Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran hid behind the car, not daring to move. After about 5 minutes, they heard several gunshots in the distance. Su Yuyao knew that Chun Haoyu must have been caught by the gangsters, and she felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Her eyes filled with despair. Li Shaoran also covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. After the gunshots, the police finally arrived. Li Jinan was shocked to see Su Yuyao and Li Shaoran. At the same time, he understood that the target of the attack was definitely his daughter. Soon, the police discovered Chun Haoyu and the gangsters' vehicles. Su Yuyao disregarded the warnings, rushed out of the car, and shouted Chun Haoyu's name. "Over here," a police officer shouted. Everyone immediately ran over. They saw 4 gangsters lying on the ground, unconscious or worse. Chun Haoyu had his head down, eyes closed, leaning against the car, motionless. "Chun Haoyu, wake up! Chun Haoyu, wake up!" Su Yuyao rushed over, hugging Chun Haoyu tightly and repeatedly calling his name. Seeing that Chun Haoyu remained unresponsive, Su Yuyao panicked completely. She reached out with trembling fingers to check Chun Haoyu's breathing, then leaned down to listen to his heartbeat, and stood there in shock. No breathing, no heartbeat. That man, who always seemed so carefree, was dead. An overwhelming sadness surged into Su Yuyao's heart, and tears streamed down her face. Li Shaoran's eyes turned red as she asked, "Sister, what happened to brother-in-law? Say something." Su Yuyao looked up, her gaze vacant, murmuring, "He is dead." Wow. Upon hearing this, Li Shaoran instantly broke down in tears. Su Yuyao pressed Chun Haoyu's head tightly against her chest, letting her tears fall on his face. At that moment, she finally discovered the secret deep within her heart. She had long since fallen in love with this man. Li Jinan checked the situation of the 4 gangsters, arranged his subordinates, and hurried over. "Shaoran, Yuyao, what happened?" Li Shaoran cried, her face a picture of sorrow. "Dad, brother-in-law is dead. He came to save us, luring the thugs here all by himself." Li Jinan frowned and said, "1 thug is dead, and 3 are seriously injured. By all accounts, he shouldn't be in any danger. Yuyao, can you check where he is injured?" Hearing Li Jinan's words, Chun Haoyu, who was lying in Su Yuyao's arms enjoying her warmth, couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Damn it, couldn't you have come a little later? Whether I live or die is none of your business. Do you really need to say so much here? Chun Haoyu felt Su Yuyao move his head away from her embrace and realized he could no longer pretend, so he let out a groan and slowly opened his eyes. Su Yuyao was immediately overjoyed and said, "You're not dead. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, you bad guy." Li Xiaoran also shouted happily, "Great. Brother-in-law, you just scare me to death." Chapter 69, Li Zhenan's Shock. Chun Haoyu clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and said breathlessly, "Damn, that scar-faced guy is really skilled. He hit me once, and I almost didn't make it. By the way, where's the scar-faced guy?" Li Zhenan looked at Chun Haoyu with sharp eyes and said, "He*s dead." Chun Haoyu was stunned and asked, "Killed by you guys?" "Before I passed out, I vaguely heard the sound of police cars." Li Zhenan said solemnly, "You killed him?" Chun Haoyu feigned surprise and said, "I killed him? Impossible. His skills are better than mine. Although I hit him in the end. I also got hit by him." "Damn, did we both take each other out?" Li Zhenan pointed to a nearby camera and said, "The surveillance footage will tell you." "Damn." Chun Haoyu couldn't help but curse in his heart. Just now, he was pretending to be dead, not only to test Su Yuyao's feelings for him, but also to buy time from the police. After all, Chun Haoyu had just killed the scar-faced guy with his own hands. Although it was in self-defense, it was still a life taken. It would be better if he could get away with it. He never expected there to be surveillance here. Now it's all over. Su Yuyao looked at Chun Haoyu suspiciously and said, "I didn't detect your breath or heartbeat a moment ago, and your pulse wasn't beating. How did you suddenly wake up?" "Chun Haoyu, you're not acting, are you?" Chun Haoyu explained, "Maybe I was knocked out by the scar-faced guy and fell into a state of apparent death." Su Yuyao seemed somewhat skeptical and asked, "Really?" Chun Haoyu helplessly said, "Sister, if you just went through a gunfight and a brawl, try seeing if you're still in the mood to act." Su Yuyao nodded and said, "That's true. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." Chun Haoyu waved his hand and said, "No need. I just have a minor internal injury. I just need to rest for a couple of days. Xiaoran, you have to help me keep my jade safe. That's all my wealth." "Oh no." Li Xiaoran smacked her forehead and said, "The jade is still in the car. I'll go get it right now." Li Zhenan grabbed Li Xiaoran and asked, "What jade?" Li Xiaoran replied, "We went to the Huiguang Hotel tonight for a jade raw stone auction. Brother-in-law bid on a glass-type imperial green jade worth 35 million and won a bet against a rich second generation for an ice green jade worth 30 to 40 million. All the jade is in a safe box in our car. I need to protect it." "Brother-in-law?" Li Zhenan looked at Chun Haoyu, then at Su Yuyao, and laughed. "Yuyao? When did you get a boyfriend?" Hearing her dad's words, Li Xiaoran realized she had let something slip and immediately felt embarrassed. Su Yuyao, having already understood her feelings, held Chun Haoyu's hand and said, "Uncle, we just established our official relationship as a couple in the past 2 days and haven't had the chance to tell you and Auntie. So that's how it is." Li Zhenan nodded and looked at Chun Haoyu with a scrutinizing gaze, saying, "Young man, what's your last name?" Chun Haoyu replied, "My name is Chun Haoyu." Li Zhenan said, "Thank you for saving Yuyao and Xiaoran. These 4 thugs are extremely ruthless. They killed 2 of our brothers, and 6 others are in the hospital. In the past 2 days, we've searched the entire Yanhai city, but couldn't find them. I suspect their target this time is Xiaoran, intending to use her to threaten me to smuggle them out of Yanhai." Chun Haoyu said, "Your guess is completely correct. I heard that scar-faced guy say Xiaoran must be alive, while my life and Yuyao's were of no concern to them." Li Xiaoran gritted her teeth and said, "These people are too despicable." Li Zhenan stroked her hair and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Xiaoran, I got you involved." Li Xiaoran shook her head and said, "It's okay. Dad, I've always been proud of you." Just then, a police officer walked over, first glancing at Chun Haoyu, then handing a phone to Li Zhenan, softly saying, "Director, please take a look at this surveillance video." "All right." Li Zhenan agreed and took the phone to watch. Chun Haoyu suddenly felt a sense of dread. Sure enough, after Li Zhenan finished watching, he couldn't help but gasp, looking at Chun Haoyu with an incredulous expression and exclaimed, "You took out 4 armed thugs in 3 minutes. One of whom is a well-known master in the martial arts community. Mr. Chun, you really are impressive." Chun Haoyu forced a smile and said, "I know a bit of martial arts." Li Zhenan laughed and said, "This probably isn't just a bit. Mr. Chun, please stop pretending. The Scarface guy's name is Zhang Cha, and the video clearly shows you killed him with 1 palm strike, and he didn't have the ability to take you both out." Su Yuyao hit Chun Haoyu and said angrily, "You just know how to lie to me." Chun Haoyu said defiantly, "If I didn't pretend to be dead, how would I know if you like me?" "You." Su Yuyao scolded, "You're such a jerk. Get up now." "Sure." Chun Haoyu chuckled, got up from the ground, dusted off his clothes, and asked, directly, can we leave now? Li Jianan said, I'm sorry. We need to take you to the police station to make a statement. Although Zhang Cha was a thug, a person died after all. Chun Haoyu sighed and said, I knew it would come to this. After the police dealt with the scene, Chun Haoyu, Su Yuyao, and Li Xiaoran followed Li Jianan into the police car heading to the station. Li Xiaoran tightly held the box of jade in her arms, which made Li Jianan feel quite helpless. Dad, brother-in-law fought with the thugs to save us. He shouldn't be in trouble, right? Li Xiaoran asked. Li Jianan said, don't worry. Mr. Qin will not only be fine, but will also receive commendation from the police station. Su Yuyao asked, Uncle, what exactly were those 4 thugs doing? Li Jianan replied with 2 words, drugs. Upon hearing this, Su Yuyao fell silent. Chun Haoyu coldly said, a master of Bajiquan turning to drug trafficking really disgraces martial artists. Li Jianan asked, Mr. Chun, are you also from the martial arts community? Chun Haoyu replied, no, I belong to Taoism. Li Jianan said, but I see your skills are much better than Zhang Cha's. May I ask what style you practice? Chun Haoyu said, Bajiquan. It's a martial art used by us Taoists for health and fitness. To be honest, this is my first time using Bajiquan in a fight, and I didn't expect it to be quite effective. Hearing this, Li Jianan was left speechless. Zhang Cha's background was already thoroughly understood by them. Back in the day, he was a genius martial artist in the martial arts community, but after accidentally killing a rich second generation, he stepped onto a path of no return. Li Jianan had also practiced martial arts for a while. Although he didn't achieve anything remarkable, his eyesight was still quite good. Chapter 70. Li Jianan's discontent from the video. It was clear that Chun Haoyu had been practicing boxing with Zhang Cha until he suddenly erupted at the end, killing Zhang Cha. The explosive power demonstrated in that palm strike made Li Jianan feel a deep tremor, even through the screen. This Chun Haoyu was definitely not simple. He needed to investigate carefully to prevent Yuyo from being deceived in the future. After arriving at the police station, several officers took statements from Chun Haoyu and the other 2. Su Yuyo and Li Xiaoran's statements were completed quickly, and they were taken to a lounge by a female officer to rest. Only Chun Haoyu remained in the inquiry room. Dad, it's been 20 minutes. And you still haven't finished questioning him, Li Xiaoran said discontentedly when she saw Li Jianan walk in. Li Jianan said solemnly, Chun Haoyu is an extremely dangerous person. We need to file a record on him. Li Xiaoran replied, brother-in-law is humorous and witty. He just saved us 2 sisters from 4 ruthless thugs. He's a great hero. How can he be dangerous? Li Jianan explained, each of those 4 thugs has at least a dozen lives on their hands, especially Zhang Cha, who is incredibly formidable. In the face of such 4 vicious characters, Chun Haoyu was able to easily take them down in just 3 minutes from less than 10 meters away. Pay attention to my wording. He took them down as if he was playing around. Don't you think he is extremely dangerous? Li Xiaoran, knowing her father never spoke lightly, was astonished and said, Dad, is brother-in-law really that powerful? Li Jianan replied, more powerful than you imagine. Also, don't casually call someone brother-in-law. It could harm your sister's reputation. Li Xiaoran stuck out her tongue and made a face at him. Li Jianan sighed, feeling helpless against his quirky daughter. Su Yiyo said seriously, Uncle, I've made up my mind about him. Li Jianan's brows furrowed tightly as he said, do you know what Chun Haoyu has done in the past? He didn't do proper work and went out to set up a stall to tell fortunes, and he was arrested 5 times and taken to the detention center. Later, he was also imprisoned for 3 months for practicing medicine without a license. Only in the past few years has he calmed down a bit. A person like him, not to mention your parents, even your aunt, and I wouldn't agree to you associating with him. Su Yiyo replied, he has already told me about these things. Uncle, just because someone has been to a detention center doesn't mean they are a bad person. Li Xiaoran echoed, that's right. I would never believe brother-in-law is a bad person. Li Jianan was speechless. He really wanted to know what kind of magic Chun Haoyu had cast on his daughter and niece to make them trust him so much. 10 minutes later, Chun Haoyu finally came out of the inquiry room. Li Jianan personally drove the 3 of them home. On the way, Li Jianan asked, Mr. Chun, where do you live? Chun Haoyu replied, Daequi community. Li Jianan was taken aback and asked in surprise, you and Yuyo live in the same community? Su Yiyo calmly said, Uncle, he has been living with me. We have been cohabiting for a long time. What? Li Jianan exclaimed, feeling a headache coming on. His niece was actually living with someone. If the Su family found out about this, it would be a huge uproar, especially old Master Su, who would probably take a gun and shoot Chun Haoyu. After a while, Li Jianan took a deep breath to calm his emotions and said, Yuyo, are you really sure about this? Su Yuyo said firmly, my life, I make the decisions. Li Jianan asked, have you thought about the consequences? Su Yuyo's eyes shot out a sharp light as she said, the path I choose, I will bear the consequences alone. Even if I hit a wall, I'd rather crash into it than turn back. Seeing Su Yuyo so resolute, Li Jianan was momentarily speechless. Chen Haoyu was also deeply shocked. Although the conversation between Li Jianan and Su Yuyo seemed somewhat disconnected, Chen Haoyu, being clever, could naturally discern the underlying meaning. It was simply that Li Jianan didn't think highly of him, and Su Yuyo was resolutely expressing her determination to be with him. Thinking of this, Chen Haoyu looked at Su Yuyo with a moved expression and found that she was also gazing at him intently. Even in the darkness, Su Yuyo's eyes were still bright, radiating a steadfast light. Chen Haoyu gently held Su Yuyo's hand, and they exchanged a smile. Everything was unspoken. After arriving at Daequi community, Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyo got out of the car. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaoran, holding a suitcase, also got out. Dad, I'm staying at my sister's place tonight. You can tell Mom, she said. No way, it's not convenient for you to stay there, Li Jianan replied. It's fine, I'm staying anyway, Li Xiaoran insisted. Su Yuyo smiled and said, Uncle, let Xiaoran stay. We haven't seen each other for almost 6 months and have a lot to talk about. Li Jianan sighed and reluctantly said, all right then, I'm leaving. Wait, Chen Haoyu suddenly called out to Li Jianan. Li Jianan asked, what's the matter? Chen Haoyu looked at him deeply and said, Director Li, I know you look down on me from the bottom of your heart and think that someone like me, who has been to the detention center a few times, is not worthy of Yuyo. If I hadn't saved the 2 sisters tonight, you probably wouldn't even have looked at me, am I right? Li Jianan stepped out of the car and faced Chen Haoyu, saying without hesitation, you're right. I've seen your file, and I'm not fond of your past actions, but that doesn't stop me from being grateful to you. Because you saved Xiaoran and Yuyo, you indirectly saved me as well. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, I understand. But I want to tell you that my saving them was completely voluntary, and I don't need your gratitude. Moreover, for Xiaoran's sake, I kindly remind you that you may encounter some trouble in the next few days. Although it's not a big issue, it's still better to be cautious. Upon hearing this, Li Jianan, Li Xiaoran, and Su Yuyo's expressions changed simultaneously. However, the three had different thoughts. The father and daughter felt that Chen Haoyu was cursing Li Jianan, while Su Yuyo was worried for Li Jianan because Chen Haoyu had never been wrong in his readings, especially regarding impending troubles. Li Jianan laughed heartily and said, Are you giving me a fortune-telling? Chen Haoyu replied, Yes. Li Jianan sneered, Should I pay you for your fortune-telling? Chen Haoyu said nonchalantly, If you believe it, you can pay. If you don't believe it, then don't. Li Jianan said, All right. If something really happens to me in the next few days, I'll give you 2,000 as a fee. If nothing happens, I hope you won't casually tell fortunes for others in the future. After saying that, Li Jianan got into the car and left in a huff. Chapter 71. Quirky Ling Qing watching the car slowly drive away. Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, What a person who won't turn back until they hit a wall. Li Xiaoran walked up to Chen Haoyu with a sullen face and said, Brother-in-law, why are you cursing my dad? Chen Haoyu replied, I was just kindly reminding your dad. I never intended to curse him. Moreover, he can't withstand my curse. Su Yuyao pulled Li Xiaoran, who wanted to continue arguing with Chen Haoyu, and said, You need to be clear. What is going to happen to my uncle? Li Xiaoran was taken aback and said, Sister, you can't be serious? You believe in this kind of feudal superstition? Su Yuyao said solemnly, I do. Because the facts have long proven that he has never been wrong when reading fortunes for others. Is that true? Li Xiaoran opened her mouth wide, looking incredulous. Chen Haoyu said, You don't need to worry too much. Director Li will at most suffer some injuries and need to rest for a few days. His life is not in danger. Su Yuyao asked, Don't you have a talisman? Can you give one to my uncle? Chen Haoyu laughed and said, You think he would wear it if you give it to him? Don't joke. It's good enough if he doesn't throw the talisman into the trash in front of you. Hearing their conversation, Li Xiaoran suddenly felt a bit flustered. She knew her aloof cousin too well. She almost never lied and rarely joked. Even she believed in Chen Haoyu's fortune-telling, which made it impossible for Li Xiaoran not to feel anxious. When they got home, Chen Haoyu smiled at Su Yuyao and said, Don't forget the bet we made. You still owe me a 2-minute French kiss. Su Yuyao nodded and said, I won't forget. I will give it to you within 2 years. Chen Haoyu glared and said fiercely, Remember, when you give it to me, the choice is mine, not yours. After saying that, Chen Haoyu went straight into his bedroom. Su Yuyao smiled and teased, What a character. Li Xiaoran saw Su Yuyao's blossoming smile and secretly sighed. Her cousin was completely done for. On the other side, Li Jianan returned home with a heavy heart. Oh, isn't this Deputy Director Li? You actually know how to come back? Ling Qing, wearing a thin white nightgown, leaned against the bedroom door with a look of dissatisfaction. One must say that the genes of the Ling family women are truly excellent. Although Ling Qing was already in her 40s, she looked like she was in her 30s. With fair skin and beautiful features, time had not left marks on her, but rather added 3 points of maturity and 3 points of charm. When standing next to Li Jianan, they looked like a typical old husband-young wife couple. Li Jianan smiled bitterly and said, "Of course I know to come back, but I didn't know my precious daughter was back." Ling Qing was taken aback and said, "Isn't she at Yu Yao's place?" Li Jianan replied, "The problem lies with Yu Yao. Do you know that girl has found a boyfriend and is living with him?" "What?" Ling Qing exclaimed, "What is going on? You need to explain this clearly." Li Jianan recounted the whole story. When Ling Qing heard that her 2 daughters had encountered 4 armed robbers, her face turned pale. Later, when she learned that Chun Haoyu single-handedly drove the robbers away and fought for their lives in the underground parking lot, she was deeply moved. In a crisis, a hero's true colors emerge. To see if a man is reliable, you have to observe him in the most dangerous situations to reveal his true nature. Clearly, Chun Haoyu was that kind of reliable man. After listening to Li Jianan's account, Ling Qing made a final judgment, saying, "Yu Yao has good taste. I think this Chun Haoyu is quite good." Uffed. Li Jianan nearly spat out the water he had just swallowed. "Wife, did you hear that clearly? Chun Haoyu is a frequent visitor to our detention center. So what? Heroes don't ask about their origins. He reads fortunes and engages in feudal superstition. Even King Wen of Zhou and Jiang Ziya did fortune-telling. Are they also engaging in feudal superstition? He operates a clinic without a license. Humph, those so-called experts have licenses. But they still can't cure diseases." Li Jianan was directly defeated by his wife and helplessly said, "Ling Qing, no wonder your daughter is so quirky. It turns out she inherited it from you." Ling Qing raised an eyebrow and said proudly, "You are using the wrong words. Both of us should be described as clever and intelligent. Director Li, I'm not saying you, but someone saved your daughter and you still look down on him. That's typical of biting the hand that feeds you. If I were Chun Haoyu, I would have spat in your face long ago." Li Jianan said, "I feel grateful to him, but I just think that Chun Haoyu and Yu Yao are too different. They really don't match." Ling Qing sneered. "Whether they are a match or not is for Yu Yao to say. It has nothing to do with you. Director Li, don't forget that when we got married, you were just an ordinary household registration administrator. If it weren't for my insistence, could you have married such a beautiful woman like me?" Li Jianan spread his hands and said, "Okay, I admit I can't argue with you. However, Chun Haoyu is not an ordinary person. After killing that robber, he remained calm and showed no signs of disturbance. Such psychological resilience is not something an ordinary person can compare to." Ling Qing thought for a moment and said, "Don't tell my sister and brother-in-law about this for now. Tomorrow, I want to personally see what makes this Chun Haoyu so special in Yu Yao's eyes." Li Jianan said, "Do as you wish. I'm going to take a shower. These past few days have really worn me out." Ling Qing said discontentedly, "What? You finally came back. And you don't even want to pay your dues?" Li Jianan quickly replied, "Wait for me 5 minutes." If it were known that the famous deputy director of the Yanhai Police Department, Li Jianan, was being completely obedient at home under his wife's management, it would surely make many people laugh out loud. The next morning, Li Jianan, feeling a bit sore and tired, had breakfast and went to work. Ling Qing tidied up the kitchen and immediately called Li Xiaoran. "Mom, did Dad tell you about last night?" "He did. I was almost scared to death. Thankfully you and Yu Yao are okay. Otherwise, I wouldn't let him off. It's all thanks to my brother-in-law." "Mom, I have to say, Dad is so annoying. Clearly, it was my brother-in-law who saved us, yet he still says he is a dangerous person. It's simply ridiculous. I've already scolded him. I'll treat you all to lunch today to properly thank our lifesaver. It's good that my mom is reasonable. By the way, didn't Dad tell you about the jade?" "What jade?" "I don't know. Last night we attended a jade rough auction. My brother-in-law bid for a piece of glass-type imperial green jade, large enough to make 2 bracelets." Chapter 72. Chun Haoyu trusts you too much, doesn't he? Glass-type imperial green? Ling Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiaoran, you're not joking, are you?" Li Xiaoran said, "Of course not. Not only that, but my brother-in-law also won several pieces of ice-type yang green jade in a bet. Last night, a company president offered 80 million. I begged my brother-in-law to leave the jade for our Qingyan jewelry company. The jade is in my hands now. I'll bring a piece over during lunch. Ling Qing hurriedly said, No, you wait at Yu Yao's place. I'm coming over right now. She was really not at ease about letting Li Xiaoran carry jade worth nearly 100 million around. What if something happened? It would be too late to regret. An hour later, Ling Qing arrived at Su Yu Yao's house with her financial manager, Bai Zhilan. Li Xiaoran opened the door and said, Mom, Aunt Bai, why did you take so long to come? Ling Qing asked, What happened? Li Xiaoran replied, My brother-in-law has a patient at his clinic. He want to treat them. Ling Qing was taken aback and said, Your brother-in-law is a doctor? Li Xiaoran nodded and replied, To be precise, he is a very skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor. My sister said that even the richest man in Yanhai, Chao Lixue, had to ask him to treat his leg, and the treatment fee alone was as high as 10 million. Ling Qing gasped, saying, 80 million for the jade and 10 million for the treatment fee. When you put it that way, he must have earned more in just a few days than I have in more than half my life. Li Xiaoran giggled and said, That's right. Mom, Aunt Bai, please sit. I'll go get the jade. Soon, a fist-sized imperial green jade and several pieces of ice green jade appeared in front of Ling Qing. Ling Qing took the imperial green jade in her hand and observed it closely, saying, It's really beautiful. Xiaoran, doesn't Ti Chen how you trust you too much to hand over the jade for you to keep? Isn't he afraid we might claim it for ourselves? Li Xiaoran proudly said, Since the jade was obtained, I've been in charge of it. My brother-in-law hasn't even touched it. And he said he would give me an imperial green pendant and a pair of imperial green earrings. Unfortunately, I didn't dare to ask for them. Ling Qing asked, Is his family very wealthy? Li Xiaoran shook her head and said, My brother-in-law is an orphan and grew up in Sunshine Orphanage. Being wealthy is a recent thing. He had a tough time before. At his hardest, he worked 3 jobs alone and didn't even have time to sleep. And he had to give 5,000 yuan to the orphanage every month. After hearing my sister talk about his story last night, I cried. Ling Qing said, Your sister must have heard it from Chen Haoyu, right? Li Xiaoran said, No, my sister heard it from the director of the Sunshine Orphanage. My brother-in-law has never told her. Ling Qing immediately felt respect, saying, If that's the case, then Chen Haoyu is truly a good person. Li Xiaoran smiled and said, Of course, my sister is so amazing. How could she misjudge someone? Ling Qing asked, Where is Chen Haoyu's clinic? We need to discuss the purchase of the jade with him. Li Xiaoran took out 2 agreements and handed them to Ling Qing, saying, My brother-in-law has agreed to sell the jade to our Qingyan Jewelry Company for 70 million. We just need to pay him within a year. These 2 sales agreements already have his signature. Ling Qing looked at the agreements, her brows slightly furrowing, and said, The terms in the agreement are a bit too good for us. I must meet Chen Haoyu in person before signing. Li Xiaoran pouted and said, It's okay. My brother-in-law doesn't mind at all. Ling Qing replied, I mind. This is a matter of principle. Li Xiaoran said, All right. I'll take you to the clinic to find my brother-in-law. Inside the clinic, Chen Haoyu was talking with Zhu Lan and Zhang Kuan. Today is Sunday. He had originally scheduled to see Zhang Kuan on Monday. However, Zhu Lan couldn't wait after learning about this and called Chen Haoyu this morning. Chen Haoyu appreciated Zhu Lan's assertiveness and didn't want to decline, so he agreed. Sister Lan, acupuncture is essential. Damaged Chong meridian is no small matter. It can not only cause infertility, but, more importantly, it can lead to a man's yang energy being unstable. If the yang energy is unstable and insufficient, then longevity is hard to achieve. Mr. Zhang is still relatively young and may not feel its dangers now. Once he reaches 50, his constitution will decline severely. By then, even if he is cured, it will be of no use. Upon hearing that Zhang Kuan would have acupuncture, Zhu Lan felt a bit uneasy. Chen Haoyu explained it to her. Zhang Kuan turned pale with fright and said, Are you saying I want to live past 60? Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, Your health condition is too poor. You're 40 but have the body of a 60-year-old. If you don't treat the Chong meridian, it's uncertain whether you can live past 50, let alone 60. Mr. Zhang, don't think I'm being alarmist. You probably can't even run 300 meters right now, can you? Zhang Kuan let out a bitter smile and said, My health condition is indeed not good. Zhu Lan glared at him and said to Chen Haoyu, Brother, I may have only met you twice, but I feel a strong connection with you. Tell me honestly, how confident are you in curing him? Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation, 100%. Zhu Lan nodded and said, Then I'll trouble you. Chen Haoyu said, Sister Lan, let us settle the business before we proceed. We need to discuss the treatment fee. Zhu Lan asked, How much? I'll pay you right away. Chen Haoyu said, You should have seen my pricing standards, right? Zhulan replied, I saw it. The registration fee is 3,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu said, I'll only charge you 3,000 now. If you become pregnant in the future, it means I have cured Mr. Zhang's infertility. At that time, please pay me 200,000. Zhulan smiled and said, Aren't you afraid I won't pay you then? Chen Haoyu pointed to his eyes and said, I don't think I can misjudge people. Zhulan nodded, took out her phone, scanned the QR code on the table, and directly transferred 300,000 and 30,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu, saying, I have never misjudged people either. Chen Haoyu laughed and thought to himself, You've misjudged your partner. Entering the consultation room, Chen Haoyu had Zhang Kuan lie on the bed and lift his shirt to expose his chest and abdomen. My goodness, that white, fatty body could yield 10 pounds of fat. Chen Haoyu silently put back the gold needle he had just taken out and replaced it with an 8-centimeter long gold needle. Zhulan, seeing this, showed a helpless expression. Chapter 73. Ling Qing support swish, swish, swish. Chen Haoyu's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had successively inserted 3 gold needles into Zhang Kuan's perineum, Qi Chong, and Shiguan acupoints, then flicked the needle tails. Suddenly, the 3 gold needles trembled as if connected to alternating current. If a master of traditional Chinese medicine were to witness this scene, they would surely be shocked. Because Chen Haoyu was using the long-lost Sankai needle technique and the art of using qi to control needles. The Sankai needle technique is said to be able to revive the dead and bring flesh and bone back to life. It only takes 3 needles to save a dying person. The art of using qi to control needles is even more impressive, as it uses qigong to vibrate the gold needles, thereby opening the body's meridians. Once the meridians are open, everything else becomes easy. This needle technique can only be used by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners who have mastered qigong. Chen Haoyu's abilities were 1,000 times stronger than so-called qigong, and the treatment effects were naturally 1,000 times better. Seeing that Chen Haoyu just flicked his fingers and the 3 gold needles were trembling, Zhulan was left dumbfounded. Mr. Zhang, how do you feel? Chen Haoyu flicked the gold needle again, asking Zhang Kuan, who didn't even dare to open his eyes. Zhang Kuan said, 1 word, refreshing. 2 words, very comfortable. I feel a warm sensation swirling in my chest and lower abdomen. Chen Haoyu replied, That's right. After about 10 minutes. Seeing that Zhang Kuan was already sweating profusely, Chen Haoyu pulled out the gold needles. Zhang Kuan felt a bit reluctant and said, Mr. Chen, can you do it again? It feels so good. Chen Haoyu said, Too much of a good thing is not good. The acupuncture just now has already improved your Chong meridian significantly. What you need next is nurturing. I'll write you a prescription. Start drinking it for a week from tomorrow. Come back to see me next Monday. Zhang Kuan said, Okay, thank you, Mr. Chen. After writing the prescription, Chen Haoyu handed it to Zhang Kuan and said solemnly, During this period, you absolutely cannot engage in any sexual activity. If you can't hold on, your life will be over. Do you understand? Zhang Kuan quickly replied, I understand. Zhulan gave Chen Haoyu a thumbs up and praised, Brother, your acupuncture skills are simply amazing. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Just a small skill. Next time you come over, I think Director Zhang's meridian issues should be resolved. By then, I will prescribe a remedy according to your individual health conditions for proper conditioning. If all goes well, in a month, you can start trying for a baby. Zhulan's eyes turned red with excitement and said, That's great, thank you. Just as they sent off the grateful couple, Li Shaoran walked in with Ling Qing and Bai Zhelan. Brother-in-law, let me introduce you. This is my mom, and this is Aunt Bai Zhelan, our financial manager at Qingxian Jewelry Company. Li Shaoran introduced them to Chen Haoyu. Ling Zong, Manager Bai, nice to meet you both. Chen Haoyu greeted them with a smile. Ling Qing waved her hand and said, No need to be so formal. With your relationship with Yuyo, you can just call me Aunt Ling. Since she walked in, she had been looking Chen Haoyu up and down. A score of 90 for his figure and 85 for his looks, compared to those wealthy heirs. Chen Haoyu's appearance could only be considered average. However, his bright and deep-set eyes and the carefree aura around him added quite a few points. Overall, Ling Qing was quite satisfied with Chen Haoyu. The title you want me to call you by might upset directorly, Chen Haoyu said. Ling Qing said straightforwardly, Don't worry about him. I heard about the unpleasantness between you two last night. It's completely his fault. As soon as he heard you had been to a detention center, he developed a prejudice against you, which is simply unreasonable. Chen Haoyu didn't expect Ling Qing to be so straightforward and said, Aunt Ling, I like your personality. Ling Qing was taken aback and said, I think highly of you too. They exchanged glances and both smiled. After taking their seats, Ling Qing asked, How you? Was that couple who just left the clinic Zhang Kuan and Zhulan? Chen Haoyu was making tea while saying, That's right. Aunt Ling, do you know them? Ling Qing said, Old friends. What illness did they have? Is it serious? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, It's just a little problem with Zhang Kuan's meridians, which has basically been resolved. Ling Qing responded with an "oh" and didn't ask further, shifting the topic to jadeite. Haoyu, I've looked over the sales agreement that Sharon drafted, and I think it's not quite suitable. Chen Haoyu asked, Is it the price that's not suitable or something else? Ling Qing said, The conditions are too favorable. Haoyu first. I want to thank you for agreeing to sell us such precious jadeite. It's very important for our company. However, I heard from Shaoran that someone offered 80 million last night. While you only want 70 million, that's a full 10 million difference, which is absolutely unsuitable. I can't let you suffer a loss. Also, regarding the payment method, paying within a year is already a big help for us. But we must add the interest for that period. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Aunt Ling, are you doing this to avoid owing me a favor or because of Director Li's position? Ling Qing replied, Both. If you and Yuyo were married, I would dare to take any advantage. But now, that is not possible. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, I understand. In business, let us not calculate the interest. You can just give me 75 million within a year. Ling Qing thought for a moment and said, All right, let's settle on that. Jilan, go and draft a new contract. Bai Jilan responded and left the clinic. After discussing business, Ling Qing began to talk about Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyo. Haoyu, have you heard of the Su family in Yindu? No, but I can guess it must be a huge entity. For ordinary people, the Su family is indeed very powerful. Yuyo's father is moving towards a ministerial level. At his age, if he successfully enters the ministerial level, you should understand what that represents. The most powerful is the old man of the Su family. He came down from the position of deputy consul. At this point, Ling Qing paused, looking at Chen Haoyu's expression. Generally, when people hear about the Su family strength, they would feel shocked, worried, or ashamed to some extent. This is a normal reaction. But Chen Haoyu remained very calm, so calm that it could be described as still as an ancient well. Ling Qing, who had fought in the business world for many years and even studied psychology, was very good at inferring others' psychological states through micro-expressions, which gave her an advantage in negotiations. Therefore, whether Chen Haoyu was genuinely calm or just pretending, she could tell at a glance. Chapter 74, The Power of the Su Family. No wonder my high and mighty niece would take a liking to this man. Just this calmness surpasses many young people. Chen Haoyu poured a cup of tea for Ling Qing and Li Shaoran, casually saying, Such a powerful Su family still engages in that old-fashioned arranged marriage. To be honest, I look down on them. Impressive. Looking at the mockery and disdain in Chen Haoyu's eyes, Ling Qing couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in her heart. She never dreamed that Chen Haoyu would have such an attitude towards the Su family. Li Shaoran's eyes lit up and said, Brother-in-law, that is so domineering. You are absolutely right. Ling Qing said, Regardless, Yuyo is still a member of the Su family. If you want to be with her, you must gain the Su family's approval, and that is not a simple matter. Especially given your situation, it's far from my sister's standards for choosing a son-in-law. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Yuyo is extremely independent. I don't think she would choose her husband based on other standards, even if that person is her closest relative. Ling Qing frowned slightly and said, Your presence will put Yuyo in a dilemma. Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, Aunt Ling, you are completely wrong. It's the Su family's nonsensical arranged marriage that puts Yuyo in a dilemma. Even without me, there would be Li Haoyu, Wang Haoyu, Zhou Haoyu. As long as Yuyo's character doesn't change, the conflict with her family will always exist. If pushed too hard, she might even do something extreme. By that time, it will be too late for regrets. Ling Qing fell silent, looking at Chen Haoyu in front of her. She suddenly felt as if she were facing an elder full of life wisdom. The calmness, maturity, and open-mindedness that Chen Haoyu displayed far exceeded what a person in their 20s should possess. Suddenly, Ling Qing laughed and said, Haoyu, I have high hopes for you. Chen Haoyu said, Thank you for your support, Aunt Ling. Soon, Bai Jilan came in with 2 copies of the jadeite sales agreement. Chen Haoyu didn't even look and signed his name on it. Ling Qing smiled and said, Aren't you afraid I'll pull a fast one on the agreement? Chen Haoyu said generously, It's just 75 million. If Aunt Ling wants it, just take it. Even if I'm your future son-in-law, It's a tribute to you. Ling Qing's face instantly blossomed with a smile and said, you are quite the smooth talker. Let me share a piece of news with you. In half a month, it's my old man's birthday, and my sister will definitely come. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, don't worry. No matter how much my future mother-in-law looks down on me or how unpleasant her words may be, I won't argue with her. Ha 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 ha, hearing Chen Haoyu's response. Ling Qing laughed uncontrollably. This guy is too interesting. After signing the contract, just as Ling Qing was about to leave, she suddenly saw an old man and a middle-aged man walk in. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Ling Qing quickly greeted the two people. The newcomers were Su Jiangwo and Su Hai, whom Chen Haoyu had met at the hospital. Su Jiangwo had retired from the position of lieutenant general and held a very high status in Yanhai, to the point where even the mayor had to show him respect. His eldest son, Su Jiang, had previously been a direct superior of Li Jianan, so the relationship between the two families was quite good. We came to find Xiao Chen for something, Su Jiangwo said. Xiaoling, are you feeling unwell? Ling Qing replied, no, like you. I also came to find Xiao Chen for something, and I just finished. Su Jiangwo responded with an oh and smiled. It seems that Xiao Chun is not only skilled in medicine, but also a good businessman. Chen Haoyu said, Su Lao, don't make fun of me. I don't know anything about business. I just got lucky and found a few pieces of jade. Hee. It looks like you and Su Zong have already settled your matters, Su Jiangwo said. Su Jiangwo then became serious and said, indeed, it has been settled. Xiao Chun, our Su family owes you a huge favor. Chen Haoyu replied, Su Lao, you are being too polite. It's my duty to help when I'm paid for it. Hearing Su Jiangwo and Chen Haoyu's conversation, Ling Qing was quite surprised. She was very curious about what Chen Haoyu had done to warrant a retired lieutenant general coming to thank him personally, even saying he owed him a favor. Ling Qing was well aware of the weight of favors from the Su family, which made her very interested in Chen Haoyu. She felt that this young man seemed a bit mysterious and was not as simple as he appeared. Su Lao, you and Haoyu can chat slowly. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first, Ling Qing said, feeling it inappropriate to stay any longer. Su Jiangwo smiled, all right. You go ahead and be busy. Su Jiang might come back to stay for a night in a few days. You all can gather then. Ling Qing nodded and said, definitely. Li Shaoran said, brother-in-law, don't forget to have lunch together at noon. Chen Haoyu replied, don't worry, I won't forget. After Ling Qing and the others left, Su Jiangwo asked in surprise, Xiao Chen, are you married? Chen Haoyu laughed and said, I wish. But the other party hasn't agreed. Su Jiangwo asked, could it be Dr. Su? Chen Haoyu gave a thumbs up and said, impressive, you guessed it right. Su Jiangwo chuckled. Dr. Su is talented and beautiful, but her personality is a bit aloof. It probably won't be easy to win her over. Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, you're right. But where there is a will, there is a way. I believe that one day I will break through her defenses and win her heart. Su Jiangwo said, I hope you succeed. After chatting for a while, Chen Haoyu asked, Su Lao, since Su Zong's problem has been resolved, is there anything else you wanted to discuss with me? Su Jiangwo said solemnly, I have an old leader. An older brother of mine. His partner lost her beloved great-grandson 3 years ago, and in a fit of anxiety, she suffered a stroke and became a vegetable. They have sought countless renowned experts, both domestically and internationally, and used various methods, but they have been unable to wake my sister-in-law. Xiao Chen, I want to ask you if you have any way to treat her? Chen Haoyu asked, how old is she? How was her health before the coma? Has the child been found? Su Jiangwo replied, my sister-in-law is 73 years old and was in good health, able to go to the market by herself. The child has been missing, and we don't know where those damn traffickers took him. We still haven't found him. Chen Haoyu frowned and said, the situation of the elderly lady is clearly a result of a psychological blow. She subconsciously doesn't want to wake up and face the reality of losing her great-grandson. It's not easy to wake someone like that. Not easy, but not impossible. Su Jiangwo's eyes brightened upon hearing Chen Haoyu's response. Do you have confidence? Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, no doctor in the world would say they are confident in waking a vegetable. I am no exception. I can only say I will try my best. Whether it succeeds or not is hard to say. Su Jiangwo said happily, that's great. Let us go? I'll take you to see my sister-in-law. Chen Haoyu decisively said, I want to go. Su Jiangwo was taken aback and asked, why? Chen Haoyu explained, Su Lao. It's a long-standing rule that doctors don't go knocking on doors unless invited. If you are a direct relative of the patient, I would definitely go without hesitation. But since you and the patient are not blood relatives, I'm sorry, but I definitely want to go. Chapter 75. Suhai's fortune. The saying doctors don't knock on doors means that unless invited, doctors will not take the initiative to visit. The reason is simple. If you foolishly run to someone's house claiming they are ill and you want to treat them, they will certainly think you are a big fraud. Even if they let you treat them and you end up curing them, they will believe their illness was never serious to begin with. Just the medical fees alone could lead to endless disputes. If you aren't careful, not only will you not get paid, but you could also end up getting beaten up. If you fail to treat them, the problem becomes even bigger. They will think you are taking on a job beyond your abilities and just in it for the money. Therefore, throughout history, no doctor has ever taken the initiative to go to a patient's home to treat them unless invited by the patient's family. Su Jiangwo said, Xiao Chun, my old leader has an unusual status. Can't you make an exception? Chen Haoyu replied, you are a lieutenant general. If I were to make an exception for you, it would have to be for someone of at least a general's rank. For such an impressive person, I definitely cannot make an exception. Su Lao, you must understand that I have no confidence in waking someone who has been a vegetable for 3 years. If I fail, it would not only be embarrassing for me, but also for you. Moreover, at my age, if you directly take me over to treat them, even if it's a general, an ordinary person would probably be skeptical. Su Jiangwo nodded and said, you're right, I was reckless. How about this? I'll bring him over tomorrow. Chen Haoyu laughed and said, no problem. Su Jiangwo glanced at Su Hai and said, aren't you looking for Xiao Chen for something? Go ahead. Su Hai showed an embarrassed expression and said, Mr. Chun, I apologize for my previous attitude. Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, no problem. Su Zong, you must have lost quite a bit this time, right? Su Hai sighed. It sounds like returning to square one. I've already had the bridge demolished and rebuilt. The government didn't make it hard for me. They only charged half of the penalty fee, but it still amounts to a loss of nearly 100 million. Chen Haoyu asked, what about your brother-in-law? Su Hai gritted his teeth and said, he has been sent away. Damn it, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have fallen to the point where my company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Chen Haoyu laughed and said, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. With this lesson, perhaps your future achievements will be even greater. Really? Su Hai said happily. Mr. Chun, can I really still make a fortune in the future? Chen Haoyu suddenly realized and said, I see. So Su Zong wants me to calculate your fortune, right? Su Hai nodded eagerly, yes. I plan to shut down the real estate company and invest in a live streaming company, and I hope you can help me calculate this. After saying that, Su Hai very tactfully took out his phone, scanned the clinic's QR code, and sent Chen Haoyu 10,000 yuan. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly and opened his Tianyan to take a look at his face. He saw that Su Hai's wealth palace faintly glimmered with a hint of golden light, and once it was fully opened, it would definitely shine brightly. Wow, this guy is about to strike it rich. Su Hai felt a bit uneasy under Chen Haoyu's gaze, his heart racing uncontrollably. He noticed that Chen Haoyu's eyes were as sharp as blades, yet the depths of his gaze were as profound as a black hole. When the two locked eyes, Su Hai felt as if he was being seen through inside and out, which made him very uncomfortable, so he quickly turned his gaze away. Closing his heavenly eye, Chen Haoyu pondered for a moment before uttering 4 words. When the extremes are reached, the opposite will come. Su Hai's face lit up with surprise, saying, you mean my investment in an online streaming company will succeed, right? Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, what I mean is that your financial luck is good. But whether you can convert that luck into wealth still depends on you. After all, financial luck can come today and leave tomorrow. Su Hai was stunned and asked, financial luck can leave? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, how do you write luck? One side is walk, and the other is cloud. Whether it's financial luck, fortune, or longevity, if you don't grasp it well, it will drift away like clouds. Nothing is permanent. The key is whether a person can hold on to it. For example, during the late Yuan dynasty, there were more than 10 people with dragon fate, but only Zhu Yuanzhang ultimately ascended to the throne. Su, your biggest threat is an unstable home. If you don't handle this issue well, your financial luck will definitely be devoured by your bad luck. This is beyond doubt. Su Jiangwo glanced at Su Hai and said, Xiao Chen is right. As the saying goes, harmony in the family leads to prosperity. If the rear is unstable, how can you expect to win battles or dream big? Su Hai awkwardly said, Dad, don't worry, I will handle it well. Soon, Su Jiangwo and Su Hai left. Chen Haoyu checked the time. It was already past 10 o'clock, so he simply stayed in the clinic to drink tea and read for a while. It wasn't until 11:30 that he drove to Kangen Hospital to pick up Su Yuyao. One must say, the quality of the Land Rover is really impressive. The four robbers from last night crashed their van and were left with severe damage, while the Land Rover only sustained minor injuries. However, it would probably take about a week to get the car repaired. After waiting for a full half-hour in the underground parking lot, Su Yuyao finally appeared before Chen Haoyu. Today she wore a yellow fitted long dress, tied with a ribbon at the waist, perfectly showcasing her stunning figure. Coupled with her breathtaking beauty and cool demeanor, she could truly be described as exceptionally beautiful. Beep beep beep. Chen Haoyu honked the horn a few times, and Su Yuyao walked over. As she opened the car door, a faint scent of jasmine instantly wafted into Chen Haoyu's nose. "What perfume are you wearing? It smells nice," he said. Su Yuyao sat in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt, replying, "Chanel." Chen Haoyu started the car and said, "That's strange. I didn't smell it when I dropped you off this morning. Don't you know that women prepare perfume both at home and at work? It's never too late to know. This morning, I signed an agreement with your aunt to sell the jade for 75 million, to be repaid within a year. I heard from Shaoran. Chen Haoyu. Thank you for helping my aunt. No need to be polite. We will be family in the future. What if we aren't? Wouldn't you be at a loss?" Haha. You didn't deny it, but instead asked a rhetorical question. "This indicates that you have accepted me," Chen Haoyu responded. "I might also be using you. Being used by the person I love. Even if there are no results, I am willing." This cheesy line made Su Yuyao shiver involuntarily. "All right, you win," she said. Haha. Chen Haoyu laughed proudly. "I saw this line online. What do you think? Quite disgusting, right?" Su Yuyao smiled slightly and said, "It's quite disgusting." Chapter 76. The Yang Family in Ling Qing's Words. Soon, the two arrived at their destination, the Xinshi Hotel. After getting out of the car, Su Yuyao directly linked her arm with Chen Haoyu's. Chen Haoyu smiled slightly, thinking, this action is becoming more and more familiar. It seems that my time for formal recognition is not far off. Entering box number 6, they saw Ling Qing and Li Shaoran already there. "Sister, brother-in-law, why are you so late?" "I'm starving," Li Shaoran said. Su Yuyao immediately retorted, "Who told you to sleep in and skip breakfast? You deserve it." As she spoke, she handed her bag to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu understood she wanted to show off in front of Ling Qing. So he immediately took the bag and pulled out a chair for her. After she sat down, Chen Haoyu hung the bag on the back of the chair. The series of actions was very smooth, as if he had done it countless times before. Ling Qing observed everything and secretly sighed. It seemed that her niece was determined to be with Chen Haoyu. "Sister, having a boyfriend really makes a difference. You sound more confident," Li Shaoran teased. "You can also find a boyfriend. I'm not done having fun yet. I won't lock myself down this early like you. That just means you haven't met the right person. If I meet the right one, I still won't date." Ling Qing interrupted the two, saying, "Can you two sisters be quiet for a moment? I'm here today specifically to treat Haoyu, not to listen to you bicker." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Aunt Ling, it's just a few pieces of jade. You don't need to be too polite." Ling Qing said, "All right, I won't say any polite words. Haoyu, how did you meet old Su? I see he seems to have a good attitude towards you." Chen Haoyu pointed at Su Yuyao and said, "Rain Yao knows this best, so let her explain." Ling Qing said, "No rush, let's eat while we talk." Soon, the waiter brought the dishes. Since it was noon, Ling Qing didn't order any wine, opting for a few bottles of juice instead. During the meal, Su Yuyao recounted how Chen Haoyu had convinced Su Jiangwo and Su Hai. After listening, Ling Qing exclaimed in surprise, "A few days ago, Su Hai's construction group had a major problem. Not only did they ruin a nearly completed livelihood project, but they also sent several high-ranking executives from the company to prison. I didn't expect the reason behind it to be you. Haoyu, can you really tell fortunes?" Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "I can only say I have a little understanding. Compared to Zhuge Liang and Lu Bowen, I'm still a bit lacking." Uffed. Hearing Chen Haoyu's self-praise, the three women couldn't help but laugh. Li Shaoran said, "Brother-in-law, your bragging is too big." Chen Haoyu chuckled and offered no explanation. In terms of pure magical ability, Chen Haoyu, who had attained the cultivation of the carefree real person, was indeed not inferior to Zhuge Liang or Lu Bowen. Ling Qing asked, "Did old Su seek you out this time just to tell fortunes?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "He wants me to treat a former leader's family member who is in a vegetative state." Ling Qing's heart stirred, saying, "In the entire Yanhai, the only person old Su would refer to as a former leader, who also has a family member in a vegetative state." Should be our retired General Yang Junxing from Xia country. Li Shaoran asked. Mom, is this General Yang Junxing very powerful? Ling Qing replied, of course. For decades, General Yang has been present in almost every war in Xia country. Even though he has been retired for 7 or 8 years, he still holds significant influence in the military. It is said that every year the consulate has to call him to check in. Furthermore, his son Yang Hengrui is the top leader in our neighboring province, Luoxing. Moving up from there is basically a certainty. Xiao Chun, if you can cure General Yang's wife, you will be able to walk sideways in Yanhai from now on. Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, I didn't agree to treat that old lady. Ling Qing was taken aback and asked in surprise, why? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, a doctor doesn't knock on doors. Taking the initiative to treat someone and being invited to treat someone are two completely different concepts. No matter how good Su Lao's relationship with the Yang family is, he is still an outsider. If I can cure the old lady's illness, everything will be fine. If I can't, it would be awkward. Ling Qing suddenly understood and said, it's rare for you to be so clear-headed. Come, I'll toast with a drink instead of wine. Wishing you and Yu Yao can eventually be together. Su Yuyao's eyes brightened and said, Aunt, you support us? Ling Qing said without hesitation, you are my only niece. Of course I support you. Haoyu is right. The Su family is big and wealthy, and they still need to use marriage alliances to maintain the family's development, which I also look down upon. This was the first time Ling Qing expressed her opinion on Su Yuyao's marriage, and she stood on Su Yuyao's side, which made Su Yuyao very happy. She immediately raised her glass and said, thank you, Aunt. After saying that, she clinked glasses with Chun Haoyu. Chun Haoyu understood and also raised his glass, saying, thank you. Aunt Ling Qing drank the beverage in one gulp and said, you're welcome. Yu Yao, regarding your matters, I'm afraid it will be hard for me to intervene. At most I'll just chime in a little in front of your mom. Su Yuyao said, Aunt, I don't need you to take any actual action. Just your support is enough. Ling Qing asked, your mom will come over next weekend to celebrate your grandfather's birthday. How do you plan to handle it? I'll go directly with Haoyu, Su Yuyao said, turning to look at Chun Haoyu. Chun Haoyu quickly expressed his stance, saying, I'll prepare a gift. Ling Qing smiled broadly and said, you two are going to make a big scene. Haha, I look forward to that day coming soon. Li Shaoran pouted and said, Mom, you're just enjoying the excitement and making things bigger. Ling Qing snapped her fingers and said, correct answer. That's just who I am. Li Shaoran was speechless. An hour later, after the four finished eating, Ling Qing received a phone call. Hello, I'm Ling Qing. Who is this? Sister-in-law? I'm Lu Feng from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Police Department. Deputy Director Li has been injured and has just entered the operating room of Yanhai First People's Hospital. What? Is it serious? Ling Qing stood up abruptly, her face filled with worry. Deputy Director Li was shot in the arm. Shot? Did you encounter a robber again? Li Jianan, as the Deputy Director of Yanhai's Police Department, usually commands from the rear and shouldn't have been in a position to be shot. Lu Feng on the other end of the line paused for a moment and said, our criminal investigation team caught a murderer. As soon as he entered the police station, he suddenly went berserk, injuring our colleague and grabbing a gun, and happened to run into Deputy Director Li, who was checking on the work. Deputy Director Li and several colleagues engaged him in a gunfight. Although they ultimately shot the robber, Deputy Director Li was hit in the arm by a stray bullet. Chapter 77 Chun Haoyu really can read faces. Ling Qing asked, what did the doctor say? Lu Feng replied, the doctor said the stray bullet's penetration power is limited, and it hit the edge of Deputy Director Li's arm. So as long as the bullet is removed, after resting for 10 days or half a month, he will be fine. Ling Qing let out a long sigh of relief and said, got it. Officer Lu, thank you. I'm going to the hospital now. After hanging up, Li Shaoran looked worried and said, Mom, I'll go with you. Okay, Ling Qing replied, but her eyes turned to Chun Haoyu, saying, Xiao Chun, do you think Deputy Li's misfortune refers to this shooting incident? Li Shaoran suddenly remembered what Chun Haoyu said last night and exclaimed, brother-in-law, you're amazing. Chun Haoyu said, I just know a bit about physiognomy. Aunt Ling, Shaoran, you should go pick up Deputy Li and take good care of his injury. I won't go to avoid making him unhappy. Ling Qing gave Chun Haoyu a deep look and said, all right, then Shaoran and I will leave first. Su Yuyao said, Aunt, I'll go see Uncle Li too. Ling Qing nodded and said, okay. When the three arrived at the hospital, Li Jianan had already come out of the operating room, with a bandage wrapped around his arm. Several police officers were sitting on the benches chatting with him. Ling Qing hurried over and asked, what is going on? Li Jianan said nonchalantly. Don't mention it. The bullet fired by the criminal ricocheted off the ground and hit my arm. I was speechless. Ling Qing said, It's good that you're fine. Thank you all, officers, for taking care of him. Just leave him to me. Once he recovers, we'll treat everyone to drinks. Lu Feng, who had called Ling Qing earlier, said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Director Li, take good care of your injury. We'll head back now. Li Jianan waved his hand and said, Go ahead. After the police left, Li Jianan looked at Su Yuyao and asked, Yuyao, does Chen Haoyu really know how to read faces? He said last night that someone would have misfortune, and it came true today at noon. This left Li Jianan extremely shocked. Su Yuyao said, Uncle, Chen Haoyu's physiognomy has been accurate many times before. Li Jianan frowned and said, This is hard to believe. Su Yuyao smiled and said, Uncle, physiognomy has been passed down for thousands of years, so there must be a reason for it. What is most important for you now is to recover from your injury. Ling Qing said, What Yuyao said is right. Let us go home. Li Jianan said, I need to go to the police department first to hand over my work. Ling Qing glared at him and complained, You only know work. Fine. It just so happens we can drop Yuyao off at the hospital on the way. In the car, Li Jianan asked Su Yuyao many questions about Chen Haoyu. After learning about the series of things Chen Haoyu had done for the Sunshine Orphanage, Li Jianan's impression of him changed greatly. After Qin Qingqing became the head of the internal medicine department at Kangen Hospital, the first thing she did was adjust Su Yuyao's work schedule. She would work all day on Tuesday, see patients on Wednesday morning, perform surgeries on Thursday, and wouldn't need to work night shifts, which was the treatment of a well-known expert and provided a very relaxed schedule. Although there were some objections to this arrangement, no one dared to speak out. The reason was simple. Su Yuyao's boyfriend, Chen Haoyu, was the second largest shareholder of Kangen Hospital. Who would dare to pick a fight? The two gentlemen who just joined were the next ones to suffer. Su Yuyao felt that this arrangement was not very appropriate, so she took the initiative to offer to help out on Sundays when she had nothing to do. That was why she was going to the hospital to work today. In the afternoon, after finishing work, Su Yuyao arrived at the underground parking lot. She saw Chen Haoyu holding a bouquet of roses, standing in front of his pickup truck, smiling at her. Su Yuyao walked up to him and asked confidently, Is this for me? Chen Haoyu handed the roses to Su Yuyao and said, Of course. Su Yuyao took the roses and couldn't help but smile. Chen Haoyu asked, What are you laughing at? Su Yuyao replied, The people who used to give me flowers always drove sports cars, but you are the only one driving a pickup. Chen Haoyu raised his eyebrows and said, That's called being different. Su Yuyao said, It's too different. Chen Haoyu asked, How many people's roses have you accepted? Su Yuyao shook the flowers in her hand and said, You are the first. Chen Haoyu laughed heartily, opened the car door, and said, Thank you, Miss Su, for your favor. Please get in the car. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and ducked into the car. On the way, Chen Haoyu asked, What is your grandpa like? Su Yuyao was taken aback and exclaimed, Are you really going to buy a gift for my grandpa? Of course. Chen Haoyu turned to Su Yuyao and said, I am very serious about you. Can't you feel it? Su Yuyao couldn't handle Chen Haoyu's intense gaze, turned her head to the side, and blushed slightly, saying, I can't feel it. Chen Haoyu smiled wryly. All right, that's my problem. I will make you feel it. After a moment of silence, Su Yuyao said, My grandpa likes antiques and calligraphy. This statement undoubtedly indicated her attitude towards Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu immediately beamed with joy and said, Leave it to me. Su Yuyao glanced at him, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. When they got home, Chen Haoyu cooked 2 vegetarian dishes and made a cabbage and tofu soup, which was both delicious and low in calories, earning Su Yuyao's strong approval. After dinner, the two went for a walk. Chen Haoyu was not at all polite and directly took Su Yuyao's hand. Su Yuyao's body jolted, and after struggling a few times, she felt Chen Haoyu's grip tighten, scolding. Let go. Chen Haoyu chuckled. No way, I won't let go even if it kills me. Su Yuyao angrily said, You're being a rogue. Chen Haoyu wasn't foolish and could tell that Su Yuyao wasn't genuinely angry, so he said, If being a rogue means being a rogue, then I will only be a rogue towards you in this lifetime. Su Yuyao huffed and said, I'm not that kind of girl who can be swayed by your sweet talk. I'm speaking from the heart. Whether it's from the heart or not, I don't know. What I do know is that you seem quite good at pursuing girls with directness. If you like someone, just say it. Why be coy? Su Yuyao, I think we're quite similar in this regard. My skin is not as thick as yours. Thanks for the compliment. The two bantered while walking. Su Yuyao seemed to have forgotten that her small hand was still being held by Chen Haoyu. As for whether she truly forgot or was pretending to forget, only Su Yuyao herself knew. Chapter 78. The Thousand-Year Brush Washer. The next day, Chen Haoyu did not go to the clinic, but took Su Yuyao directly to an antique street. The antique street held a market every 10 days, and today happened to be the day of the market. Countless small stalls had already set up along the street, each with a sunshade umbrella, creating a spectacular sight that seemed endless. Having lived as the carefree immortal for over 100 years in his dreams, Chen Haoyu was undoubtedly an expert among experts when it came to Song and Yuan dynasty paintings and porcelain, able to discern the authenticity of these items just by feeling. After all, these were items the carefree immortal used daily. How could they possibly deceive Chen Haoyu's eyes? Moreover, the carefree immortal was himself a master of calligraphy and painting. Seeing Chen Haoyu genuinely observing the items at the stalls, Su Yuyao asked in surprise, "Do you understand antiques?" Chen Haoyu raised an eyebrow, proudly saying, "Of course. No one in the entire Xia country can compare to me when it comes to Song and Yuan paintings and porcelain." Su Yuyao replied, "You just keep bragging." After wandering around the street for a while, Chen Haoyu sighed, unable to hide his disappointment. The dazzling array of so-called antiques at the stalls required no appraisal skills. Just by looking, Chen Haoyu could tell that the majority were modern replicas with values nearing zero. Yet, some vendors dared to sell these items for thousands, which opened Chen Haoyu's eyes. At this moment, Chen Haoyu was suddenly attracted by a middle-aged man with a dull expression. Unlike other vendors, this man sat there silently, smoking a cigarette. Chen Haoyu noticed him not because of his demeanor, but due to the sinister aura surrounding him. This kind of aura typically belonged to someone who had spent years near the dead or in graveyards. Judging by his appearance and temperament, Chen Haoyu suspected that the man might be a so-called Tafuzi or tomb raider. Before the middle-aged man's stall were only 6 items. Chen Haoyu scanned the area and focused on a brush washer, a blue-glazed sunflower petal washer from the southern Song dynasty. In his dreams, the carefree immortal had one just like it, crafted by artisans under the direct order of the southern Song emperor, much more exquisite than the one in front of him. Following Chen Haoyu's gaze, Su Yuyao looked at the stall and asked, "Are there good things in there?" Chen Haoyu nodded, leaned closer to Su Yuyao's ear, and whispered, "It's a super big leak worth tens of millions." Hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Su Yuyao was shocked and asked suspiciously, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Absolutely not. Just watch me." Approaching the middle-aged man's stall, Chen Haoyu squatted down and picked up the brush washer, examining it carefully. He then asked, "Boss, how much is this?" The middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke and said blandly, "This blue-glazed sunflower petal washer from the southern Song dynasty once sold for 30 million at an auction. I'm selling this one for 6 million, non-negotiable." Chen Haoyu asked, "This brush washer has maintained such good condition after 1,000 years, and you're selling it for just 6 million? That's a loss." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with suspicion as he said coldly, "If you want to buy it, buy it. If not, leave. No need for idle talk." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "A piece of official kiln porcelain filled with sinister energy must have just been unearthed, right?" The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "What do you mean?" Among the 6 items, 5 were fake. Only this blue-glazed sunflower petal washer was something the man had dug up from a southern Song noble's tomb a month ago. Originally, there were over 10 treasures. But during the transaction, they were ambushed, and the middle-aged man's 2 brothers were shot, with the other antiques smashed. In a fit of rage, the middle-aged man killed those bastards and their boss. Afterward, he found himself without a suitable channel to trade. With no other choice, he traveled from a distant city to Yanhai, hoping to secretly sell it at the market. For this, the middle-aged man brought 5 fake crafts to mix with the blue-glazed sunflower petal washer, testing customers' eyesight. As long as the customer could accurately identify the blue-glazed sunflower petal washer, it would indicate that they had extraordinary insight and understood its value, making the price of 6 million reasonable. The middle-aged man never expected that the first person to recognize the blue-glazed sunflower petal washer would be a young man who could also accurately determine that it had just been unearthed, which shocked him and stirred a hint of murderous intent in his heart. Chen Haoyu immediately sensed his murderous intent, smiled slightly, and said, "Brother, I'm not interested in the origin of this item. You'd better not have any inappropriate thoughts." Saying this, Chen Haoyu's eyes emitted an astonishing killing intent directed at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man instantly trembled all over, as if a scene of thousands of troops clashing appeared before him. Although it was only for a moment, He was already drenched in cold sweat. As a master who had practiced Baji Quan for decades, he understood that in that moment of distraction, if Chun Haoyu wanted to kill him, even with 10 lives, he wouldn't be enough to withstand it. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "Witnessing technique?" The so-called gazing technique is a martial arts skill where experts concentrate their vital energy into their gaze, forming a powerful killing intent that negatively impacts the opponent's spirit, thus defeating them without a fight. The middle-aged man had heard of this skill, but the requirements for a martial artist are too high. At the very least, one must have reached the level of transformation. Could it be that this young man before him is a master of transformation? How could that be possible? In reality, Chun Haoyu was not using any gazing technique, but rather a mesmerizing technique. However, against a resolute master like the middle-aged man, the effect was minimal, lasting less than a second. This brother misunderstood. "I'm not from the martial arts world." Chun Haoyu did not explain further and said, "This brush washer contains powerful malevolent energy. Once it is bought by someone who doesn't know how to dissolve this energy, they will either fall seriously ill or meet their end. 6 million is too high. How about 5 million? The middle-aged man replied, "Your fist is big. You have the final say." Chun Haoyu rubbed his nose and said, "What you said makes it sound like I'm bullying you with power. Fine, 6 million it is. I'll buy it." The middle-aged man asked, "Aren't you afraid of trouble?" Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "You did such a great job that outsiders won't notice anything. How could there be any trouble?" Chapter 79. The true magical artifact. The middle-aged man looked deeply at Chun Haoyu and took out a jade ruby from his bag, saying, "If you don't expose me, consider it a favor owed to you. But I dislike owing favors the most. If you agree, let's use this jade ruby to offset your favor. What do you think?" Chun Haoyu did not speak, but fixed his gaze on the jade ruby, which was not in very good condition. To others, it might just be a jade ruby made from Hetian jade, worth several tens of thousands at best. But in Chun Haoyu's eyes, this jade ruby was worth 1,000 times more than the brush washer valued at over 20 million, because it was a magical artifact, one that had been nurtured for hundreds of years in a place where yin and yang converge. As long as a Taoist master opens its spiritual eye, this jade ruby can release powerful auspicious energy. Hanging it in a home can ward off all malevolent energy. Chun Haoyu suppressed his shock, his hand trembling as he pointed at the jade ruby, saying, "Are you really willing to give it to me?" The middle-aged man replied, "Yes." Chun Haoyu thought for a moment and said, "This jade ruby is very important to me. I don't want to take too much advantage of you. How about this? Extend your hand." The middle-aged man was taken aback, not understanding what Chun Haoyu meant, but still extended his hand. Chun Haoyu extended 2 fingers and pressed them on the middle-aged man's Shunmen acupoint. A stream of magical energy flowed in like a brook. If a Taoist master were to open their heavenly eye, they would see the yin malevolent energy within the middle-aged man being dissolved by Chun Haoyu's magical energy, like snow encountering the blazing sun, quickly melting away. The most immediate feeling was undoubtedly experienced by the middle-aged man. Having been in tombs for years, his body was affected by the malevolent energy, and every night it felt as though a cold wind was assailing his bones, causing him great pain. Chun Haoyu's magical energy was like a warm current, making his originally chilly meridians and bones feel much warmer. Half a minute later, Chun Haoyu withdrew his fingers, saying, "You can consider the resolution of your malevolent energy troubles as the payment for this jade ruby. But I must tell you, doing that thing harms your yin virtue. The pain you have endured over the years is the lesson they have given you. I advise you to change your profession in the future." The middle-aged man realized he had encountered a contemporary master and stood up, respectfully bowing to Chun Haoyu, saying, "Thank you for saving my life, sir. I have decided to wash my hands of this and return to my hometown to live out my remaining years." Chun Haoyu nodded and said, "That's good. How do I give you the money?" The middle-aged man pointed to a bank not far away, saying, "You can transfer it." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "Okay." The 3 of them went to the bank, where Chun Haoyu transferred 6 million to the middle-aged man's account, and the middle-aged man handed over the brush washer and jade ruby to Chun Haoyu. Once the middle-aged man left, Su Yuyao, who had been silent, couldn't help but ask, "What were you two talking about? I didn't quite understand." Chun Haoyu, while playing with the jade ruby, said, "It's good that you don't understand." Su Yuyao pursed her lips and said, "So you mean you don't want to explain it to me, right?" Chun Haoyu noticed something off in Su Yuyao's tone and quickly said, "How could that be?" Su Yuyao remained silent, simply looking at Chun Haoyu with her beautiful big eyes. Chun Haoyu knew she wanted to hear his explanation, so he said, That person is a tomb raider. The brush washer and jade rui were both taken from ancient tombs. What? Su Yuyao exclaimed in surprise. Chen Haoyu helplessly said, "Can you keep your voice down?" Su Yuyao immediately lowered her voice, saying, "So you're saying these two items are stolen goods, right?" Chen Haoyu replied, "Wrong. Stolen goods are what the police sees. If they can't catch you, it's genuine antiques." Su Yuyao was speechless, saying, "Now I understand why you were arrested by the police before. Aren't you afraid that he will be caught and implicate you?" Chen Haoyu said, "I've already looked at that brother's face. He won't face imprisonment, but unfortunately, his lifespan is not long, at most 5 more years." Su Yuyao thought for a moment and said, "I understand now. The reason he said he owed you a favor and wanted to give you the jade rui is to thank you for not exposing him, right?" Chen Haoyu nodded, saying exactly. Su Yuyao pointed at the jade rui in his hand and asked, "So what exactly is this thing? Why did you say it was so valuable? And what malevolent energy do you need to help him dissolve?" Chen Haoyu raised his eyebrows and said, "This jade rui is priceless." Su Yuyao asked, "Is it more valuable than the brush washer?" Chen Haoyu disdainfully said, "How can a flickering flame compare to the bright moon?" Su Yuyao playfully hit him, saying, "Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me." Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "This jade rui is a rare magical artifact. Placing it in your home can ward off all malevolent energy. For example, if you get a severe cold from viral infection while outside, the usual treatment is to get injections, take medicine, and rest in bed for a few days. But with this jade rui, it's different. You just need to hold it while you sleep, and you'll be fine the next day. Is that true?" Su Yuyao asked suspiciously, "You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Chen Haoyu replied, "You'll know in the future." Su Yuyao said lightly, "Will we have a future? Don't forget, in 3 months, you will move away." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "If I move, we'll move together. I've thought it through. Soon, I'll buy a villa. By then, we can live together." Su Yuyao scoffed, "Who wants to live with you? Dream on." Previously, Su Yuyao had said similar things, but her demeanor and tone at that time were very different from now. The former was resolute, with no room for negotiation, while now it was a bit playful, like a couple teasing each other. Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, "Dreams are meant to be dreamed. What if they come true? Let's go, Miss Su. We need to sell this brush washer." Su Yuyao asked in surprise, "Didn't you say the brush washer has heavy malevolent energy?" Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "Yes. But I just resolved the malevolent energy." Su Yuyao asked, "When did that happen?" "I didn't see it." Since the transaction was completed, Su Yuyao had not seen Chen Haoyu do anything with the brush washer. It couldn't be said that just holding it would completely eliminate any evil energy, right? In fact, it was pretty much the case. After receiving the brush washer, Chen Haoyu secretly used his magical power to eliminate the evil energy completely. It was just that ordinary people couldn't see it with their naked eyes. Chapter 80. Selling the brush washer. Chen Haoyu explained, "I am a master of the generation. Resolving this kind of evil energy is as easy as eating and drinking. You don't need to be so surprised." Su Yuyao helplessly said, "Chen Haoyu, I really don't know which of your words are true and which are false." Chen Haoyu replied, "They are all true. You must believe that I will never hold anything back from you." Su Yuyao snorted coldly and said, "I don't believe you." Looking at Su Yuyao's expression, Chen Haoyu suddenly laughed. The old Su Yuyao was a synonym for being aloof, and now she had learned to act cute, which made Chen Haoyu very happy. This fully showed that Su Yuyao's attitude towards him was obviously different from that of others. Su Yuyao said unhappily, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Haoyu waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Let's go sell antiques." Su Yuyao asked, "Where to?" Chen Haoyu said, "Of course to Cheng Guangyao's Antique Appraisal Pavilion." The Antique Appraisal Pavilion is located at the southeast corner of the Antique Street, covering an area of about 200 square meters, decorated in an ancient and elegant style. In Yanhai, Cheng Guangyao and the Antique Appraisal Pavilion are like the North Star in the antique world. Many people bring their finds to have Cheng Guangyao take a look. As long as Cheng Guangyao says it's genuine, the value of that antique will immediately double. This shows Cheng Guangyao's status in the antique industry. Upon entering the Antique Appraisal Pavilion, Chen Haoyu immediately spotted the antiques on the shelf directly opposite. Goodness, there were more than 10 pieces of porcelain, all from the folk kills of the Song and Yuan dynasties. Although they were not very valuable individually, together they could be worth 1 to 2 million. Indeed, these collectors are all quite wealthy. "I am Yu Bo, the person in charge of the Antique Appraisal Pavilion. How can I assist you too?" A middle-aged man in his 40s stood up from behind the counter and politely asked. Chen Haoyu placed the black plastic bag containing the brush washer on the counter and said, Mr. Yu, this is a Qing glazed sunflower petal wash from the Southern Song official kiln. Does your pavilion accept it? The moment Yu Bo heard Southern Song official kiln Qing glazed sunflower petal wash, his expression changed, and he looked down at the plastic bag on the counter. Feeling a bit strange. He really couldn't connect a Qing glazed sunflower petal wash with a black plastic bag. Could this guy be trying to scam him? Looking at their appearance and demeanor, it didn't seem likely. This young friend, I need to take a look at it in person. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, go ahead. Yu Bo put on a pair of white gloves, opened the plastic bag, and carefully took out the brush washer. The more he observed, the more serious Yu Bo's expression became. Finally, he took a deep breath, put the brush washer back down, and said, this is indeed a rare fine piece. Chen Haoyu said, your eyesight is good. How much? Yu Bo shook his head and said, the value is too high. I can't determine that. This young friend, please wait a moment. Our manager is entertaining guests upstairs. Let me invite him down. Chen Haoyu responded, oh, so old Cheng is also here. All right, I'll wait. Yu Bo took out his phone and dialed Cheng Guangyao's number, explaining the situation. After a while, Cheng Guangyao and 3 elderly men hurried down from the second floor. Yu Bo, where is it? You didn't see it wrong, did you? Cheng Guangyao said with slight excitement. The Southern Song official kiln Qing glazed sunflower petal wash is almost non-existent in the market. Hearing Yu Bo say that someone came to the antique appraisal pavilion to sell, it made Cheng Guangyao feel a bit incredulous. The elderly friends who were drinking tea also couldn't help but follow Cheng Guangyao down. Yu Bo said, Master, I can guarantee it's definitely genuine. Cheng Guangyao came downstairs and, seeing Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao, said in surprise, Dr. Chen, Dr. Su, what brings you here? Chen Haoyu pointed at the Qing glazed sunflower petal wash on the counter and smiled, selling something. Old Chen, I just found a treasure at a small stall. Could you help me take a look? If the price is right, I will sell it to you. Cheng Guangyao said, Dr. Chen, since it's your item, you could just call me directly. Why come all the way here? Hearing the usually proud Cheng Guangyao address this young man as you, the 3 elderly men who came down with him exchanged surprised glances. Chen Haoyu said, I didn't want to disturb you, but I ran into you anyway. Old Cheng, just take a look. All right. Cheng Guangyao agreed, put on white gloves, and picked up the brush washer. Just one look. And Cheng Guangyao could almost determine that this brush washer was genuine, and its quality was no worse than that of the one that had been put up for auction. After looking it over, Cheng Guangyao put it down and sighed. The previous Southern Song official kiln Qing glazed sunflower petal wash was authenticated by me, but unfortunately, I didn't have enough money to buy it at the time. I didn't expect to see another one today. This is truly my great fortune. An elderly man said, Old Cheng, are you saying this brush washer is genuine? Cheng Guangyao nodded and said, more real than gold. Dr. Chen, how much did you buy it for? Without hesitation, Chen Haoyu said, 5,000. He didn't want anyone to know that he had bought it for 600,000. Otherwise, those old guys like Cheng Guangyao would definitely question the brush washer's origins. It would be difficult to explain later. The reason that middle-aged man preferred to sell it at a small stall rather than come to an antique shop, like the Antique Appraisal Pavilion, was precisely to avoid trouble. Hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Cheng Guangyao almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and exclaimed, 5,000? Dr. Chen, you're not joking with me, are you? Of course not. Chen Haoyu fabricated. The person who sold this to me was a farmer who brought 6 treasures. The other 4 were just small crafts. And only 2 were real antiques. I bought them all for 5,000. What a big liar. If it weren't for knowing the truth. Even Su Yuyao would have thought Chen Haoyu was telling the truth. This person is really too despicable. 2 antiques? Cheng Guangyao looked at the black plastic bag in Chen Haoyu's hand and said, Dr. Chen, can I see the other one? Chen Haoyu took out the jade ruby, shook it, and smiled. It's just a jade ruby made of high-quality Hetian jade, nothing special. Cheng Guangyao, with his sharp eyes, took one look at the jade ruby and immediately determined that Chen Haoyu wasn't lying, saying, Dr. Chen, I can also buy this jade ruby. Chen Haoyu put the jade ruby back into the bag and said, this jade ruby is something I found for the first time, and it has significant meaning to me. I plan to keep it for myself. What a master of deception. Seeing Chen Haoyu retrieve the jade ruby without leaving a trace, Su Yuyao couldn't help but feel immense admiration for his trickery. Chapter 81. Just a birthday picture. Nothing big. An impatient elderly man said, Old Cheng, stop wasting time. Are you buying this young brother's Qing glazed sunflower petal wash or not? Without thinking, Cheng Guangyao said, of course I'm buying it. Just so you know, you can't compete with me. Lao Cheng, you have it wrong. As the saying goes, those who see it share in it. Since everyone has seen the good stuff, it should go to the highest bidder. Exactly. Lao Cheng, this young brother is an old acquaintance of yours. You can't let him suffer a loss, right? Right. Let's bid secretly and compete fairly. The three old men began to turn against Cheng Guangyao, teaming up to squeeze him out. Cheng Guangyao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and said, stop with this nonsense. I will definitely not let Dr. Chen suffer a loss. You can forget about this Southern Song Dynasty official kiln celadone petal wash. After saying that, Cheng Guangyao turned to Chun Haoyu and said, Dr. Chun, let's discuss the price. The last Southern Song Dynasty official kiln celadone petal wash sold for 31 million. It has been many years, and the current price must be much higher. How about I offer 36 million? Chun Haoyu nodded and smiled. Sounds good. Cheng Guangyao happily said, great, I will transfer the money to you right away. The other three old men were just joking and didn't really want to compete with Cheng Guangyao for the treasure. Seeing Cheng Guangyao secure the item for 36 million, they were all genuinely happy for him. 5 minutes later, the transaction was completed, and Chun Haoyu's account received 36 million. Su Yuyao saw that Chun Haoyu easily made 30 million in less than an hour and couldn't help but look at him with new eyes. Chun Haoyu said, Lao Cheng, you must have plenty of famous calligraphy and paintings here, right? I want to buy one as a gift for an elder. Cheng Guangyao asked, what price range? Chun Haoyu looked at Su Yuyao, who said, no more than 100,000. Chun Haoyu frowned and said, no way. This is my first time celebrating an elder's birthday. The gift can't be shabby. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for us. Lao Cheng, just give me a calligraphy or painting worth around 1 million. Su Yuyao tugged at Chun Haoyu's arm and said, that's too expensive. My grandpa definitely won't accept it. The maximum can't exceed 300,000. Chun Haoyu helplessly said, if that's the case, I might as well paint one myself. Su Yuyao said, if only you could paint. A self-painted gift would definitely be more meaningful than a purchased one. Chun Haoyu thought for a moment and said, Lao Cheng, forget it. I'll go back and paint one. Cheng Guangyao laughed and said, Dr. Chun, you can paint too. Chun Haoyu replied, I have a little knowledge of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but I'm not good enough to showcase it. Cheng Guangyao said, you're being modest. The fact that you could accurately find the celadone petal wash among so many small items shows your extraordinary eyesight. I believe your calligraphy and painting skills must be quite good as well. Chun Haoyu chuckled, Lao Cheng, you're making me blush with your compliments. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Cheng Guangyao said, you two take care. Personally seeing Chun Haoyu and Su Yuyao out of the treasure pavilion, Cheng Guangyao returned. An old man said, Lao Cheng, what does that young man do that makes you respect him so much? Cheng Guangyao touched the jade talisman on his chest and said, he is an extraordinary person. The three old men showed expressions of surprise upon hearing this. After leaving the treasure pavilion, Chun Haoyu took Su Yuyao to a painting shop and bought a lot of painting supplies. On the way back, Su Yuyao couldn't hide her surprise and said, you're not really going to paint it yourself, are you? Chun Haoyu confidently replied, it's just a meticulous birthday painting, no big deal. Su Yuyao said doubtfully, I hope your painting can be presentable. Chun Haoyu smiled slightly and didn't explain. Come on, the carefree real person is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. A birthday painting is just that simple. How could it not be presentable? Just then, Chun Haoyu's phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Su Jiangwo. Chun Haoyu immediately answered. Hello, old Su, is there something? Xiao Chen, why is your clinic closed? I went out to take care of something. When will you be back? My old brother and I are already at the clinic door. Oh, old Su, your efficiency is too high. I just said yesterday that doctors shouldn't keep the door closed, and today you brought someone over. If I can't treat them, wouldn't that be embarrassing for you? Face is not important. What's important is that glimmer of hope. All right, please wait for me and that old gentleman for 20 minutes. I'll rush over right away. After hanging up, Chun Haoyu sighed and said, all right, I'll take you home first, then go to the clinic. Su Yuyao said, Old Su and Old Yang are not ordinary people. You should go to the clinic first. It's not far anyway. Chun Haoyu immediately disagreed, saying, no way. To me, you are the most important. No matter who else it is, even if they are the national leader, they have to stand aside. A radiant smile appeared on Su Yuyao's face as she said, Chun Haoyu, your words are getting sweeter. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, truth is always sweet. Su Yuyao couldn't help but smile. After dropping Su Yuyao home, Chun Haoyu drove straight to the clinic. Once he got out of the car, he spotted old Su and another elder playing chess next to the convenience store. If old Su could be considered a fierce tiger, then this elder could definitely be called a tiger king. His long eyebrows and sharp eyes gave him a commanding presence, sitting there like a tiger poised to strike, exuding an aura of uniqueness. Even from over 10 meters away, Chun Haoyu could feel the intense killing intent radiating from this elder, rivaling that of famous generals from the Song dynasty. Chun Haoyu suspected that the number of people who had died at his hands, directly or indirectly, must be at least in the tens of thousands. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly cultivate such a presence. No wonder such an impressive person as Su Jiangwo willingly plays the subordinate. This man is indeed formidable. Without a doubt, this elder was Yang Junxing. Chun Haoyu did not disturb the two as they played chess, and walked directly behind Su Jiangwo to observe. Yang Junxing glanced at him, and then focused back on the chessboard. 3 minutes later, Yang Junxing made a decisive move. Laughing heartily, "Old Su, you lost." Su Jiangwo protested. "I'm not convinced. That was a sneak attack. Let me have one more move, and I can definitely wipe you out." Chapter 82. You are a person of the Xianmen. Yang Junxing rolled his eyes and said, "On the battlefield, a single misjudgment can lead to total defeat. Do you think your opponent will let you start over?" Su Jiangwo pouted and said, "If he doesn't let me, then so be it. This Xiao Chun has a terrible sense of time." He said 20 minutes. "And it's almost half an hour now. Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Yang Junxing said, "He has been here for a while." Su Jiangwo turned around and saw Chun Haoyu standing with his hands behind his back, smiling at him. "Xiao Chun, when did you arrive?" Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, 20 seconds before the 20 minutes were up." Uffed. Yang Junxing couldn't help but laugh. "Young man, interesting." Su Jiangwo rubbed his nose and said, "Okay, I admit my mistake. I shouldn't have talked behind your back." Chun Haoyu said, "As long as you know, that's good." "Old Su, this should be old Yang, right?" Su Jiangwo said, "Did you hear it from the second girl of the Ling family?" Chun Haoyu did not hide it and nodded, "Yes. Aunt Ling told me that in the entire Yanhai, the only person you call old leader or old brother is General Yang Junxing." Su Jiangwo chuckled. "That's right. She guessed correctly. Teacher, this is Chun Haoyu, the one I mentioned to you." Yang Junxing scrutinized him, his piercing gaze like a knife, aimed directly at Chun Haoyu's eyes. "Is he trying to test me?" Chun Haoyu found Yang Junxing's behavior somewhat amusing. In front of a master with the cultivation of a celestial teacher, not to mention Yang Junxing, even someone with 100 times more killing intent than him could not shake Chun Haoyu's determination. Chun Haoyu's mind raced, deciding to teach this old man a lesson to prevent him from underestimating him. With that thought, the depths of Chun Haoyu's eyes revealed the universe and the sun, moon, and stars. Yang Junxing's whole body trembled, feeling an immense shock. He thought he must have seen it wrong, rubbed his eyes vigorously, but found that the celestial bodies had disappeared, replaced by Chun Haoyu's smiling face. "Yang Lao, you'd better restrain yourself a bit. People like us generally don't have too big a heart. If we end up clashing, it would be a big trouble for you." Yang Junxing had already confirmed that Chun Haoyu was an expert and quickly cupped his fists in apology, saying, "Sorry, I was reckless." Chun Haoyu smiled and replied, "It's okay. I'm so young. It's normal for you not to trust me. That's also why I didn't agree to Su Lao's request to go see the old lady yesterday." Su Jiangwo, not understanding their conversation, asked in confusion, "What are you two talking about?" Chun Haoyu replied, "Just joking with Yang Lao." Yang Junxing then said formally, "Xiao Chun, I would like to officially invite you to see my old partner's illness. I wonder if you would be willing?" Chun Haoyu chuckled, "Yang Lao, no need to be so formal. As long as it's not someone devoid of conscience, I will help if I can. However, let's be clear first, regardless of the result. You have to pay me a consultation fee of 10,000. Yang Junxing smiled, "No problem." Chun Haoyu said, "I need to go home to have lunch with my girlfriend at noon, so let's not waste time and hurry up." Yang Junxing nodded, "Okay." Instead of taking Yang Junxing's car, Chun Haoyu drove his own pickup truck, following behind them to a sanatorium on the outskirts. At the entrance of the sanatorium stood 2 soldiers with steel guns, along with 5 or 6 armed guards. This was the top sanatorium in Yanhai, serving only high-ranking officials and their families. Yang Junxing's driver showed the guards his credentials. The guards saluted and opened the door. Chun Haoyu followed their vehicle inside. The roads inside the sanatorium were spacious, with no tall buildings, only individual small courtyards, and the environment was quite nice. The car stopped at the entrance of courtyard No. 6. Chun Haoyu got out of the car, scanned the surroundings, and exclaimed, "This is truly a sanctuary for recuperation." Su Jiangwo, hearing his words, laughed. "Xiao Chun, how can you tell this is a place for recuperation?" Chun Haoyu replied, "It's obvious this is a place where yin and yang energies blend. Long-term residence here can subtly improve one's constitution." Yang Junxing asked, "Xiao Chun, do you understand feng shui?" Chun Haoyu nodded, "Of course. Those who understand feng shui often know a bit about physiognomy, and those who can predict fortunes usually have some knowledge of feng shui. Yang Lao, you and Chen Lao are both military men, so you probably don't believe in these esoteric arts, right?" Yang Junxing said, "I believe." Chen Haoyu was taken aback. "Why?" A reminiscing expression appeared on Yang Junxing's face as he said, "Over 50 years ago, I participated in a war against a certain country. At that time, I was a company commander, leading over 20 brothers to push the enemy into a jungle. Soon, something incredibly shocking happened. The enemy, using some unknown method, unleashed hundreds of venomous snakes to attack us. In just 10 minutes, more than 10 of my comrades were bitten to death, and my remaining brothers were also in grave danger. At this critical moment, a strangely dressed middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of us, took out a flute, and played a tune. Those venomous snakes, as if encountering their natural enemy, all fled." Chen Haoyu's eyes flashed as he said, "The method of controlling snakes with music is known only by shamans from Miaojiang. You must have encountered someone from Miaojiang." Yang Junxing nodded, "You are right. He indeed came from Miaojiang. Unfortunately, I still haven't learned his name, but I know that there exists a group of people with esoteric skills in this world. Xiao Chun, you must be one of them, right?" Chen Haoyu smiled, "I suppose so." Entering the small courtyard, seeing the well-tended vegetable garden, Chen Haoyu's opinion of Yang Junxing improved significantly. With such a high status and age, he could still grow some vegetables, indicating that Yang Junxing had not forgotten his roots. Upon entering the living room, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, with an above-average appearance and dignified demeanor, stood up. "Dad, Su Shu, you're back." The middle-aged woman greeted them, then turned her gaze to Chen Haoyu. Yang Junxing introduced, "Xiao Chun, let me introduce you. This is my daughter-in-law, Gui Bingjin. Bingjin, this is Xiao Chun." Chen Haoyu's heart stirred as he instantly guessed her identity, the wife of the governor of the neighboring province. Gui Bingjin scrutinized Chen Haoyu for a moment, a hint of peculiarity flashing in her eyes. "Xiao Chun, have we met somewhere before?" Chen Haoyu smiled. "As far as I remember, I don't think I've met you before." Gui Bingjin said, "Oh, maybe I remembered wrong. Xiao Chun, sorry to trouble you." Chen Haoyu replied, "It's my duty. May I see the old lady first?" "Of course." Yang Junxing and Gui Bingjin led Chen Haoyu to the adjacent bedroom. Su Jiangwo, unable to join, stayed in the hall. Chapter 83. The 9 Words of Taoism. Chen Haoyu approached the old lady and took her pulse. Although the pulse was much weaker than that of an ordinary person, it was stable and there didn't seem to be any major health issues. "I heard about the old lady's condition from Su Lao. The reason she is in a coma should not be due to physical reasons, but rather psychological issues." Yang Junxing sighed. "She is afraid to face reality. Afraid to face our grandson and granddaughter-in-law." Gui Bingjin recalled the grandson who had been abducted by traffickers, her expression also darkening. Initially, she had some grievances against her mother-in-law, but seeing her like this, all her resentment had long since vanished. "Xiao Chun, we have invited countless experts from both home and abroad for consultations, and have tried countless methods to wake her up, but to no avail. Do you have any solutions?" Gui Bingjin asked. Smart. Chen Haoyu knew that Gui Bingjin did not particularly believe in him, and her words were primarily to inform him that if his methods were the same as other experts, then there was no need to try. If someone with lower emotional intelligence had said such things, they would have likely offended people. However, Gui Bingjin's way of expressing herself would not evoke any resentment. Indeed, being the wife of a governor required high emotional intelligence. Chen Haoyu said, "Since those ordinary methods don't work, we should take a different approach." Yang Junxing asked, "What kind of different approach?" Chen Haoyu said solemnly, "Use qi and blood to stimulate the old lady's brain and forcibly wake her up." This explanation left Yang Junxing even more confused. But he understood the meaning of the word forcibly, saying, "Will this put my old partner in danger?" Chen Haoyu shook his head, "It won't." Yang Junxing said, "Oh, then go ahead and try." Chen Haoyu let Yang Junxing and Gui Bingjin step back to the window, while he stood less than half a meter away from the old lady, took a deep breath, and the magical power in his dantian flowed into his 10 fingers like streams. Chen Haoyu formed hand seals, shouting loudly. The sound burst forth like spring thunder, shaking the entire room as if it were trembling. Yang Junxing and Gue Bingjin were almost knocked over by the sudden sound and quickly grabbed the windowsill. They exchanged glances, both showing expressions of immense shock with a hint of expectation. As the saying goes, one knows the skill of an expert at first glance. Chen Haoyu's move was a strong start, bringing them hope. As the character Ling from the Taoist 9-character mantra was uttered, the old lady on the bed shook as if she had come back to life, her internal energy surging, turning her face red. Chen Haoyu took a stance, his 10 fingers transforming like blooming flowers, constantly changing hand shapes. With each change, he would shout loudly, "Soldiers, fight, formation, array," after each shout. The old lady's body and the big bed would shake incessantly. By the final shout, she was no longer just shaking but was lifted into the air by some mysterious force, then dropped straight down. Forward. The last word Chen Haoyu uttered was like the sound of a morning bell and evening drum, causing Yang Junxing and Gue Bingjin's blood to surge, strangely without causing discomfort in their ears. The old lady on the sickbed sat up straight, her face red as blood, with bulging veins, looking very terrifying. Chen Haoyu stepped forward, extending his right hand's ring and middle fingers, pointing at the old lady's forehead, and shouted, "If you don't wake up now, when will you?" It was unclear whether the old lady heard Chen Haoyu's call or was stimulated by his magical power, but after a moment of frowning, she slowly opened her eyes. Yang Junxing was overjoyed and shouted, "Old lady, you finally woke up." Chen Haoyu withdrew his fingers, supporting the old lady, and asked, "Do you know who you are?" The old lady showed a dazed expression, lowered her head and pondered for a long time, her eyes becoming clearer, and finally, she spoke her first words. "My name is Zhuang Yujun. I am Xiner's great-grandmother." "Where is Xiner? Has Xiner been found?" She scanned the room and focused her gaze on the tearful Yang Junxing. Yang Junxing walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, held the old lady's hand, and said, "Old lady, it's good that you are awake." Just after awakening, the old lady's mind was still a bit unclear, staring at Yang Junxing for a long time before recognizing him, urgently saying, "Old man, Xiner has been taken away by that damn human trafficker. You must go find him." Yang Junxing's tears flowed down, saying, "Old lady, don't worry. We are already doing everything we can to find him." Seeing the old lady fully recovered, Chen Haoyu wisely walked out of the bedroom. Su Jiangwo immediately came up and asked, "What is the situation? I heard it sounded like thunder in there." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "Just a little trick. The old lady has woken up." Su Jiangwo happily patted Chen Haoyu's shoulder, saying, "I knew you could do it." After waiting in the living room for about 20 minutes, the bedroom door finally opened. Gue Bingjin, with red eyes, helped the old lady out, followed closely by Yang Junxing. Chen Haoyu said, "You'd better make the old lady some millet porridge or similar soft food, and have her eat smaller meals more frequently within 3 days. Also, find a few experienced traditional Chinese medicine doctors to prescribe some medicine to properly adjust her body. After all, she has been lying in bed for 2 to 3 years, and various organs have degenerated to different degrees. It must be replenished slowly to avoid affecting her lifespan." Gue Bingjin nodded, saying, "I've already asked Aunt Zhang to do it." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "That's good." Su Jiangwo stood up and said, "Old sister, do you still recognize me?" The old lady said, "Old Su, how could I forget you? I heard from the old man that I was able to wake up this time thanks to you recommending Young Chen to him." Su Jiangwo laughed and said, "I just want to find Young Chen with a try-it-out attitude, but I didn't expect he really woke you up. This shows you are a blessed person." The old lady smiled bitterly. "If heaven really protects me, Xiner wouldn't be lost. Alas, it's all my fault. Why did I go to the amusement park that day? How could I have lost Xiner?" As she spoke, the old lady's tears flowed again. Chen Haoyu frowned and said, "Old lady, you've just woken up from a long dream. It's best not to be too agitated. From the faces of you and old Yang, it seems that your great-grandson should still be alive." Yang Junxing's eyes brightened and asked, "Really?" Su Jiangwo said, "Teacher, don't forget, Su Hai's illegitimate child was revealed by Young Chen through my face reading." Gue Bingjin's heart stirred and said, "Young Chen, we know you are a master of this generation. We wonder if you can find out the location of my poor great-grandson now?" As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes turned to Chen Haoyu. Chapter 84, 10,000 Miles Tracking Technique. Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, "The possibility is not great. Su Jiangwo said. Not great means there is a possibility, right? Yang Junxing said. As long as there is a 1% chance. Our Yang family is willing to make 100 times the effort. The old lady said, Mr. Chun, I kneel to you. Please help us find the child. After saying this, the old lady's knees softened, and she was about to kneel to Chun Haoyu. Chun Haoyu was startled, his figure flashed, and he instantly arrived in front of the old lady, supporting her and saying, Old lady, you're going to shorten my lifespan. The old lady said, the greatest regret and the most regrettable thing in my life is losing Xiner. If I can't find Xiner, I will die with my eyes open. Mr. Chun, I beg you. Chun Haoyu had a troubled expression and said, Old lady, it's not that I don't want to help you, but Gui Bingjin said, Young Chun, do you have something difficult to say? Chun Haoyu pondered for a moment and said, to be honest, there is a very powerful technique in the Xianmin called the 10,000 miles tracking technique. It can use the child's birth date and the blood of close relatives to find the child's exact location. However, this technique is extremely unfriendly to the practitioner. It not only greatly consumes their magical power, but also shortens their lifespan. Hearing Chun Haoyu's words, the Yang family fell silent. Since it involved the lifespan of the practitioner, no one could say anything more. Su Jiangwo asked, Young Chun, do you know this magical 10,000 miles tracking technique? Chun Haoyu sighed and nodded. I know. Su Jiangwo said, I've heard a saying from Taoism. The way of heaven takes from the surplus to supplement the insufficient. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, Old Su, I understand your meaning. The magical power and lifespan lost in performing this technique can indeed be replenished. Yang Junxing's eyes lit up, asking, what method? Chun Haoyu said, ordinary supplements are useless. The best supplement is wild ginseng over 500 years old. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Let alone wild ginseng over 500 years old. Even wild ginseng over 100 years old is nearly non-existent in today's society. Su Jiangwo smiled bitterly and said, is there no other way? Chun Haoyu remained silent for a long time before saying, I'll think about it carefully when I go back. Everyone naturally understood Chun Haoyu's meaning, showing expressions of immense complexity. Yang Junxing gritted his teeth and said, Xiao Chun, we are already extremely grateful that you can wake up my wife. We won't trouble you with finding the child. The old lady wanted to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat. Chun Haoyu said, with my abilities, I can live to at least 120 years old. Losing a few years of lifespan isn't a big deal. Upon hearing this, everyone felt renewed hope. After pondering for a moment, Chun Haoyu's gaze became resolute as he said, I'll take this on. Yang Junxing exclaimed, really? Xiao Chun, we didn't mean to pressure you. Chun Haoyu waved his hand and smiled, no pressure. To be honest, I've never used the 10,000 miles tracking technique. I'm very curious about whether it works or not. Moreover, regardless of the outcome, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. No one can say a word about it. Yang Junxing said solemnly, you can rest assured. We will keep it confidential. Chun Haoyu said, please tell me the child's name and birth date. I need to prepare in advance. As soon as Gui Bingjin heard this, she almost blurted it out. After Chun Haoyu noted it down on his phone, he smiled. Ordinary people simply can't remember a child's birth date. Aunt Gui, it seems you've sought out quite a few experts. Gui Bingjin showed a wry smile and said, I've consulted all the famous experts in the country, but it was of no use. Today, I finally met a true master. Chun Haoyu replied, don't say that. I have a girlfriend and am not fated with the Buddha. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Gui Bingjin asked, Xiao Chun, is there anything else we need to do? Chun Haoyu said, the child's father or mother should come in 3 days. They are the closest to the child, and I will need their blood. That's all. Su Jiangwo said, there's one important matter. Chun Haoyu was taken aback and asked, what is it? Su Jiangwo laughed, of course, it's the consultation and treatment fees. Yang Junxing laughed heartily and said, how could I forget? Xiao Chun, how much? Chun Haoyu was not modest at all and said, I used the Taoist 9-character mantra on the old lady. This method should only be known by me in the world. Since it's rare, you must at least pay me 500,000. Yang Junxing waved his hand and said, 500,000 is too little. I'll give you 1 million. Chun Haoyu replied, no, 500,000 is 500,000. Not a cent more or less. This is the rule among us practitioners. Also, I need to give you a friendly reminder. You should prepare an additional 3 million in the next few days. Because in 3 days, I will use the 10,000 miles tracking technique to help you find the child's whereabouts. If I can't find them, I want to take a dime. If I do find them, you will need to pay me 3 million as a reward. Yang Junxing said, even if we can't find them, we will still pay. After all, the cost you are bearing is too great. Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, no reward without merit. If the 10,000 miles tracking technique doesn't work, it's just that I lack skill, and it has nothing to do with you. Everyone, it's getting late. I need to go back to have dinner with my girlfriend. Let us meet again in 3 days. After receiving 500,000 from Gui Bingzhen, Chen Haoyu left the courtyard. Yang Junxing and Su Jiangwo personally saw him to the door. Watching the car slowly drive away, Yang Junxing said, what a remarkable person. Lao Su, how likely do you think Xiao Chun is to find the child? Su Jiangwo replied, from the way he spoke, it should be quite promising. Yang Junxing said, I hope it turns out as you expect. Come, let us have a drink. Su Jiangwo waved his hand and said, let us do it another day. The old lady just woke up and needs proper care. When the child returns in a few days, we can celebrate then. Yang Junxing let out a hearty laugh and said, all right. After leaving the nursing home, Chen Haoyu drove back home. Hearing the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen, Chen Haoyu changed out of his slippers and quietly walked over. He saw Su Yuyao wearing an apron, seriously learning how to cook by following the instructions of some famous chef on her phone. The previous aloof aura had completely vanished, replaced by a warm, homely vibe. This made Chen Haoyu feel a sense of warmth in his heart. Leaning against the door, he watched for a long time until Su Yuyao finally noticed him. When did you come back? How could there be no noise at all? Su Yuyao asked in surprise. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, you were so engrossed in learning that I've been standing here for almost 5 minutes. Su Yuyao pouted. Why didn't you come in to help? Were you just waiting to see me make a fool of myself? Chen Haoyu said, I wasn't waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. I just wanted to watch you. A hint of blush appeared on Su Yuyao's stunningly beautiful face as she asked, what is so great about me? Chen Haoyu walked up to Su Yuyao, gently embraced her, and said earnestly, Su Yuyao, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful scenery in the world. Su Yuyao didn't expect Chen Haoyu to suddenly hug her, and her body stiffened for a moment, but she soon relaxed and said, are you all right? Chen Haoyu released Su Yuyao and said, I'm fine. Su Yuyao sensed that something was off with Chen Haoyu. Her brows furrowed slightly as she asked, tell me the truth. What is wrong? Chen Haoyu replied, I really am fine. Su Yuyao remained silent, just staring at Chen Haoyu with her beautiful big eyes, her expression showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Chen Haoyu raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, don't look at me like that. I'll tell you if you insist. Su Yuyao urged, hurry up. Chen Haoyu said with a wry smile, you know, I grew up without parents and have never felt the warmth of a family. Just now, when I saw you cooking in the kitchen, I suddenly felt a sense of home. As he said this, Chen Haoyu's eyes turned slightly red, and he quickly turned his head to the side and said, I don't know why today, I'm feeling a bit sentimental. Haha, don't laugh at me. Looking at the man in front of her who was desperately concealing his true feelings, Su Yuyao felt a surge of compassion in her heart. She took the initiative to hug Chen Haoyu and softly said, don't hide anything from me. I can understand you. Chen Haoyu tightly embraced Su Yuyao in return, whispering in her ear, thank you. In that moment, both of them felt each other's sentiments almost simultaneously. That feeling of mutual understanding also brought them closer together. Just then, a burnt smell wafted over. Oh no, my meat is burning. Su Yuyao exclaimed, breaking free from Chen Haoyu's embrace and looking towards the pot of twice-cooked pork. She saw that the twice-cooked pork she had been working hard on was now charred into pieces of black carbon. Su Yuyao said with a wry smile, what should we do? Chen Haoyu said, there is plenty of meat in the fridge, I'll do it. Su Yuyao asked in surprise, you can cook twice-cooked pork? Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, I can pretty much cook all the major cuisines in the country. Su Yuyao gave him a thumbs up and said, all right, you're impressive. The two of them collaborated and got busy in the kitchen. In less than half an hour, a plate of twice-cooked pork was sizzling hot and ready. They exchanged glances and simultaneously broke into radiant smiles. During dinner, Su Yuyao asked about Yang Junxing's situation. When she learned that Chen Haoyu had really woken up the old lady, she was instantly shocked. The more she interacted with Chen Haoyu, the more she felt that this guy's medical skills were unfathomable. You can even treat severe depression in a vegetative state. I really don't know what illness you can't cure. Su Yuyao exclaimed. Chen Haoyu replied, cancer, I can't handle that. Su Yuyao laughed and said, if you could cure cancer, you'd be the modern-day Shin Nong and would definitely win a Nobel Prize in medicine. Chen Haoyu sneered and said, "That so-called Nobel Prize is just a gimmick created by Western countries. I don't care about it at all." Su Yuyao smiled and said, "You can brag about it once you win it. By the way, since you've cured old Yang's wife, didn't old Yang invite you to dinner?" Chen Haoyu said he did, but I declined. Su Yuyao helplessly said, "Do you know how many people outside want to have a meal with old Yang but can't? You, on the other hand, actually turned down his invitation." Chen Haoyu said, "I told you. To me, you are the most important. Everyone else, no matter what they do, can stand aside." Su Yuyao felt very happy and said, "Shouldn't I thank you for valuing me so much?" Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "No need to thank me. Just marry me in the future." Su Yuyao replied, "Let's see how you perform." Chen Haoyu was invigorated and said, "That's for sure. Do you have anything planned this afternoon? I'll go buy you a new car." Su Yuyao raised an eyebrow and said, "What for? Do you think I like your money?" Chen Haoyu replied, "How could that be? If you like money, we wouldn't have ended up together. I just want to please you. It's very humble of me." Su Yuyao chuckled and said, "You're quite honest, but I'm sorry. I have an appointment with Sister Qing to go out this afternoon, and we'll go together in the evening." Chen Haoyu shrugged and said, "That's fine. Just give me your ID, and I'll buy you an identical car." Su Yuyao said sternly, "Your gift is too expensive. I don't want it. That's my principle." Chen Haoyu sighed and said, "I knew you'd have this attitude. Fine, I won't buy it. You go have fun. This afternoon, I need to focus on painting at home. By the time you come back tonight, you should be able to appreciate my masterpiece." Su Yuyao smiled and said, "I'm looking forward to it." After dinner, Su Yuyao put on light makeup and, after receiving a call from Qin Xingqing, told Chen Haoyu and went out. Chen Haoyu tidied up the dining table, took out the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone he had bought, and began to paint. The carefree master in his dreams was a top-notch calligrapher and painter. Painting an ordinary birthday picture was not much more difficult than eating and drinking. Chen Haoyu had inherited the legacy of the carefree master and thought he could handle it easily. But when he actually started painting, he realized that it wasn't that simple. He was fully aware of all the techniques and brushwork of fine brush painting, but once it reached the paper, all sorts of low-level mistakes kept appearing. This was a classic case of the eye is higher than the hand. There was no other choice. Chen Haoyu could only start training his painting skills and brushwork from scratch, like a beginner. Fortunately, his training was more like a review, which was 1,000 times easier than starting from scratch. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy. Just as Chen Haoyu was struggling with fine brush painting, the master of Xingyi Quan, Yi Tsong, was hosting a distinguished guest at home. Yi Tsong was 68 years old this year, not tall, under 1.7 meters. But his back was straight, his spirit was vigorous, and his gaze was sharp. Sitting in a grandmaster chair, he had an imposing presence. Chao Cheng stood behind him, hands down, his eyes on the guest from the 8 Extreme School, Zhang Mingchen. Chapter 86. Scolding Zhang Mingchen was the eldest disciple of Zhang Yuandong from the 8 Extreme School, 42 years old, with a square face and a rugged appearance that commanded respect without anger. Yi Tsong took a sip of tea and said, "Mingchen, I remember 10 years ago. You just became a disciple of Brother Yuandong to learn 8 Extremes Fist. I didn't expect that in just 10 years. You have practiced 8 Extremes Fist to the late stage of dark strength, truly a genius among geniuses. Brother Yuandong is very fortunate to have a disciple like you. And so is 8 Extremes Fist." Zhang Mingchen said, "Thank you, Senior Yi. Brother Chao here is not yet 30, and he has already reached the late stage of bright strength. With his talent, he should surpass me in less than 5 years." Yi Tsong was clearly very satisfied with his disciple Chao Cheng and said, "Let's hope so." "Mingchen, did you come to Yanhai for something specific?" Zhang Mingchen nodded and said, "We have an unworthy disciple called Zhang Cha from the 8 Extreme School. Although he was expelled by the master early on, there is still a bond. Now he has been killed in Yanhai by someone, and as his senior brother, I must seek justice from the other party." Yi Tsong asked, "Who killed Zhang Cha?" Behind him, Chao Cheng respectfully said, "Master, it was Dr. Chen Haoyu." Yi Tsong was taken aback and said, "Isn't that the doctor who cured the little girl?" Chao Cheng replied, "Yes." Yi Tsong's brow furrowed. Dr. Chen Haoyu had cured his granddaughter's severe depression, and the entire Yi family owed him a huge favor. Now, Zhang Yuandong's disciple had traveled a long way to Yanhai to teach Chen Haoyu a lesson, which put Yi Tsong in a difficult position. What on earth was going on? Why did Dr. Chen have a conflict with Zhang Cha? Chao Cheng then explained everything Zhang Cha had done in detail. He was very well informed, especially about matters in the martial arts world, which he knew very well. After hearing this, Yitsong snorted coldly and said, "He really is an unworthy disciple, bringing disgrace to brother Yuandong. Mingchen, don't you think it's ridiculous for you to stand up for such a scoundrel?" Zhang Mingchen said, "Zhang Cha deserves to die. If he had been shot dead by the police, I would have no objections. But he was killed by Chun Haoyu. So I have the obligation to vindicate 8 Extremes fist." Chao Chung said, "Brother Zhang, Chun Haoyu is a doctor, not someone from the martial arts community." Zhang Mingchen replied, "I have watched the video of the fight between Chun Haoyu and Zhang Cha. The opponent is a top expert. The first 10 moves were almost just playing around with Zhang Cha, but once he got serious, he only used one palm to easily kill Zhang Cha. You have to know that although Zhang Cha was a scoundrel, his skills had reached bright strength, just one step away from breaking through to dark strength. With such powerful strength, it's absurd to say that Chun Haoyu cannot be considered part of the martial arts community." Yitsong said in surprise, "I didn't expect Dr. Chen's skills to be so impressive. Chao Qing, do you know about this?" Chao Qing shook his head and said, "I only know that Zhang Cha died at Dr. Chen's hands. I'm not very clear on the specifics." Zhang Mingchen said, "Brother Chao, I have no hostility towards Chun Haoyu. I just want to spar with him. I hope you can help me arrange it." Chao Chung looked at Yitsong, and Yitsong said, "Mingchen, Dr. Chun has a favor to our Yi family. We can't help you with this." Zhang Mingchen said, "Senior Yi, my duel with Chun Haoyu is inevitable. If you consider Dr. Chen's favor, you can notify him in advance so he can be prepared." Yitsong thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Chung, give Dr. Chen a call." "Yes, master." Chao Chung took out his phone and, in front of Zhang Mingchen, directly dialed Chun Haoyu's number. "Hello, young Master Chao. What is up?" Soon, Chun Haoyu's voice came from the phone. Chao Chung glanced at Zhang Mingchen and said, "Dr. Chun, did you kill a drug dealer named Zhang Cha?" "That did happen. What is the matter?" "Zhang Cha's fellow disciple has come to my master. He wants to challenge you." "Damn, is that guy out of his mind?" Zhang Cha was a drug dealer who caused countless families to break apart. 2 days ago, in order to escape, he even planned to abduct a little girl as a hostage. If it weren't for me, that little girl would probably have fallen victim to Zhang Cha's evil hands. Such a scoundrel, and there are still people coming to seek revenge for him? Isn't his face a bit too thick? If the ancestors of the 8 Extremes sect knew about this, they would probably be unable to keep the coffin lid down and would have to come out to clean up the mess. Uffed, hearing Chun Haoyu's words, Yitsong couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. This Dr. Chen's mouth is really too venomous. Chao Chung suppressed his laughter and glanced at Zhang Mingchen. Zhang Mingchen's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. However, this was normal, not to mention a master like Zhang Mingchen. Even any ordinary person would probably not be able to withstand Chun Haoyu's insults. "Dr. Chun, please calm down." "What do you mean?" Zhang Mingchen asked. "Tell that idiot that I'm not from the martial arts community and I do not accept his challenge. Also, for martial artists, virtue comes first and skill comes later. Cultivating virtue before skill is a tradition passed down in the martial arts community. The 8 Extremes sect has produced a scoundrel like Zhang Cha, and what they should do is reflect on themselves at home, not come out to defend him. Damn it. When did the people of the 8 Extremes sect become so shameless? A martial artist can be killed but cannot be insulted." At this moment, Zhang Mingchen's face had turned extremely ugly. He suddenly stood up, approached Chao Chung, and spoke sternly into the phone. "Mr. Chun, don't you think you're being excessive?" "Excessive?" Chun Haoyu showed no mercy, directly retorting, "I'm just speaking harshly, while you are doing things disgracefully. Let me tell you, if you really provoke me, I will make Zhang Cha's background public online, letting the 8 Extremes sect share in his disgrace. By the way, what's your name? I will list you separately so that netizens know how you bully a drug enforcement hero for a drug dealer." Zhang Mingchen felt like he was about to explode with anger. "It seems you don't care about any sense of martial ethics." Chun Haoyu replied, "I'm a doctor, not a person of the martial world. I only speak of the law, not any martial ethics. Furthermore, this is a society ruled by law. If you dare to trouble me, I will report it to the police immediately and let the authorities investigate whether the 8 Extremes sect is an accomplice of Zhang Cha. All right, let's leave it at that. Goodbye." "No, I don't want to see you. It's best if we never meet again." After saying that, Chun Haoyu hung up the phone directly. Chapter 87. The plans of the 8 Extremes sect. Yitsong and Chao Chung were left dumbfounded. Good gracious. Chun Haoyu's outburst was truly impressive, comparable to Zhuge Liang scolding Wang Lang in the Three Kingdoms period. Fortunately, Zhang Mingchen was in good health. If it had been someone with a heart condition, they might have been driven to death by anger. The master and disciple exchanged glances, both looking at Zhang Mingchen with a sense of pity. At this moment, Zhang Mingchen's chest rose and fell rapidly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Since taking over the 8 Extreme sect, it was the first time he had been insulted like this. This Qin Haoyu is nothing but a mouthy scoundrel. Zhang Mingchen couldn't help but curse. Chao Cheng was somewhat displeased and said, Senior brother Zhang, to speak fairly, you shouldn't have come to Yanhai to challenge Dr. Chen. Zhang Mingchen replied coldly, Brother Chao, whether or not to challenge Qin Haoyu is a matter for our 8 Extreme sect. No matter how good your relationship with Qin Haoyu is, I hope you won't interfere. Chao Cheng frowned and said, Are you threatening me? Zhang Mingchen said, It's a suggestion. My master and Senior Yi are good friends, and I don't want the two families to be unhappy over a Qin Haoyu. Seeing that the two were at a standoff, Yitsong stepped in to mediate. All right. Mingchen, Dr. Qin's meaning is already very clear. What do you plan to do? Force him to compete with you? Zhang Mingchen said in a deep voice. I have my ways to make Qin Haoyu agree. Yitsong said, if a competition is necessary, I hope it will be at Chao Cheng's Xingtian Fitness Center. Zhang Mingchen felt somewhat dissatisfied and said, Senior Yi, are you worried that I will use despicable means against Qin Haoyu? Yitsong smiled and said, I mainly want to return a favor to Dr. Qin while ensuring the fairness and justice of the competition. Zhang Mingchen nodded and said, All right, I will specify the Xingtian Fitness Center in the challenge letter. Without staying for a meal, Zhang Mingchen bid farewell to Yitsong and left. As soon as Zhang Mingchen left, Chao Cheng couldn't help but say, Master, what is this 8 Extreme sect doing? They actually came to Yanhai to cause trouble for Dr. Qin over a Zhang Cha. Yitsong's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as he sneered. Zhang Yuandong has been good at scheming since his youth. As he aged, he became even more shrewd. He lets Zhang Mingchen cling to this matter not for any other reason, but to extend his reach into Yanhai. Zhang Yuandong's 8 Extreme sect is different from ordinary martial arts sects. They place great emphasis on business. 20 years ago, he established a transportation company and arranged for all his disciples to work there. This way, Zhang Yuandong not only doesn't need to collect tuition fees from his disciples, but he can also pay them salaries. It is precisely this measure that has allowed Zhang Yuandong's 8 Extreme sect to achieve unprecedented development. By now, the Yuandong Transportation Group has grown into a company worth billions, with a total of 200 disciples in the 8 Extreme sect. Yanhai is a first-tier city in the eastern part of Xia country and an important transportation hub. A few years ago, Zhang Yuandong planned to open a branch here, but unfortunately faced a united attack from other transportation groups and had to withdraw in defeat. Now that Zhang Cha is dead, it undoubtedly gives him a very good reason to make a comeback. Chao Cheng asked in confusion, Master, this is still a society ruled by law. Even if Zhang Mingchen defeats Dr. Chen, what can he achieve? Yitsong replied, he can use this victory to continue challenging other sects in Yanhai. You must know that the martial arts community has its own rules. All the transportation companies, big and small, in Yanhai have the support of various sections. As long as Zhang Mingchen can defeat them, then those companies supporting them will have no reason to stop Yuandong Transportation Group from developing in Yanhai. The decline of martial arts in Xia country is an undeniable fact, but that does not mean that those powerful sects have disappeared. They are mostly hidden within the business world. Take Yanhai as an example. The transportation industry alone is filled with disciples from major sects like Shaolin, Taiji, and Choi Li Fut. Even Yitsong's Xingyi sect is supporting a transportation company. Of course, they cannot casually send a few martial artists to assassinate competitors like in online novels. The martial arts community has its own rules, and the business world has its own rules. Unless it is a matter of life and death, no one will violate them. Moreover, the police are not to be underestimated. In some martial arts movies, there's often a line about how a fist is faster than a gun within 7 steps. In reality, that's absolute nonsense. Take Qin Haoyu for example. Without using some long-range attack methods, he can at most cover 6 steps with a full burst. As for those martial arts experts, being able to strike faster than a gun within 4 steps already makes them top-tier figures in the world. Furthermore, police usually execute tasks in groups. No matter how skilled a martial artist is, facing more than a dozen handguns will lead to no other outcome than defeat. Therefore, facing a national machine like the police, the martial arts community has no means to resist, and decline is inevitable. Chao Cheng frowned and said, this 8 Extreme sect really has some tricks up its sleeve. Master, do you think Dr. Chen will accept his challenge? Yitsong said, everyone has weaknesses, and Dr. Chen is no exception. Chao Cheng, Call Dr. Chen again and tell him our speculation. How to choose is up to him. Chao Cheng nodded and said, understood. After receiving Chao Cheng's second call, a sharp light flashed in Chun Haoyu's eyes. He felt that Yi Tsong and Chao Cheng's analysis should be correct. The Zhang family's 8 Extremes sect wanted to use Zhang Chaji's death to create trouble for him, and then use him as a springboard to extend their influence into the fiercely contested business territory of Yinhai. They just chose the wrong target and treated him as a soft persimmon. Damn it, Zhang Mingchen better behave, otherwise I will have to teach him a lesson. Chen Haoyu was somewhat annoyed. He didn't want to get involved in the disputes of the martial arts community, but he even less wanted to be bullied by people from the martial arts community. If the Far East 8 Extreme sect really dared to cause him trouble, Chen Haoyu wouldn't mind making an example out of them to intimidate the entire martial arts community. Damn, Chen Haoyu's anger surged, causing him to press too hard with the brush in his hand, ruining a crane he had managed to complete halfway. Rip! Chen Haoyu directly tore off the drawing paper and threw it on the floor. By this time, there were already more than 30 sheets of discarded drawing paper on the floor. Fortunately, the results were not bad. Chen Haoyu's painting skills had made significant progress, reaching about 70% of the level of the carefree true person. Chapter 88. This is a threat at a life club in Yinhai. Su Yuyao and Qin Qingqing lay on their beds wrapped in bath towels, enjoying massages from female therapists. Su Yuyao asked, Sister Qing, how are things going with you? Qin Qingqing was silent for a moment, then said, Li Yin is about to pass away. It should be within the next couple of days. I talked to her, and she asked Xiao Malir to call me mom. Li Yin is He Jiahong's first love, and Xiao Malir is their daughter. Su Yuyao said, I've met Xiao Malir and chatted with her for a while. She's a good kid, so understanding it breaks your heart. Qin Qingqing replied, to be honest, I really like Xiao Malir. Sometimes I even think how nice it would be if she were my biological daughter. Su Yuyao turned to Qin Qingqing and said, Xiao Malir is only 5 years old. If you treat her as your own daughter with sincerity, I believe she will see you as her real mother. Qin Qingqing smiled and said, don't worry, I will treat Xiao Malir well. But enough about me. How far have you and Chun Haoyu developed? Su Yuyao didn't hide it and said, he's pursuing me. Qin Qingqing asked, and then? Did you agree? Su Yuyao said, I neither refused nor agreed. Qin Qingqing inquired, have you figured out whether you like him or not? Su Yuyao stated directly, I'm sure I like him. Qin Qingqing extended her fair arm and gave Su Yuyao a thumbs up, praising, as expected of the Su Yuyao I know, so straightforward. Liking is liking. Not liking is not liking. Being shy is not my style. Didn't you say before that there was a layer of fog around Chun Haoyu that made it hard for you to see? What about now? I guess I've seen through most of it. Overall, his character, ability, and personality all score over 95 in my book. My goodness, that's quite a high evaluation. If that's the case, why don't you agree to Chun Haoyu's pursuit and establish a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with him? Su Yuyao sighed and said, Sister Qing, my family is not like an ordinary family. If I get together with him, it might harm him. Qin Qingqing had never asked Su Yuyao about her family situation and had never deliberately inquired, so she knew nothing about the Su family. But she could be sure of one thing. Su Yuyao's family was definitely not ordinary. The reason is simple. An ordinary family cannot cultivate the kind of noble and elegant temperament that Su Yuyao possesses. Does Chen Haoyu know about your family situation? What is his attitude? I told him, and he didn't care at all. Then what are you hesitating for? It's not easy to like someone. If you don't love fiercely, you'll regret it in the future. Yuyao, although Chun Haoyu speaks in a roundabout way and is quite casual, I can see that he is a very principled person. And he truly likes you. How can you tell he likes me? His eyes. The way Chun Haoyu looks at you is full of light. Completely different from how he looks at others. Yuyao, trust me, don't have any reservations. Follow your heart. Su Yuyao responded with an uh-huh and said nothing more. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the two came out of the Life Club, ready to go to the mall for dinner and shopping. Just as they were about to get into the car, a sharp-eyed man in his 30s suddenly appeared in front of them. Miss Su, hello? I am a disciple of the Far East 8 Extremes sect. This is a challenge letter sent by our sect leader Zhang Mingchen to Master Chen Haoyu. Please help deliver it to him. The man said as he handed a letter to Su Yuyao, with the words challenge letter written prominently on it. Su Yuyao did not take it, but instead asked, what does this challenge letter mean? It can't be like in kung fu movies, where two martial arts masters agree to duel, right? The man replied, you can think of it that way. Su Yuyao frowned slightly and said, it seems that Chun Haoyu is not a part of the martial arts community. Why are you challenging him? The man said, Miss Su, I apologize. I am just following orders. Su Yuyao said directly. Then you should deliver it to him in person. I want to deliver it. The man was taken aback by Su Yuyao's strong personality, then placed the challenge letter directly on the windshield of Qin Qingqing's car, stating in a deep voice, Miss Su, I am only responsible for delivering the challenge letter to you. Whether you choose to give it to Master Chen Haoyu is your business. I have no right to interfere. I just hope you don't regret it. After saying that, the man turned and left. Qin Qingqing, who had not spoken the whole time, picked up the challenge letter, took a glance, and said, What error is this? How can there still be such a thing? When she heard the other party say he was a disciple of the Far East 8 Extreme sect, Su Yuyao thought of Zhang Cha, who had been killed by Chun Haoyu. She had heard her uncle mention Zhang Cha's background before he committed a crime. He seemed to come from this Far East 8 Extreme sect. Could it be that they came to Yanhai to issue a challenge letter to avenge Zhang Cha? Su Yuyao's mind raced, and she said, Sister Qing, wait for me a moment. I'll call Chen Haoyu. Qin Qingqing handed her the challenge letter and said, Call him in the car. The two got into the car, and Su Yuyao dialed Chen Haoyu's number. Ha ha. Beautiful Miss Su. Your call came at just the right time. I just finished a birthday painting. The birthday painting is not important now. What's important is that someone has sent you a challenge letter. What challenge letter? It's from a person named Zhang Mingchen from the Far East 8 Extremes sect who wants to challenge you. I suspect he's related to Zhang Cha's death. No need to suspect. Zhang Cha is Zhang Mingchen's junior brother, coming from the Far East 8 Extremes sect. Previously, Zhang Mingchen contacted Chao Cheng, and I rejected him and scolded him, but I didn't expect they were still unrepentant and sent the challenge letter to you. It seems the Far East 8 Extremes sect has considerable influence in Yanhai. Su Yuyao felt it was ridiculous that the 8 Extremes sect could accurately find her, which shows they have been plotting in Yanhai for quite some time. It was just her bad luck. Killing Zhang Cha gave them the opportunity. Su Yuyao said, Anyway, you are not a person from the martial arts world, so there's no need for you to accept their challenge. Chen Haoyu sighed and said, Do you think it's easier for them to find you or your family? Su Yuyao was taken aback and said, You mean they sent me this challenge letter to threaten you with me? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, Yuyao, you are really smart. That's right. They didn't send the challenge letter to your home, but to you, to let me know. If I don't accept the challenge, they might do something to you. Su Yuyao angrily replied, These people are really lawless. You don't have to worry about me. I believe they don't have the guts. Chen Haoyu said, Yuyao, anyone who practices martial arts is, without exception, audacious. If they didn't have the courage, they wouldn't be able to master their skills. Don't say you're just the daughter of the Su family. Even if you were the daughter of the national leader, they would dare to act. I have no other choice but to accept the challenge. Chapter 89. Chen Haoyu's painting. Su Yuyao was silent for a long time and said with a wry smile, Did I drag you into this again? Chen Haoyu laughed heartily and said, I'm willing to be dragged in by you. Su Yuyao pouted and said, Stop joking. I'm talking about serious matters. The competition is too dangerous. What if something happens to you? Chen Haoyu said solemnly. Zhang Mingchen is the leader of the 8 Extremes sect, and his skills have reached the level of the dark energy of Huang Feihong and Hui Yuanjia from the Republican era. I'm not confident I can win against him. Yuyao, if I were to be crippled, would you take care of me? Su Yuyao replied firmly, I would marry you and take care of you for life. Chen Haoyu happily said, Great. This is what you said. On the day of the competition, I'll let him break my legs. And then we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate. Uft. Qin Qingqing, who was beside them, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Su Yuyao was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry, saying, Chen Haoyu, do you have any sense of seriousness? Chen Haoyu chuckled and said, Just relax. In this world, no one can match me in a one-on-one fight. Even if Bodhidharma were resurrected or Zhang Sanfeng were alive, we wouldn't know who would win until we fought. A mere leader of the 8 Extreme sect, I could slap him to death. Su Yuyao asked, Are you serious? Chen Haoyu confidently replied, Of course it's true. However, since you just said you would marry me, I need to reconsider whether to intentionally lose to him. Su Yuyao said, If you win, I'll be your official girlfriend. Chen Haoyu pressed further, Official girlfriend? The kind that can share a bed? Get lost. Su Yuyao was both shy and angry and directly hung up the phone. Ha ha. Qin Qingqing was laughing so hard, she was doubled over. Su Yuyao said angrily, Is it that funny? Qin Qingqing gasped for breath and said, This Chen Haoyu is too interesting. If you're with him, I dare bet you'll definitely die of laughter in the future, not illness. Ha ha. Su Yuyao was speechless. Because of the challenge letter, She completely lost interest in shopping and had Qin Qingqing take her home. After opening the door, Su Yuyao changed out of her slippers, took the challenge letter, and walked in front of Chun Haoyu, who was painting. Just as she was about to say something, the words got stuck in her throat. Chun Haoyu's expression was as calm as water. He held a brush dipped in the purple ink of the evening mountain and was seriously painting. On the paper was a beautiful woman in a purple dress, looking affectionately at her lover, her face filled with endless affection. And this woman was none other than Su Yuyao herself. So beautiful. Su Yuyao gazed at the painting of herself, as if she were in a dream, until Chun Haoyu finished writing, put down the brush, and gently embraced her fragrant shoulder, asking, "Do you like it?" Su Yuyao nodded and said, "I like it. Especially like it." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "This is a painting I made just for you, and it's my first official gift to you." Su Yuyao turned around, hugged Chun Haoyu, and pecked him on the cheek, saying, "Thank you." Chun Haoyu touched his cheek and laughed, a painting in exchange for a kiss from a beauty. "I made a big profit." Su Yuyao looked back at the painting of herself and said, "No, I made a big profit. Tomorrow I'll find a bookstore to frame it and hang it in my bedroom." Chun Haoyu said, "From now on, I'll paint one for you every year. What do you think?" Su Yuyao nodded and said, "Good." The two exchanged a smile. Once the portrait dried, Su Yuyao carefully stored the painting away. Chun Haoyu picked up the discarded papers on the floor, placed them at the door, and prepared to throw them in the trash outside. "Yuyao, how about this longevity painting I made for your grandfather? Is it presentable?" Chun Haoyu pointed to a rolled-up painting on the coffee table and asked Su Yuyao, who had just come out of the bedroom. Su Yuyao then noticed the existence of the longevity painting and immediately unrolled it. In the painting stood a huge pine tree, with 3 cranes of different expressions standing on the trunk. In the distance, 7 or 8 cranes flapped their wings, flying and playing in the sky. Each crane was vividly depicted, full of grace. In the upper left corner of the painting were 4 large cursive characters, Fusho Kongning, written in a casual and elegant style. Even though Su Yuyao didn't know much about classical fine brushwork, she could still feel a vibrant artistic conception from the painting. Su Yuyao looked at Chun Haoyu with an incredulous gaze and said, "You are amazing." Chun Haoyu proudly replied, "Didn't I tell you? I'm proficient in all arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. These 2 paintings are only about 80 of my skill. If I practiced for a few more months, I could do even better." Su Yuyao was completely convinced by Chun Haoyu and said, "Since you were so talented, how did you end up like that before?" Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, "Didn't I say? You have a fortune-bringing destiny. No matter which man is with you, he will have good luck and wealth." The inheritance of the celestial being was Chun Haoyu's deepest secret. This secret, he would never tell anyone until the day he died, lest his body be dissected for study. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and said, "Nonsense." Chun Haoyu said, "You haven't answered me yet. Is this painting suitable as a birthday gift for your grandfather? Should I buy some other antiques?" Su Yuyao replied, "Nothing would make my grandfather happier than this painting." Chun Haoyu said, "That is good. By the way, you said on the phone that as long as I beat Zhang Mingchen, you would be my real girlfriend. Is that true?" Su Yuyao handed the challenge letter to Chun Haoyu, saying, "Take a look first." Chun Haoyu took the challenge letter, gazing intently at Su Yuyao, and said, "First tell me, then I'll look. This is very important to me." Su Yuyao bit her lip and directly met Chun Haoyu's intense gaze, saying, "Chun Haoyu, do you really like me?" Chun Haoyu said seriously, "It's not just liking, it's love. I can confirm that in this past week, I have completely fallen in love with you. To be honest, I can be carefree and easygoing and everything else, but when it comes to love, I dare not play around nor can I afford to." Hearing Chun Haoyu's confession, Su Yuyao was deeply moved, her eyes slightly reddening as she said, "I have also fallen in love with you." Chun Haoyu asked, "When?" Su Yuyao replied, "When you pretended to be dead that time. I felt like the sky was falling. It was at that moment that I realized my feelings for you." Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "It seems I did the right thing that time." Su Yuyao playfully pouted, "You're such a jerk." Chun Haoyu laughed heartily, opened his arms, and hugged Su Yuyao tightly, whispering in her ear, "I love you." Su Yuyao softly replied, "I love you too." Unknowingly, the two kissed each other. Chapter 90. Deceiving Chao Chung. Su Yuyao lost a bet and had to give a 2-minute French kiss, but not only did she fulfill it, she even added an extra minute. It was not until she was out of breath that they finally separated. Su Yuyao playfully hit his chest and said, "Aren't you proud?" Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Of course. As long as the main characters live together, they will definitely fall in love. It seems those authors who write online novels are quite reliable. Su Yuyao gave him a charming eye roll and said, "Stop reading those messy books." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "From now on, I'll only read you." Su Yuyao said, "No, you should take a good look at that challenge letter." Only then did Chen Haoyu remember the challenge letter. Patting his forehead, "I was so happy that I almost forgot about it." Opening the envelope. The challenge letter had only 2 simple lines. It invited Mr. Chen Haoyu to a martial arts competition at the Shengtian Fitness Center at 3 p.m. on July 12th. The 2 sides would meet as friends in martial arts, not regarding life or death. The name of the challenger at the bottom was Zhang Mingchen, the master of the 8 Extremes sect. Chen Haoyu scoffed, "This person's cultural literacy is average." Su Yuyao curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Haoyu pointed to the last 8 words and said, "The front says to meet as friends in martial arts, and the back says life and death are not considered. Isn't that contradictory?" Su Yuyao was instantly amused and said, "Don't you think your focus is a bit off?" Chen Haoyu crumpled the challenge letter into a ball and threw it into the trash can, saying, "Having an off focus is better than having a low IQ. By the way, what is the date today?" Su Yuyao said worriedly, "The 10th. The competition is the day after tomorrow." "Haoyu, I'm a bit worried." Chen Haoyu smiled and said, "The one who should be worried is Zhang Mingchen. This time, the 8 Extremes sect chose me as a stepping stone. They calculated wrong." Su Yuyao asked, "Are you really going to accept the challenge?" Chen Haoyu shook his head and said, "No, I'm going to challenge the entire 8 Extremes sect." Su Yuyao asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that?" Chen Haoyu's eyes glinted coldly, exuding an air of superiority. "The best defense is offense. The 8 Extremes sect treats me as a soft persimmon, wanting to step on my corpse to enter Yanhai. Then I will use the 8 Extremes sect to kill the chicken to warn the monkey." Su Yuyao exclaimed, "You're going to challenge everyone in the 8 Extremes sect?" Chen Haoyu hugged Su Yuyao's slender waist and laughed, "I'm not that foolish. I will let the 8 Extremes sect choose the 3 strongest fighters. Defeat them one by one, and then the Eastern 8 Extremes sect will have nothing to say." Su Yuyao asked, "Are you capable?" Chen Haoyu replied ungratefully, "Of course I am." Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at him and scolded, "Stop joking around." Chen Haoyu chuckled and gave her a hard kiss on her celestial-like face, saying, "I only joke around with you." Su Yuyao was speechless. To celebrate their newly established boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Chen Haoyu took Su Yuyao out for a romantic candlelight dinner. They also went to watch a boring romantic movie before finally returning home. Of course, they slept in separate rooms that night. Su Yuyao was quite conservative regarding that matter. "Hey, Xiao Chao, I need your help with something." Back in his bedroom, Chen Haoyu called Chao Cheng. Chao Cheng said, "Dr. Chen, no need to be polite. Just tell me what you need." Chen Haoyu said, "Zhang Mingchen had someone send me a challenge letter through Yuyao, asking for a martial arts competition at your fitness center at 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Since it involves Yuyao, I can't refuse the challenge." Chao Cheng angrily said, "They're using Miss Su to threaten you. That's too despicable." Chen Haoyu replied indifferently, "Someone wants to seek their own suffering. I can only reluctantly fulfill their wishes. I just don't like being passive." Chao Cheng asked, "Dr. Chen, what do you want me to do?" Chen Haoyu said solemnly, "2 things. First, I will personally write a challenge letter, not just challenging Zhang Mingchen himself, but the top 3 experts of the entire Eastern 8 Extremes sect. I will defeat them one by one, thoroughly breaking the backbone of the 8 Extremes sect. Please help me deliver the challenge letter to the Eastern 8 Extremes sect and invite all martial arts schools in Yanhai to come and watch." Upon hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Chao Cheng couldn't help but gasp. It seemed that Zhang Mingchen's actions had indeed provoked Chen Haoyu. He was going to deal a deadly blow to the Eastern 8 Extremes sect. If the 8 Extremes sect lost, Zhang would not only fail to enter Yanhai, but he would also lose face as a master of the 8 Extremes sect. Chao Cheng said, "Dr. Chen, Zhang Yuantong is a peak dark strength master, just a step away from entering the transformation strength level. Zhang Mingchen also has late-stage dark strength cultivation. Are you sure you can win?" Chen Haoyu confidently said, "Don't mention peak dark strength. Even peak transformation strength doesn't concern me." Chao Cheng could hardly believe his ears and said, "Dr. Chen, you're not joking, are you?" Chen Haoyu began to show off, saying, "Do you think peak transformation strength is the limit for martial arts masters? Don't joke around. Those famous generals in ancient times, which one didn't possess cultivation far beyond peak transformation strength. It's just that there was no specific standard for martial arts division back then. Let me tell you, above transformation strength is Dan strength. Above Dan strength is Gang strength. And above Gang strength is breaking through the void, being invulnerable to gods. In that final realm, you will grow 40 teeth. With an incredible life force. Chao Qing finally understood what it meant to hear a wise word, surpassing 10 years of study. After practicing martial arts for so many years, it was the first time he had heard of realms above transformation strength, which completely overturned his previous understanding. Perhaps even his master didn't know there were such realms. Chao Qing couldn't help but ask, Dr. Chun, may I ask what realm you are currently at? Chun Haoyu smiled and said, that's a secret. I want to tell you. The second thing is, I need you to lend me 3 billion. Chao Cheng was taken aback, saying, are you going to bet against the Eastern Eight Extremes sect? Chun Haoyu replied, exactly. This time, I not only want to break their face, but I also want them to pay a huge price financially. Chao Cheng said, the Eastern Transportation Group is valued at 8 billion, with liquid assets of about 600 million to 800 million. Chun Haoyu said without hesitation, then lend me 600 million. If I win, we'll split it in half. If I lose, I will pay you back within a year. Chao Cheng quickly said, Dr. Chun, aren't you insulting me? If I lend you 600 million, I don't need to split your money. Chun Haoyu thought for a moment and said, you really don't lack money. How about this? After the competition, I will teach you a set of Taoist body refining techniques. Your martial arts foundation is already very solid, as long as you practice this set daily. Along with the matching medicinal baths, in no more than 3 months, you should be able to break through all barriers and reach dark strength cultivation. Chapter 91. Teaching Ice Jade Skill. Upon hearing this, Chao Cheng was overjoyed and said, Dr. Chun, is there really such miraculous martial arts in the world? Oh, sorry. I'm not doubting you. I'm just a bit incredulous. Chun Haoyu disdainfully said, this set of body refining techniques is merely a method for beginners to improve their physical fitness. Beyond that is the method of marrow cleansing, which is the key to transitioning from dark strength to transformed strength, such as the Shaolin Yijinjing and Shisui Jing. Once you enter the realm of transformed strength, the methods of blood and energy transportation become crucial for the elixir of life. The so-called one golden elixir swallowed into the belly, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. At this stage, you could be considered a top master even in the most prosperous era of ancient martial arts. Chao Cheng was completely taken in by Chun Haoyu. The existence of unique methods for transitioning from dark strength to transformed strength, and from transformed strength to elixir strength, greatly excited Chao Cheng. He was a true martial arts enthusiast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked so hard to practice Xingyi Yiquan as the son of the richest man in Yanhai. According to his master Yi Tsong, Chao Cheng's limit was the peak of dark strength, and breaking through to transformed strength was virtually impossible. This left Chao Cheng very disappointed. However, Chun Haoyu's words reignited hope in his heart. Dr. Chun, do you have these methods? Chao Cheng asked. Chun Haoyu chuckled, of course. However, methods cannot be passed on lightly. Come find me after you reach the late stage of dark strength. Chao Cheng was filled with mixed emotions of joy and gratitude, saying, thank you, Dr. Chun. Chun Haoyu replied, no need to be polite. Everything still depends on you. If you cannot reach the late stage of dark strength, it means you are not suited for martial arts, and there would be no need to come to me for training methods. Chao Cheng said, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Chun Haoyu wrote a challenge letter on his computer and sent it to Chao Cheng via email. He postponed the duel by 1 day, scheduling it for 3 days later at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The challenge letter clearly stated that there would be 3 duels, as long as Chun Haoyu lost one. 600 million would belong to the Far East Transport Group. If Chun Haoyu won all, then the Far East Transport Group would have to pay him 600 million. Given the financial reserves of the Far East Transport Group, losing 600 million would mean they wouldn't be able to expand for 5 years unless they accepted outside investment. However, Chun Haoyu didn't want to be too ruthless and left some leeway for the Far East Badgeman. He instructed Chao Cheng to first give the challenge letter to Zhang Mingchen and to persuade him kindly. If Zhang Mingchen was willing to cancel the duel, then this mess would pass without further ado. If Zhang Mingchen was unwilling to cancel, then Chun Haoyu would have done all he could. At that time, he would defeat the Far East Badgeman with overwhelming force, making Zhang Yuandong and Zhang Mingchen realize that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals. The next day, Chun Haoyu woke up from meditation. After changing clothes, he went to the small square to practice Wuji Quan. Just after finishing the Wuji stance, he sensed a familiar gaze. Yu Yao, you're out a bit early today, Chen Haoyu said without turning his head or opening his eyes. Su Yuyao asked in surprise. How did you know I was here? Chen Haoyu let out a long breath, turned around, and smiled at Su Yuyao. There is a psychic connection between lovers. As long as you are within 20 meters of me, I can sense your presence. Su Yuyao pouted and said, Then why can't I sense you? Chen Haoyu replied. Because your love for me is not as deep as my love for you. Su Yuyao scoffed. Are you trying to fool me? I'm going for a run. Do you want to join? Chen Haoyu said. Running is the most boring exercise, not interesting at all. Do you want to practice some martial arts? I can teach you a set of ice jade skills suitable for women. Su Yuyao asked with great interest, what are the benefits of practicing this ice jade skill? Chen Haoyu explained. The ice jade skill was created by a Taoist nun 1,000 years ago, mainly focusing on energy and blood, divided into 6 stances of stance skills and 12 forms of palm techniques. Practicing for an hour each day can strengthen your muscles and bones, enhance your energy and blood, and improve the functions of your internal organs. If you persist for a year and a half, 3 or 4 ordinary adult men wouldn't be able to get close to you. Most importantly, when this ice jade skill is practiced to a high level, it can preserve youth. Preserve youth? Upon hearing this term, Su Yuyao's eyes lit up. Chen Haoyu, you're not lying to me, are you? Chen Haoyu said unhappily. I'm your boyfriend now. Can you stop calling me by my full name? It sounds so distant. Su Yuyao asked. Then what should I call you? Chen Haoyu chuckled. You can call me Yu Gore hubby. Su Yuyao huffed. Dream on. I'll just call you Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu sighed and said helplessly, whatever you want. The so-called preserving youth is an exaggerated statement, but maintaining body shape and delaying aging is certainly true. It is said that the Taoist nun who created this skill came from Longhu Mountain and, nearing 70, still had fair skin, a slender figure, and not a single white hair, looking like a woman in her 40s. Su Yuyao seemed somewhat skeptical, saying, what you're saying sounds too magical, doesn't it? You don't need to doubt its authenticity. I can guarantee it with my integrity that this is true. Chen Haoyu recalled the peerless female disciple of the carefree immortal in his dream and said, the common point of those anti-aging products on the market is the 4 characters nourishing blood and enhancing energy. The ice jade skill has unique effects in this regard. Stronger than any product. With sufficient energy and blood, strong internal organs, and vigorous blood circulation, it naturally can remove spots, resist wrinkles, and delay aging. Su Yuyao asked, can someone like me, who has no martial arts foundation, practice it? Chen Haoyu replied, who says you have no martial arts foundation? Don't you often practice yoga? That will make your body's flexibility much stronger than ordinary people. Also, you must have practiced Taekwondo for a while, right? Su Yuyao asked in surprise. How did you know? I indeed practiced for 3 to 4 years. Chen Haoyu smiled and said, I have a good eye. From some of your movements, I can see traces of Taekwondo. Su Yuyao gave a thumbs up, saying, you're impressive. Then please, Master Chen, teach me the ice jade skill. Chen Haoyu said, but first, I have to make it clear that I am very strict when teaching my disciples. If you can't handle it, you can tell me directly, and we can pretend I never mentioned the ice jade skill. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes and said, let's talk. Hurry up and teach me. Chen Haoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. And one more important point, no disrespect to your teacher. Su Yuyao chuckled, sure. Chen Haoyu showed a helpless expression. Oh no, it seems I've set a trap for myself. Su Yuyao laughed, no way. Master Chen, hurry up and teach me. I can't wait. Chen Haoyu said, all right. The saying goes, if you practice martial arts without practicing skills, you will end up empty-handed in old age. I'll teach you the 6 stances of stance skills first. Chapter 92. 6 Depressed Patients. In fact, Chen Haoyu teaching Su Yuyao martial arts was not just about strengthening her body and delaying aging. More importantly, he hoped she could have self-defense abilities. A woman who is too beautiful, if she doesn't have some martial arts skills, is not safe wherever she goes. Teaching martial arts inevitably involves physical contact. Traditionally, when male instructors taught female students, they would use a wooden stick to guide them in adjusting their movements if they were not done correctly. Since Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao were in a romantic relationship, there was no need to be cautious about gender differences, which gave Chen Haoyu a considerable advantage. At first, Su Yuyao would warn him with her eyes, but later, seeing that he was so thick-skinned and didn't care at all, and that her movements indeed had issues, she had to let it be. It must be said that Su Yuyao's memory, comprehension, and aptitude were exceptionally high. After only 1 hour of practice, she managed to perform the 6 stances of stance skills quite well. The most remarkable thing was that Chun Haoyu only explained once how to use breathing in conjunction with movements to promote the flow of qi and blood in the body. Yet Su Yue managed to do it all perfectly. Such a strong learning ability left Chun Haoyu quite shocked. Su Yue pressed her hands down, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, feeling her mind clear, her qi and blood vigorous, and her whole body refreshed. This set of ice jade fist stance training was amazing. During the practice, she could feel the qi and blood flowing in her body. Su Yue's fair and rosy face was filled with surprise. Chun Haoyu was greatly shaken and asked, "You can sense the flow of qi and blood?" Su Yue nodded and replied, "Of course. Is there a problem?" Chun Haoyu touched his nose and said, "No problem." Su Yue shook Chun Haoyu's arm and playfully scolded, "You can't fool me, just tell me." Chun Haoyu sighed and said, "I didn't want to praise you to avoid making you arrogant." Su Yue's face immediately lit up with joy as she said, "Am I not very talented in martial arts?" Chun Haoyu smiled wryly and replied, "To tell you the truth, you have an extraordinary talent for martial arts, a once-in-a-million genius. No, to be precise, you are a genius among geniuses. Because I have never heard of anyone being able to sense the flow of qi and blood in their body on the first day of practicing stance training. It's simply incredible." Su Yue felt very proud upon hearing this and asked, "How do I compare to you?" Chun Haoyu answered without hesitation, "Of course, you are far inferior. Let me put it this way. Purely in terms of martial arts, there is no one in the world who can make me feel threatened. If I had to describe my strength in one sentence, it would be that my martial arts have reached a level where I can roam the world and be invincible. It's very hard to even seek a defeat." Su Yue looked up at the sky and asked, "Have you ever seen a cow flying in the sky?" Chun Haoyu rolled his eyes and said, "I'm the one blowing it on the ground, okay? Ha ha ha." Seeing Chun Haoyu's helpless expression, Su Yue immediately laughed until she bent over. After finishing their practice, the two held hands and chatted happily as they returned home. They each took a shower in the bathroom, and while Su Yue was doing her makeup, Chun Haoyu sneaked into the kitchen and prepared breakfast. Su Yue took a sip of the seaweed egg soup and said with a smile, "It seems nice to have a boyfriend who can both entertain guests and cook." Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said with a lewd expression, "Actually, my greatest skill is that kind of martial arts. Do you want to give it a try?" Su Yue's face instantly turned red as she replied, "Can you stop thinking about such unhealthy things?" "Unhealthy?" Chun Haoyu exclaimed. "How is the way of human relationships unhealthy?" "Honey, can you stop being so futile?" Su Yue glared at him and asked, "Who are you calling honey?" Chun Haoyu replied confidently, You are my future wife. I'm just practicing in advance. What's the problem?" Su Yue felt happy inside, but said, "Can you stop being such a rogue?" Chun Haoyu said no. "If you want to take revenge, you can call me husband." Su Yue rolled her eyes at him and said, "In your dreams." After finishing breakfast, Chun Haoyu drove his pickup truck and took Su Yue to the hospital before heading to his clinic. After tidying up a bit, Chun Haoyu brewed a pot of green tea and leisurely started drinking. Just as he finished a pot of tea, 6 middle-aged women came in, each holding a child's hand. These children were both boys and girls, but they were all around the same age, roughly 16 or 17 years old. Chun Haoyu was a bit confused and stood up to ask, "Ladies, is there something you need?" A mature and dignified middle-aged woman seemed to be their representative and said to Chun Haoyu, "Dr. Chun, we are here to seek medical help for our children." Chun Haoyu looked at the children's faces, all showing a hint of gloom, and immediately understood, saying, "Is it that the children are experiencing mental issues?" The middle-aged woman smiled wryly and replied, "Yes. Our children all suffer from varying degrees of depression. This morning, while visiting the psychiatric department at Kangen Hospital, we heard a nurse say that you had cured Mr. Ye's daughter, so we decided to come here together to seek help." Chun Haoyu suddenly realized and said, "I see. Please bring me your medical records." The middle-aged woman immediately handed over 6 medical records to Chun Haoyu. After looking through them, he found that they all had one common issue. The pressure of high school studies was too great, and the parents and schools had not provided proper guidance, leading these children to develop depression. Fortunately, their depression was not severe. 2 children were moderately depressed, while the other 4 were mildly depressed. Chun Haoyu put down the medical records and said, "You should have seen the notice outside, right? I only see 3 patients a day, and the registration fee is 3,000 yuan. The middle-aged woman pleaded, "Dr. Chun, since these children all have the same condition, can't you make an exception?" After pondering for a moment, Chun Haoyu replied, "Okay, please pay the registration fee first." The middle-aged woman showed a joyful expression and immediately took out her phone, scanned the QR code on the table, and transferred 18,000 yuan to Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu stood up and said, "Please help me close the door. Let us go to consultation room 1. Okay." A plump middle-aged woman immediately turned around to close the clinic's door. Chen Haoyu led everyone to consultation room 1. He asked the 6 middle-aged women to hold their children properly and sit on the edge of the bed. Without wasting any words, Chen Haoyu directly used his hypnosis technique on the 6 children. Within a minute, all 6 children lay in their mother's arms and fell asleep. At this moment, everyone was astonished by Chen Haoyu's method. "Dr. Chen, are you using hypnosis?" One mother couldn't help but ask. Chen Haoyu nodded and said, "Pretty much. You are truly amazing. But I don't quite understand why you need to hypnotize the children." Chen Haoyu explained, "Although Kangen Hospital provided the medical records, I can't fully trust them. So I need the children to tell me personally. Ladies, you need to understand that depression is a mental illness. If the root cause is misunderstood, the treatment will definitely not be effective." Dr. Chen is right. The 6 women nodded in agreement. Chen Haoyu approached the first child and gently asked, "Little friend, is there something making you unhappy?" "I don't want to go to school." "Why?" "I feel so tired. The pressure from studying is too much. I don't want to see my mom's disappointed eyes. I want to study hard. But I don't know why. I just can't learn well." There's no need to rush. Learning takes time. As long as you work hard, I believe you will achieve your desired results. All right, you're tired. Take a good nap. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Haoyu had understood all 6 children's problems. 5 of the children suffered from depression due to excessive study pressure, while only 1 girl was depressed because her crush transferred schools and she couldn't contact him, which led to her low mood. Seeing how easily Chen Haoyu's hypnosis technique clarified the children's situations, the 6 mothers were shocked but showed expressions of hope. Chen Haoyu instructed, "Lay them down horizontally on the bed." Okay, everyone quickly complied. "My treatment method is not convenient for outsiders to see. Please step outside and wait for a moment." Everyone was taken aback, exchanged glances, and showed a hint of hesitation. Especially the mothers of the 2 girls looked somewhat at a loss. "Dr. Chen, how long will the treatment take?" asked the middle-aged woman chosen as the representative. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Chen Haoyu immediately understood their concerns and smiled. "You don't need to worry. I will speed things up. It will take at most 5 minutes." Upon hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. After they went out, Chen Haoyu locked the door, pulled down the curtains, and then slowly walked to the bedside. He took a deep breath, opened his heavenly eye, extended his right index finger, condensed his magical power, and began to draw in the air. Soon, a huge invisible heart-cleansing talisman appeared above the 6 children. "Go." Chen Haoyu pressed down with his right palm, and the heart-cleansing talisman slowly descended, infusing into the children's foreheads. Instantly, their foreheads emitted a shimmering light, like the Erlang god in movies. The light lasted for about 2 minutes before gradually disappearing. "Wake up." Chen Haoyu snapped his fingers, and all 6 children woke up. "How do you feel?" Chen Haoyu asked with a smile. A boy covered in acne said, "It feels like a cool breeze is gently blowing in my head. It's really comfortable." "Me too. I feel like I've become smarter." The other children chimed in. Compared to their previous gloomy demeanor, it was evident that these children were much brighter now. Chen Haoyu specifically observed the 2 children suffering from moderate depression. Compared to the others, they showed no obvious differences. So he said, "All right, your problems have basically been resolved. Now, go out and find your mothers." He opened the door, and the children walked out one by one. Seeing the significant improvement in their depression, the 2 mothers couldn't help but hug their children and cry excitedly. Chen Haoyu frowned and said, "Ladies, I hope you can control your emotions and try to create a good living environment for your children." As soon as he said this, the 2 mothers stopped crying abruptly, quickly wiped their tears, and looked at Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu sighed and said, "I know you parents want your sons to be dragons and your daughters to be phoenixes. But truly exceptional children are less than 1 in 10,000. To be pioneers in the future, learning is just one aspect. More importantly, it's about cultivating abilities and ensuring mental health. Now that these children's depression is basically cured, the root of the problem has not been addressed. Where's the root? It's with you parents. You focus on your children's education, which is not wrong, but you must find a balance and understand the importance of letting them work and rest." He paused. "Well, these are all common sayings, and I believe you must have heard them from some educational experts. It's just that you haven't taken them to heart, nor have you acted on them. Now it's time to take action. I really appreciate a saying I found online. If you can succeed, serve your country. If not, enjoy your family. Finally, I hope you won't come to me for the same issues in the future. The 6 mothers nodded heavily and said in unison, "Thank you, Dr. Chun." Chun Haoyu waved his hand and smiled. "All right, the treatment fee for moderate depression is 10,000, and for mild depression, it is 5,000. Please make your payments." Everyone paid without hesitation and left. Zhang Xiaohong, wait a moment. The heartbroken girl Zhang Xiaohong and her mother stopped and turned to look at Chun Haoyu. After the others left, Chun Haoyu said to Zhang Xiaohong's mother, "The root of your daughter's problem is different from the others. To eradicate it, it would be best to let them meet and clear the air. Do you understand what I mean?" Zhang Xiaohong's mother nodded. "I understand. I will have my husband check it out. Even if they really want to be together, it should be after she goes to college." Zhang Xiaohong glanced at her mother, then at Chun Haoyu, and cautiously asked, "What are you talking about?" Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "You should be able to understand." Zhang Xiaohong's expression changed, and she looked at her mother in panic. "If you can get into a 211 or 985 university, I won't interfere with your matters." "Mom, are you serious?" Zhang Xiaohong said, overjoyed. "Of course it's true. That's great. I will definitely get in." Chun Haoyu chuckled to himself, thinking, the power of love is truly great. Soon, the mother and daughter walked out of the clinic hand in hand, chatting and laughing. Chapter 94. Zhang Mingchen's Choice at almost the same time. Chao Cheng was in the VIP room of the Shengtian Fitness Center, receiving Zhang Mingchen and his 2 junior brothers. "Senior Zhang, did you have your subordinates deliver the challenge letter to Miss Su Yuyao to use her to threaten Dr. Chen?" Chao Cheng asked bluntly. Zhang Mingchen replied, "It was to scare him. Even if Chun Haoyu doesn't accept the challenge, we of the Far East 8 Extreme sect would not do something so shameless." Chao Cheng said, "But your actions have made Dr. Chen extremely angry." Zhang Mingchen raised an eyebrow and said, "He agreed to accept the challenge?" Chao Cheng shook his head and said no. Zhang Mingchen showed a hint of disdain and coldly said, "So he is just a coward who talks big." Chao Cheng took out a challenge letter and handed it to Zhang Mingchen, saying, "You misunderstand. Dr. Chun is not someone who just takes hits without retaliating. Senior Zhang, this is a challenge letter sent by Dr. Chun via email, which I printed out to give to you. His exact words were that if you do not agree, this matter ends here. If you agree, he will invite all the martial arts schools in Yanhai to watch the match. Whether it is a fight or a truce, it is up to you to decide." Zhang Mingchen was taken aback and took the challenge letter. After reading it, he became furious and shouted, "Bastard. He is underestimating our Far East Wujiman." Zhang Mingchen's 2 junior brothers couldn't help but take the challenge letter to look at it, equally enraged. Chao Cheng picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said, "Senior Zhang, 6 billion is not a small amount. I advise you to go back and discuss it with Master Zhang before giving me a reply." Zhang Mingchen said in a deep voice, "Chun Haoyu is just a clinic doctor. How can he come up with 6 billion? Chao Cheng smiled and said, "My father owes Dr. Chun a huge favor and has promised to lend him 6 billion. A glint of light flashed in Zhang Mingchen's eyes. "Do you think he will win?" Chao Cheng shook his head and said, "Regardless of win or lose, we must borrow this money. To be honest, we hope he loses." Zhang Mingchen asked why. Chao Cheng replied, "Dr. Chen's greatest strength is not his martial arts, but his medical skills. If he owes our Chao family 6 billion, then in the future, whenever we have any health issues, we can ask him for help. With his medical skills, as long as it's not a terminal illness, he should be able to handle it." Zhang Mingchen looked deeply at him and said, "Chao Shidi, please tell Chun Haoyu that we, the 8 Extremes sect, accept his challenge." Chao Cheng showed a knowing expression and said, "Senior Zhang, I advise you to think twice." Zhang Mingchen said decisively, "No need. Martial artists are brave and diligent. Our 8 Extremes sect does not fear any strong enemy. Please thank him in advance for his 6 billion funding." After saying this, Zhang Mingchen took the challenge letter and strode out with his 2 junior brothers. "This time, you probably kicked a steel plate." Chao Cheng sighed and took out his phone to call Chun Haoyu. Hearing Chao Cheng's reply, Chun Haoyu smiled and said, "As expected, with a lottery prize of 600 million and the prestige of the Far East 8 Extremes Gate, they would definitely agree without hesitation." Chao Cheng said, "This competition is of great importance, and I estimate that Zhang Yuandong will definitely be present. If the 8 Extremes Gate loses the first 2 rounds, this guy is very likely to personally take the stage." Chun Haoyu coldly said, "Without entering the Dan level, you're just an ant. Don't say 1 Zhang Yuandong. Even 10 Zhang Yuandong would definitely lose." Xiao Xiao, help me spread the news throughout the martial arts community of Yanhai. Since the 8 Extremes Gate is looking for death, I will fulfill them. Chao Cheng replied, okay. After finishing the conversation with Chun Haoyu, Chao Cheng called his master, Yi Song. Without entering the Dan level, you're just an ant? Hearing Chao Cheng recount Chun Haoyu's words, Yi Song fell silent for a long time and said, Xiao Cheng, do you believe this? Chao Cheng had clearly considered this issue and replied, after the competition, if Dr. Chun can really help me easily enter the dark level, I will believe his words. Yi Song chuckled and said, I didn't expect to meet a remarkable person like Dr. Chun in my old age. It's truly my fortune. Chao Cheng asked, Master, are you coming to the competition the day after tomorrow? Yi Song replied without hesitation, if there's a good show to watch, of course I'm going. Chao Cheng said, all right, I will come to pick you up then. Yi Song said, no need. Ziyuan will take me over. You just focus on your business. At Kangen Hospital, Su Yuyao returned to her office, looking exhausted after performing 3 minimally invasive surgeries. Qin Qingqing approached her and whispered, Yuyao, something big has happened. Su Yuyao was taken aback and asked curiously, what big thing? Qin Qingqing said, the pop diva Dong Piapiao has come to our hospital's psychiatry department. Dong Piapiao, who is 25 years old this year, is the hottest musical talent in Xia country. Not only is she a great singer, but she also has considerable creative talent. With over 10 representative works, each surpassing 500 million views online, hailed as the future and hope of Xia country's music. A week later, Dong Piapiao will hold a concert in Yanhai. A total of 58,000 tickets were sold out almost instantly upon release, showcasing her immense popularity. Su Yuyao frowned slightly and said, what is she doing in the psychiatry department? Qin Qingqing shook her head and replied, I'm not sure about that. Just then, Su Yuyao's phone rang. Hello, who is this? Sister Su, it's Piapiao. I'm dying. Stop joking. Why did you suddenly come to our hospital? I've been having nightmares every night lately and can't sleep at all. Every time I close my eyes, there's a child smiling at me. I'm about to go crazy. Haven't you been to those big hospitals in Yindu? I have, and I've taken a lot of calming medication, but it hasn't helped at all. The treatment plan your doctors in the psychiatry department are giving me is just like those experts in Yindu, and I really don't know what to do. Where are you now? In the underground parking lot of the hospital. I don't know who leaked the news, but there are a lot of paparazzi at the hospital entrance. I have no choice but to seek your help. All right, got it. Wait for me a moment. After hanging up, Su Yuyao looked at the stunned Qin Qingqing and said, Sister Qing, can I borrow your car? Without hesitation, Qin Qingqing handed her the keys and asked, Yuyao, was that Dong Piapiao on the phone? Su Yuyao nodded and replied, yes. Qin Qingqing exclaimed, do you know her? Su Yuyao said, we were classmates from elementary school until the 2nd year of high school. Qin Qingqing excitedly said, you're so lucky to be in the same class as a music diva. Yuyao, how do you think I've treated you usually? Su Yuyao understood Qin Qingqing's intentions and said, Sister Qing, just say it directly, how many tickets do you want? Qin Qingqing immediately smiled broadly and said 5. Su Yuyao nodded and replied, okay, I'll ask her. Chapter 95, Dong Piapiao's Problem. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Su Yuyao drove Qin Qingqing's BMW 3 and circled around, but did not find Dong Piapiao's van. Su Yuyao stopped the car, took out her phone, and saw that Dong Piapiao had sent her a text message. I'm behind the SUV in zone 202. Su Yuyao immediately drove over. Looking around, there was no one in sight. Su Yuyao rolled down the window and called out, come out. A woman wearing a sun hat, sunglasses, a mask, and a full sun protection outfit lowered her head and ran to the front of Su Yuyao's car. She opened the back door and immediately climbed in. Phew, dear, you finally came. The woman let out a long breath, took off her mask, hat, and glasses, revealing a stunning face. It was none other than the music diva Dong Piapiao, who has countless fans. Su Yuyao looked back at Dong Piapiao and was taken aback. Dong Piapiao's wise and lively eyes couldn't hide her exhaustion. Even with careful grooming, her dark circles were still clearly visible. Her once smooth and delicate skin had also become dull, and her complexion was extremely poor. Dong Piapiao, your problem seems serious, Su Yuyao said in a very serious tone. Dong Piapiao had completely lost her diva demeanor, looking distressed as she said, I haven't slept for 7 or 8 days. Sister Su, am I going to be finished? Don't be so pessimistic. Which doctor are you looking for? Of course, it's the most famous psychiatrist, Dr. Lu Haiqing. What suggestions did she give you? Calm down, relax. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, and increase your rest time appropriately. Ugh, I could recite this set of advice by heart. In the end, Dr. Liu told me to go to Yendu's mental hospital to find Vice President Hua. But the problem is I just came from Vice President Hua. Could it be a hormonal imbalance causing mental disorder? No, I've had a full body checkup, and there's no problem at all. That's really strange. Do your parents know about this? I didn't dare to tell them. Su Yuyao pondered for a moment and said, I'll take you to find someone. He should have a way. Dong Piapiao curiously asked, who? Chun Haoyu. Su Yuyao picked up her phone and dialed Chun Haoyu's number. Honey, it's only been 3 hours since we last saw each other, and you're already missing me? Hearing Chun Haoyu's address, Dong Piapiao showed an expression of disbelief. Having been classmates for over a decade, she knew Su Yuyao's personality too well. Besides a brief 3-day romance with that soft rice man, Su Yuyao was like a stone woman. Now suddenly hearing a man call her honey surprised Dong Piapiao. Could it be that the stone woman has blossomed? Where are you? Cooking at home. If you don't want to eat hospital food, I can bring you some after I'm done. No need. My best friend is here, and I'll be home in 15 minutes. Got it. I'll cook a few more dishes. Okay, that's it. After hanging up, Su Yuyao started the car and drove out of the parking lot. Dong Piapiao immediately began to ask questions. Sister Su, do you have a boyfriend now? Yes. Are you living together? Yes. What does he do? He's a clinic doctor. Are you serious? If all goes well, he will be my future husband. My goodness, the stone woman has blossomed. 15 minutes later, Su Yuyao returned home with the fully armed Dong Piapiao. Chun Haoyu was wearing an apron and holding a spatula as he walked out of the kitchen. Wow, such a heavy aura. Chun Haoyu looked at Dong Piapiao with shock in his eyes. Dong Piapiao was taken aback and asked, what aura? Su Yuyao, having lived with Chun Haoyu for a long time, was naturally not unfamiliar with such a presence. Are you saying she has something dirty on her? Chun Haoyu nodded and said, that's right. The aura has invaded her body, seriously affecting her brain and internal organs. If we don't solve this quickly, this beauty will undoubtedly die within a week. Su Yuyao asked, do you have a way? Chun Haoyu raised an eyebrow and said, please turn your question mark into a period. Su Yuyao happily said, great. I knew you could do it. Of course. Chun Haoyu was just about to boast when a burnt smell suddenly wafted from the kitchen. Damn, my food. Chun Haoyu shouted and hurried back to the kitchen. Dong Piapiao took off her gear and quietly said to Su Yuyao, is this somewhat frivolous man really your destined partner? Su Posey, when did your taste become so poor? Su Yuyao replied irritably, can you think about your situation before badmouthing someone? There may be many people in the world who can heal you, but I only know him. Dong Piapiao giggled and said, don't worry. My voice is so low he can't hear me. Sorry, I just heard that. Chun Haoyu came out holding a plate of stir-fried meat. Seeing Dong Piapiao's stunning beauty, Chun Haoyu was slightly taken aback and said, you look a bit familiar. Aren't you that famous singer? What was your name again? Song Piapiao? Yes. Are you called Song Piapiao? Uffed. Su Yuyao couldn't help but laugh. Dong Piapiao frowned and angrily said, my surname is Dong, not Song. Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, sorry, my memory isn't very good. Dong Piapiao huffed and said, your apology lacks sincerity. Chun Haoyu replied, someone just said I was frivolous and that my wife has poor taste. Heh, for someone like that. It's already good that I didn't scold her harshly. Dong Piapiao indignantly said, you're not just frivolous, you're also petty. Chun Haoyu nodded and said, I admit that. I am indeed petty. Dong Piapiao was left speechless. Su Yuyao laughed and said, all right, you two stop bickering. Dong Piapiao pouted and said, this young lady won't stoop to someone's level. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, thank you, Miss Dong. As for this highly popular superstar, Chun Haoyu didn't feel any aversion. At least, she didn't show an air of superiority when communicating with an ordinary person like him. Chun Haoyu stewed a fish, stir-fried 4 dishes, and made a tomato and egg soup, which made Dong Piapiao continuously praise him, completely forgetting their previous banter. Not bad. This big star really doesn't hold grudges. After dinner, Dong Piapiao gave Chun Haoyu a thumbs up and said, your cooking skills are impressive. No wonder the usually indifferent Su Posey would be conquered by you. It turns out you have conquered her stomach. Chun Haoyu scoffed, you can stop right there. I'm telling you, cooking is just one of my many insignificant talents. Yu Yao is attracted to me mainly because of my looks, temperament, character, and talent. Ha ha. Hearing Chun Haoyu's self-praise, Dong Piapiao burst into laughter. Su Yuyao rolled her eyes at Chun Haoyu and said, let's get serious. Piapiao has been having nightmares lately. Before Su Yuyao could finish, Chun Haoyu interrupted. Having nightmares, unable to sleep all night, right? Dong Piapiao asked in surprise. How did you know? Chen Haoyu's expression became serious as he said in a deep voice. You've offended someone, and they want to use some underhanded tricks to kill you. Dong Piapiao's face changed. What underhanded tricks? Chen Haoyu didn't answer her question, but pointed at the bracelet on Dong Piapiao's wrist and asked, how long have you been wearing this small leaf-red sandalwood bracelet? Dong Piapiao glanced at the bracelet and said, more than 10 years. It was a birthday gift from my grandmother when I was 9. Su Yuyao added, I know about this. She wore it all the time in school. Is there a problem? Chen Haoyu said lightly, there's a big problem. Take off the bracelet and carefully observe each bead to see if there are any differences. Upon hearing this, Dong Piapiao immediately took off the bracelet and began to examine each bead closely. When she got to the 6th bead, Dong Piapiao exclaimed, this one seems a bit rough. It feels different to the touch. Chen Haoyu said, that's called an ebony bead. Its texture is similar to that of small leaf-red sandalwood. Su Yuyao furrowed her brow and said, are you saying someone tampered with Piapiao's beads and replaced one of the sandalwood beads with an ebony bead? Chen Haoyu nodded. That's correct. Dong Piapiao asked in confusion, so what if it's an ebony bead? Chen Haoyu explained, in ancient times, there was a kind of evil technique called nightmare technique. Some practitioners would collect the blood of dead infants, soak the ebony beads for 49 days, and then bury them in a place of evil energy. After 100 days, the ebony beads would be filled with the vengeful energy of the infant before its death. If I'm not mistaken, you have already been entangled by that dead infant's resentment. Hearing Chen Haoyu's words, Dong Piapiao quickly threw the sandalwood bracelet on the ground, her face turning pale as she said, I do have nightmares every night, and I dream of a bloodied child. Chen Haoyu said, then it settled. I can't believe there are still people in this world who would use such vile techniques. Dong Piapiao said, Chen Haoyu, no, brother-in-law, if I throw away this bead, will I be fine? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, it's not as simple as you think. However, since you called me brother-in-law, I can help you out. Dong Piapiao's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, how can we solve it? I'm really at my wit's end. Chen Haoyu went to his bedroom, took out a jade ruby he had acquired, and handed it to Dong Piapiao, saying, this is a rare treasure. Just place it beside your pillow and sleep well, and everything will be fine. Dong Piapiao examined the jade ruby and exclaimed in surprise, it's that simple? Chen Haoyu sneered. Simple? Let me tell you, this jade ruby might not have a second one in the world. After I blessed it, you're the first to use it. For anyone else, I wouldn't even lend it to them without 5 million. The so-called blessing means that the practitioner injects their magical power into the magical tool, like opening a valve on the tool, allowing it to continuously exert its intended effect. Last night, Chen Haoyu blessed this jade ruby, originally intending to hang it on the wall, but now he had to let Dong Piapiao use it first. Dong Piapiao was astonished and said, 5 million for one use? Are you joking? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes and said impatiently, stop talking nonsense. Are you going to listen to me or not? If you don't, just give me back the jade ruby. I don't even want to lend it to you. Dong Piapiao quickly said, I'll listen. Anyway, since it has come to this, I might as well treat a dead horse as a live one. Chen Haoyu said, wife, arrange a bedroom for this big star, let her rest immediately. If she doesn't get a good sleep, her brain might have problems. Su Yuyao nodded and said, okay, Piapiao, go rest in my bedroom. Dong Piapiao was taken aback and asked, aren't you two sleeping together? Chen Haoyu replied, I would like to, but she doesn't agree. Su Yuyao shot Chen Haoyu a glare and turned to Dong Piapiao, saying, now is not the time for your gossip. Hurry up and rest. After settling Dong Piapiao, Su Yuyao walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Chen Haoyu playing with Dong Piapiao's ebony bead, Su Yuyao curiously asked, is this bead really that powerful? Chen Haoyu disdainfully said, the nightmare technique is just a low-level trick in the realm of magic. 1,000 years ago, only half-baked sorcerers would use it. After saying that, Chen Haoyu gently crushed the ebony bead and threw it into the trash can. Su Yuyao asked, is that enough? No need for any processing? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, I resolve the evil energy before crushing it. Haha, don't think of these things as too magical. Like this bead, at most it's just a small item with evil energy. Once the small item is gone, the evil energy will naturally dissipate. Unless it's a talisman with extremely dense evil energy, once destroyed, the evil energy would spread for miles. And that would be dangerous. However, such talismans are rarer than ordinary ones, so they probably don't exist. Su Yuyao looked at Chen Haoyu, who was speaking confidently, and said, You really know a lot. Chun Haoyu proudly replied, of course. Your husband is impressive. Su Yuyao slapped her forehead and said, I was wrong. I shouldn't have praised you just now. Chun Haoyu said seriously, on a serious note, the people around your big star classmate should have a problem. It's best to investigate. Su Yuyao nodded and said, to be able to take Pia Piao's bracelet and use a sleight of hand to swap out one of the beads without Pia Piao noticing. Only the closest people could do that. Chapter 97. There's a problem with people around you. Chun Haoyu said, to cast the nightmare technique. At least 149 days of preparation time is needed. If we loosen the timeline a bit, they might have been planning to deal with Dong Pia Piao for half a year. Su Yuyao frowned and asked, how much hatred must they have to want to put Pia Piao to death? Chun Haoyu replied, the entertainment industry is always full of twists and turns. I estimate she must have offended someone or blocked a certain star's path. And that's why they want to eliminate her. Once Dong Pia Piao wakes up, if she thinks about who she has offended in the past year or who she has been a threat to, she will basically be able to pinpoint who it is. Su Yuyao's heart stirred, and she said, Master Chun, aren't you able to divine heaven, earth, and sentient beings? This little matter, can't you just calculate it? Chun Haoyu replied, I can help with this, but it's already out of respect for you. If you want me to expend my magical power to deduce who harmed Dong Pia Piao, you need to give me at least 100 million. Su Yuyao said irritably, you really are obsessed with money. Chun Haoyu chuckled and said, the feng shui of the Yunding Villa area is pretty good. I'm thinking of buying a villa there as our future wedding house. Su Yuyao's face instantly turned red, and she pouted, I never said I would marry you. Chun Haoyu stood up and walked in front of Su Yuyao, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, and said, Su Yuyao, let me tell you, you will never escape from my grasp in this lifetime. After saying that, Chun Haoyu directly kissed her. Su Yuyao symbolically struggled a couple of times, but then allowed him to tease her. After a moment of intimacy, Su Yuyao's face was flushed, and she clenched her fist and hit him, saying, Chun Haoyu, if you dare to betray me in the future, I will never let you go for the rest of your life. Chun Haoyu seriously said, I will marry you with Taoist rituals, and in front of all friends and family, I will vow to never let you down. Su Yuyao felt touched and said, I hope you keep your word. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, that is a must. Su Yuyao rewarded him with a kiss and said, I'm going to work. Chun Haoyu said, then let us go together. Su Yuyao asked, where are you going? Chun Haoyu replied, I'm going to the Sunshine Orphanage to play with those little ones for an afternoon. When you finish work, I'll pick you up to come back together. Su Yuyao glanced at her bedroom and immediately understood Chun Haoyu's meaning, saying, not bad. You even know to avoid suspicion. Chun Haoyu laughed and said, in this regard, I am definitely a pass-free zone. Su Yuyao teased, are you afraid you can't resist the temptation of a beautiful big star? Chun Haoyu scoffed, I've resisted your temptation, let alone hers. Just as he finished speaking, Chun Haoyu suddenly felt something was off and quickly explained, actually, I take a shower every night to calm myself down. Su Yuyao said, you reacted quickly, let us go. The two went downstairs, kissed goodbye, and then each drove away. Chun Haoyu first arrived at a clothing store and asked their staff to go to the Sunshine Orphanage in the afternoon to measure the children's height and sizes, as he planned to buy each of them a few sets of summer and autumn clothes. Then, he went to a fruit store and wholesaled 20 boxes of various fruits before heading to the Sunshine Orphanage. The children were naturally very happy, jumping around. Chun Haoyu played games with them for an afternoon, and when he saw that Su Yuyao was about to get off work, he left. After picking up Su Yuyao, they went to the supermarket to buy some groceries. When they returned home, the door to Dong Pia Piao's bedroom was still tightly closed. Su Yuyao completely relaxed. Because Dong Pia Piao had not woken up, it meant she was sleeping very soundly, and the previous nightmares were no longer tormenting her. Chun Haoyu shook the crabs and vegetables in his hand and asked, what is the plan? Do we wait for her to eat dinner together, or do we eat first? Su Yuyao said, of course we wait for Pia Piao to eat together. Chun Haoyu shrugged and said, okay, I'll go prepare. As soon as she wakes up, we'll start cooking. Su Yuyao said, thank you for your hard work. Dong Pia Piao slept until 8 in the evening before waking up. She felt refreshed, and the previous lethargy was completely gone. Opening the bedroom door, she saw Chun Haoyu and Su Yuyao cuddling while watching TV, and Dong Pia Piao said unhappily, the moment I open my eyes, I'm bombarded with dog food. It's really speechless. Chun Haoyu stood up and said, at least you still have dog food to eat. We haven't eaten yet, because we were waiting for you. You guys haven't eaten? Dong Pia Piao exclaimed, looking embarrassed, and shamelessly said, That's so awkward. Chen Haoyu said, as long as you know, I'm going to cook. After that, Chen Haoyu went into the kitchen and got busy. Dong Piapiao quickly tidied herself up, took the jade ruby from her bedroom, walked over to sit next to Su Yuyao, and said, Sister Su, this thing is amazing. I slept for an afternoon and didn't have a single nightmare. Dong Piapiao shook the jade ruby in her hand, her face filled with joy. Su Yuyao smiled and said, It's good that you're fine. Dong Piapiao exclaimed, This jade ruby is fantastic. Sister Su, can you help me tell your husband that I'm willing to pay 100 million to buy it? Don't even think about it. This is a true priceless treasure. Not to mention 100 million, even 10 billion, we wouldn't sell it. Su Yuyao unhesitatingly refused. You guys? Su Bozi, are you really going to marry him? Can the Su family agree? What does their agreement have to do with me? I'm the one getting married. As long as I agree, that's enough. You're impressive. Su Bozi, considering our years of friendship, how about you lend me the jade ruby for a month? I feel like I can't sleep well without it. That needs to be asked to Chen Haoyu. To be honest, Piapiao, your bracelet having a problem indicates something. You should know, right? Dong Piapiao's pretty face instantly turned cold, gritting her teeth and saying, It must be that bitch Zhao Zhilan who bribed someone around me to cause trouble. Su Yuyao's heart stirred, saying, Are you talking about the Zhao Zhilan who competes with you for the best music creator in Xia country? Dong Piapiao disdainfully said, What music creator? She doesn't deserve it. This woman is particularly shameless. She doesn't understand creation at all. Most of the songs she sings were exchanged with her body from those unscrupulous music creators. 6 months ago, I exposed her true colors to the media. Su Yuyao nodded and said, No wonder she's taking action against you. Dong Piapiao coldly said, I won't let that bitch off, nor will I spare the person who betrayed me. At this moment, Dong Piapiao demonstrated her strong and ruthless side as a diva. Chapter 98. Investigating traders. Su Yuyao was not particularly surprised by this. In the cutthroat entertainment circle, without some means, Dong Piapiao wouldn't have come this far. How do you plan to find that trader? Dong Piapiao raised an eyebrow and said, It's very simple. There are only 2 or 3 people who can get my bracelet. I just need to have someone at home find a micro-expressions expert or a psychologist to ask them a few questions, and they can immediately discern it. Once we know who this trader is, everything will be clear, and the truth will come to light. Su Yuyao's heart stirred, saying, No need to bother that much. Chen Haoyu is a psychological consultant and understands some random skills. He can easily help you with that. Dong Piapiao asked in surprise, What exactly does your husband do? I feel like he's a bit mysterious, as if he has many secrets. Su Yuyao said, Mysterious is right. To be honest, I still feel that way. The 2 women chatted for a while, and Chen Haoyu served 4 dishes and a soup on the table. Su Yuyao took out a bottle of red wine, and the 3 of them started drinking. After a few rounds of wine and several dishes, Dong Piapiao said, Brother-in-law, I want to ask you for a favor. Chen Haoyu unhesitatingly said no. Dong Piapiao angrily said, You haven't even asked what it is, how can you refuse? Chen Haoyu rolled his eyes at her and said, Do I even need to ask? You must be thinking of my jade ruby. Dong Piapiao said, I only want to borrow it for a month, is that okay? Chen Haoyu put down his chopsticks and said, The positive energy emitted by the jade ruby has completely eliminated the negative energy in your body. Your problem is already solved. Keeping this jade ruby with you is of no use. If it gets lost, even selling you wouldn't compensate for my loss. Su Yuyao smiled and said, Piapiao, see? I knew it would be this result. Dong Piapiao pouted and said, If you won't lend it, then you won't. I don't care. Su Yuyao said, Chen Haoyu, if you won't lend the jade ruby, you should help Piapiao with a little favor, right? Chen Haoyu said, Are you asking me to help find the trader? Dong Piapiao gave a thumbs up and said, Smart. Chen Haoyu asked, How many choices? Dong Piapiao said, 3 choices. Chen Haoyu made a gesture and said, Easy. As long as you let them stand in front of me, I guarantee I can find out in less than half an hour. Dong Piapiao said happily, Great. I'll have them come right away. Chen Haoyu was taken aback and said, Aren't you too anxious? Dong Piapiao took out her phone, dialing her agent's number while saying, The sooner the trader is found, the better. Chen Haoyu and Su Yuyao exchanged glances, both revealing a helpless expression. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. Chen Haoyu opened the door and saw a middle-aged woman and 2 young women standing outside. The middle-aged woman was Dong Piapiao's agent, Mei Ping. The 2 young women were her assistant Sun Lei and her personal bodyguard Zhou Yueling. Mei Ping politely asked, Are you Mr. Chen Haoyu? Chen Haoyu smiled and said, I am Chen Haoyu. Please come in. Dong Piapiao is inside. Mei Ping thanked him and walked in with Sun Lei and Zhou Yueling. Seeing Dong Piapiao's radiant appearance in the living room, Mei Ping was overjoyed and said, Piapiao, are you better now? Dong Piapiao nodded and said, Aunt Mei, my illness has been cured by my brother-in-law. Mei Ping was taken aback and asked, where did you get a brother-in-law? Dong Piapiao pointed at Su Yuyao and said, this is my sister Su Yuyao. Chun Haoyu is my brother-in-law. Mei Ping suddenly understood and said, I see. Miss Su, Mr. Chun, thank you both very much. Piapiao's previous condition almost scared me to death, and now it's finally sunny after the rain. Dong Piapiao said, Aunt Mei, someone wants to kill me? What? Mei Ping exclaimed in disbelief, asking, Piapiao, you can't be mistaken, right? Who has such audacity? Dong Piapiao picked up her bracelet and said, someone swapped a bead in my bracelet for an ebony bead and used a nightmare technique on me. If it weren't for my brother-in-law, I would have been tormented to death by the negative energy in a week. Mei Ping, being a top agent in the entertainment industry, reacted quickly. Upon hearing Dong Piapiao's words, she immediately understood why Dong Piapiao insisted on having the three of them come over. Mei Ping's expression darkened. She turned to Sun Lei and Zhou Yueling and coldly said, the only ones who could have silently gotten Piapiao's bracelet are the three of us. If it's not me, then it's one of you two. If you tell me now, I can plead for you with Piapiao. Zhou Yueling frowned and said, not me. Sun Lei shook her head vigorously and said, it can't be me either. I wouldn't dare do such a thing. Mei Ping smiled and said, so you mean it's me? Sun Lei hurriedly said, that's not what I meant. Sister Mei, Sister Piapiao, I think this matter might not necessarily be done by the three of us. It could also be someone else. Dong Piapiao waved her hand and said, Aunt Mei, Sister Zhou, Xiao Lei, you are the people I trust the most. I will never wrong any of you. The main reason for asking you to come over this time is that my brother-in-law wants to ask a few questions. He is a psychological expert and can tell if someone is lying through micro-expressions. Chun Haoyu smiled and said, don't misunderstand. I'm just a psychological consultant who happens to know a bit of hypnosis. Anyone I hypnotize won't tell any lies. You three shouldn't have a problem, right? Mei Ping said without hesitation. Of course. Sun Lei and Zhou Yueling nodded at the same time. Compared to Mei Ping, the two were a bit nervous, especially Sun Lei, whose psychological quality was the worst, and her legs were trembling slightly. Chun Haoyu's eyes flashed with a gleam and said, please wait a moment. He poured a glass of water from the kitchen, added a little salt, stirred it with chopsticks, and walked out. Miss Zhou Yueling, you are Miss Dong's personal bodyguard and also her most trusted person, so let's start with you. Chun Haoyu smiled and handed a glass of water to Zhou Yueling. Without saying a word, Zhou Yueling took it and drank it down. Chun Haoyu said, Miss Dong, you come with us to the bedroom. Okay. Dong Piapiao agreed and followed Chun Haoyu and Zhou Yueling into the bedroom. About 5 minutes later, Chun Haoyu came out. He poured another glass of water for Sun Lei and took her into the bedroom. Another 5 minutes passed, and Chun Haoyu handed the water to Mei Ping, smiling. Ms. Mei, it's your turn. After drinking the water, Mei Ping curiously asked, where are Yu Ling and Xiao Lei? Chun Haoyu replied with a smile, they are asleep. Mei Ping nodded and said, Mr. Chen, you are really impressive. The two walked into the bedroom. And Mei Ping saw Zhou Yuling and Sun Lei lying on the bed, deep in sleep, giving Chun Haoyu a thumbs up. Chun Haoyu instructed Mei Ping to lie down next to Zhou Yuling and close her eyes while he began to perform hypnosis. Ms. Mei, I will slowly count from 1 to 20, counting every 5 seconds. With each number I count, your body will relax more and your mind will become more peaceful. Chapter 99. Superb acting. Chun Haoyu sat in a chair at the head of the bed, whispering to Mei Ping for about 3 minutes, then softly called out, Ms. Mei, are you asleep? Mei Ping did not respond, but also did not open her eyes. Chun Haoyu looked at Dong Piapiao and said, she is under hypnosis now. You can ask your questions. Dong Piapiao nodded and asked, Aunt Mei, are you the one trying to deal with me? Mei Ping murmured, no. Do you know who it is? I don't know. Do you think it could be Zhao Zhilan? It's possible. Dong Piapiao sighed and said, brother-in-law. It's none of them. Chun Haoyu smiled. That's a good thing. It shows your people are very reliable. I will wake them up now. He snapped his fingers. Wake up. Mei Ping, Zhou Yuling, and Sun Lei opened their eyes simultaneously. Mei Ping sat up from the bed, putting on her shoes while asking, Piapiao, what was the result? Dong Piapiao coldly replied, Aunt Mei, how could you not know the result? Mei Ping's body trembled as she looked up at Dong Piapiao, realizing that she was being looked at with a cold gaze. She then turned to Zhou Yuling and Sun Lei, who also had cold expressions. At that moment, she suddenly understood everything and bitterly smiled. I've been fooled. Haven Ti? Chen Haoyu nodded. I do know a bit of hypnosis, but I haven't used it on any of you. Ms. Zhou and Ms. Sun were very honest. Only you were acting. Dong Piapiao took a deep breath and said, let us talk outside. The five of them walked out of the bedroom, and Su Yuyao looked at Chen Haoyu. Chen Haoyu pointed at the silent Mei Ping, and Su Yuyao immediately showed a surprised expression. Among the three, Mei Ping's performance was the least like that of a traitor. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be the one. Su Yuyao thought, Aunt Mei acted really well. It would be a pity if she didn't become an actress. Dong Piapiao looked at her manager, who had brought her out, with an extremely complicated expression. Aunt Mei. Why? Mei Ping raised her head, revealing a bitter expression. If I said I didn't know that thing would kill you, would you believe me? Dong Piapiao gazed deeply at her and said, I believe you, because you had too many chances to harm me. Mei Ping's eyes reddened, and she said gratefully, thank you. I let you down. Dong Piapiao asked, why did you do this? I don't believe it was for money. Mei Ping bit her lip and said, don't ask. I will never tell you. Su Yuyao coldly stated, Ms. Mei, you used nightmare techniques to harm Piapiao, which involves feudal superstition. The law and police want to do anything to you, but that doesn't mean we can't deal with you. Mei Ping replied, I know Piapiao's background, and I also know your background as the top beauty in Yindu. Since I did something wrong, I will bear the consequences. You can do whatever you want. Dong Piapiao said, Aunt Mei, you can leave now. I don't want to see you in the entertainment industry anymore. A tear rolled down Mei Ping's cheek as she trembled and said, Piapiao, I'm sorry. After saying that, Mei Ping covered her face and ran out crying. Sun Lei was still somewhat incredulous. Why did Aunt Mei do this? What benefit is there for her? Dong Piapiao replied calmly, for Aunt Mei, the most important thing is her son studying abroad. I suspect something might have happened to her son, and she was forced to comply with the other party's demands. Upon hearing this, Chen Haoyu's eyes showed a hint of admiration. The fact that Dong Piapiao could think of the reason for Mei Ping's betrayal in such a short time indicated that her intelligence was quite sharp. Brother-in-law, did you already know Aunt Mei was a traitor? Dong Piapiao asked. Chen Haoyu nodded. That's right. Earlier, when I said I could perform hypnosis, I wanted to hypnotize the three of them. Ms. Sun and Ms. Zhou both showed signs of nervousness, which is a normal reaction when an ordinary person learns their secrets might be exposed. But Mei Ping was very calm, even somewhat eager for me to take action, which was too abnormal. Dong Piapiao realized her act went a bit too far. Chen Haoyu laughed. Exactly. In fact, her heart rate was almost skyrocketing to 180. She was just pretending to be calm. Dong Piapiao was taken aback. How did you know? Chen Haoyu pointed to his ear. I have keen hearing. As long as it's within 5 meters, I can hear the sound of a heart beating rapidly. Dong Piapiao was surprised. Is that true? You're not just bragging, are you? Chen Haoyu shrugged. You can treat it as bragging. Su Yuyao said, all right. Piapiao, the internal issues of your team are resolved. What about the external ones? What do you plan to do? Dong Piapiao said, now that I know it's Aunt Mei, the rest will be easier. I will have someone investigate the whole matter thoroughly. No matter who the mastermind is, I want to let them go. Su Yuyao frowned slightly. What I'm worried about is that the person who used the nightmare technique might strike again. Chen Haoyu laughed. There's no need to worry. Since they chose to use nightmare techniques to kill, it means they haven't stepped into the realm of magical arts. They're no different from an ordinary person. Su Yuyao replied. If that's the case, then it's fine. Piapiao, where are you staying? Dong Piapiao showed a wronged expression. Are you asking this because you want to kick me out? Chen Haoyu's expression changed, and he interjected. Are you saying you want to stay here? Dong Piapiao countered. Is that not allowed? Chen Haoyu replied without hesitation. Of course not. With such a big light bulb around, it will seriously affect our married life. Dong Piapiao scoffed. Don't come off it. You're not even sleeping in the same room. Whereas the married life. Chen Haoyu, you can rest assured, once the concert is over, I will leave immediately. Chen Haoyu was amused. When you need my help, you call me brother-in-law. When you don't need me, you just call me by my name. Dong Piapiao? You really are something. Dong Piapiao said. Who told you not to let me stay here? Su Posey, this is your place. Give me a clear answer. Can I stay or not? Su Yuyao replied. If you want to stay, then stay. Dong Piapiao immediately beamed with joy. Our Su Posey is the best. Sister Zhou? Xiaolei, you can go back to the hotel first. Come and pick me up tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Okay. Zhou Yuling and Sun Lei agreed and left. Su Yuyao said, Piao, speaking of the concert, I was just about to ask you. Do you have any tickets left? Dong Piao straightforwardly replied, 20 tickets, is that enough? Su Yuyao smiled and said, that's enough. I don't need that much. Dong Piao replied, it's fine if you don't need it. You can ask your relatives and friends to see. Su Yuyao thought for a moment and said, that's true. Then thank you. Dong Piao said, you're welcome. Chapter 100 Zhang Yuandong scheme. At that moment, Chun Haoyu's phone on the coffee table rang. Su Yuyao picked it up and saw it was a call from Chao Cheng. Her expression changed. She knew that Chao Cheng was calling to discuss the martial arts competition the day after tomorrow with Chun Haoyu. Chun Haoyu took the phone from Su Yuyao's hand, smiled at her, and said, it's just a small matter. You two chat, I'll take the call. Seeing Chun Haoyu walk into the bedroom and close the door, Dong Piao said, so secretive. Su Posey, what's going on? I noticed your expression seems a bit off. Su Yuyao didn't hide it and briefly explained the situation with Chun Haoyu and the 8 Extreme School. A competition? Hearing that Chun Haoyu was going to compete, Dong Piao's eyes lit up. She had never seen a master from the martial arts world compete in her life. Su Posey, I think you're worrying for nothing. Although Dong Piao really wanted to watch, she was very understanding and immediately came to comfort Su Yuyao. Su Yuyao asked why. Dong Piao said, since Chun Haoyu dares to take the initiative to challenge the Far East 8 Extreme School and make such a big deal out of it, he must be very confident. Your worries are completely unnecessary in my opinion. Su Yuyao nodded and said, I hope so. In the bedroom, Chun Haoyu learned from Chao Cheng that Zhang Yuandong had arrived at the Yanhai Brilliant Hotel half an hour ago. He smiled and said, knowing you, and knowing that I have a close relationship with President Yi, you still insist on staying at the Brilliant Hotel. Zhang Yuandong must be deliberately putting on a show for me, right? Dr. Chun, since Zhang Yuandong is in such a hurry to come over, I think he must be planning to make an appearance. His appearance will only make the Far East Transport Company lose even more embarrassingly. Chao Xiao, have the invitations been sent out? They have been sent out. Without exception, all the martial arts factions in the Yanhai area accepted the invitation. That's good. We'll see you the day after tomorrow. At the same time, in the Emperor Room of the Brilliant Hotel, Zhang Yuandong sat in a chair, playing with 2 iron balls. His back straight like a sword, his eyes shining, exuding a superior and dominating aura. Sitting next to Zhang Yuandong were 2 middle-aged men, one tall and one short, with stern expressions, not smiling, and a strong presence, but still lacking compared to Zhang Yuandong. The short one was named Zhang Gu, Zhang Yuandong's nephew, also his driver and bodyguard. The tall one was named Zhang Qingxiang, Zhang Yuandong's second disciple. Among the 8 Extreme School, besides Zhang Yuandong and Zhang Mingqian, these 2 were the strongest, both at the peak of Mingjin. Upon learning that Chun Haoyu was challenging the entire 8 Extreme School, Zhang Yuandong's vigilance increased. And he didn't dare to be careless, immediately bringing Zhang Gu and Zhang Qingxiang over. Zhang Mingqian walked into the room, felt Zhang Yuandong's mountain-like aura, and exclaimed, Master, have you broken through to Huajin? Zhang Yuandong nodded with a smile and said, your eyesight is good. I have practiced martial arts for 56 years and finally achieved something. Generally speaking, martial arts masters decline physically and in terms of vitality after the age of 45, making it nearly impossible to break through. At 62 years old, Zhang Yuandong managed to reach Huajin, which surprised Zhang Mingqian. However, he suddenly recalled that Zhang Yuandong had spent a large sum of money a few days ago to buy a 100-year-old wild ginseng, leading him to some guesses. Master, if breaking through to Huajin is considered an achievement, then other factions might as well cry. Hearing Zhang Mingqian's words, Zhang Yuandong couldn't help but laugh heartily, saying, your flattery skills are getting better and better. Zhang Mingqian replied, I'm just stating the facts. Everyone knows that Huajin is the dividing line between a master and a grandmaster. There are only 3 grandmasters in the entire Xia country's martial arts world, all over 80 years old, and can't fight. This means you are now the #1 master in the Xia country's martial arts world. Zhang Yuandong waved his hand and said, the martial arts world is full of hidden talents, like Shaolin, Wudong, Tai Chi, Bagua, and Xingyi. It's hard to say there are no Huajin masters among them. It's better for us to keep a low profile. Now let's talk about this Chun Haoyu. He dares to challenge our entire 8 Extreme School alone. Is someone pushing him from behind? Zhang Mingqian said. We investigated Chun Haoyu thoroughly and found that he is not from the martial arts world and has no connections with other martial arts factions. Zhang Yuandong asked. What about Yi Tsong? Didn't you say the Yi family was very protective of Chun Haoyu, even willing to offend us for him? Zhang Mingchen replied. We found out that the Yi family's protection of Chun Haoyu is because Yi Tsong's granddaughter, who suffers from depression, was cured by Chun Haoyu. The Yi family owes him a big favor and cannot ignore it. Zhang Yuandong nodded and said, I see. Haha, so Chun Haoyu is courting death. Zhang Mingchen said. It may also be that a skilled artist is bold. Aside from his fight video with Zhang Cha, we haven't found any other information related to Chun Haoyu, making it hard to judge his skill level. Zhang Yuandong said solemnly, this competition is of great importance. Regardless of Chun Haoyu's skills, we must do our utmost and absolutely cannot allow any embarrassing incidents to happen. Qingxiang, you will be the first to compete. Mingchen, you will be the second. Zhang Qingxiang, who had been silent, frowned and said, Master, do you really want to lower yourself to fight Chun Haoyu in the third round? Zhang Yuandong laughed. If he can make it to the third round, it means this kid must at least have peak dark strength, making him a top-notch expert. So there is no question of lowering myself. Zhang Qingxiang said, I won't give him the chance to challenge you and the senior brother. Zhang Yuandong greatly appreciated Zhang Qingxiang's confidence and said, that would be even better. The competition between Chun Haoyu and the Far East 8 Extreme School caused a huge stir in the Yanhai martial arts world. Everyone didn't know much about Chun Haoyu and inquired about his background. Many even ran to Chun Haoyu's clinic, which overwhelmed him, leading him to close the clinic directly. People in the Yanhai martial arts world didn't have a good impression of the Far East 8 Extreme School. Although they didn't know Chun Haoyu, they still hoped that this local person could defeat the 8 Extreme School and deal a heavy blow to their arrogance. However, upon learning that Chun Haoyu was just a clinic doctor with his only achievement being the defeat of Zhang Cha, many were quite disappointed. Several martial arts factions were even considering who would continue to fight the Far East 8 Extreme School after Chun Haoyu's defeat.